blood. You know, I just am curious what you think, honestly. Like like Baal, yeah, Baal is a very distinct. It's Il, like it's the highest seat of high. It has nothing to do with being a husband in the Greek system. It has nothing to do with Baal. So they renamed the god, yet people claim the god is not in that. So the actual translation, if you do ancient Greek, whatever, on the word, because it refers to the sea, and he's supposed to be the highest god of man. It's about the sea, not the god. The highest, the throne itself, not the god. And then if we're going, like, everything is religion and politics. So that's a hard thing to talk about because religion just, the weird religions.
No, it's not. You can easily just say, hey, I like to play golf. I like to run. I've got a dog named Rover. Those are very easy things. Again, I don't like to argue with people. And so if you have any questions, feel free to say whatever you want. But if you have any questions for me, I've got a section here, Ask Rabbi Anything. You type it there. Again, if you have any questions for me, you can type them in Ask Rabbi Anything. And when I have time, I will answer all of your questions. I always do. And not only that, it will send you the answer to the question. If you have follow-ups, I will answer your follow-up questions. It's not that. Sometimes I want to take time to think about people's questions. Sometimes people ask me questions that they don't even know what they're asking me. And so they'll put something in writing and I'll have to ask a clarification. They'll be, oh, yeah, that. And so then I will give them just a short paragraph on what my answer is. There are also questions that, are perhaps don't have a correct answer. Like a question like, do you still beat your wife? Well, if I answer no, then somebody says, well, you used to beat your wife then. Look, I'm married, so this doesn't really connect to me. Or if I say yes, then you're a wife beater. There are unfair questions. So that's why I say, if you have any questions for me, ask them and Ask Rabbi Anything. The topics that you've mentioned or that you wanted to have discussions about are important topics. I understand. But again, I generally, in my Discord, do my best to stay away from religion and politics because they're so divisive. And you have made it clear that you have said that everything is religion and politics, and I don't disagree with that necessarily, but there are some areas of the world like, hey, I like to play this video game, or hey, I have an interest in ancient or just medieval British history, or I have an interest in cars. Those are things that we can have discussions on that aren't so contentious, and perhaps we can find more.
Well, I'm just curious on what you think about devil worshippers. Because the devil's not Abraham. Like, it's not Abrahamic concept.
Exactly. And again, I don't want to have religious discussions right now. If you do have questions, what you do, you have a question for me. What do I think about devil worshippers? Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. Put it in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And
right now, I'm asking if you were encountered with devil worshippers, how would you deal with it?
I've answered your question.
You would tell me to answer your question in a question that's like deflection.
No, I would say to you, I would say to you, I would say, I've given you a resource to be able to ask me any question that you want. So you just type in the Ask Rabbi Anything section, what do you feel about devil worshippers? And when I have time and I think about it, I'll give you my answer.
That's pretty disturbing that you don't really have an answer.
Oh, I do. I absolutely do. But it's 1:46 in the morning. I've told you going on half a dozen times now, I don't want to have discussions on religion or politics generally because it's difficult to agree on anything, especially of people who have perhaps different backgrounds. And thus, in order to ensure that I can maintain order and peace of mind, I ask anybody who has any kind of religion or any kind of question like that, ask it and ask Rabbi anything. I'm not here to just fight with people all day, and I don't want to. And I understand you're just asking a very good question. What are your thoughts on devil worshippers? Do you know who Medea is? You know, and all of these other. Do I think Nazarene?
I don't want to make you have to. These are just questions to see which types of discourse I can engage with you in to talk about fun things, not about history, more about history than religion or politics. But if you want to go straight to the modern, why is there a devil worshipping religion that's like obsessed with Judaism and Christianity and all these other? Why does it want to destroy religions so bad?
It's a great question to ask. Ask Rabbi anything. And when I have some time, I will ponder your question, and I'll give you a very professional, well-sourced answer. Right now, I don't want to. So I'm not saying that I won't have these discussions with you, but I'd rather have them in writing. So please ask your question to me. If you want to talk about other things like, hey, what are your thoughts on futurology? What are your thoughts on global?
Futurology? Is that what you said?
On futurology, yeah, it's like my favorite topic.
What are your thoughts on? Then we're of the same mind.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the worst part. Like the prophecy is the interesting part. Like futurology is what the real thing is, even if they don't pretend futurology. You know what I mean?
To some extent.
Like Congress is just a bunch of people pretending to be futurologists, basically. People, everyone's the future. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm in agreement with you on that. So, what kind of futurology? What kind of?
Do you know the Congress, the Futurological Congress, a book by Stanislaw Lem? It's a science fiction novel.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
In that book, it's basically conceptualized that a World Congress would act as a futurology Congress. The predictions of the world of what rules the world, basically.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on this?
That the future doesn't exist because it's an abstract, and that I believe that do you know what causality is, right?
Sure.
Reverse causality exists, but it is in like the feminine forms. It is through advertising. So events can be induced. Prophecy is how events can be induced. Because it could be said to lose. The event could be like a future event reviewing created from future events backwards, and that is a thing that really happens. It's not exactly futurology, where futurology is projecting forward.
What are your favorite emerging?
It's about inducing events.
Oh,
you know
okay.
what I mean?
Okay, that's fine. Let's talk science. What are your favorite emerging technologies?
What do you mean?
Like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, neural networks,
Do you know the
brain computer interfaces, perhaps.
Do you know what the computer got it for?
Do I know what the particular what is for?
The computer got.
The computer bot?
All right, the computer god is like the most interesting to me in science.
Oh, computer
The
god.
computer god
Okay.
is like an AI.
Yeah.
Like,
So you
it's
mean
not
like
it's a
like go,
distributed
like Ghost in
network.
Ghost in the Shell?
Huh?
Like Ghost in the Shell?
No, it's just a computer. It's a computer god because it's a computer that runs other computers, so it can do scientific experiments in mass relay, basically.
Okay, and you're not talking about like um oh this singularity.
No, it's very different. Again, you're thinking of like auto AGI. I'm just talking about distributed network. It's literally for just running experiments. It only runs other computers. It is not like a sentient idea. It doesn't make its own ideas, none of that stuff.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So science has this great problem that has to deal with basically advertising is more important than science. And there's all this junk science that's basically from corporate interests, all sorts of things. Or like scientists just want to get their money, so they do some bum ass research that no one really reviews because then they get paid. Blah blah blah. But this causes like a great crisis in science over time, right? Because there's all this fucking useless science. So they need like a computer god to run actual mini experiments to actually verify scientific results of very small things, usually with DNA. And you need a computer to do it because it's the only thing that read it.
Okay, how is that not artificial super intelligence?
Because that's a different concept. Like this is just something to develop. Like it's developed a body without organs. It's very different than the concept of a computer that can think for itself and do everything. It can't think for itself. It can only tell computers how to run these experiments. It's not. It's like a traffic controller. You know what I mean?
Please. And
One of the developmental goals that technologists and futurologists have over a computer god is that through a computer god and understanding better science, they can make a API, an actual auto-generated intelligence. But the thing I'm talking about is literally just doing experiments. It is not control the government. It's not like the communist gangster god. Do you know what a communist gangster computer god is?
please
It's
enlighten
like a
me.
schizophrenic.
Yeah, please enlighten me.
Basically, it's a communist is just like because he's crazy or like how people view it. It's +1, and then gangster is -1, like taking them. So in a financial system ran by a computer god, this is a different type of computer god. It is not one running sentences and like distributed networks. It's just like something that run Unix systems between the Fed Treasury and other places. It has these functions where you can add money or you can take money, right?
Okay.
This is usually done to address for inflation. You see how this is not an AGI. It is not something thinking. It just like functions for a computer. You know what I mean?
I mean, we'd have to define what AGI is, and is that really thinking, or is that just processing? I mean, that we have to define what thinking is. I get that. Okay, so you're saying that it is not independently conscious, correct?
Yes, no one claims that it is. They're not using the AI implemented in the systems for intelligence sharing at decision making levels. No.
Okay.
Though there are AIs that are used like that, of course. but they are not AGIs. They are not, like, they do not have the technological background to actually produce thoughts. There's all these questions, as we know, they're open. They're just computer systems that are algorithmically and running things.
Okay, is it even artificial intelligence?
It's only artificial intelligence in the fact that we need a medium to read very small things in terms of the computer data. And really, we can't read DNA as humans, so we need computers to transcript. By reading transcript, they can read things far more than we can, so we rely on them a lot. But it leads into like the singularity fear, and that we have to listen to technology about reality, but because we have this fundamental reliance on technology is actually dictating what we can say or do.
So it's not artificial intelligence, correct?
No, and the point of the computer god is not to develop an artificial intelligence. It's to develop a body without organ.
Okay. It's to develop a body without organs. So
yeah, basically,
like a robot.
That it can live without one of its major organs dying, basically.
So like a robot.
So a body without organs can be a robot, yes. That's where people take it in the other thing, but they mean explicitly, like, I am going to print you an organ.
You're going to print me an organ. So is that it's a cybernetic being?
The computer god is for bioinformatics, not for development of AGI. It's to develop like that. Develop the abilities to understand the human body, more so than it has ever been concerned with developing AI technology. That's like way different. And it has explicit program goals for this. Like, for instance, one of the problems that led to this type of thinking is radiation poisoning.
Okay.
Because radiation poisoning causes them to die, basically. So they wanted to figure out how to make soldiers live through radiation sickness by synthesizing their autoimmune system long enough that it kicks back in, you know what I mean? Theoretically.
Okay.
Never worked. But in like future goals, the goal of these computer systems to understand DNA and sequencing and more things about it, it's to basically synthesize human parts. And you're going on that, like, the full story is like Galactica, if you know that science fiction movie.
Yeah.
Which is like you can modify even people's own biological processes to your innate knowledge of them, so that you can charge them money for them. So you have to go to a corporation to pay so that you can like have fertility or some shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, as a business model.
I mean, I think so.
Like, the idea, if you could create organs, then you could create independence on it. But the fundamental thing is they're trying to recreate human systems biologically. They cannot do that, like, a computer cannot just print things. These things are much more complicated biological processes. They have to use like in COVID, during COVID, they lied basically to scam people out of money to for this future tech that doesn't exist. That you can take a code from some computer and then you can print a COVID virus. That is actually blatantly false. That technology, you know what I mean?
I think so.
So the portion of the computer god is not to develop the AGI. That's more the military development. But you'd be surprised how much military development for scientific questions that I'm asking about. Like, the majority of it is that. They're not concerned with developing like AI for AI purposes instead of marketization. They're concerned. They want AI to run science. They want it to run tons of experiments serially faster than a human could to see if the things are right or not. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Like the amount of observation through such technologies through what used to be a biological theory of we need to view these reactions. You can actually have a you can actually have it read it perfectly. It's just the interfaces to actually do that analysis are completely on the computer side because the humans won't process this amount of information.
Okay.
Hence, they need to use computers, but it's a supplemental tool of intelligence, not its own intelligence that develops it from itself. And then in terms of scientific theory, I don't believe in the singularity. So in science, let's say two people fundamentally have a discovery at the same time, right? I forget what this phenomenon is called. So people, scientists, discover something at the same time without ever talking to each other. Science takes that as more evidence being true, even though it doesn't follow the same method, because it's generally true, right?
Okay.
So if we discover something, the same thing working on the same problem in different places of the world, we say, oh, it must be more likely that it is this way.
Okay.
So the argument I would have against singularity theory would be a multiplicity, which would be multiple singularities simultaneously.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Potentially.
That the difference between what I'm saying versus normal singularity is that there would be two computers, basically, that achieve sentience at the same time, unrelated to each other. And because science takes this as validity that it is real, they'll accept that more real than singularity. Because phenomena, you know, phenomenology, you know that term.
Uh-huh.
Scientific theory cannot properly deal with phenomena if it happens once, because they need it to be repeated. You know?
Okay.
But science also does not deny that the phenomena exist. They simply they can't explain it. If that makes any sense. They don't claim because I can't repeat it, this thing I saw didn't exist. You know what I mean?
I think so.
It's not dogmatic.
Okay.
They see a star, let's say they see a star, like a star may fall lightning or some crazy physics thing they've never seen before. They can't really produce scientific, they can not note that's phenomenal, but because it's not repeatable and it only happened one time, even though it's possible, they can't explain it because it doesn't repeat.
Okay.
So if the singularity happens, they couldn't claim that it was the singularity because it wasn't repeated. But if two singularities happen, then repeated. So that the place where there would be the acceptance that a singularity exists is when multiple singularities exist.
Okay.
Do you know Neuromancer, those books by William Gibson?
Yeah.
The basic plot of those is the world makes a giant AI that runs a world, and then it becomes sentience, and then it finds another AI in the world, the universe, in the star. I think it's the Dog Star, Sirius. And then it just leaves Earth to go hang out with the AI.
Right. I'm listening. Go ahead. Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
I know it's late. I don't really want to disturb you sleep.
You're good, big dog. It is 2 in the morning, so I am going to be closing my eyes.
But you should know that you are a very interesting individual. I appreciate you coming in here. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the Ask Rabbi anything. And I'd love to talk with you about many of the subjects that you mentioned at another time. Okay, my friend? Alrighty, big man. Well, you don't have to go. You should just know that I'm going to be listening to podcasts as I fall asleep. And you're welcome anytime, okay? Oh, a bunch of them. Right now, well, I listened to some Joe Rogan earlier today. Right now, I'm listening to a Danny Jones podcast on the screen there that you can see. And then I'm also simultaneously listening to Matt and Shane's Secret podcast.
Danny Jones a lot. Danny Jones is awesome.
Excellent. Well, then you should enjoy. Here you go.
It's crying out for like latex molds of these things for high definition 3D scanning. You know, it might prove me all wrong. I
No,
don't care.
that's Danny Jones. It's just
It's like, why can't
it's
we go
just
and
the
answer those
person he's
questions? We have
interviewing.
the technology to do it. And I would be more than happy to be, oh, okay, that was an anomaly. That's not how it was done. As long as we could go and look at these things and do it. I suspect that they're going to keep finding results like that. If they do, the Egyptian Museum and these places have lots of
Please
calls
enlighten me.
from
Who's
lots of
Jay
holes.
Dyer?
And there's lots of these holes still on these sites. And you can still feel and see the striations and the grooves. And I don't know why we're not making these types of investigations into them. They're harmless, and it would help to answer some of these questions, but it just doesn't seem to happen.
This might sound like a little tinfoil hat, but do you think they know what the fuck was going on? Or they might be on the cusp of finding out, and they just want to hide it from the public?
You know, I think it's a possibility. I don't say everybody's
Like, could they be developing some sort of fucking hypersonic weapon?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I do think there's examples of certainly information that's been hidden from the public. I'd say that. And in fact, I got some examples. There's a number of times, and it may not always be nefarious purposes. It may just be simple politics of people like protecting their position. But for sure, there's been suppressed. One of the biggest things, and we'll come back. I want to come back to the jars, but this is like one of the biggest things that I did a video on again. It's about the lost labyrinth of Egypt.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So the labyrinth is, for people that haven't heard of the labyrinth, it was one of the ancient wonders of the world. Like, this was described by Herodotus and Pliny the Elder and Strabo and all these historical figures that saw it. And Herodotus described it as you know, exceeding in splendor and wonder that of the pyramids. Like, this was the labyrinth was this sort of 1,000-room structure that was supposedly just absolutely magnificent. You could have fit all of the temples of Karnak and Luxor and all of the temples of Egypt into its footprint. It was underground. It had multiple levels. There's all these historical accounts of people visiting it and just being awed, like massive granite blocks and structures and temples. It's this huge thing that was just lost to the sand of time. It just disappeared. At some point after, you know, the early Romans sort of wrote about it, and the Greeks, it just somehow disappeared into the sand of time. Now, we've never known where it is or what it is. And it would be like a pyramid. It would rival the Great Pyramid for sure if we were to find it. But it turns out we found it. And Petrie actually thought he found it. Thought he found he found some blocks. It's at a site called Hawara in Egypt. It's over near the Fayum region. And Petrie was digging around, and there's a lot of people who speculated it might have been in this area. Petrie dug around, found these massive granite blocks. Thought, I'm standing on the foundation, the bottom level. It's all been quarried and taken away, and this must be the foundation for it. Turns out he was standing on its roof. So it wasn't really looked at again after that for a while. A guy named Louis de Courtier did something called the Matterhorn expedition. I think it was 2008. He went in and he had partnership with the Egyptian Department of Antiquities for this study, and they went and did ground penetrating radar and these other acoustic tests and a whole bunch of different tests at Hawara, and they found it. They found the lab that was spread out across like small football fields on all sides of the moon and all sides of this canal. The thing is absolutely massive. They found all this granite and these labyrinth-like structures under the ground. And unfortunately, his entire report and all of the public information about this was literally, and Louis de Courtier said it was Zahir was suppressed it under threat of national security sanction, meaning that he would ban anyone that violated this suppression from ever coming to Egypt again. And it was buried. Who was the guy who suppressed Zahir was? Who was he? He was the Egyptian minister of the. He was in charge of the Supreme Council of Antiquities. A politician. Well, he's a famous Egyptologist. He's written a bunch of books.
The Indiana Jones.
Yep. So, but this is not me saying, this is Louis de Courtier, the guy who funded and directed it, along with Ghent University of Belgium, did this whole experiment, did this report called the Matterhorn experiment. If you go and search on archive.org, you can probably still find some of it. I got the paper from it. It was disappeared from the web. He waited a bunch of years and then eventually came out and sort of talked about it, but there wasn't any press about it. So, and it's unfortunate just because the labyrinth is like one of the lost wonders of the ancient world. Like it's sitting right there, and unfortunately, it's rotting away in like salty groundwater because that's one of the challenges. And I think this is where I say it's not. I don't know. I think it's mostly being buried because of political reasons more than anything. Because it has to do with damming of the Nile River. Like, so Egypt dammed the Nile in the 1960s. They put up what's called the Aswan Dam, and that stopped that inundation of the Nile. So every year the Nile would flood, and it would spread it. It would flood and then it would retreat, and it would flood, and that's how they did a lot of their irrigation. When they dammed the Nile, everything north of that ceased. That inundation stopped. Now you'd think that would lower the water table, but it actually has the opposite effect because the Nile wouldn't shrink down in summer. If there's been a consistent flow of water into there, it's actually raised money. So in the last sort of couple hundred years, the water table in these regions has come up to years or places like that, but the level of water has come up. So the water table at Hawara is at about 5, and the labyrinth starts about 9 meters underground. So, and in order to fix that and to excavate and do stuff, you're talking like probably billions of dollars of infrastructure required to even fix the drainage on the site. And it also sits at the entry into the Fayoum region, which is a large depression that's used for a lot of agriculture in Egypt, and they have to probably start messing with like farmers' water, and it would be a huge political problem. It'd be a problem if the whole world knew that the labyrinth is being left to kind of rot in the ground here, which is like a historical wonder that sort of belongs to everyone, and then B, it would be an issue to try and mess with the water rights flowing into this really important farming area that's used for a lot of the agriculture of Egypt. So I think for those reasons, perhaps I don't know. That may be part of the reason that it was suppressed, but suppressed it was. It's undeniable. So people that are interested, I've got a video on the topic on my channel, and then you can also probably go and find the paper. But it's like I would think that if they went public, you would probably raise the funds through all of the universities and the institutes that would be interested in uncovering that and doing research on it, enough such that you could probably make that happen, because it's like it could be the biggest discovery of the century, if not longer, if they really uncovered and looked at the labyrinth, which appears to still be there. What was it used for? I don't know. I think it's potentially like it could be a vastly ancient structure that was used by the Egyptians for sure, the priesthood, and they worshipped the crocodile god in there, and there's a lot of that said that they had many halls and temples dedicated to all the pantheon of the gods, so it might have been a reused temple. I think that happened in a lot of places in Egypt. They places like the Assyrian and Abydos temple of Seti I, they reused and repurposed this stuff when they found it, and it got integrated into their culture over time. I suspect the labyrinth makes it that mold as well. So that's what it was. Yeah, I don't know. So it's an interesting question though when you talk about the functionality of some of these things, because this gets back to things like the statues, right? So as much as I think there was a functional purpose to the boxes and those underground spaces and some of the sites themselves with the channeling and the U-blocks, it's hard to argue that the statues had a functional purpose. Like those are representations for sure in some ways, but they also display a lot of the same precision elements. Right? It's the faces are perfectly symmetrical, which is incredibly difficult. The headsets or the crowns on some of these structures, these figures have compound curved surfaces that are also perfectly symmetrical. Very difficult to you almost need computer guided stuff to make that. And also, I have a question occasionally, it's like, well, if the Egyptians and dynastic Egyptians didn't make the statues and you think they're older, is this the builder culture? And my answer to that is yes. I think what we're looking at with these precision statues, in particular the giant ones, but I think this also applies to things like Khafre thrones and a few of the small statues, I think these are inherited. And I think we're looking at the remnants of how that builder culture, the Egyptians' ancestors, represented themselves. And I think, this is part of the symmetry. Yeah. This is like sort of the example for machining of the same curvature in the face. There's another image that shows you a reverse transparency of this same head, where it's basically you take the photo and you flip it on the vertical, and then you make them both 50% transparent and lay them over each other. And it's identical. Yeah, identical. Like you don't. This is not. It's neither a characteristic of a human face, nor is it something that's achievable with just carving into granite by hand. When there's zero mistakes, and remember that there's lots of them.
Isn't there an idea that these could have been molded? Like they could have heated up the rock and like poured it?
The geopolymer concept, yeah, a lot of people
Geopolymer.
People call it geopolymer, like that. It's like a concrete type of thing.
Right.
It comes up quite a bit. I think there's some evidence for it in South America, potentially with some andesite stuff, because there's actually been a couple of studies done down there. I don't think it's the case for granite. I don't think it's the case for most of the limestone either in Egypt. We have the idea of it being a concrete like somehow. There was a whole movie, this Cave 2019, I think it was, like a 4 or 5 hour movie. Kind of trashes Graham Hancock and Dawson. But it gets to the point of, well, they use these giant quartz magnifying lenses to obliterate rock and then make it into a slurry and art stuff. There's lots of reasons to
It looks like it though.
It does look like, yeah, that's what it fucking looks like. It does, but it's not, because we have quarries. So first, we literally have quarries where the shape of the rocks are pulled out, and we have the unfinished obelisks. We also have things like veins of other materials. So in granite and natural rock, you'll have veins of quartz and pure quartz running through it. Have veins of other material that you find in the stone, because that's in the piece that was quarried from the ground. You don't find that if you're making a concrete version or something. Yeah, so this is some of the others. That one there, yeah, that's the reverse transparency.
That's the transparency. Okay.
So you see Tristan's hand on both sides. Oh yeah, it's mirror image. So if it wasn't perfectly symmetrical, you'd see overlap. You could see like it wouldn't be in focus or perfectly symmetrical. So it's like a reverse transparency overlay matching. It's insane. And that's not, it's the implications of this are incredible. Like what, some sort of giant 3D CAD thing?
Now it is incredible how it's perfectly symmetrical. That is definitely incredible. But the precision, like I mentioned to you last night, the precision is very similar to like the statue of David, where you can see the veins in his hand perfectly. It looks like it's just like it was 3D printed on this.
Yeah, it's insane. And in fact, you see that. In fact, there's a good point we can come back to in a second about the writing, the difference between this sort of stuff and then what you see in the writing itself. But let me finish with what I was saying about the statues. It's like, I think and you have to remember, when it comes to the statues and their culture, the dynastic Egyptians themselves see themselves as a legacy civilization. They trace their own history back 30 or 40,000 years, and we determine that that's just myth and legend. Like they talk about Zep Tepi, the time of the gods, Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, and they split out. They have these leaders, and they document this line of kings that goes back 35,000 years, and then eventually it starts with Pepi or whatever the first dynasty in our times, and we arbitrarily we're the ones making the judgment. All that stuff before that's just myth and legend, and your actual civilization starts here. They don't make that distinction. And I think that if you go with the idea, okay, so let's assume there was a technologically advanced civilization that did make a lot of and they represent themselves with these statues and these people, then if you were the dynastic Egyptians and you viewed them as your ancestors, you would model yourself after them. Right. I think that's exactly what's happened. They've modeled themselves after them, and the pharaohs and the kings were trying to capture that power through ceremony and religion and make themselves one of them, and they continue to depict themselves going down through time. It's like an advanced cargo plane. I think that explains a lot of the ancient Egyptian civilization. I think it fits the evidence that we see. It's certainly one interpretation for us. But the statues are insane.
What was this made out of? What were these granite? These are made out of granite. Okay. And where does granite lie on the scale of
this is sort of 7. Like it's like the copper and even iron's not going to do much to granite. Like granite's ridiculously hard. Like it's one of the most difficult stones to work in.
Are there any other sculptures made out of granite post-dating this time period? Like, are there any modern granite sculptures?
In fact, there is. There's a good example of what's it called? I forget the Arabic name for it. There's a statue in Egypt, in Tahrir Square, I think, called Egypt Rises. And it's a granite statue. It's made from a bunch of different pieces. It's some interesting things. So they made this statue. We do stuff in that. They made this statue bolted together with a bunch of different pieces. And in order to have it polished, they had to send it to Italy. Wow. To me is that they clearly had the ability to polish granite statues pretty well back in the day in Egypt. Like they were able to polish up stuff. But in today's time, this is made in like the 50s, 1950s. And in order to have this Egypt Rising statue polished, they had to ship it to Italy and have it shipped back. And they bolted it together, and it's been out in the elements for maybe 50, 60 years now. And the polish is worn off, like it's fading already. Wow. Which is incredible when you consider you have artifacts like this that are sitting in the sun for at least thousands of years, if not longer, that still maintain their polish. So the quality of the work and however they were polishing the stone far exceeds what we are doing with our stuff today. Like it's absolutely crazy.
And this is all one piece.
And it's all one piece, yeah.
You guys take a picture of that giant, what was that long thing called that was still in the bedrock they were pouring?
Oh, the obelisk.
The obelisk. Yeah. They're giant, long, rectangular obelisk, but it's still sitting in the ground. The thing weighed, 1,000 tons? 1,200 tons.
Yeah, and there it is.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's and you got to that photo doesn't do it justice in terms of the angle that it's lying on, and then there's the granite mountains all around it. So you got to remember to get that thing out of there. Once you detach it from the bedrock, you have to lift it up like 30 feet, and then maneuver it somehow across this mountainous, rocky environment to get it to wherever you want to put it on a boat or something. Mind you, the Nile's about a mile away, a kilometre or so away. So yeah, this is insane to go and see it. And this was buried forever. This may be some of the oldest layers of this quarry. Dug this out. It was under like 7 meters of other sediment and other big blocks that they had to split in half to even get to it. And the Romans built stuff like this by putting it together, right? Like they're giant Roman columns. Right. As did the Egyptians. So later, this is the other thing. You not only do you have obelisks like this, we have these columns. If you flip through these photos, you'll find some incredible photos of these column ends, these flowered lotus flower or palm-shaped columns that are absolutely remarkable in their precision and symmetry, but they're also giant single feet there. That's a good example right there. These are all over the place. So these are some of the older styles. We found these at Saqqara and Giza, single piece. We also have
this thing's about 5 feet in diameter.
Yeah, and they're made 30, 40 feet long and longer, 50 feet, and they're all over the place. Now, in later times, in the Middle and New Kingdom, they did big columns too, but they made them out of sandstone and they made them with blocks, like rounds. They stack rounds up, and then they shave them down and shape them. And the same thing happened with the Egyptians, with the Romans and the Greeks. It's funny, you go to Rome, you go to the Pantheon, and you see at the front of the Pantheon, there's like 5 or 6 of these massive, thick granite pillars, they're single piece, holding up the Pantheon. They came from Egypt. Like they took them from Egypt and used them in the architecture of Rome, much like they did with the obelisks. It's like it's not the easy. It's literally the most difficult way to do this stuff. Made out of some of the most difficult to work stone, and it was done in the earliest periods of the Egyptian history according to the mainstream narrative. It doesn't make sense.
And they just do, it's just fascinating. Do not even acknowledge us.
No, it's just, well, they just, well, the mainstream, the pyramids is like, well, they just didn't care as much about pyramid building. They decided to do it. So it's funny, and when you go to places like Karnak Temple and Luxor, there is a real. You have to be careful when you look at it because there's a spectrum of stuff there, and it's. I think in a lot of these sites, what happened was the Egyptians found a lot of these things, the statues, the columns, and then they constructed their temples around them. Like they realized how magnificent and like incredible achievements were, like the work of their gods.
And not only that, but like another thing that you point out in your videos is they plastered their hieroglyphics on top of them, where it looks like my 2-year-old or my 3-year-old walked up to the statue of David with his crayons and just drew a bunch of pictures on, because like even with the hieroglyphics, you can see how they're chiseled out. They're not smooth. They're very rough. The lines aren't straight.
Yeah.
You have this incredibly precise geometric object that they're drawing this on.
Yeah.
It's like completely different. You can tell it's from completely different times.
Indeed. If you go to the writing directory,
That thing's huge.
That's my favorite one, actually. That column is one at Bastet, which is not really visible. In fact, there's a huge granite rubble field behind. You see that's all granite pieces. And this is I have a video I show this quite a lot. It's so sharp and well defined and well made. It blows your mind about how precise this was. And they stamp these things out like they're making them in a factory.
Dude, it looks like a fucking mold.
It does, doesn't it? But yeah, it's not. It's come from the ground and it's been shipped a long way, because this is the Bastet's up there in the Delta as well. It's like 1,000 miles from Aswan where the granite came from.
So what was this? People that can't see it right now, they're only listening.
It's a column. It's at the end piece to a flared column. So it's like we call it like a lotus flower or palm-shaped column. That's a flared end piece. The thickness through the middle of the body is probably 4 or 5 feet thick. At the ends, it's 6.5 feet. And it's shaped with, very sharp, defined lines and little balustrades that are on it. What's difficult about these column shapes is that you have to remember, when you quarry this block, you've got to quarry a block that's at least as thick as the end of that column. And then you're shaving it down and you're removing all this material. And then, again, single piece, so you can't really make a mistake. You can't fuck up. You can't fuck up anyway.
You're changing the geometry of the whole thing then.
Right, when you do that, right. And again, there is.
And what is this made out of? Granite. So if you can imagine taking, if somebody's just listening to this, just imagine taking Play-Doh and putting it in one of those Play-Doh plastic molds where you smush it together and you peel it off and you have this big, smooth Play-Doh object. That's what this looks like, and it's made of granite.
Yeah. Well, and another reason why I don't go in for geopolymer, granite itself is a conglomerate material. So inside of granite, you have these chunks of quartz, of mica, hornblende, all these other things. And the only way that this granite doesn't work like a composite, it takes millions of years of heat and pressure to turn that into the stone that we use today. It's an unknown science. If it was a geopolymer, certainly today, this is what Chris Dunn usually says too. It's like, we'll just send me a bag of it and we'll mix it up and see what it looks like. Because you can't, then some of this stuff is like, you have giant chunks of quartz in there, and it's an indicator of something else too that always blows my mind when I'm thinking about these really large single piece objects of granite, is that this stuff doesn't come from surface granite. Like, you don't find significantly large pieces of granite in the quarry that are like are whole enough without cracks or distortions until you dig down like 30 feet into a mountain granite. This is like core granite. It's very high quality stuff that comes from the inside of granite mountains. So you're already talking about you have to remove like 30 plants to even get to a piece that you can start the quarry that might end up as something like this.
Right.
And hundreds of these types of hundreds. To show which
That it had to be extremely, I mean, not extremely, but it had to be relatively fucking easy for them to do it. Must have, because they did so much of it. Otherwise, it would have taken them 100 years to make one of these.
yeah.
With the tools that they supposedly had that in that point.
Yeah.
After the
Counting stones and what. Yeah, you're just counting away, which, yeah, it's an experiment that shows just how long it takes. So, and this contrasts nicely when we talk about these precision objects with what you see in the writing. And you've got to remember with the writing, the hieroglyphs, that is far and away the primary source for how we date objects like into the story of history. You have a precision carved box, and it has the name of Ptolemaeus or Ptolemy or a king on it, then Egyptologists are going to say, this box was made for Ptolemy, and it was made in the time of Ptolemy, and therefore this is where this comes from. But we use the writing to date and relate stuff. And this is a good example. So the box in the Serapeum is one box in particular that they consider the most valuable because it has the most writing on it. And again, it's a remarkable box, right? It's an incredible dark black granite box that's reflecting material, reflecting light like a mirror. And somebody's taken a friggin' chisel to it and has basically vandalized it. Because when you look at the writing, you flip through a couple of these, you'll see it. When you look at the writing, it's just chip and scratch compared to the box itself. And there's like no straight lines. You can literally see the toolkit marks that are on it. They couldn't make a straight line. In fact, there's places where they couldn't even chip the material. And you've got to compare and contrast that with the perfect straight lines of the object itself. Right? We clearly had the ability to polish it. Yeah, we go back to the Sphinx, is one of my other favorite examples. So this is it's called a Higgs Sphinx. It's in the Cairo Museum. I think it's still there. It might get moved to the museum at some point. But this you can see the work in the ground, right? They're showing you the ribs of this animal through like reflections of light, like clearly, well polished, beautiful work into the stone, and then it's just been brutally kind of chiseled into by this writing that's on the side of it. You can see the tool marks and the people who this line would never deface it like that. I think so. Yeah, I think writing, my opinion is that all with the dynastics, and in a lot of cases, they were writing on top of inherited objects, and we have proof of that. We certainly know that there was a lot of relabeling done. Like some of these sphinxes have like 5 or 6 names of different kingdoms. Because Ramses, also this, like Seti the first, Ramses the second, and his son Menkaure in the 19th dynasty were notorious for this. Ramses in particular was notorious for writing his name very deeply on top of other people's names. And you see there's example after example after example of this going on. So we know that they were rebadging stuff. They were putting their name on stuff. But today we kind of just if they just have a minimal understanding of ancient Egypt, everyone thinks like Ramses the Great, Ramses was the most powerful king of Egypt. He was the strongest. He had the most stuff. He built everything. He put his name on it. He definitely did build stuff. But he put his name on an awful lot of stuff that wasn't his to begin with. And Tutu calls him the Great Usurper in his work, which I think is a good title because his labels on everything, like all those statues of those faces, the ancient statues, everyone says they're of Ramses because he's chiseled his name onto them. And in every case, you can see how the technology involved in the writing.
That's us, by the way. That's us. We came from Ramses. It's obvious.
Yeah, pretty much. The technology in the writing doesn't match the technology used to make the object itself. Like that's just, I think that becomes an undeniable fact. That once you see that, you realize it, and you start looking at all these ancient Egyptian artifacts, you can really notice it. And it's like, man, okay, so how much if we're dating and relating everything by the writing, and we're putting these objects into the story of history by the writing, and the writing doesn't remotely match the technology that's used to make the object itself, how can we say that object was made at the time of the writing? The writing came later, right? So you don't know when these things are. Let's look at some of the pottery. Oh yeah, the pottery is fascinating. Like that's another thing that kind of looks like, again, it looks like it was made on a pottery wheel. It looks like it was made of fucking clay on a pottery wheel. It's not. It's some of these insanely hard rocks. The stone vases.
So, and the stone vases are one of like the most, like one of the most obvious smoking guns. I think they are.
Yeah, they're the small items. They're not as spectacular in some ways as the big cracks. But I think they're absolutely fascinating because there's a real history here and there's a tale of two hemispheres that we're going to get into. So, what you find, you go to the museum, Current Museum, because hopefully there's many more because they found like tens of thousands of these. Hopefully there's many more on display in the new museum. But what's interesting about these is that you have a collection of these stone vases. Now, Petrie analysed these, and there's been a lot of work put into them by other guys like Chris Dunn and engineering studies that show they were lathe turned. They were certainly turned on some form of spinning tool. There was something that carved them. It was extremely sturdy, carved extremely hard material, and then we're not talking about just granite here. Granite, schist, corundum, diorite, slate. God, nice. There's all sorts of exotic types of stones that these were made. Lapis lazuli, all sorts of stuff that these were made from, and a lot of them exhibit like really precision-made elements. Again, perfect symmetry. There's an example of one of these vases that sort of stands on its tip like it's an egg.
Right,
It's balanced perfectly. You have some of these stone vases that you got to remember the material, while it's very strong, is also can be very brittle. So it snaps easily. It's kind of like diamond will scratch and cut.
Because there's different materials.
There's different materials, but if you hit diamond, it can shatter. So it's the same thing with some stones.
Look at that thing.
That's the vase that stands on the tip.
Yeah,
on the tip.
There's no flat bottom.
No flat bottom. Yeah, if you have it, there's another angle on it where you can see it sort of standing on its tip. And some of the material of these vases gets down to like the thickness of pieces of the stout playing card, so thin cardboard. They've shaped it down to that level. There's all these remarkable elements to these vases. They're clearly the result of some pretty sophisticated tooling and carving techniques that it's not pottery. Now, pottery is a different thing with clay, and that's used as part of defining civilizations. Show me the potsherds. That's all pottery. We use that, and the Egyptians used pottery. What's interesting about these vases is that they all come from the very early, according to the mainstream story, from the very earliest part of Egyptian history, and that's where they stop. They don't make any more. So the vast majority of these vases were found under the Step Pyramid of Djoser, which was the first, the first pharaoh of the Fourth Dynasty. 40,000 plus of them found in the tunnels under there, all stacked up. A lot of it broken, a lot of them busted up. That's how thin the top of that is. Well, that's actually the corundum vase. That's made out of a 9 under this guy.
And all that. So, what are all the different like specs that are?
There's crystal occlusions.
Okay.
That's like chunks of different materials which do make it much more difficult. Like when you're machining these, you're going from softer to harder material. So it makes it really hard material to work in. Very challenging. And then hollowing out the ends is a whole other deal. We also have these handles, which means they weren't all turned on a lathe. They had another tool to create stretch handles. But the history of these things is like they were all found in this one area, and then even at Saqqara in the museum, they say that it's likely that all of these vases were heirlooms from earlier dynasties, from the first or second dynasty. Because when you go back and you look at first or second dynasty tombs, we find things like the schist disc. You're familiar with this. This is kind of a propeller with a wheel around it. Yeah, it's a job of it here in this section. But the schist disc is a really remarkable artifact. Now it's been repaired and it's been put back together, but the challenge with the schist disc is in how you make it. Like these folded blades or wings of schist on it, and very thin. But they found that in the first dynasty tomb, so the tomb of Sabu, the prince of it. And what's interesting is that these precision objects, these tiny precision objects, go back even further. There was one of the pictures up there. That's the schist disc. It's remarkable, made out of stone, single piece, carved that way. It's been kind of repaired. What type of stone is it made? It's schist. Oh, schist is the schist. Yeah, it's very brittle. It's very hard stone. Insane how that was made. There's a few really strange shaped objects like this that are in the museum. But you can go back into pre-dynastic times, and I saw the image of one of my favourite little objects there, which is a tube of lapis lazuli.
Right.
It's a hollow tube with a gold sheath. It's been too drilled out and hollowed out, and lapis is a very hard stone. It's got a gold sheath on it, and it's in a display case next to like bone and bead ornaments. And like really, see the bone thing next to it, and the beads. It's like, oh look, we found this. It's in from a pre-dynastic site. It's an object that takes, it's a high technology object, but we're right next to all these beads and bone stuff. And it's just the same. It's fine. The same people made this. No worry. And in fact, there's a better example. There's a site. Toshka, I think it's called, and it was one of the sites that was flooded when they dammed the Nile, and so it was like buried. But they explored it in the 50s and 60s, and a few photos of it at the Aswan Museum, and it's a site that they dug up. They found human remains, a skeleton. They found some pottery, and then they found stone vases, these precision stone vases, and there's organic material in that burial that they carbon date back to 15,000 BC, so 17,000 years old, and you still these stone vessels in a burial for 17,000 years ago, and it's on a site called Toshka. So what happens is that, okay, so we've got all these stone vessels, and they're coming. Egyptian civilization starts first dynasty. We find first dynasty burials with stuff like the schisters. We get up to Joseph, who must have collected all of them, and he buried himself with them, and then we find them, and then after that period, nothing. Like there is not anyone. They never make vessels like that again. What happens is that with Joseph, there's a guy called Imhotep, famous polymath, like genius Egyptian. People may recognize the name. He designed the step pyramid. He also analyzed these vases, and he came up with a method for trying to create vases made from alabaster, which is white calcite. It's a much like a 3 or a 4 on the most scale. Okay. And there's a scene on the wall that they found at Saqqara that shows these guys making these alabaster vases with like these rotating like little like flints and chisels and stuff, and then sort of manufacturing these vases. Now, this scene on the wall is exactly what the Egyptologists and all of the established people point to and say, see, this is the Egyptians making these stone vessels. Like, no, that's the Egyptians making the alabaster vessels that were imitating them. And we have examples of these alabaster vessels. If you look through this, you find these white vases, and they're nothing like the stone vases. They're imprecise, they're wobbly, they're something they got good over time, nothing like the stone vessels, and they're far, far softer material. And this is what was used for canopic vessels going forward. Keep going, that's granite. I'll show you. And that's the scene on the wall. Those are the vessels, right? Okay. So those are the vessels that were made after the time of Imhotep and Joseph, and after all of these stone vessels were. This is the type of stuff that you see from then on.
It's not like the only way you can describe the stone vases is perfect. That's the only way you can describe it.
Yeah,
and these are imperfect.
They're imperfect.
Yeah,
they're well done. They're great, and the examples get better. But they make an alabaster far softer and far easier to work than these other types of stones. And these were the vessels that were then used later on as canopic jars and stuff like that.
For the organs.
For the organs. Yeah. What's funny is that some of these stone vessels before Joseph and stuff, they were used as canopic vessels too for noblemen and things. But you see where they've got lids on, right? Yes. The stone vessels didn't have lids. So what they would do, the Egyptians would make like a mud stopper, and it's like this cone of just like mud. It's this horrible looking thing. And they found something, all of the stone vessels, no one made lids on them. So it's like, hang on, if you were the Egyptians making in the museum, they would stick this little thing on top of these jars to seal them up, and it's like proudly displayed next to the vases. It's like, hey, here's what they did. Periods in any of the technology, in the stonework itself, or is it more likely that they inherited, that they found that because these things also exist back as far as 15,000 BC from other burials, and we've certainly seen them through dynastic sites? I think the inheritance scenario makes a lot more sense, because I hate these things that just, you don't just lose that technological capability to make them immediately and just, oh, well, now we're doing imperfect alabaster work. Those are the
stoppers that they use for top.
Yeah. So I think the vases are a huge smoking gun, and once again, it's very difficult to find any to look at, to analyze. When you go down beneath the step pyramid, as I've been down there, and there are thousands of pieces of shards of these things, and some of them with the bases, it's the first time I've ever been able to handle some of that material, and you can see perfect sort of lathe marks and how they were machined and carved in all sorts of varieties of semi-translucent stone. It's incredible that stuff's still down there, but there's so much of it they just don't care. And you know, all this stuff in the museum, they're not going to they don't seem to want to let any engineers or people look at them and analyze them and do work on them. And I'm like, that's what's required. Like we should, like Petrie does.
Zoot!
He looks at
You sandbagging son of a bitch.
Toned granite, and he's one of the first guys that talked about like,
where the fuck have you been?
Had some unknown cutting tool that did but again,
what other chat?
Some pre-advanced machining techniques. And
what is that?
Another contradiction in the story of history is that the Egyptians weren't supposed to have had the
right.
A lathe being the wheel mechanism.
Zoot.
They didn't have the wheel.
Where have you been?
That's what they say for some of the big obelisks, right? They would have put two big wooden wheels on each side of them and roll them across like a plateau from their destination, like down a hill.
Yeah. They say some stuff like that.
Dude, have you been jerking yourself off raw?
Right, because it's not just Egypt. I mean, this is like one of the explanations.
Dude,
like
remember that time you had an invitation and you fucking took forever to accept it?
Roman Temple of Jupiter has, you've got 3 900-ton stones, single-piece stones in the foundation.
Dude, you take forever, dude.
For this Roman temple that is a Roman temple that is built on top of it. And then in the quarry, you've got a couple of stones that are like 2,000 tons. One of them's 2,000 tons. That's single piece limestone block.
It's like a 3-story top block. It's insane.
The stone of the pregnant woman is the famous one, and then they recently discovered another one sort of off to the side of it and underneath it, and they've been excavating it. Yeah, and that's supposed to be even bigger, like 2,000
Yo,
tons.
what are you doing?
And I think that the Romans probably never even knew they were there.
So there's no evidence, no record of any. There's no. Okay, that's the stone of the pregnant woman, right?
And they're standing on,
and it's still on the bottom. It's still connected.
No, I have people in here all the time.
I don't know if that one is.
I live with people, so I talk with them
maybe, but it's also
IRL.
Stone. But the one beneath it's kind of bigger.
I talk with people every day IRL.
That's a single block as well.
So the crazy thing about this is that,
dude, I live with people. Yeah,
I'm sure today, if we wanted to, we could move that.
Yeah.
So, but it would be. So it would not make any sense. It wouldn't be cost effective. It wouldn't.
I don't have them on camera.
Like we would never, in the first place, never want to make it.
They've been on camera though. I have had.
So like, it's like
at least one of them on camera.
It had to have been practical.
2 of them.
Stuff. Like,
I've had at least 2 of them, but they don't like to be on camera. I'm live streaming my life. They don't want to be broadcast.
Rock like this. It must have been It must have been no problem for them to move it.
They must have been able to do it. I think that's the conclusion you come to. It had to have been easy in one way. And
what'd you say?
This way, like if you look at, and this is another argument against geopolitics. We use geopolitics.
I have. I had a fan of mine
anything like that, but it's like one
drove from
bricks and
Northern California to come visit me one day, and we had a picnic. I gave him a tour of the house on camera, and then we live streamed it for everyone in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu in the Discord, and it's also live streamed on Instagram.
I don't know what to say other than they could. So certainly there's benefits to it, like things become much more earthquake proof, they last longer. I don't know if that was an intent for them. I do think in Egypt in particular there was something to the type of stone that was being employed. Like there's a particular mixture of stones, basalt, granite, limestone, white calcite, in particular, those 3 or 4, and they have different electromagnetic properties, which is the whole can of woo. And I've got a video where we do a bit of experimenting on it. We're putting high voltages through these different types of stone. You can see granite kind of
Margot Robbie.
sorry, as like an insulator. Limestone acts like a conductor. Basalt somewhere in between, and you see those particular combinations of stones on a lot of these old
I've had
sites,
boomerangs,
and you see a lot of like granite cased in
I've had
limestone, or limestone
surfboards,
cased in basalt, and
like
it's
similar.
like melted stone in some places that looks like this.
I'm trying to think if there would be anything that I would want from
at a few places that we kind of explore and know, it's
Australia.
like the layouts of some of these things. Some of them make me think about things like circuit boards
Like,
and logical circuitry, and I don't know. And there's a good example.
What would I want?
Technology like this is
from
like
Australia?
Electrical
And it can't be a live animal.
We don't, it's difficult to define the things that we don't know. So there was a discovery recently. I use this as an example in a couple of your podcasts about
Yeah, I don't want anything.
about a different
I
form
can
of
get anything I need on
wave
Amazon.
propagation. So everything today works on this Hertzian wave theory, right? So antennas, electric wires, everything in the world today, we transmit through a wire. We use an antenna. It's like an unshielded wire.
A gun?
It uses Hertzian wave theory. Well, there's a theory of electromagnetic wave propagation called Xenic surface wave. So it was a theory that was proposed a long time back, and it was shot down as not being like the math on it didn't work out or whatever. There's a reason why it got dismissed. And then people started looking into it again. Perhaps Tesla, in fact, it was most likely Tesla that looked into this. That basically says that instead of using a conductor or something to transmit signals or energy, you can use the interface between the surface and the air, more or less, is how it works. And turns out this theory actually works, and this may well be what Tesla was doing.
No, I'm sure there's other stuff. Ammo
that he built at Wardenclyffe on the East Coast, and he was sending like transmitting like electricity and signal wirelessly. It wasn't through the air; it was using something called Xenic surface waves. So what they've done, there was a company who I think has since gone bankrupt. Called Viziv Technologies, V-I-Z-I-V.
Oh, what a shot, dude.
Who built basically a Tesla tower in Texas. You can find pictures of it, and they used it as a global test site. And so what it would do was you could take a receiver and put it anywhere on the planet, and this surface, this tower in Texas, their global test site, could send electricity and signal to it anywhere in the world using Xenic surface waves over the planet. Surface wave. Yeah, it's like a surface wave. It's like it's imperceptible, but it's like it I don't know. All the science is a bit deep for me. I know it uses the interface between surface and the air, and it's basically
you're going in the water too. So my boss going.
Signal
oh fuck you, dude.
To anywhere on the planet, and this is what Tesla was doing as well, because that tower they built in Texas was just like the Tesla tower, and the theory all checks out. Now,
no, I didn't. I fucked you.
I
fucked you majorly. Dog.
Probably is very slow to change. And the interesting story behind this is also that they were founded by Navy.
That was a great shot.
That retired from the
You're in the water.
The same group of people who took all stuff when he died, and they classified it. So it's like, maybe these guys are doing on this.
Were you in their chat?
In the military, and then decided to start a company and try and change the world. But it would enable, like, using this technology, you can put nuclear power plants in geologically sustainable, stable areas. You can put solar farms in the desert. You don't need wires. You don't need transmission. So it uses natural materials to transmit this signal. So my point is, it's a whole different way of thinking about electricity and
Zoo. You are getting your ass kicked.
Right? We never would have thought that we could do that without wires or without that stuff. But once we decided,
where the fuck have you been?
So when we look at the past, it's possible that we're a caveman looking at an iPhone. Like we might just be right. That's a black piece of plastic, or it just breaks when I do it. It's useless. But we now know what it is because we know what wireless networking is, what a cell phone signal is, what a camera and a microphone are, and what a touchscreen is. Right. We have the context to explain, understand what we're looking at, and I think in a lot of cases, when we look at the past, that site
since the last person came,
it's like I think we lack some of the context to truly.
They kind of freaked out the person who owns the house, but I think I'd make an exception for you.
To create these kind of things, right? Has there been any sort of evidence found of the tools that were used to make these precision objects?
No, that's one of the big arguments against it. Is like, show me the tools. Right. There are no tools as far as we know. And there's a few reasons for this.
They weren't made of stone.
Well, they were probably something else. Yeah. So one of the remember if you look at the past is anything. It's like a miracle when we find anything made of metal. That's a rare. It's so rare because metal was very valuable. It was prized. Like stuff was taken and melted down and worked on, turned into weapons and whatever. And
I could do it in 30 minutes to Los Angeles County, but to Los Angeles proper.
So it's really
like
so things like the Antikythera mechanism.
Depending on
Which is
traffic,
crazy thing they found.
2 minutes,
The only
45
reason they
minutes.
found it is because it was in a shipwreck. And dug it up.
What was it?
You've not heard the Antikythera mechanism?
No,
like 8
it's
hours.
crazy. It's a really interesting story. There's like it's a mechanism. It's like this very complicated device that would basically determine. You can look up the Antikythera mechanism. It's a very complicated device that sort of mapped the solar system and time and the orbits of planets, and it was made up of like hundreds of different dials and wheels and gear sets inside it, and they've x-rayed it and looked at it and it's like scratching their head like don't really know where it came from.
I think I'm getting better at this game.
It's like a very precise like cosmic calendar almost
hour and a half
thing. And
you can do it in an hour though. If there's no traffic, you can do it in an hour. If there's a lot of traffic, it's like 3 hours.
They managed to sort of figure it out, put it back together, and it must have been one of many of these types of things. Yeah, that's it there. And if you look at that, the way they've x-rayed this thing is insanely complicated. Patrice Poyard gets into it in his documentary, Builders of the Ancient Mysteries. Great documentary, great guy. Yeah, it's a real mystery. Like it's one of those out of place artifacts that has a much higher level of technology than we sort of credit.
And they were able to put it back together and use it.
They haven't used it. This is what it looks like. But by X-raying it and by doing other scans of it, they've kind of been able to figure out what's inside and where all the cogs are, because it's an insanely complicated device. And you've got to think it's probably one of many.
Zoot got a 5.
Found out this could map
Zoot gets an 18.
It picks like orbits and planets, and there's all sorts of stuff about it. I do want to do a video exploring it in some more depth at some point. But my point being is that there was probably lots of those things, and they're made of metal, and they're just gone. The only reason we found
Zoot, I checked out.
The ocean, and so metal disappeared when it comes to the tools. The other thing
I just won.
Zoot. Leave tools job sites.
That's 2 games in a row, Zoot.
Valuable tools are valuable. They get taken away. And the third thing for me is like I'm not necessarily sure of the tools.
Let's see what you do.
The rebuilt version
that
of
might be it. Yeah.
Zoot going first.
Antikythera mechanism.
Perhaps sucking dick.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
Holy shit.
But we have the receipt. It is, isn't it? It's
333.
You dive into it. There's like
777.
that are just scratching their heads, just like we've invented nothing new.
Go.
But yeah, we have the results of the tools. That's the point I like to make. It's like, look, we've got.
You've lost 2 games in a row on your best.
There must have been tools that made them, because you cannot show me that you can make these objects with these primitive methods that you say they do. And that's where this whole argument comes around to, like, you know, the burden of proof here is on the people that claim they know how it was done. Like, it's not. My point of view on this is I mostly am saying that you can't do this. You haven't proven that you can do this with primitive tools, and therefore other must have been necessary.
Dude, I checked out.
On that. I'm not saying that I know how it was done. I don't know what tool was used. I am very convinced.
Dude, I've won 3 games.
Pounding stones.
One more game, you said?
Copper tools.
You know what it wasn't.
I know what it wasn't.
All right, Zoot. I beat you 3 games in a row.
Want to say that it was. And as I said to you,
I'm going to beat you this game. Then we're going to play one last game at 501.
Cut all the way through one single, big granite block.
And then you can go do whatever the fuck you.
Test cuts here and there.
Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Replicate one.
Then you do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Victory. Right. But the problem is manyfold. You have to include the most difficult aspects of these objects.
What the fuck is daily challenges?
Geometry.
What the fuck are daily challenges?
That's 11 foot away from this face in exactly
20.
the same plane.
20.
Stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of challenges to it. And those are the ones that need to be addressed to I think, really debunk this and say, oh, yeah, okay, you can use
20
to make this stuff. It doesn't make any sense.
20.
And furthermore,
you got so fucking fortunate, Zoot.
The people that know, just shake their head at it. Like, there's just no way. Like, it becomes very obvious. And unfortunately, it's just not the
Zoot
engineers
checked
and
out.
people that we listen to as experts on this anymore. Like, in the mainstream, it's the archaeologists and Egyptologists. But I wish we would spend more time listening to engineers and actual experts.
Oh, fuck.
Seems like a civilization of
Zoo
that
gotta
kind of
win.
intelligence.
All right, one last game.
It seems like they'd be smart enough.
Again,
to
it's going to
avoid
be for
some
500,
sort of
and it's going to be
astro,
Pro, double-
astro-
Pro-
cataclysm coming after
500.
I
Okay,
mean,
no.
maybe
But
they're trying to warn us too. That's the other thing
On
that's really interesting.
Discord?
Is that maybe they saw it coming, and maybe they built monuments to it. There seems
Okay.
to be some
That's fine.
validity to this. Like there is Martin Sweatman's done. He's a doctor in Scotland at the University of Edinburgh.
120 points, Zoo.
He's looked at
What are you on that?
as some sort of a cosmic warning.
Zoo,
sign.
I'm just
That it was marked,
good,
it's-
baby.
It's stone circles.
I'm just good.
And the animals.
You got
and the
60.
and the depictions on it represent constellations and cosmically significant times. So
Okay,
he's got a whole book written about it.
I got 30.
He's pointing out that it's
Not good.
possible that they were actually telling us about a period of time when this happened, and it's possible that
You're
they're
down.
actually trying to. This might be messages passed
Yo,
down
pimp.
through time to warn us. The Sphinx itself might be something like that. It might have been built as a marker
Zoo.
pointing at the age of Leo on the
Zoo.
horizon. This is like part of Beauval's
You need a good round.
theory about the line correlation of the Sphinx aiming
Of
at
course
the
you
age
did.
of Leo. According to that precession of the equinoxes circle, then maybe that was a message coming at us from that time as well.
You should have been like, I'm the guy who couldn't get hard in your mouth.
If you go with the dating of if you go with the Sphinx being a lion originally,
She was there again.
it was recarved at some point.
Yeah.
But if it was a lion, then it would have been pointing out when the sun rose on the.
Dude, you're
solstice
obsessed with this chick.
directly at, it would have been in the age of like the House of Leo 10,500 years ago, so right around the end of the ice period. So it would have
There
been
must be like just
lined up
one
with
slutty chick in your area.
as a constellation.
At least
It
you
would have
post
been
on Reddit.
500 years ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
so it would have
triple
been
20.
the right constellation. Then that's
Zoo.
the dating that Shock's given to Julia Rose.
Zoo got 100.
Analysis and everything, but that also happens to line up with the constellation of Leo for the age of the precession of the equinoxes. We would have been in the age of Leo when that happened. So
Okay.
there's some suggestion that maybe that's
Isn't that
significant.
2,000 years
Zoo.
after 2,000
Zoot
years
is down.
after the Younger Dryas?
57.
Or it was
The
right
Younger
on the
Dryas
young
was,
dryas.
the Younger Dryas was like 12,000, right?
12,800 to 11,600 years ago. So that's the period. Yeah. So 12,800 to 11,600 years ago is like the period of the Younger Dryas.
Oh, Zoot, that was big. Zoot,
So I
that
think
was
this-
big.
Leo sits in there somewhere.
Get a 20, Zoot.
Before or after the Younger Dryas?
I think
Zoot, that was
during or
really
just
good.
after?
During or just after?
Just after.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, possible that Sphinx is even older. I've heard Robert Schock say
Dude,
that
I
too,
just
like it could be
busted.
vastly older than that still. But the point is that maybe when you say a global civilization like that might have been able to see
Zoot
it coming
just
at those
busted.
different ends. I don't think we're only just now starting to develop and think about the technology involved in like maybe deflecting an asteroid coming at us. I think we're decades away from actually being able to do something about one. I mean,
We care more about getting the gold off of it.
we probably would, yeah. Let's mine it. Yeah, let it hit us and we'll deal with it afterwards. It's full of platinum.
Zoot got a 20.
Yeah,
Get
maybe.
that.
Or maybe it'd be like,
Maybe
oh,
Nancy
this is-
Pelosi.
You
will
got
go
an
up
8.
And, I can get some
He's
gold.
fucked.
yeah. So she'll know it's coming. And I'll trade some stocks.
I told you it was double out.
Profits. Yeah, asteroid mining company. It's going up.
Could you imagine?
Paul.
Got it, baby. Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Yeah, I don't know. But there's some.
Okay, hold on.
Like a cycle.
You
to
could
this
get
thing, too. It
a
does seem
1
like
and a
every
5.
time you go, it seems like there's almost a periodicity to cataclysm.
You are done.
Now, like a 12,000 years.
I beat you, Zoot.
That seems to keep happening. So who knows? Whether or not it's a Taurine meteor stream or it's a sun explosion thing. I think that
What about volcanoes?
volcano for sure. Volcanoes can cause like proper amount of volcanoes. There's been some speculation. My buddy Matt at Ancient Architecture.
Where does it say this?
He's been on kind of an extreme tear lately. He's kind of been poking at the idea that maybe
Where does it
volcanoes
say
are
this?
Younger Dryas and not a common impact. Like there's tons of volcanic eruptions that happen around that time. One thing I've been putting to point out to him is that you know what causes tons of volcanic eruptions is cosmic impacts.
Scroll down.
Really?
Yeah, so cosmic impacts actually cause
Where?
earthquakes, volcanism, tidal waves, hurricanes, massive weather
No.
events. Like they're almost like we can't do anything about those.
I see
events
game
on their
shortcuts.
own, but there's one thing that kind of is the source of most of the really big extinction events, and that's cosmic impacts. And that's the one thing that we stand a remote chance of actually doing something about if we really bend it
What
back.
screen should I? On what
Well,
screen
they
should
say
I be?
that the Yellowstone volcano erupts like every 600,000 years.
Something like that.
And the last time it erupted
What's
was
second
right
mean?
like exactly 600,000 years ago from now.
Yeah, that would be a bad news. It would certainly be bad news for the East Coast, this side, because the winds
Go to what?
flow from there and probably hit this side of the country. The East Coast isn't a lot.
Feed?
I don't know if Yellowstone on its own would bring down civilization. It would certainly slow us down.
Okay.
And it would be a tremendous bad news day. But I don't know if it on its own.
Like where my menu is?
Fully bring down civilization.
Yeah.
Very close. But yeah,
Okay.
it's, I know they're saying that about Yellowstone. It's interesting side fact that the thing about Yellowstone, I know Randall talked about this on.
Okay,
on
in the
his
upper
podcast
left
too.
corner,
It was what screwed up all the
in the
basalt
upper
in
left
eastern
corner,
Washington State.
should I see my icon?
That wound in the mantle of the earth that's spewing up this material is what was responsible millions and millions of years ago for all the basalt plateaus of eastern Washington State. And then it's kind of like the crust has shifted since then. Now it's over in Yellowstone. And then,
Okay, that's not how it works.
We'll make some noise.
So
Yeah, absolutely. And that makes me think about like
I'm on an
if
iPhone.
we were to get wiped out by a volcano or a cosmic impact right now, there would be no evidence of us.
It'd be very little.
Okay,
It's
so
it's
I
fun-
see
it's
there's
fun.
the home
Except for
button.
Mount Rushmore and
Mount Rushmore.
Is it under the home button?
Hoover Dam.
Yeah. Suez Canal, like Panama Canal. You might, so you might go, thousands.
Okay,
of
where
years
is it
to
under
make
the home
civilization,
button?
And then they finally develop enough engineering capability to go, holy crap, somebody dug a ditch between the oceans.
Yeah.
like the
Right.
canals and stuff. Yeah,
Yo,
there wouldn't be
dog.
much left. Yeah, Hoover Dam, maybe Mount Rushmore. Those were the gods.
Where is it under the home button?
Those were the gods of that time. Yeah, I don't know, but for sure, within a couple generations, something
Where
like
is
that
it?
happening, technology goes away so fast. You have like people sitting around campfires telling stories
Where
about
is
cell
it?
phones and plasma TVs. It'd be like
Right.
a magical device that we could talk across the world. Maybe they'd be replicating it and making
Okay, yeah, I see
shiny
key.
black rocks that they would hold up on
Right.
in ceremony to capture the
Where is that?
ability and technology, which I think is exactly what happened in ancient Egypt too. They were
Okay, I
trying to use
scroll.
ceremony and religion to capture the significance and
Just
technology.
keep
that
scrolling.
They might have had some understanding. Well, when the pyramid worked, did this, so we're just going to like dance around it for a while with fire and yell at it, and maybe it'll turn on again. I don't know.
Right.
Okay, keep
Do you think that
scrolling.
civilization
Says
that
your
built
Plato
the
ID
pyramid
is the
to build
rabbi.
it,
You
do
can
think
change
they
your
somehow found a
profile.
way off the
Play
planet?
games. Plato-bot.
Um,
Then it says Zoot accepted
Here's
invitation.
the easy window for people to discredit you.
I don't think it's available on
Can't
iOS.
trust him. He believes in aliens.
No, what's that? So,
Oh, I see
would
it.
not put it
Dude,
out
I
of the
see
realm
it.
of possibility, and I know this
Wow,
gets
that
into
is hard to
another topic
find.
that you're actually
Okay, I
going to
see it.
Yes.
Win 2 games.
I
Win 1 in
wouldn't-
Viking chess
can't
and 1 in
discount
Plato
it.
land.
Like, I just think that it's possible that there was a split at some point in the past that some people split. And,
All right, I don't know what those are. What's Plato
You can't
land?
rule it out. Like along the length of time in the universe and the distance of space, like there's all these things that are very possible.
Okay,
in
I'm
terms
just
of our
gonna play you in
civilization.
darts.
Sure, within the last several hundred thousands of years, we could have
One last game.
developed the type of
501
transport
pro
and-
double out.
and,
501 pro
travel
double out.
and it's-
Zoot,
and
501
just
pro
like
double out.
that.
Do you understand it's
100,000
pro double out?
Gone 100,000 years later, there'd be nothing. We just wouldn't know. Nothing left. We'd barely even be. I can't
Zoot.
imagine even much of around Mount Rushmore. There'd be some of it left, I guess. But in 100,000
Zoot.
years, who knows what would be left? Yeah, it's hard to. You can't rule it out.
Well, I think Randall said that
Zoot.
if there were to be some sort of cataclysm now,
Zoot, you have an
said it would
invitation.
take, I think less than 500 years for there
Zoot.
to be absolutely no evidence of like the Empire State Building, for example.
Yeah.
It would be nothing.
Yep.
Dust.
Yeah, very little left, and then
45,
slow erosion
that is not
process of
good.
time for after that to get rid of the few stone things that we did.
20,
Mm.
Yeah,
5,
and then Mount Rushmore. Yeah,
1.
in terms of our specific our civilization, gone in centuries.
So, like, if you look at the depicted version of what like aliens look like with the big heads and the
30.
little arms, like you would think that would be us in the future. So
Don't
could
fuck
that have
up.
been, like,
3,
if the
1,
civilization that we used to be
20.
before the Younger Dryas,
Dude, I'm gonna
advanced
turn
to
it
a
on
level
right
where they
now.
could move massive stones like that and create objects like this, and it was uninterrupted by a cataclysm.
That's 60,
See,
baby.
that's where we would end up.
Yeah, I think our long-term
17, 20,
solution
8,
for and survival depends
45.
on our ability to ultimately get off the planet.
Mhm.
And that would drive our evolution 100%.
20.
Spend time. I mean, it wouldn't
double
be
20.
easy.
Maybe not even get off the planet.
Triple
I'm not even
20.
saying like get off the planet, but maybe like to evolve.
Dude, I just got
to
120 points.
become a better species that doesn't want to, fight over land.
I told you.
Kill each other.
Play the
for
land and
resources. We'd have to get rid of our genitals, our
Viking
reproductive
chest.
organs, and we wouldn't have to use that part of our brain anymore. We wouldn't think that way anymore.
Yep.
You'd only think logically. You'd think like machines.
no one knows what that is.
Get rid of all the emotion. Our frontal cortex being
Play-Doh land and Viking
chest.
chest.
Our emotional centers in our brains being a little too big. As a Christopher Hitchens quote. I love on that.
Oh, it sounds
He
shitty.
gets into, but yeah, I don't think we're not the end result of evolution. That's not going to stop. And maybe our role
Oh, it's cool.
is really just to give birth
Old
to the
school
next
RuneScape.
phase of
That's what I like.
evolution. So, like, whether it could be AI, it could be some.
Do you like old school Rune?
Gets us to that space, but
Oh, look at you.
There's a good
Zoo.
line from the
That was-
Expanse show in those books, but it's like at one point I think Miller, the detective, was questioning whether if we were actually any good for the rest of the unit there, given how
Dude, were you in the Obama Sonic Kenny Dude chat?
Stupid stuff we get up to. Yeah, it seems like that's the if we were to continue to evolve and to get to that
Zoo.
point, then yeah, maybe that's the type of thing it would be. It would be either using artificial means to limit our emotions.
Dude, why are you playing like such dog shit?
What is effectively human nature, the tribal instinct, the us and the them, and this, we have these vestiges of our past that are still part of us and part of our culture today, and a lot of these elements of society moves forward at a much faster rate than we ourselves can do internally. And with our
Dude,
instincts
come
and
get
stuff.
me.
So
Try to
maybe
beat me.
That's the answer.
It seems more
Triple
probable,
20.
but it's
That's how
obviously
you do it, son.
Distant galaxy,
Triple 20.
like thousands of light years away.
Could be us from the past. Could be us from the future.
From the future, right?
Yeah. Could be us
Wow,
like that.
you matched me.
Which could also
Dude,
be
134
future when
points.
you're
That's
able
like
to
the
travel
most we've ever
to
seen.
Traverse time. I think the linear,
Dude.
linear thing aspect of time disappears. Like,
Yeah, the faster
it's
you
like
go.
that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yep.
That just
And
came out.
then a
The
2.
faster you go, the slower time
A
passes.
1.
Right? So yeah, you could spend millions of years in our time zipping back and forth, and only a short amount of time in yours, or the opposite.
Right.
Almost. So yeah, I don't know. It could be. I think there's unlimited mystery
Dude.
and speculation you can make on some of these things.
That sucked.
But yeah, for sure, I think our current version of history is.
Dude, I'm going to beat you right here.
Bookended, and it's probably time
No
to
doubt.
change it. Opened up our minds a little bit
Fuck.
to some other possibilities, because that's honestly where I think it's one of the things that drew me in. That's where science is taking us. Like we
3.
know from a lot of these other adjacent fields
2.
of science that some of this stuff that's happening should be affecting our.
I'm going to beat you right here.
And of our role, maybe our role here on the planet as a species.
That's
Dude.
what I wrapped up Randall's podcast with. Was I was talking to him about like what do we do? What do we
Zoo,
do to preserve
don't
our
fuck up.
technology, our species?
3.
If we do end up in a Noah's Ark situation, like what do we do to preserve what we have right now? Because the hard drives aren't going to make it.
Let's build a monument on the moon to start
On the moon,
with. Let's go to the moon. Let's get an outpost on the moon.
3.
Just as a first fallback safety measure.
Get it, Zoo.
Yeah.
And then figure out.
This would
Mars
be a
and
huge
everywhere else.
comeback.
Yeah, ultimately, in long term, we have to get off the planet. Like it's the cosmic shooting gallery analogy, right? It's whether or not it's our destiny as a species, I don't know.
Dude,
But if
this
that's
sucks.
what we want it to be, then we do have to get off the planet. And that's why I think this stuff's important. Like the fact that if more people realize that we've been through cataclysms, that we're so vulnerable as a civilization and as a species, for that matter,
What the
that it
fuck?
might encourage, and if that was encoded into the zeitgeist and just the
Don't
consciousness
fuck
of
up,
humanity
dude.
itself, because we taught everybody that message from an early age, then maybe there'd be a way to change our priorities, spend a little less and bullets, maybe a little bit more money on collaborative space exploration, and by bending out, because we're at a very unique point in our evolution. Like
Don't fuck up.
it's such a fragile civilization. Like another rock from space could end it, super end it. But we're at a point now where we actually have the ability to address some of these issues. We can really make headway on some of these challenges, and this
Got it,
opportunity
Zoot.
may not last forever. But
Zoot, I got it.
we don't do the best job of sort of grasping
Don't fuck up, Zoot.
as a species and trying to really drive that thing forward. Because
Zoot, you fucked up.
The long-term solution and the survival of our species depends on us eventually getting off the planet and spreading out. Not or anything, but
what do you have to do?
Spreading out. Like that should be, in my opinion, a higher priority than
Can't hear you. What'd you say?
Yeah, what do you think about us getting our technology somehow?
You gotta reply to a few messages, okay?
For future, just in case. Like
Some guy sent you dick pics in Snapchat.
I think it's weird. Like even Elon Musk doesn't talk about them.
All right,
Yeah,
I understand.
Honestly,
He's got
it seems like
priorities.
Like, stop the Mars stuff. Let's test the stuff. And in fact, the moon makes so much more sense to establish an outpost there because that is a far more efficient location for launching like intrasolar missions. You don't have to fight gravity. You just like you get stuff to the moon. You can put together a mission that goes to Mars with much less resources than do it. You can test all of your systems. We're close enough where you can rescue people, maybe.
The movie with Brad Pitt,
Yeah,
where his dad works on a spaceship that's like off of Saturn. I believe.
one of the moons, like Titan. Right?
No, he was on Neptune.
Neptune. Oh, that's right.
His dad was doing research on Neptune, and they had to go.
Are you done,
Zoot?
Zoot?
And he launched a rocket off the moon.
Yeah.
To get to Mars.
That's how you do it. I think that's the long, and that's what we would do. You'd launch it off the moon. You just don't have to overcome that much gravity, spend that much fuel trying to do it.
It's so weird. Why are we like glossing right over the moon?
Oh, it's supposed to go back, right? What's the name of the Artemis, the moon missions that are supposed to go back soon? I can't remember when, but I really hope we do. Like, I think the moon's the place to go. Like, that's like step one. Mars is great now, but like, let's go to the moon. Like, the moon's the place to really establish an outpost, I think, first, and then
Zoot, you fucking
really,
slut.
that becomes the launching pad for everything else. I really love I talk about the Expanse. In the back of the books in the show, the Expanse.
Never heard of it.
No, it's a great. So it's a book it's a series of books really popular at Amazon. Well, Amazon ended up taking it over after sci-fi created the first few seasons. But wonderful books that really explores kind of there's a lot of sci-fi is like way out there and they're like into the galaxy and everything. And this is more like, well, no, we've been on Mars and the moon and the asteroid belt and the moons of Jupiter and Saturn for a couple hundred years, and it explores some of the political aspects of like, well, what happens when you're born on Mars and your children are born on Mars and you're still like part of paying homage to Earth and you're like an outpost of Earth. At that point, you become a Martian, and now you want to be independent Martian. And so there's all these different factions in the galaxy, all the belters, the people that live in the belt, the asteroid belt that have evolved differently because they're in such low G environments. And they're like doing nothing but sort of a resource outpost for Earth, and then they sort of react, and there's all these wars that get fought. It's like a really interesting exploration of what
and
would
shaft
be a step in between the whole like
burn.
galactic
What
civilization.
happens when you haven't showered since
solar
the
system,
Super Bowl?
And once you start having generations of people being born on these different places, all of a sudden they don't know what it means to be from Earth. They're not a human like the rest of us. They're different. They've evolved differently because they're all these generations of low G environments and stuff. And it's like, well, now we want to be our own thing out here.
Wow.
Yeah, good show. What is it on? It's called The Expanse.
Expanse.
I think all of it's available on Amazon Prime because they took it over after Sci-Fi or whatever. But yeah.
What is this August 29th?
2022, is that supposed to be the Artemis date? Yeah, it's planning an uncrewed test flight to the moon. Yeah, so I think it's the Artemis program is the first one. Now we're developing like a super heavy rocket, and the idea is that we want to send people back to the moon, which would be nice because we haven't really had that capability since the 60s. We just burned all the plans apparently.
We were talking about last night with the solar eclipse, how a certain time of the year, the size of the moon is perfectly covers the size of the sun.
Well, it is. That's one of the weird things about the moon. There's many strange things about the moon. One of them is that it is both 400 times smaller than the sun and 400 times closer than it, so that when we have these eclipses, they're exactly the same size in the sky from Earth.
That's insane.
It is insane. There's a lot of insanity about the moon. If people are interested, I can recommend a book called Who Built the Moon?
Who built the moon?
Who Built the Moon? Wonderful book. And it sort of gets into a lot of the anomalies about the moon. And it's one people don't realize it's like very unique. We've never, ever observed another sort of planet-moon relationship like we have with our moon. And the fact of the matter is life wouldn't exist on this planet without the moon creating intertidal zones. There's all sorts of anomalies about the moon itself. It's 25% the size of the Earth. I think 4 or 5% its mass. So it's vastly lighter and yet stronger at the same time too. There's a really strange dynamic.
Stronger?
It's stronger, yeah. So it's like it should be deforming at a different rate based on its density and the gravitational pull that's exerted on it by the planet. In fact, there's all these gravitational anomalies on the moon. We've detected like different levels of gravity in different places on the moon. But what is interesting about the moon is that because there's no atmosphere, we can see the craters that are on it, right? And some of the craters are massive, like they're like 400 kilometers across.
Right.
But they only ever go to a certain depth. They only ever go, like, I think it's a couple of kilometers deep. Like that, it's like, we know that the mechanics of like crater dynamics, right?
Yeah.
So we can see this on the Earth and on other planets. When stuff hits, when it's bigger, it's going to go deeper. On the moon, everything stops at this one uniform depth, no matter how big the crater is. It's as if it's like this. There's a softer material, and then it's some hard shell that it just bounces off, and it just does nothing. I think it's like 2 or 3 kilometers or something. But there's this really interesting study on the crater depths. No matter the size of the crater, it only ever goes in so deep.
What happens to the rocks that hit it?
They all
Typically on the Earth, they go underneath the crater, right?
Right. I don't think we've ever gone up there and dug in to see, but just from our observation of the moon, we can tell that these craters, no matter even the biggest ones, only go a certain depth. Like they don't penetrate into the moon any further. It's like it's got a shell around it or something.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
What happened? Tunguska is the dinosaur.
Tunguska is 1908. That was the Siberia.
What was the one that killed the dinosaurs?
Well, they call it I think it was the Jurassic Triassic, or it was Chixical or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Right. It's like in the Gulf, the bottom part of the Gulf, like Cancun. Cancun.
Yeah.
Done. Yeah. Have they ever tried to like dig into that and like find pieces of that?
Don't know. I think so. I think you're just the remnants of some.
Is the thing still solid under the ground?
It depends on the material. We don't know. It would be so far. If there's a core of that, it would be deep and so buried and probably at the bottom of the damn ocean to drill way down to try and find it. I don't know if anyone's attempted it, but they don't always leave a trace like that. I think, as Randall was saying on your podcast, it depends on the density of the object as it comes in, whether or not there's a core left over.
Right.
There could be.
It's iron. Could be.
If there's iron, or it's like mostly iron. But there should be left over. Certainly, we've got plenty of like meteoric iron fragments and cores that we find around the place, but it'd be cool to find something big from that. But I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if they've dug down.
Yeah, the thing about the moon is insane. Like it's pretty fucking wild when you start to dig into it. I mean, it gets pretty like tinfoil hat, but
it does. But there's no good explanation for how the moon got there. Like it's very unique. We don't. The mainstream explanation for how the moon got there is very suspect, and is admittedly very suspect by the people that even come up with it. Like,
really,
this is kind of the way we think it kind of comes. Yeah, it's the double big whack theory. I think that's explained to you.
Yeah.
It's this idea that because the moon is so lightweight and less dense, it's like surface material from planet Earth is what it's formed of is what they think. So something splattered into a primordial Earth hard enough, like a protoplanet or something, is to take off this huge amount of mass, volume of mass, not specifically mass, but only surface mass, like not because people don't realize Earth is iron. Like we are 40. I think the most abundant element on the planet is iron. 47% iron. Like we are hard rock in space. Like the surface stuff, not so much. It's not that much, not as much iron out here. But obviously the moon's not made of iron, so thing hits the Earth really hard. That much material into an orbit around the planet and then eventually it correlates and sort of forms the moon as it is. But that impact into Earth would have left it spinning at a high rate, such that it needed another impact from exactly the right direction and exactly the right speed, hitting the Earth at exactly the right point to slow it down to our current rotational speed and dynamics. So it's what they call the double big whack theory.
Double big whack theory.
Two big whacks into the Earth is how they approximate billions of years ago, of course, that this somehow happened. And it's not a very strong, like, people like, the probability is super, super low for that possibility to happen. They don't really know. Most of the people that dig into the moon get to the point where, like, just scratching their head going, we don't really know how it got here. But if you were to design a system to support life, if you were to create an environment to support life, then it's pretty perfect. Like, you don't, it doesn't get any more perfect almost. Like, we need the moon. We need the Earth in the specific location it is. We need the tilt of the Earth to give us that seasonality. The moon gives us those intertidal zones with its gravity, and those are the areas on the planet where life first emerged and evolved. It's remarkable how necessary the moon is for life on the planet, and it's almost as if you were designing like a little test kit for life or a habitat for life. You absolutely need the moon, and you know, this is another analogy and an extension of the whole technology discussion. It's like, as technology evolves, talk about space flight and stuff before. You know, imagine now we go to space, right? We have to use spaceships and small things and lightweight composite materials because we're trying to overcome forces of gravity and nature. But let's assume that sometime in the distant future we have fundamental control over the forces of nature. Gravity. We can control gravity. We can control the elements, like those fundamental forces of nature. What does a spaceship to look like? A spaceship at some point, and it might start to look like something like a small planet. Like, if you can control gravity and the forces of nature to the point where you can create whatever you want, if you were to create a spaceship or an environment to go into space with, it might start to look a lot like a small moon. That's not a moon. Or a moon, than it would a spaceship, something that can contain an atmosphere, something that has its own gravity. Like, it's like this projection of technology way into the future. Right. But that's what it starts to look more organic. It swings back around from like these composite materials to organic materials, and maybe that's what things start to look like. So again, in that vastness of space and that the distance of time across billions of years, who's to say that the moon wasn't like created and flown here and put in place to like support, like, hey, this planet's in the right zone, let's give it the thing that it needs to create life, and we'll squirt DNA at it, and then, you know, a billion years later, here we are. Right. I don't know. It's you can't rule it out, and it's an interesting thing to think about. And I think with the moon, it almost becomes a more likely scenario than the current scenario of like, well, this double big whack.
It's like, is that what you just said? Is it more probable that that's what happened, or is it more probable that we are just aflame in a ever darkness?
Right. Yeah, I don't think we're that. I don't think we're there. I'm fairly convinced that in terms of life, I think we've sort of, although we don't have evidence for it directly, but mathematically, I think we've proven that for sure the conditions for life exist in lots of places. Like the Kepler missions pretty much ended that story. Like, we figured out that, all right, there's plenty of planets orbiting, plenty of stars, and plenty of habitable zones.
Right.
That the conditions for liquid water, blah blah blah, that we need for life, it certainly exists in a lot of places. And we're on the verge of finding signs of life on Mars and this and that. We're like, oh, we found something. It's like, for damn sure, if you find it on 2 planets in one solar system, then it's got to be everywhere. Whether it's advanced or not is another question. But, you know, again, it's like we are the result of a blink of an eye in the span of time that we think the universe has been here. And it may be a lot older than that yet. We don't know. I think there's some questionable evidence behind Big Bang and stuff like this. But the cosmic microwave background. But, you know, it's just, if you go billions of years in either direction, it's like civilizations can rise and fall. And I mean, who knows, right? I just think we're not the only thing that's floating around here. I'm convinced of it. So whether or not we find out about that in our lifetime is another question.
Well, if there's anyone that's doing the hard work to try to ask the questions, it's you. And dude, I'm thankful for people like you and for doing all the work that you do and going to Egypt and all these different places and documenting it and making your documentaries are fucking great. And I speak for millions of people, clearly.
Thank you.
But let people know that are listening and watching where they can find more of your work, where they can follow you, support you, all of it.
Thank you, Dan. unchartedx.com is the main place, my website. You can also find me on YouTube. It's youtube.com/c/unchartedx. All of my social medias are in all of my videos at the bottom and in the description. They're also on my website, but I'm available on all those social platforms as well. And yeah, I'd love you guys to check it out. And hopefully we'll get you to Egypt at some point too.
Hell yeah, man! I'd love to. Egypt, and then we got to make sure we go with Randall to the Azores.
The Azores, definitely. Yeah, working on that plan. That's gonna be fun. Let's go find it, man.
Yeah, fucking fascinating. All right, thank you for listening, everybody. Good night.
Thank you.
Morning, Mike. Back.
Good morning, my brother.
Thanks for coming back.
Hey, man.
How do you sleep?
I'm gonna let you know at the end of the program. Pretty good, though. Pretty good across the board. No complaints. It's just a crazy time. That's what things going on around the world. So
Yeah,
sometimes it's worth losing sleep over.
lots of crazy shit going on.
It is too. It's nuts.
I slept better because I didn't eat a fucking edible last night. When I don't eat the edible, I sleep better.
That's weird.
I sleep harder when I eat them, but I don't wake up feeling better. Like when I don't eat edibles or I don't smoke weed before bed, I wake up feeling way more rested. It's odd. I don't know why.
Yeah, obviously, I'm just struggling with that point right now where cannabis seems to do the trick no matter what I'm doing. And edibles always help. So,
I'm sure at a certain point, there's just nothing that we can't fix.
Amen.
So what have you been up to, man?
Listen, man, just watching a lot of new things going on around the world right now. It's been an amazing time. I think that we look at some of the paranormal phenomena that's going on. You can't help but get involved with it. It's so interesting. I don't know how many of the shows you've been following or watching. You've got Skinwalker Ranch. I think right now you've got about 18 to 20 different shows that are on.
Yeah, there's so many fucking shows. People, the whole, UFO, UAP phenomena right now is just like, it's so much bigger and mainstream than it's ever been. And with like the news that came out, the Pentagon acknowledging it, just makes me so skeptical of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
You always,
truly amazing.
it's like, why? Back in the 50s and the 60s, it was like deny. And now it's, okay, these things are here. So I automatically say, okay, whatever the government's telling us, I'm automatically assuming the opposite.
And listen, obviously they've trained us that way. I think at the end of the day, when you start looking at some of the stories that come out and how they're being presented, especially with the Pentagon coming out and saying, hey, listen, UAPs are real. I'm not sure where they come from. I'm not sure what they're about. They haven't showed any aggression. And then you've got some of the pilots from coast to coast, down the coast of Florida, who had been running with the gimbal, they call it. And then one of the other guys on the other coast had been running with a UAP that they call the Tic Tac. So some of these vehicles are just so amazing. As the one pilot that had talked about the event that took place off the coast of Florida, everybody said, well, isn't this classified information? Because you're about to tell us, no, listen, it's a safety concern. Because when I initially witnessed this, we saw them on our radar on our new systems that we had, but really weren't sure what we were looking at. Wasn't sure it was just background. And he goes, then we actually saw one that came between this particular pilot and his co-pilot, his wingman, and actually split the plane between them. And it scared the pilot so bad. I didn't know what it was. It was a circle with a square inside. And it flew by it got so close to our aircraft. And my concern was not necessarily on what's classified, but what's safe for us flying in the air. Because we hit things, they said, we believe that we're going to be the ones that, oh, look, they crashed because he wasn't a good pilot, versus something hit the plane. So I said, I want to make everybody aware of that. So that's because I didn't care whether it was classified or not. I was going to come out and explain to the people that this is a safety issue. It has nothing to do with aliens. And so I don't know. That's
What do you think that TikTok is? What my opinion on it has changed. But what do you think of this?
I think it's definitely something that the U.S. has. As long as I've been following this trend of UFOs, I've never seen that TikTok. Any photographs or people talk about it. What's interesting about this is that obviously it takes two different looks. If it's coming at you, it looks round, and if it's going, or if it goes flies at an angle, so it's a long projectile with nothing, no wings, nothing on the outside. So it's obviously something that's anti-gravity, has the ability. I've heard that some of the individuals talk about within the federal government that DARPA and some of these other groups are 400 years ahead of time. So obviously, looking at a vehicle like that, it's 400 years ahead of us, technology-wise. It's doing some amazing things.
Yeah, one of the theories of it being time travelers is very interesting to me. Like it could, because they kind of like appear and reappear out of like out of they're not. It doesn't seem like it's real matter. Like you know what I mean? It seems like not only is it there's no real photographs of it. Like you would think if there was something like this, we would be drowning in photographs and videos of it, right? But we're not, right? So it's if that's the case, it's almost like whoever is maneuvering these things has control of that, and they have the ability to manipulate light, manipulate space-time, like detection like that. So just like the idea of being time travelers to me almost makes more sense than anything.
Well, it's crazy too because when you think about this, for the most part, like let's look at Skinwalker Ranch real quick. They're talking about these portals that are opening up, and they actually believe. And listen, when I originally heard this, I kind of pulled at it and thought, why are this group of people saying this? They talk about Bigfoot, or they talk about skinwalkers coming through these portals. We're watching the Skinwalker Ranch programs on TV right now. A couple of nights ago, they were trying an experiment. They're trying to shoot these rockets up into space. There's some sort of phenomenon about a mile above the actual property. They're trying to figure out what this phenomenon is. Every time they shoot something up into it, it's like bounced off of it. During the process of this, they've got cameras running all over the place. They've actually picked up some lights, and they actually refer to them as portals. They're asking the question, are these portals that these creatures are able to pop back and forth from? Now, I initially kind of chuckled at some of this because I thought, why would the government be interested in keeping Bigfoot or Hairy Man or Sasquatch a secret from everybody? It didn't make sense to me originally. I said, this doesn't make sense. I watched the program the other night, and they said, listen, they believe this, and this is a program called Exhibition Bigfoot. Dr. Moya Alexander, who's on there, is a leading professional in paleontology and information with regards to animals, especially gorillas and other animals that walk upright. So she began to evaluate this whole program and started looking at it and found these lights, these portals, these orbs that were floating around. And I started to kind of chuckle, but you start seeing them on TV, and she doesn't understand what she's looking at. Now, keep in mind, too, as a doctor, she can't lie. She lies about anything that she is involved with. She runs risk of losing her medical license across the board. When she comes out and starts talking about some of these events that are taking place, but she said that one of the interesting things was that she believed that Bigfoot had the ability to cloak himself. But when I was thinking about it, the federal government would love to know how that's happening, and whether it's happening with his fur or his hair. They're really not sure, but they definitely believe that he's somehow cloaking him. And watching the program, they were able to actually videotape some material where they saw a shadow, but no actual body. And they looked at it from 10 different angles, trying to figure out what it was. And it more or less proved their point with regards to there is something bigger that's going on. Is it truly time travel? Are they using these portals to travel around the world? Also, all the other planes that are out there, these different backdrops for where they come from, different planets or different time zones or different areas of phenomena that occur. To try to figure out what these things are doing. Are they sent here to monitor the planet Earth? Everybody ties them in with the UFO phenomenon, which I'm starting to actually buy off on, which I initially had no inkling. I thought, no, that's ridiculous. All these things have to do with each other.
I think that's one of the reasons that people are able to dismiss it, honestly. Because when you start talking about UFOs and then you start talking about Bigfoot, you're like, oh, come the fuck on.
Oh, yeah.
Can we just talk about, like, do you have to be a Bigfoot expert and be a UFO? Like, once you do that, you're just like, that's kind of like, even me, like, you kind of like, people, like, you lose me sometimes when you're talking people talking about that. Like, automatically, if you're into UFOs, you're automatically into Bigfoot.
Well, it sounds so funny because your whole life is told you monsters. There's nothing out there. It's all safe and fuzzy. And then as you start to listen to some of these shows, you start talking about UFOs and individuals being taken from the edges and having all these different programs and processes done to their body to figure out what's going on. And I can't believe that all these people are not being truthful. I mean, some of these people, if you go back to the 40s and 50s when there were a couple that was taken out of New Hampshire, Betty and Barney, they were a couple black and white couple. He was black, she was white.
Betty and Barney Hill.
Yeah, there you go. They were actually coming home one night from an event that took place and had a run into the UFO. And to listen to him go under hypnosis and listen to him, the terror that's in his voice, actually realizes that these are something else other than earthly entities. It's very real. So I don't think that people like him, and they didn't want that attention initially. They were a black and white couple back in the 60s. It wasn't something that was real popular. So I think to watch what he did to step out and try to make people aware of that these things are real and it's going on. The stories just continue to build.
It's interesting. Do you know what year the Betty and Barney Hill story came out? Was that in the 50s, 60s?
I think it was the late 50s, early 60s. Yeah, I want to say it's probably 62, 63.
What's interesting is about this whole UFO phenomenon is that the first stories of flying saucers broke in America, I think it was 1952, and there was a story published about flying saucers flying over Washington, D.C.
I remember the story.
What else happened in 1952? The very first H-bomb ever detonated on So he got a little. The United States tested that H-bomb because he has no judgment. So what was that? Did we send a signal? Did we send a signal to the cosmos saying that, hey, we now have the technology and we're close to discovering our source code? We are close to being able to
Absolutely. I think too, when you look at the big consideration, I think there's something going on with the planet. I don't know whether it's mineral driven. If you go back and if you look at the kind of the way it's laid out, if you look at what called the Anunnaki when they came here to this country, to this planet, they're kind of painted as the aliens wanted the resources of gold, and would actually grind the gold up and eat it, which would actually make their bodies just more efficient across the board, which is already itself. But if you take it and start looking back from that point on and go forward, it's not so odd. You start to see some of the similarities. You start to hear some of the they talk about in the Bible as really not so much a spiritual thing, but more as an entity. Basically, they're just coming down here for the minerals. I think when you start to review most of the stories, it's about that. They're still looking at us from across the group. I've heard from Project Disclosure that there was 60-something different alien life forms that were actually coming into this planet.
Project Disclosure.
Project Disclosure came out in 1998. It was put on by a group of scientists who brought in, I think, I want to say 46 or 47 former military personnel, all with cryptozoological classifications. And they would begin to tell you some of the things that they had experienced, that they had actually seen. One of the guys there said that his primary job was to review video footage, combat, and to look at where the enemy was and where we were positioned. And he said in the process of this, he brought back room, And he said, I was waiting for my two petty officers to come back to show me some additional information on the video. When one of the guys in the room called me over and goes, hey man, come here, check this out. And so we walked over and the guy said, hey, this is the dark side of the moon. Those buildings are not up. So he said, as I stood there, I realized they didn't have a classification of security clearance. And looking at this, and I was actually that afraid because I thought my two petty officers would come back and see me standing there and in trouble. So we kind of walked away from it. But it was that moment when I realized, hey, there's something there going on. Why would that guy even tell me that? Again, we were in an environment where it's classified information, so everything's going to be precise, or it's going to be as yes. And at that point, that's when I began to realize, hey, there's something bigger than all this sort of going on around the world. And so he began to get more interested in it. This group began to get more interested in it. So they actually came in this group began called Project Station. It was a great group of people that came out. They all had something different to say about what took place, what's going on within the federal government, how they're doing it. We had another guy that came out who was one of the prime minister of and he came out and said, hey, UFOs are as real as the things that fly over your home. And then he made a comment that he said that America had been dealing with tall whites, which supposedly is this very tall, Nordic-looking, blonde-haired, blue-eyed group of folks that the U.S. has been dealing with them for probably the last 15 or 20 years. Well, here's the interesting thing about UFOs. So, if the Tic Tac UFOs that Commander David Flavor spoke about flying off the coast of San Diego, the exact way he described it is how the way they move, how fast they move, the shape of them, how they came up from out of the water. There was a video posted, I think it was by Jordan. I don't know if you can find this, but there's a video that was posted by James Fox. He's a director who works on like the on the same subject. And he posted a video of a pilot from, I believe it was the 70s or the 60s, being interviewed describing the same exact kind of UFO. And he was flying somewhere. Where he was flying. He was flying from so it's an international flight of some sort. Yeah, international flight of some sort. And he describes the exact same object. So this was going on. People had been seeing something just like this in the 50s. Like, look at the changes that we would have had that technology back then. Oh, and listen, that's really, I think, the biggest perception or misconception of this whole thing. We talk about from the 50s and 60s because you just finally get some sort of proof of war, some sort of confirmation that these things actually exist and are around. I think, when you look at this, we go right back to Ancient Aliens, the show. I think we've all seen the show Ancient Aliens. Yeah. And they show so many things there that make you think about where we really came from, what we're doing on the planet to begin with. And then you go back and you look at some of these flying machines they perpetrate in the art in the 14th and 15th century. I think that all these artists saw some of this stuff or were aware of it. At the time, too, you couldn't actually talk about extraterrestrials or other planets because the church ran everything. And if the church thought you were running against them, they're going to put you to death. They're going to say you were a witch. They're going to make up the situation and put you to death. And that would be the end of it. So I think some of these artists put them in the drawings just to show kind of a silent method saying, hey, there's something in the sky. The weird thing about these shows there's something about them that just kind of like doesn't do the subject. I'm sure like it gets people interested to an extent, but the fact that it's I've watched it and I've been involved in creating television, and I just there's so much many especially with cinema. There's stuff that goes on. Coordinating those people and setting up shoots. These things aren't just randomly happening while they happen to have a shoot there. There's a lot of money that goes into producing these shows, and they have to be on schedule. They have to have things set up. Like, they're setting, I guarantee you, they're setting up 99% of the things that are happening during the show. I'm not saying that
none of those things have happened. Like I truly believe that. I mean, there's no way anybody could rationally explain the fucking cattle on those ranches. Like, these cows that have been meticulously cut with 0 drops of blood anywhere, and these like you said, they were stacked on top of each other. There's no blood. The organs were removed perfectly with precision, like some sort of surgeon mutilated these cows. Like, there's no way of explaining it. But these shows, the TV shows, and dramatizing it like that, and having these things set up, just from my understanding of how television production works, it's like, I can't take it seriously. I have to see, like my whole thing is, why isn't the real scientific community, like the real scientists out there, why aren't they debunking the shit out of skinwalker?
Sure. Well, I mean, listen. Look at Travis. Travis. No, well, this is Travis. He's a PhD. He's a scientist. He comes from a heavy background in this whole thing. He's the one who got invited to Skinwalker. He initially said, "Look, I thought I was going to get out there, and I'm going to tell these guys, hey, here's what's really going on. This phenomenon that's happening. It's not this covert, secret, anything. There's a reasonable explanation for all that's going on." It goes from one of the first guys I met here. He said one of the first things they told me couldn't do was dig on the range. You can't dig on the range. You can't dig on the range. One of the hands that came up like that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard in my life. And he goes, so we actually went out and bought a bobcat and was doing some work on it. He's digging. Somehow, the top of this skin on the skull separated from the skull and fatty material, and he ended up having to go to the hospital. And this just was the thing from digging. Now he didn't actually kept saying, "Oh, this is just something." The doctors don't understand why this happened. Travis Parker came on the show. He was the scientist, the PhD. He started to look at this and said the only thing that could have done that was microwave energy. So it would have been directed microwave energy. So he said, for me, that was odd because, again, where the hell is this energy coming from on the ground here? So they started to kind of monitor this energy fluctuation that was going on. We noticed that it was associated with the phenomenon. So they brought in additional scientists to come in. They were looking for a portal that was in one of the buildings. And what they brought in some thermal cameras so they could videotape this. And in the process of videotaping it, the front of the door turned it was 20 degrees colder than the rest of the house. And this was kind of the first thing that took place that really got Travis's attention. Like, I can't explain why it's 20 degrees colder. Even during the filming of this, they had a small orb with him in this picture, which, again, they're looking through a thermal camera. So they said, if that was a live animal, it would come out orange. This thing was blue indicating it's cold. So he said, I don't know what would be able to travel like that through the air and not have a color other than something that's cold. So as he began to get further and farther into trying to debunk all these different theories that are wrong, nothing more and more phenomena. Between phones not working, batteries dying, every group they brought out there, specific scientific tests, encountered some sort of problem that would not allow the equipment to work properly. They brought out a group of astrologers because they wanted to map the sky above this, what they're calling the triangle. And so they bring these guys in with all this heavy, super complicated equipment to map out the skies. And for some reason, when they pointed their cameras, these big telescope cameras, into this mile-high area, they could not get a reading on any stars. They did not allow them to read the stars. So every time some event took place, there was something that was blocking it. It was not allowed to happen. That's this has never happened before. This has never happened before. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get a copy of the stars so that the telescope knows where we're at. And it'll recognize all the different constellations and the different planets. This takes me about 5 minutes to calibrate. Now, if you moved it away from this area they were videotaping, because I didn't have any problem, I could get a lock on it right off the get. But it was like there was something blocking the actual video. So again, Travis being there is trying to figure out, hey, what is causing this? So the phenomenon continued to get bigger and bigger until they ended up doing some ground penetrating radar and found something on the ground. They didn't know what they were looking at. They decided, hey, we're gonna start drilling. So they decided to drill into the mesa. As they drilled into the mesa, these strange phenomena began to happen. and they pulled out this metal. They initially didn't know what the metal was, but they pulled it out in chunks, hundreds of pieces. And they decided to send them off to one of the universities here in Utah, having metallurgy done to figure out what it was. And the guy came back and said, dude, it's two things. It looks like a high-grade semiconductor material, but it also looks like the same stuff they put on the outside of the shuttle, so that when it re-enters the atmosphere, it doesn't burn up. So what would this be doing under a mesa in the desert in the middle of nowhere? So that the flux continues to get thicker and thicker with regards to what they're looking at. They also put that in the film and saw this light that's across the sky. And of course, the question became, is that a portal? What is that thing moving across the sky? It has just a white light instead of splintering. And nobody could see it when they were originally just watching the video itself. They had to go back and review it to see it on. So whether it had cloaked itself or it was hiding in some sort of manner, they couldn't see it originally. These were all the events that are taking place on Skinwalker Ranch that continue to mystify everybody. When you go back and you look at the original group that owned the ranch were the Shermans, and then when Bigelow came into the picture, they worked on there for 20 years. Now there's some stories that they pulled up some metal, and they go out on there for 20 years. They're working with the federal government to try to figure out what was going on there. And I'm not sure what the process was for him to sell it from they only bought it for $200,000. And again, it actually comes up. I'm sure this was something that was phenomenal. And whoever wanted to learn more about this was going to buy the product. So obviously, I think you probably knew that as well. So I'm sure he got his investment. Here's the thing about the guys, and this all tells us how the billionaire who bought that's the thing about people with money. If they're not already in the spotlight or they don't have attention, they want attention. Sure, they're rich, now they want to be famous. So if I'm fucking millionaire and I'm like, oh, I want to more attention. I want a TV show. I want to be by Skinwalker Ranch, and now I'll have a fucking good discovery, and I'll do this other TV show, and then next fucking episode of the show. Oh yeah, no, listen, Brian Kruger, he's a really good man, big obviously Utah. His thing is they actually do a bio on him in the show when he first started. His interest was, like so many others, hey, what is this phenomenon? Where do we come from? Who's visiting this? And so I was really more interested in the dynamics of the events that took place in the tournament. He had a nephew that came down, and on the research, he's going to say probably he had a show on it. And he said that he was there with his uncle and they were out walking the dogs. It was probably dusk, just the sun had just run down. And these orbs came down off the mountain. So they stopped and watched them come down, little blue orbs. And he said as they came down, they went across the top trees. Well, the dogs kind of went out. And the dogs also took off after them and ran into this wooded area, a couple of hundred yards away from where they were at. And so we heard the dogs yell, and then nothing. We didn't see the lights come back out, nothing happened. So we looked one that night, couldn't find them, came back the next morning, and something had crushed them into the ground. And it was a burn mark all over. All three of the dogs were crushed into the ground. And the guy that was there said, "Is this what they told you?" And he goes, "I was there." He goes, "I was actually living with my uncle. This wasn't something he told me. This is something I saw." So it was those events that began it, and they started to look at this blue orb as being level. So this thing was evil, it was mean. They got that feeling from the first time it came down from the hills as to what it was, but it's coming off the mesa. So everything gets directed back to the mesa to start looking at what's under the mesa. They had brought back one of the security guards that had worked for Bigelow originally. He worked there for 6 years. We told the guys, hey, there's a cave over here on the side of this mesa that we don't know where it went. There's some strange sounds coming out of it. We never got involved into it. Now, the nice thing about this new group, Brandon Hughes group, is that they're bringing these meters with them that read the difference in energy coming out of some of these holes. They don't know what's going on. Travis Taylor got burned. These were actually burns on his face that occurred from looking into an old well. Two of the other guys, they were standing outside the well. One of them, during the investigation, got lightheaded and almost passed out. We grabbed him to the side and brought him over. About 2 months later, they played a frequency, this ongoing frequency that seems to be on the range, 1.6 gigahertz. I'm trying to figure out what runs at 1.6 gigahertz on the planet that would be making this sound. And they come to the conclusion that they can't find absolutely anything that operates off of 1.6 gigahertz. So what they did was they went to a radio station and they said every time you play this, something happens in the air. We get these UAPs all over the place. So they went to the radio station and had them blast over the internet. And that night, things went crazy in Utah. Because they were trying, now they can make these things happen almost at random. So now we take this 1.6 gigahertz, and he was talking to one of these other astrophysicists about what were the chances that this could be a signal from space. And so they sat down and talked to this. If this is a signal from space, it'll always come from the same location all the time. Because you also want to have anybody else that's in the area aware of this, so they also can listen to it. So it's not just you getting it, it's them as well. And so he started going through and trying to figure out what equipment on the planet works 1.6 gigahertz. And there's nothing. Microwaves don't do that. Airplanes don't do that. There's no communications that do that. Everything you know puts out an RF signal. Again, even microwave ovens. There was still something odd about this 1.6 gigahertz. And every time they play it now, something shows up in the sky. And it's just, it looks like last night they identified it as a Tic Tac. They said, hey, that's what the Tic Tac is. And this was two former Navy communication guys that were on the post with David Fravor, and they saw that Tic Tac. And they said, we watched it for over 2 hours. And I was lucky because I just happened to be up in the primary command center for the ship. Once they first saw it, they locked everything down. So I got to witness the whole thing from beginning to end and trying to figure out what the hell these things were around the ship. People say, well, why did you shoot that? What? You didn't feel like there was a violence from it. There's nothing locked on. There wasn't any weapons being used. So we just wanted to more or less look over and try to figure out what the hell are we looking at. So as more and more people get involved with it, especially on the scientific level, the questions get bigger and bigger. So Skinwalker right now, every time they play this 1.6 gigahertz, something happening in the sky. So they're trying to, again, really understand what this frequency is. What does it bring to the forefront? Why do these things keep responding to it?
Skinwalker Ranch, the cool thing is that now you're connecting UFOs with demons.
Sure.
Because the the legend of Skinwalker Ranch is these two Indian tribes, right?
The Utes and the Navajos. Yeah.
And what was the story with them?
The Utes and Navajo had an ongoing battle. And I want to say, I believe it was because the Navajos were actually working with the Americans at the time. They were helping them understand, what the land was all about. And the Utes did not like that at all. They did not like that. So the Navajos, actually the other way around, the Utes were working with the government. And the Navajos didn't like that. So they put a curse on these guys. And that's what this does. The Skinwalker was going, I guess, from a human to an animal. And it seems to go most likely like a wolf. And even during Skinwalker, he said they had found these huge footprints that were up on the mesa. And he said the strange thing was they followed the wood tracks until it turned into footprints. And the guy said, I'm saying that this thing turned back into a human enemy, but where did the footprints of the wolf go versus these footprints of the human? So again, we just turned that to make it wait a minute. And here's the situation. When you look at exhibition Bigfoot, when you look at Skinwalker Ranch, and you're looking at the picture, you're trying to figure out what's going on. Listen, I believe all these folks. Now, could there be something going on the network side where they're actually playing games, making wood knocks or making these adventures? I would say, okay, that's possible, but I don't think it's likely. So I think when you start looking at, again, what these guys are trying to investigate, it's all related, whether it's UFO on in there, whether it's the Skinwalker, whether it's portal, they all seem to be related. And especially right now, I mean, again, we've got over 20 shows that are on programs right now dealing with all this.
Well, it's so fun and it's so fascinating, it's so interesting. So there's money in how effective you have a built-in audience for this kind of stuff, especially the more wild, more outrageous, and more over the top. It just makes it that much more exciting. And the thing about it is just like
I'm so interested in the stigma that revolves around it. And especially when it comes to UFOs, I can have a conversation with somebody about this topic. I mean, once they start talking about demons and Bigfoot, it's like, whoa, you're losing so much credibility. And the thing about it is, I was just watching a video of this guy. He was talking about how put off. How put off was a guy who founded that organization called the Stars, okay, with the guy from Blake 182. Oh, okay, I'm familiar with that. Yep. And he was talking about the government's weaponization of stigma and how the government will manipulate certain government organizations will manipulate stigma to de-incentivize people from doing scientific undertakings of looking into certain things. So they will use certain stigma or quote conspiracy theories to detract people from certain subjects because it could be a security risk or a national security true. Again, if you think about this real quick, when we talked about these Bigfoots being heavy dated cloak themselves. I mean, can you imagine a combat team that was able to cloak themselves going into a conflict? I mean, the havoc that's created, the problems that cause, I mean, there's nothing you can really even do about it, right? So yeah, when you start to look at that bigger picture, that's what, again, when I saw this whole thing, Bigfoot, scientific communities involved with this, the federal government, even in this exhibition of Bigfoot, one of the interesting things is, as they're out there looking for this, this is in upstate California, Northern California, find these some sort of covered manhole that's locked down that allows that takes them underground, and there's all this evidence that points to the federal government back in the late 50s, early 60s that were studying this phenomenon. They were actually out there in these facilities, and they find these things in the middle of nowhere. But they can't get into it. They're afraid to start digging into them and tear the top off and understand what they're getting into. But there's definitely these federal facilities out there that are underground and that are, or were, looking at this phenomenon as a real event across the board. So even when you look at, like, if you look at Bigelow, his claim to fame was really on NIGS. NIGS was the National Institute of Discovery and Science. And they were able to take a serious look, again, using trying to use the scientific approach to figure out what was really going on in Skinwalker Ranch. And I'm sure they're aware of things. When Bigelow left, he didn't say, hey, this is what we found. This is what he just literally sold the ranch, walked away. And I don't think why they haven't met yet. Bigelow and Hugel, do a comparison of notes and then, hey, what you guys find versus where we're at now. The scientific approach is so much differently now with Travis Taylor, who's a physicist with a PhD, really trying to figure out the communication side of this whole thing. So the 1.6 gigahertz being the question, this phenomenon that's happening over which they refer to as the triangle, is a big question mark. What is going on a mile above us? And why can't they, every time we get ready to do an experiment, there's something goes wrong. The equipment stops working, and these guys that are out here doing this are saying, hey, we've never had problems out there. Batteries are going away. They brought a huge tractor out there, digging area. This is a monster tractor. They put a brand new, like a car battery inside the diesel unit. And within 10 minutes, the battery had died. And the vehicle was no longer, obviously couldn't run because of that. So again, Skinwalker Ranch, just question mark after question mark after question mark to see what's going on. And so I look at this from the perspective of Hugel, really just wanting to find out at the end of the day what this is really all about. I don't know if they came out tomorrow and said, hey, listen, there's a spaceship that's been buried here, it's been a base for years and years and years. I don't know what that does for us across the board. Does it help benefit mankind? We're going to have free power because of it. And I think that's the big question as well. Why are they looking for these? What's the end game? What do we plan on? And if you found out tomorrow, hey, yep,
aliens have been coming here. It's part of our culture. It's what they do. We make friends with them. We with them in a way that we're working for them, or are we already not working for them?
We're running the United States. You're the head of the CIA, and you need an alien. What would you want?
You know what?
How would you try to just disguise it? I wonder what you would do.
Sure. Well, I think too that the fear was that the people were going to think that the Bible wasn't relative, that they were going to read all the chaos and occurring cities throughout I don't necessarily think that's the truth. I think people are more enlightened today, more spiritual, and more religious. And I think at the end of the day, more people seem to look at it from that perspective. There were a couple of gentlemen, I can't think of their names off the top of my head, they were in Muscaloosa, Louisiana, who were fishing, and they actually had this alien ship laying behind them. They initially thought it was the police department because they were fishing on a no trespassing lot. Because we thought it was a top pulling up, so we thought we were in trouble. So we turned around, it was actually alien beings that were floating down to them, and brought them back on the ship. And after this whole event took place, the younger of the two guys said he called the actual sheriff's office and was reporting this. The older guy was like, "Dude, you're nuts. They're never going to believe the story. There's no way." So they came down and got him that night and brought him back to the station. They interviewed them initially separately, and both of them said the same thing. And then they put them in a room together, and what the guys didn't know is they stuck a recorder in there with them. So they got to hear these guys talk about, hey, these guys don't believe us. They think we're nuts. They'll ask them if they're drinking. And they ran experiments on them. They said they stuck things up their nose. They were looking at different parts of their bodies. They were looking at bone density. They were trying to figure out the nervous system. He talked about came up and actually was able to stick his fingers down his throat, which made him bleed to look for something. Because I don't know what they were looking for. He actually thought that they had planted some sort of a tracking device. He was real adamant about wanting to talk about it. It sounds just so unbelievable that, again, who's going to believe my story?
Ryan Hill had said that they extracted semen.
And it seems to be a common thing. When you look at the animal mutilations, some of the guys now believe that taking the blood from the cow, I guess it's very similar to our blood, and using that for purposes of regenerating whatever. But that's what it comes back down to, the DNA process. So I didn't realize this. The DNA is really easy to manipulate. I had a friend of mine who said, "Oh, well, if you eat certain foods, this can change your DNA." And I thought, well, that's a really listen, I said the same thing. I didn't think that could happen that easy. And then, this was actually a particular type of food that a girl was eating because she had very fair skin and she kept getting burned. She ate this particular food to stop that from happening. And when they went in and looked at her system, they actually figured out her DNA had changed. So I thought that was a joke. Listen, it takes some sort of a scientific process to make the DNA change, not just a simple eating habit change. So food can change your DNA across the board. And I started to research that a little bit. True statement, only to find out it was a true statement. So, again, I think understanding that food can change your DNA. And dealing with creatures that are trying to, improve us. Is that what they've always been here to do? Are there, if you look at Germany, they kind of had the same history as America. Scratch here in the Black Forest. You have a scratch here in the Black Forest. I do believe that Hitler recovered that and brought that back in. If you take a look at where Germany was as far as the technology-wise, we had already come out with guided missile systems. They had two different types. They had the D1 and the rockets. The U.S. couldn't. We were still trying to get rockets off the ground.
Just got that Washington long.
Well, there you go. They're dealing with this very subject. They came up with a flying wing. They had that way before us. We could launch. Goddard was able to launch a rocket straight up. The Germans were sending these buzz bombs over Britain and just bombing the shit out of them. So at the end of the day, people started to kind of look at this. Well, wait a minute, where are the Germans coming from? It's odd too. Where did Hitler come up with blonde hair, blue-eyed people? He wanted everyone else to have this look. If you look at the tall whites, which they're called, they have blonde hair, blue eyes, very Nordic looking, and they're kind of being pushed in the same category. I try to figure out why Hitler Hitler didn't have blonde hair. He wasn't from a blonde hair like family. You know what I'm saying? So where did that come from? Where did the flying wing come from? We had the technology. Werner von Braun here was a major in the Nazi military. Once we brought him back here, 11 years later we went to the moon. So he was able to allegedly go. Like I said, that's a whole other conversation. So. But it's watching what he said was able to do. Now, one of the things he brought to the table were gyros. The U.S. never used gyros before. We didn't have them on any of our vehicles. And this is one of the things that allowed this vehicle to turn. So as they launched it off, it could actually make this correction so that fuel would quit. And the subject matter was, or the basic functions of the rocket was to run out of gas. And then it would, obviously fly into the city somewhere and usually kill a mass amount of civilians.
Yeah, I mean, when you get into the whole, I think part of the crazy thing about the technology that we got from the typically there was one ship that was called Rabbi, right? It looked exactly like a stealth bomb.
Absolutely.
It was the same exact thing.
When they were so far ahead, I mean, there was no tail on this thing. They were so far ahead of what everybody else was doing across the board, which I can only believe was due to alien technology. Now, from what I understand, the Chinese have been extremely quiet. Matter of fact, they just finally released that they actually have pyramids in China. And yes, they did. So, China had never let anything like that. How long ago did this come out? Probably 5 months ago, 6 months ago. And it was the first time that China had really released any information with regards to their history. And it was guarded information as well. So you start to see, well, wait a minute, if you have pyramids in China, you have pyramids in Egypt, you have pyramids in South America, yet these organizations or these groups of people had no way of communicating with one another. It obviously tells you there's something bigger going on. Now, whether pyramids used for power consumption, whether used as a burial mound, they're still trying to figure it out. Because there's a large percentage of the scientific community now that either some sort of either communications purposes or power purposes.
The weird thing about the pyramids too is like building them and the connection with sound. And like I was telling you, I was watching this thing about sound, how everything is tied into sound, and sound is tied into the creation of everything. And what was that place again called in Florida, where the guy had these giant structures in South Florida? It's called the Coral Castle.
Coral Castle.
And Coral Castle is similar to some of the big monoliths around the world. How did this thing was apparently built a long time ago.
I want to say it was in the 30s.
In the 30s.
He was initially on the east coast of Florida. This is a real small guy. He's a German guy. And had built the original Coral Castle. I want to say over by Melbourne, somewhere in that area. And during the process of this, had a crusher on a 16-meter drill, which back in the day obviously was not tolerated. I think the city that when he initially built this turned out against him and they didn't like him. And they felt him as a threat. So he ended up having to move the Coral Castle to Homestead, Florida. And in dealing with the people who were hauling these stones, and this guy weighed 135 pounds. He didn't have any other workers that worked with him. It was all his own. He would cut chunks of coral out of the ground that were, 3, 4, 5 tons, and used when you look at the picture, one of the pictures they show is a tripod that's set up over this huge, massive rock. So as they set it up over this rock, the one interesting thing is, he said that it's still in place, so they're cutting it out of the ground. And the guy who's showing you the picture said, I know you're looking at this one like, oh, this is how he moved those. But the problem is, how did he get the rope around underneath this 2-ton piece of rock he's trying to pull up?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. This was apparently built this was allegedly built in the 30s, you said?
I believe so. I believe it was in the 30s. So if you look to the right over there, that right there, that centerpiece, now this is what really kind of got more attention, because that centerpiece, the bearings have eventually worn out. They had to take that thing apart.
Oh, that thing spins?
It actually spins around with your hands. So what they did was they had to bring in a special truck to lift the stone off top so that they could get to the bearings on both the bottom and the top of that stone. And he goes, we almost couldn't do it because the stone was so heavy and so big we didn't have any equipment that could pick it up. So how did this guy move this here, place it in that location? And this individual that did this claimed that he knew the way that the Egyptians were using some sort of magnetism to move these rocks. And one of the guys who was actually moving it was a truck driver. He said, I would leave my truck here overnight and come back the next morning and the stone would already be loaded on the truck. I don't know how he got it around there. It wasn't like he had a forklift. He goes, so I would just pick it up, drive it to Homestead, drop the trailer, and then he would do whatever he does with it. So he actually showed a device. I saw one here a couple of weeks back where they actually had a device that he said was creating this magnetism. And this is how he said that he believed this is how the Egyptians were moving all the stuff through magnetism.
Is that the guy right there?
That's him right there. That's him right there.
Modern day Stonehenge of Florida.
I mean, it's amazing when you start to look at it and think, what did this guy do? How could he have possibly move this? Look how lovely it is. But again, it's just one of those things where it makes you scratch your head and you go, well, again, I wish he could have leveled with us and said, hey, this is how I'm actually doing this. So it would take a lot of the guesswork out of it. But he had to have some sort of means to move all these rocks. They're massive. I highly recommend if you ever get a chance to go down to Homestead, it's very important. Check it out. It's really amazing.
Didn't that the Georgia Guidestone for half of those things?
I was shocked. Absolutely shocked. Somebody destroyed that. And the Georgia Guidestones, I don't know if you ever followed the gentleman who put those up. Supposedly he went to a banker and had this banker. He said, hey, I got all this money. I want to set this aside. And what they did was they put, I believe it was in 7 different languages on the Guidestones of all the things that needed to happen in order to keep it. There's just too many people on the planet. Which I tend to believe look at, especially with the processed food today. It's funny, just a real quick note on that. I was over a friend of mine and we were getting some plant-based foods. And it was a real nice restaurant. And I happened to know the owner of the restaurant. So we sat down and started eating some plant-based food. And actually, it was actually really, really good. This burger is really, really good.
Around here?
Yeah, it's here in Central Florida. I don't want to, because the report's not going to be good on what I say. So I don't want to torpedo him because he had me off to the side. But I said, hey, this is really good. Again, it's plant-based. And he looked at me and said, hey, don't eat this all the time. And I was like, what? So, anyway, kind of off track.
Why wasn't it
well, the first thing I asked him, I said, so and that's all he served. It was all straight up vegan type food. And so I was curious. I said, so how do they grow this stuff? I mean, what's it coming from? And that's what he said. He turned to me and said, listen, it's done through a process in the plant. So it's not good for you. Don't eat it all. And I'm like, that's not kind of the message I'm getting. I'm hey, you should all be eating plant-based food this way. But obviously, coming from him as the owner, he turned to me and said, "I need to all the time."
Some of the stuff is like
and it was it's based on chemical. You're just scratching your head anyway.
Yeah, and a lot of it's process. A lot of the stuff is processed.
And that's what needs to be concerned with him. This is all process.
Where they tell you, like, she's gonna run the
factory farm and processing
tell kids, get to sleep. She comes out at night, go to sleep. She's gonna.
A friend of mine, Mike,
right? Mexico. Sorry, I didn't realize. That's what I agree.
Wow. He's been watching this podcast. You gotta have that always like we love. Now it's kind of like a real
Nice.
Now he's like all in to try and do fancy steaks and stuff like that.
They shot at our troops.
But yeah, it's interesting. There's so much more from like natural food, whether it be plant-based or not, whether it be animal-based or plant-based, whether it's fucking steak or fucking salad. You don't want to process.
Not at all. We were funny. This is going back probably 7 years ago. And some of my conspiracy friends, they work on real high-end cars. fixing damaged parts, broken windshields for cars and Maseratis and whatnot. And we were having a talk one day. They were getting ready to go to Mexico and watch the butterflies. These are the monarch butterflies. Fly in. They come in by the millions. They didn't want to go there and watch them fly in. When they got there, there was like one tree that had the monarch. They were kind of all scratching their head trying to figure out what the hell happened. So while they were standing there having a conversation, a park ranger happened to drive by. And they said to the ranger, "Hey, we're kind of curious. Where are all the monarchs this year?" And the guy said, "Well, I think with all this new foods that they're making, they're growing, there's overseas."
There's stuff that are pretty good foods.
Just the process side of it. Yeah. And he said, so what's happening is the grain is designed to keep bugs off of it. So what's happening is the butterflies are stopping on their trip here to eat that and it's killing them. Just about 2 days ago, this is 7 or 8 years ago, 2 days ago, I heard some monarch butterflies are in jeopardy of being going extinct. Which was kind of interesting. Just kind of added to that story that I heard from 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Again, pointing to the food, if you think about like Crohn's disease, when I first got out of the military, my secretary, first time had Crohn's disease, but nobody knew what it was. They knew that it had something to do with food, and it was digestive tract. In her case, she said that what happens with Crohn's is it actually affects the intestines and perforates it, and makes holes in it, and it starts leaking in the body. So obviously, to have that leak in your body is not a good thing. So, but they didn't understand why. Today, instead of correcting the food and saying, "Hey, listen, let's figure out what food is not good for you," they're giving you all these meds, piling the meds on you. So now they've got doctors that all they do is Crohn's disease and lower bowel, all these things. When I think if we just go back and look at food, that's going to be the real problem for everything. Too many people on the planet. Go back and look at the history of mankind, and there's more people on the planet than have ever in history, which kind of goes full circle. Now, I believe that, and this is accurate, but I believe that when we look at the overall timing of man, let's just say the planet Earth is a living entity. And the one primary plant on the planet is the tree. When you look at what makes trees grow, carbon dioxide. It's funny. We have created more carbon dioxide as humans on the planet than any other race of species of animals on the planet. And I think that when the trees need this to survive, that's why we've been able to live this long. We're like a bacteria on the planet. We tend to live near the water and wherever it's convenient for us to live. And I think that there's something tied into the trees. If the planet is a living entity, and the trees are its lungs, then obviously you want to stop everything you can of the deforestation that's going to like in Brazil and South America. Even here in this country now, you can only deforest areas a certain amount, and they stop you from cutting in that area to replant trees. In the process, there's something that's involved with that. Again, keeping the earth healthy. And so is this, the other beings that are coming here, are they trying to assist with that process? Again, they realize, like orbs, I think orbs are generated by the planet. I think they're here, they've always been here. My experience with these orbs is kind of weird because even living here in Green Rock Beach, Florida, if you go back and look at when the indigenous people lived here, there was something going on. There were recording times. And I went out one night, just probably 2 o'clock in the morning, it was a real cool evening, and I saw this orb up in the sky, but it was like it was playing on the wind. It was a real breezy night, very cool night. You see every star out. It was available. And I initially went in the house and grabbed my phone, because I want to record this. So the problem with recording this aerial, whatever it was, this orb, and I kind of did an example. I took her on a star. It was stationary. And if I move my phone, and I would have told you that that's an orb that's moving, an actual orb, because you understand what I'm saying? So, yeah. So my problem was, how could I film this thing as it moved through the sky without looking like I'm chasing a star? And so I knew that what I had to do was I had to set the camera up so this thing would fly through the frame. Right. And so it kept coming down kind of close to my neighbor's roof. So I actually set the camera up and started videotaping. And sure enough, this thing flew right through the screen. So what I was looking at, it seemed like it was having fun, like it was playing on the wind. This went on for 30 or 40 minutes. This was actually before drones. Now that you can hear a drone. We had experiences with your drones. We had an experience with my drone. Sure. We went to a shooting range, and where was it? This was over in Lithia, here in Florida. Yeah.
Very, very wooded area of Florida.
Heavily wooded area.
Not much going on there.
No.
In the middle of the wilderness, by a huge body of water, behind the trees,
which seems to be a constant theme with these things. And as we watched it that day, now the funny part was we were shooting this small video based on being to shoot guns and sort of some high activity with guns and pursuits and other events taking place out there. There was a range. And initially when I found this thing, I saw it with my peripheral vision. So I went back and kind of looked at it. That's when I contacted you and told you what frames I thought it was. And you went back and kind of looked at it. And I think the first thing you said to me is, hey man, who's shooting at my drone?
Dude, it was crazy. It looks like a golf ball. And you're shooting right towards my drone.
Just like that, dude. I mean, and you figure this, when we initially got this thing, it was above, I think we were about a mile above us. I could hear it, but you couldn't see it. You couldn't see it at all.
Drone?
Yeah, I could hear it, but it's loud. So I couldn't see it. So wherever that I don't know, cotton ball came from, or that orb was, I want to say almost 2 miles away with this video. And when it came up, it was attracted by the sound of the orb. That's what you said. And I kind of chuckled over that. I said, dude, I couldn't even see it a mile. That's 2 miles away. No way these guys could see it.
Now, would you be able to see it if somebody shot at a drone behind there? Would you see a bullet? No. That camera on that drone shoots 24 frames per second. So if you were in 24, you'd be on the
no, you wouldn't be able to. So that's what they'd already found. If we killed candidates, right? You'll see that thing in the air. So even with I kind of scratch my head and you go, what is this really all about? Now I do believe, and I think I told this the other day. I looked at a partial video and thought I saw another one of those. I'd like to get that video back and goes through that with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, it's on one of my hard drives back there.
Because I believe there's more of those orbs on there. What they are, and watching other shows, there's another show, and I have a video on my phone where a guy sees this out in Arizona. Same exact
remember,
thing.
you showed me that.
Yeah, dude, same exact thing on YouTube. Yep. And what they did was they did the math on this thing. This thing was moving at 3,500 miles an hour.
You can find something, Jordan. If you go on YouTube and you search for something like small white ball shooting towards drone, I don't know if you can find it. There's a number of events. Actually, let's take this opportunity to talk.
Oh yeah, do that. Let's do that. Okay.
All right, boom. What were we talking
about? We were talking about the orbs and that day that we were out there shooting. And again, I'm not thinking we're looking for anything paranormal, anything unusual. We just got a shooting video of some guys shooting some guns at a range. I don't even know where. And during the process of this thing, I kind of noticed, and that's why I sent it to you, like, what is this? And I could pick it up. I didn't have the option, the equipment that you have, if you really look at this thing. And when you pulled it up, I think one of the first things you said to me was, hey, who's shooting at my drone? Right. And you thought, I said, dude, you can't even see your drone up that far. That's something, I don't know what that is. So then it came out on a couple of other shows, which as soon as I saw it, I recognized what it was.
So you saw the exact same thing on TV later, like a couple years later?
Correct. It was definitely a couple years later. And it was the same exact thing taken by a drone. Now I think there's 2 or 3 actually these drones that have actually taken pictures. Whatever these, I call them dirty cotton balls. But whether they're orbs,
why do you sort of logical explanation of what it could be?
Well, I mean, again, when I started thinking about this and I watched these orbs, again, on the beach one day, down here in St. Pete, we had some orange orbs come down the water line. And we watched these things until they disappeared into the clouds. There was some talk here. These Japanese lanterns. The problem was you have an onshore breeze, and it's a heavy breeze in the evening hours along the waterline. And this was running parallel to the shore, probably 20 or 30 feet over the top. And I kind of view these orbs, especially at that night I saw it in the sky, that they're actually here on the planet. I don't know whether they're taking care of the planet. I don't know whether they're in charge of maintaining some sort of social order on the planet, but I do believe they're here for that reason. And I think that they kind of monitor the health of the trees. across the board. Now, with that said, there's obviously so many other things that are going on. But I think at the end of the day, if you find out that the planet Earth is really a live entity or being, that would change our religion. That would change what we thought about who's coming here. If you look at where gold comes from, gold does not happen on the planet Earth. It comes from space. You start to take into consideration where gold comes from, because I thought it was like processed like a diamond. You know, it's here, it's under tremendous pressure from the Earth.
Does that really come from space?
It really comes from space.
That's scientifically fact?
Absolutely. There's no place that they know where it comes from or how it's produced on Earth. When you look for them, when you look around, like some of these shows I watch where they're mining gold in Alaska. The process of running this material through a process of really cleans it with the water and filters off all of the light stuff and then the heavy material from the bottom. We're talking. My question was, will they ever find like a stone size of gold, 4-pound rock of gold? It just doesn't come like that. It comes from space. It is in minute, material-wise, as far as when you actually start mining it. It's such a process of
usually gold is created from platinum, which has one less proton than gold, or from mercury, which has one more proton than gold. Bombarding a platinum or mercury nucleus with neutrons to knock off a neutron or add a neutron through natural radioactive decay can lead to gold. Where does it come from? How gold is formed on Earth. Gold minerals form in hot rocks in and around volcanoes. So they form inside of rocks around volcanoes.
Interesting. That's the first time I heard that. That's interesting. But I think, again, when you take into consideration, let's just go with that. Let's just say that they're coming from volcanoes. There are no volcanoes in South America. There are no volcanoes in Alaska. Oh, I think that there are volcanoes in South America and Central America. Is there? Okay, I know there's definitely volcanoes in Alaska. But listen, the Mayan Indians had a shitload of gold.
Unlike other metals that form the Earth's crust, gold comes from space. Stars are made mostly of helium and hydrogen, which provide light. Inside the star's core, nuclear fusion turns out energy. As the stars come to an end, a massive stellar explosion occurs. So I guess it's found in both places, on the universe and the
So, like I said, you start taking into consideration how much of it do you need. I mean, when I started to go back and look at from South America, where all the gold came from, where's all the gold today? They had it back then, the Spanish land. So they're the ones that came in, the conquistadors came in and wiped out most of the Mayans for that purpose alone. They wanted the gold. So, and again, when you go back to the Anunnaki would eat the gold because they said their bodies like a semiconductor and actually improves electrical functions throughout your body. Just think of that. I mean, it sounds like it should be true. Well, I mean, I don't know anybody who wants to eat their gold because they just paid a shit ton of money for it. So that's what we start doing is grinding it up and eating it. But I mean, again, there you go. I don't want to do mine that way, but yeah, bingo. And that was really what it was all about, eating the powder. And I guess that's really the real benefit for that's pretty really good.
So what is this video right here? This is so this is a guy who had the same exact experience we had with the white.
This is several years later, and I just happened to be watching one of these shows, and this was the guy that popped up and was showing what he's seen through his dream.
Which was where, if you don't know about that, that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. He went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled. He was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person.
So there, I mean, the same thing came up when he thought he was trying to shoot it down. But again, when you start doing the mathematics on these things, it's a slaughter.
that settles.
Bingo. 3,500 miles an hour. So this thing is, whatever it is, again, even so you can pick it up on camera,
3,500 miles an hour. How about full travel distance?
no, this is what they were saying, this thing is traveling like 3,500 miles an hour.
Like you get selected.
So they were showing the speed versus the time versus where it was at. And when we saw it in that video, I couldn't see it when it was just, when you played it naturally, you could not see it.
Right, but if you go frame by frame, you can clearly see it. If it was going 3,500 miles an hour, would you even be able to see it in 1/24 of a second?
There's the big question. I mean,
that can't be that hard to have problems for someone smart.
well, I should probably need to ask some more questions on it. But again, the process of us seeing that was just merely a lucky moment. And I saw it with my peripheral vision. I wasn't looking for anything that was paranormal at all. So that's what kind of added to the whole thing when I started to see that. And like I said, I need to actually run back through that again because I believe there are other events like that within the video that we just we weren't paying attention to because we weren't looking for that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it. You can only see it when it gets in close proximity. Right? So there's nobody who's obviously there hasn't been
No, the one where I got with how fast we're doing was the guys out in the desert. And there's another group of guys who were doing the same thing. They were in Arizona. They were videotaping the desert. And this thing, whatever it was, came up out of the mountains. And it was going one direction and changed directions and actually went right by their drones. So that's when they did the mathematics and came up with 3,500 miles an hour. He couldn't handle it. Like you could hear. Even I think with the day that you were shooting yours, that thing kind of made a turn to hear it. And I don't know whether it was more interested in what it was, but to be able to, see that thing and not have really an explanation as to what it is or was, again, just add to the whole paranormal. Is it Rothschild? Is this an extraterrestrial event? I mean, what is it? It's real. There's 2 or 3 videos now that have this on there. You can never see these before guys started putting drones up. I've never seen this talked about before. I mean, you hear about orbs and things that go on, especially with these ring doorbells, and you can see some of the orbs that are on the ring doorbell and try to figure out what you're looking at. But these events here during the day that are taking place, and you're picking up accidentally, like we did, to me just adds more to the question of, hey, what the hell are we really looking at? What's really going on the planet at the end of the day? Because obviously these events are real.
Yeah, there's something going on. That's something weird, but
I mean, listen, obviously it could be anything at that point, for sure.
I mean, it's not impossible for it to be like some sort of natural phenomenon.
I still don't understand why we wouldn't see it more. I mean,
okay, look at this. So when bullets fly through the air, they do so at major speed. The fastest bullet travels more than 2,600 feet per second, equivalent to over 1,800 miles per hour. That perspective, it's amazing. It's amazing to realize that bullets travel twice the speed of sound. There's no way that it's even one frame. There's no way. You can't see a bullet traveling unless you shoot high speed cameras. It's like thousands of frames per second. Bingo. So that drone would not count.
No, like
It's talking way slower.
and again, like I said, when you do the math out on the first one, is when you guys talk about again 3,500 miles an hour. That was those guys. The one that we're looking at, many of you travel faster than that because you couldn't see it. I don't know what, we just got lucky and picked up on that thing. Again, that's why I say I like to go back through that again and just kind of thumb through that video and see if there's anything else on there that we missed. Because it's obviously relevant to what's going on. I mean, when you take into consideration that there's no way you can have 20 different shows on, from UFOs to unexplained information, Alaska Triangle, you got American Mysteries, Expedition Bigfoot, Legend of Bigfoot, Classified. They all bring something to the UFO.
Are there any volcanoes in South America or Central America? Can you find that?
Ask that question.
I know there's a lot of gold. Wow.
And I don't think of that area as being a gold producing country, across the board. Yet, listen, if you go back and look at history, there's a lot of gold.
Mexico, there's a lot of it. That I don't know, just like the Maipo volcano, Spanish volcano, volcanic peak in central end Andes Mountains, South America, Chile, Argentina, yeah. Oh shit! More than 3,000 volcanoes in Latin America and South America.
Wow. That's I had no idea.
14 of these volcanoes are active. Fucking shitload of volcanoes.
So that's crazy. I learned something new. Didn't have no idea that we're down in that kind of number. But again, so is it the volcanoes that make the gold, or is it from space?
Both,
You know?
according to the internet.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a ton of lithium mines in Mexico. Lithium mine being bought by China.
Interesting.
China's doing a lot of business in Mexico.
Dude, let me tell you something. It's interesting you just said that. You know, one of the things that I had heard initially about Iraq and Afghanistan was that they had a huge deposit of lithium. And this was going back probably a year ago. And a buddy of mine was a conspiracy guy. He's in the military. And he said something interesting. We were talking about the lithium industry, and he goes, "Oh yeah, the powers to be that are running the world have told the U.S. to get out of Afghanistan because that lithium belongs to China," which was interesting when he said that. So I did him in Afghanistan. He goes, "Dude, there is so much lithium in Afghanistan." So what powers would tell anybody, "Hey, you guys are done. Pack it up." He kept saying the World Bank. The World Bank. I don't know what that really means on the World Bank. He said there was a few individuals that were making decisions from the U.S. was not to get near that lithium. It was all go to China. And we were told to get out of Afghanistan, which is interesting. I don't know how true it is, but it's interesting. And then when you talk to others about the lithium, you start doing research on it. Well, sure enough, the lithium's there, for sure. No doubt about it. And China's going to lead the way with regard to the lithium because they're going to be with the Western China.
They're doing a lot of things in Mexico. They're buying lithium partner cartels are sort of like security for these mines. And the cartels are making a lot of money doing business with China. So in addition to that, the cartels are sending 100% of the fentanyl to Mexico. Wow. And on top of that, so all of the fentanyl, think of all the drugs that the Mexican cartels, not just drugs, but everything from avocados to ammunition to drugs. Sure, all of the business that anything that's illegal is automatically business that is money for the cartel. Absolutely. So the cartels, they're getting not only their fentanyl from China, but China is sending the chemists directly to Mexico and teaching them how to create, how to produce, and how to manufacture fentanyl.
I'm sure that their labor charges for labor in Mexico is very, very cheap. So I'm sure that's a great idea.
Yeah, and the only country that is dealing with this fentanyl epidemic, tons of people dying from fentanyl is America. They're not selling fentanyl in any other countries but the United States. And all the fentanyl is coming from China.
And see, I mean, look at the damage it does. I mean, now, of course, I look at this a couple different ways. We know how bad fentanyl is. You know, I read one girl say, "Hey, you do fentanyl, dude, you're going to Mexico tomorrow for a vacation and a great time." It's always leads right to death. When we started talking about fentanyl here in Florida,
the video of the cops, just the guy touches the fentanyl.
Absolutely. Almost dies because of it. And when you look at what fentanyl does, which is unusual, fentanyl has the ability to penetrate the brainstem. And what it does is it confuses your body on how much oxygen is actually in your lungs. So you can't tell whether you've got too much or not enough. So what it does is it makes you stop breathing. So we all seem to know that. Why would you want to take fentanyl? So somebody said, well, they're putting fentanyl in cannabis. I said, wait a minute. So they're going to buy fentanyl, put in cannabis to sell you cannabis is laced with fentanyl? I said, that doesn't make any sense because you're not going to make any money off the fentanyl. You're going to kill people, first of all, and they're going to come back and buy your cannabis. So it's odd to me that that can be a thing. But yet in Florida, in Manatee County, this is going back a couple of years ago, we had to open up a second morgue because there's so many people dying from it. And it makes you scratch your head. I mean, I don't know anybody who's, hey, yeah, I've been a fentanyl user for 5 years now, and I'm more successful now in my life and my family and everything I'm doing. You know, nobody says that. So when you figure you buy the fentanyl and you're at a gas station, you get your kids in the car, you can't wait to get home to do whatever it is you're doing, you end up overdosing there in the parking lot. Obviously, law enforcement carries a lot of the will wake you up. Now you have all of the sheriff's office carry it, all of the fire departments carry it, the EMTs carry it. So that if you have an overdose, they can get you a distance or revive you and save your life. Yeah, it's just like that. What's that? Narcan. Yeah, there you go. So, and of course, everybody carries that here in the state of Florida with them. You end up overdosing and stuff.
What's the thing that just jam into your heart?
No, this is actually something that you can breathe into your nostrils. Oh, okay. Now, they do have an injectable as well, because obviously if you're unresponsive and you pass out, there's some injectables.
Yeah, no, so the fentanyl has become a replacement for heroin. It's a more economic substance than heroin. So cutting these pills, these different opioids and that with and your heroin with fentanyl. And that's how a lot of people are overdosing. There's reports of it being like, being extreme, being used as kind of, those reports are very weird. I feel like those are mostly like low-level drug dealers that are selling the low-level drugs as a street drug. Guys that are selling heroin and cocaine. The high-level guys are only selling heroin.
Now that in Florida now, if you sell somebody a drug like fentanyl and it kills them, and they can trace it back to you, they bought the people who charged with murder. So that's going to change a lot of the attitudes here in Florida. I think there's already been 5 or 6 people who have been arrested for that. Let me give examples of it. I think other people who are dealing with drugs will start to take notice of that as well. I think that's what will make the fentanyl thing completely move away the cartel. I mean, the problem is the cartel fucking trafficking all this stuff in the United States. There's so much money. Oh, sure. And with the borders, the cartel, they make $8,000 per person that they fucking can smuggle human trafficking. Coyotes can bring across the borders.
Yep. They bring people in the United States, $8,000 a pop for them.
Showing how smart people are getting into this country.
And they asked El Chapo said in an interview, I don't know who it was with, maybe it was an attorney, they asked him, what is the way, what is the best, easiest way to get the cartel problem? He said it's easy, it's governmental policy, legalizing certain things.
Absolutely. You run them out of the business that way. Right. Listen, I think at the end of the day, legalize drugs across the board. Is it a smart idea? I'm not really sure, but we all know that fentanyl's not good, we know that heroin's not good.
We know that, right? We know that.
Yet,
a lot of people know that.
Yet everyone tends to not pay attention to that and continue to tend the herd.
It being illegal obviously isn't stopping anything.
No. So why not just make it legal? At least now you can put it into a perspective of you can manage these people so that they don't do overdoses, they don't kill themselves. They're kind of doing this in New York right now with heroin, and allowing them to use a drug that's similar to heroin called anyway, they were allowed to use this and to help them wean off the actual drug itself. But it's not working. People are just getting hooked on this new drug. And it's not nearly, I guess, as bad for you. At the end of the day, I guess it's going to stop your heart, stop from breathing. But at the end of the day, listen, I'm not reading any good stories. Oh yeah, this guy, just got his degree, he's a PhD now, and he's also hooked on fentanyl. Right. So I think if you legalize it, and of course, I hate to sound so brutal about it, if you defend those individuals will no longer be planned, you don't have to worry about that. Some people want to, embrace everybody and help you. And listen, at the end of the day, I understand, but listen, this doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Well, the thing with overpopulation is Elon Musk says the opposite. He says over the next few decades, the population is going to start going down. Now he's trying to he's fucking impregnate
Which is crazy.
And he's doing in vitro fertilization.
Is that how he's doing it? I wasn't sure. I saw some conversations about this because
he's trying to spread his seed as far and wide as he possibly can. He's trying to have more and more babies.
So is that a bad thing? Especially when the females are on board. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They can't be, I'm sure there's something set up for them as well. They can be having all this money.
He truly believes that there's going to be an issue. He thinks that fertility rate or you can look it up. I'm sure there's plenty of articles. He believes that over time, basically based on that, on where we've been 10 years ago to where we've been 10 years from now, that population, the birth rate is going down dramatically.
Sure. Well, you know, listen, go back to kind of the conspiracy thing. When you hear about some of the shots that they wanted to give as young girls, and I was not for this. Obviously, I have a daughter, and we talked to the doctor long details, and I said, so my concerns are that the shot is doing more than just controlling cancer that they can get in cervix. That
Population growth has declined mainly due to the abrupt decline in global fertility rates, right, from 5.9 from 60 to 2.3 in 2020. Wow,
See that?
less than half.
Is that crazy? And again, it's working. Whatever is going on is working. Because like I said, I think that you look more and more into
What's the point?
I just think there's too many people on the planet. I don't think we can.
Yeah, but the fertility rate's been cut in half. Clearly, the population decline is going to happen.
Sure. And I guess the question is, how is that happening? I mean, what's different now, and to the point where this population started to turn to decrease?
It's so weird, man. Like the vaccine shit and the shots and all that stuff. It's become like a fucking religion.
Oh yeah,
It's a fucking religion. Either you're for it or you're against it.
Well, did I send you that email
Yeah.
that I got? No, I received that on February. Actually, I think it was the 12th. It was the 17th of 2020 from a buddy of mine at the Pentagon, who sent that to me. And he does half of his face on there, and he kind of types out this, this critical letter about what's going on with the Chinese and Wuhan labs and this new disease called the coronavirus. And initially, when I saw that, I didn't get it. I'm like, okay, whatever. And I'm the work and doing myself. So I'm asking him, what's with the cryptic face there? He goes, I'm trying to make you understand this is really important. I said, no. Now, in the line of work I was in, dealing with masks, obviously, different types of chemicals that these masks will prevent you from inhaling in gas, from inhaling in different particle substances, radioactive material. So I'm fully licensed and prepping up guys, especially special operations guys, to wear gas masks. So in order to have that happen, you got to have a really good, you can't have a beard, the particles that get around in that mask. And people are like, well, what's the big on the other? So, well, listen, if I put gas into a particular room, we're going to go and assault one of your bad guys. The last thing I want to do is have my mask breach when I get inside there. It's going to affect me the same way it's affecting him. So you can't just put a mask on and hope that that's going to get the virus either away from you or to yourself. This doesn't work like that. Most people don't want to know that. They just go off of what the government tells them. And they go, hey, listen, my question to you is, the government ever really told you the truth about anything across the board, especially in today's action. So it's trying to understand why they would go down that road, why they do what they do. Look at everything across the board that's going on right now, and it's chaos. It's absolute chaos across the planet, from different countries, with the whole COVID thing. Now they're trying to do additional lockdowns. Fauci's coming back out again now and saying, hey, it's time to do more lockdowns. Listen, I'm over it. I'm running my life, typically, normally, and if I get it, I get it.
Yeah, it's just like, you pay too much attention to it, so fucking crazy. And then there's some people that I don't know what it is. It's like focusing on or paying so much attention to the Fauci, to fucking Republican, Democrat. It becomes their fucking identity, absolutely. Just focusing on this bullshit. Like,
It's not relevant to anything.
there's more to life than fucking politics and corrupt fucking people in government. There's more to life than that. Like, it's just fucking crazy, and that's funny. It's some people have just lost their way, or they're fucking lonely, or they're alone and they're so unfuckable. There's nothing going on in their life.
Belief's such a funny thing, though. You look at belief across the board. And I think when you look at, especially like religion, you believe in a certain concept of religion. I have the conversations completely. People get upset with me because they're not doing a good job right now. If you just come down here and straighten this mess out, I said, the funny thing is, like the Japanese people don't know who Jesus is, and they're like, who's Jesus? They're like, Jesus, he was, the Son of God. No, that's not right. So I said, do the indigenous people here, the American Indians, the indigenous Americans here, they all we're part of that whole thing, trying to understand, you know, what life is all about, where they come from, and their approach on every other thing revolves around that. So when you see these stories come out about different groups or ideologies, I mean, there's a, you know, you hold a rattlesnake above your head and you shake it, and he doesn't bite you because it's the will of God. But if he does bite you, it's because he's done something wrong. And I'm like, so how many people are really getting hit by those snakes? You know, they were shaking around like that. And I think that if we continue to educate ourselves about, listen, when you look at that, the stones up there in Georgia, when you look at what actually happened to them, somebody that drove that car into them, no, they actually dynamited them. They blew them up. Dynamite? They used dynamite. So, and again, now that was generated by a gentleman who did not want to be identified. He went to a banker. I think the banker's still alive. The gentleman who did this passed away, I think, 10 or 12 years ago. But the stones pointed out, basically, the population was just too many people on the planet. 500 million was the maximum number of the planet to do it well. So, and in 7 different languages, it outlines what we need to do in order to get back on track to be able to survive. So, why someone would to destroy that is kind of odd. Yeah, but again, think of all. It's one thing to go, okay, I don't believe in this, and yeah, it's another thing to blow it up. And I'm like, wow. So it makes, even the guy that initially knew who this individual was, the banker, even today he still won't tell what his name is. And he goes, and when they asked him why, they said it takes away from, he's afraid that they'll take away from what the message of the Son is really is, if they find out who he is. So I don't know if that means he was a somebody or just a nobody, and why would a nobody know this? But it's interesting across the board because I tend to believe, again, watching where we are today with food across the board, we're obviously trying to grow more and more and more. Farmers are having a problem with rain because they're over farming the land, and then the dirt takes up use because there's not enough nutrition in the dirt to make really whole foods. So they can't rotate the crops the way they want to. So, you know, again, you go back to genetically modified foods. I don't think that's any of it's good.
I was talking to Lexi about this the other day. I was asking him, you know, right now, what is like the average? What is the average lifespan over the last 20 years? Average lifespan is what? 89.
I want to say like 82, 83.
And I was wondering, I'm like, what do you think the average lifespan is for somebody in America? I was like, technology, crazy, DNA hacking or Neuralink technology that's going to come out, and just advancement in science and medicine. I bet it's about 150 years old.
There's really no reason we can't.
And you know, I mean, she was like, yeah, but food is becoming more and more processed and convenient, and nutrition is lacking more and more, you know, than it was back in the past. It just seems like there's more processed food and sugar and shit like that.
Well, look at the 60s, man. There was no factories in the 60s. You had people that were overweight, but there was no factories. You know, you go back and look today, look at the obesity, which is really brought on by sugar. You know, sugar is, I had my brother-in-law about 10 years ago tell me, oh, sugar's the worst thing you can put in your body. And I'm like, hey, relax, it's sugar. Come on. And after talking to several nurses, she said if you took a blood test right after you ate a bunch of sugar, you flip out of what your blood was doing. Then, you know, how bad it was for you across the board. I never really thought about it, but I've kind of gotten away from more sugar, heavy, sweet stuff. I don't drink Coke at all. I haven't had a Coke or Mountain Dew in 20 years. Or anything. There's nothing replaced with sugar. You know, alcohol has sugar. It is sugar. You get a disease from being an alcoholic, your arms get real thin, you get a bloated stomach, and your legs get real thin. You get brought on by sugar. Is this a process to thin the herd out? I mean, you know, get rid of all the drinkers.
What is this money? The problem is really only in the US. There's no other countries that have this epidemic of malnutrition and bullshit food obesity. Obesity is like 70% of the population.
Oh, yeah.
Well, is there any other countries like that?
Listen, not that we're on the obesity. Even that, you know, it's funny when you brought that up. I talked to one of my buddies from Homeland Security. They were having a problem with the power grid right now. And they believe that there were other entities out there that were dragging the power grid down. Not to mention that they were, this is in California, they were driving through and shooting Transformers with a 22 rifle.
Right.
So the Transformers are only made in 3 different countries, the US being one of them. And they're a real hard item to get because there's not a super demand for it across the board. They're not supposed to leak out oil and catch on fire. And they were trying to figure out who was doing this and why they were doing this. and looking at people that were trying to control certain parts of the power grid. Well, I said, well, why would that matter? He said, well, let me tell you this, man. Right now in this country, there are 100 million diabetics. There's another 80 million that are pre-diabetic. He goes, insulin must be kept refrigerated. You lose power for 90 days, the bodies will stack up at the hospitals like you will not believe. And he goes, that shuts down everything because the hospitals will shut down, truckers will be afraid to go anywhere, all just through something as simple as insulin. So I look, you go back to India, you go, hold on, this whole sugar thing, bigger plan to get rid of those, where sugar is the enemy. Again, thinning the herd, so we're doing it there. We're doing it genetically through vaccines that people are getting. And slowly by slowly, they chip away at our ability to have reproduction. And if you look at, again, what's happening to the population, I think it's all related at the end of the day. There's too many people on the planet who can't sustain it. You look at your countries like India, the garbage that they're throwing in the ocean is just unbelievable. You don't really think about that in the bigger picture until you start to get videos of the Pacific Ocean, an area where all of this plastic needs to get dragged into. And you see the wildlife eats it. Turtles eat the plastic bag because they can eat jellyfish. And then what happens, they end up starving to death because they've got so much product in their stomach that it's full, but they eat it. So they end up dying. So now we start talking about extinction of certain animals on a much bigger scale than we're talking about. But is it go back to look at the Black Plague. There's people today that say the Black Plague was not spread by rats and fleas. That there was something bigger, and they believe it was extraterrestrial. They hear this, and they show these like reapers in the skies, walking through the skies. And he goes, this is what they mean to show that something's delivering this virus. So if you go back and start looking at the history of man, it seems to be whenever they want to thin the herd out, these viruses are made. This coronavirus, I think, started out as SARS originally, and turned into this disease now that kills only people who seem to have relevant. So my sister's husband died because of it, and he was 350 pounds, had all kinds of health issues. Went into the hospital with had the D variant. Which they said the D variant doesn't give you a fever. And one of the doctors I spoke to said, well, if the D variant's not giving you a fever, you have no way to fight the bug. So at the end of the day, when I asked my sister, what killed him? What's on his death certificate? What was on his death certificate was he died of pneumonia. Brought on by complications of COVID. About a year ago. So, again, it seems to be able to pick out people who are pre-genetically exposed that are vulnerable. So again, are we thinning the herd for only the strongest shall survive at the end of the day? Because and I know people who've had corona. Look at Lexi, who just had really kind of a bad cold. There were no ill effects. We went to the hospital. We didn't talk about putting them on a ventilator. And never fucking got it. And you were living there. The whole fucking laying her hand and foot, like sleeping and never got it. My sister, when she got it, or didn't get it, put in a motorhome. As her house was being built. Both my sisters living in a motorhome with her husband. And they had both gotten sick. They'd gotten cold. And so he had gotten sick about 2 or 3 days later, went down, and I told him, I said, listen, don't let him shove anything up your nose. There's no reason to do that. Let him know. If you've got a cold, they'll tell you right up front. Don't let him put anything. Because what do they do? The first thing they do is shove that stick up your nose. So then he ends up with the D variant, which again doesn't allow your body to produce a fever, and that's ended up killing him long term. And I asked my sister, you need to go back to that hospital and figure out what they were treating him with. Well, they wouldn't release that information to her other than he died of pneumonia. I said, that's bullshit because he's your husband. You should be able to have, access to those records of what killed your husband. She just decided to leave it alone. She goes, it's COVID. It is what it is. And I tend to disagree with that 100%. Listen, that's the key right there. They live a much cleaner lifestyle. I mean, even it's funny, talking to a buddy of mine, his parents, his wife's parents are Filipino. They moved down here with me, all lived together in a home down here. And all of a sudden, we were talking one day, and his father-in-law had a stroke, and his mother-in-law had a tumor, and I'm like, dude, what is up with your wife's parents? He goes, what do you mean? I said, you're always so sick. He said, oh, well, the challenge is this. He goes, you cannot have a diet consisting heavily of rice. It'll turn you into diabetic. And I was like, what? I had no clue. And he goes, oh yeah, they're both diabetics. Dude, these guys are both thin. They're not overweight. He just passed. Her mother just passed away last year. Her dad just had a stroke. Another one. All brought on by rice. And I thought initially, hey, fish and rice, that's a great diet. You know, it's going to maintain your weight. It's going to be the worst thing in the world. Even, you know, like one other pointless, useless type of information is horses that stay out in the field for 20 years and eat just nothing but grass, they will turn into diabetics because grass is a carbohydrate. So it's the carbohydrates that end up being bad for us across the board. You know, when you look at, I would think it's rice and fish would be a great diet.
Yeah, this guy Don that I've had on here multiple times, he's a nutritional biologist, and his main focus of study, it began with human nutrition, but it began with study of the ketogenic diet, which is basically extremely low carb diet, high fat. So it's like high fat meats. We did the study of the ketogenic diet on oxygen toxicity of seaweed. So maybe seals,
Right.
Gregory breeders, yeah, like the rebreeders, because they don't have the bubbles. Like a normal dye tank, you have the bubbles that come out and they see who people are. So the rebreeders will let them be covert under the water. But if you do it for too long, it can get oxygen toxicity fusion. So the studies that he did was putting these Navy SEALs on strict ketogenic diets, keeping them in ketosis, meaning that they're getting all of their energy, their body is getting all of their energy from ketones instead of glucose. So it comes from fat, so from burning fat carbs. And what that did was that reduced the oxygen toxicity. Then they moved that into epilepsy. So now what they're doing is they're treating people with epilepsy who get epileptic seizures. They're treating them with ketogenic diets, and they're putting people on keto, and it's completely curing them and completely eliminating their seizures. It's incredible how much benefit that has on the human body.
And which is amazing because if you really think about it, most of those fats are coming from animal fats. When I started going back and looking, it was funny. I had nothing but a keto diet growing up as a kid. That's all I ate. I ate primarily meat, potatoes, and that was it. I didn't even eat anything else. And I loved the fat crispy part of the steak. So it was funny, as a kid growing up, God would go, dude, you are rich. You are just, there's not an ounce of fat on your body. And I never took into consideration of it just when I was a skinny guy. And then,
You were a machine when you were like younger.
dude,
You have a picture of yourself when you were.
yeah.
We gotta be able to pull it up. Can you send it to me? I can put it on the screen.
Yeah, I'll do that. So, and it was kind of funny, but I never thought about my diet being that diet. And then obviously, I met a great woman who's an Italian. She's a great cook. She loves that pasta. And I learned real quick that pasta is bad news, baby, for my village figure. So I couldn't keep the weight off of me by eating all the carbohydrates. So obviously, I needed to change and start looking at some things differently, and start looking at the keto diet again, and understanding that your body would prefer to burn certain animal fats over sugar. But if you eat the sugar, it will take the sugar first before it uses the fat. So you're not getting a true nutritional value from having that. So I've gone more to the keto now, which, again, you shouldn't be eating red meat and all this. If I eat too much of this, I'm going to die. If I eat too much of that, I'm going to die. I'm going to leave the planet a happy diet. I'm going to eat good red meat. So,
yeah, well, it's good for you. Obviously, everything's not but even people that are extremely overweight who have transition.
Oh, it does. And it's not, they don't have to go to the gym. They don't have to do this, these crazy workouts. All you need to do is pick up your activity. I think I showed you those pictures of the man's legs. He was a 40-year-old runner. He's a triathlete. And you look down on his legs, and they give you a cut version, which is like all around the bone of the leg. And the one below that was a 76-year-old guy who wasn't doing anything. He was sedentary. Just sitting there doing nothing.
Right.
You saw the difference in the muscle growth, and then it showed the 70-year-old who was running triathlons still looked the same as the 40-year-old guy. So it's amazing what diet will do for you, but you have to first understand what your body type is and what best works for you.
And also weightlifting.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you can see on that thing that you sent me the bone density too
was so much different. You know what I'm saying? Now you don't have to worry about a fall and breaking your hip. And so many people give into this. I mean, now they're doing hormone therapy replacement, which I recommend anybody out there today. If you want to really feel good about yourself,
Talking about testosterone, TRT.
bingo. What a game changer it is. And some guys are worried, well, hey, listen, my testosterone level could get back up. I don't want to have roid rage. I'm like, listen, as a kid, your testosterone's around level 900, maybe 1,000. As you get older, mine was down to 550. And the doctor said, hey, I can put you on hormone replacement. Oh my God, great difference.
Really?
Now, it was only 200 milligrams, so I was still under the 900. I did 750 milligrams. So I didn't have to worry about roid rage or being angry or, as a kid when I had figured out these things, I needed roid rage. I'd be at 900 and then take this on top of that.
It's not really bad for you when you're a kid.
I'm sure it is.
I mean, I heard that when you're young, and the body's not
Which I believe to be a true statement as well. You don't see many guys that are on steroids bodybuilders that are 15 or 16 years old. Typically told, hey, wait till your body fully matures and then get on those. But listen, at the end of the day, steroids are not made for healthy people. You know what I'm saying? So they use them now for muscle development growth. And you can become a monster. Especially if you're pre-genetically disposed to be a big guy. I've seen some guys who never look at the weight in their life and they look like a bodybuilder. And you look at the 3 different types of men, mesomorph, ectomorph, and endomorph. 3 different types of body for males. And each of those are completely different. One's heavily muscle, one is extremely kind of the middle that kind of falls into the toe pattern. It's muscly by sin. Again, primarily completely different animals. That's what we have. And I don't, you look at, let's say, like Navy SEALs, you look at certain guys like that that are just genetic freaks who can take the cold water. It just doesn't bother me. Where I get, look at cold water and I get seized up. I don't want to get nice cold. And listen, they say it's really good for you as well, though. You should have a nice cold shower, a nice bath. Your body enjoys that. It's really benefits from it.
Yeah, what are some of the benefits?
Dude, I will say this, you can cover that. I had a problem with some dental work that I had done. And the dentist said, hey, listen, they didn't pull my wisdom teeth when I was in the military because they were too badly packaged. And he said, hey, listen, this bothering you? And no, you're working really well. So later, I had to have one of them removed. And he was like, I talked to one of the doctors. He said, hey, listen, unfortunately, I'm going to break your jaw. And I pull that tooth out. There's such a thin layer of bone below that. The tooth is taking up most of the for that jaw. So I'm like, oh, man, that's not. I had a broken jaw and wired shut and sucking on straws. So I went out and found another doctor who said, hey, listen, I can start breaking this. You're saving me a lot of problems for the long term. So I'm like, okay, cool. So they pulled it. He said, yeah, I can see the nerves. They decided not to put a piece of bone graft in there. He was afraid that bone graft would grow on the nerve strangulate. So he goes, hey, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. So I went back a couple of weeks later, and now I'm on my testosterone regimen. And I went back and put me on the x-ray. He was like, oh my God. Nothing good follows that. What's up? He's like, dude, the jawbone has almost completely filled itself back in. So the healing factor, I told him, I said, I'm on testosterone. I wonder if that would have something to do. Oh, absolutely. That definitely makes you heal faster across the board.
Have you ever heard of a book called Rabbi? Let's get guy genes and studies on human skulls and jaws of humans specifically and the whole teeth structure over like hundreds of years.
Okay.
And he dug up like the skulls and the bones of all these people in France and he found out that people like back in the day before processed foods, they had way bigger jaws. They were like 30% bigger. Wow. Teeth were bigger, the jaws were bigger, their whole facial structure was like completely different because they weren't eating the processed food that they eat. Right now the problem is that we're eating all these processed foods and all the soft foods that we're eating less and less people are eating now. And it's contributing to this decay in facial and bone density. And the jaws are getting smaller. And look at you see some people. He also did a big study on nose breathing and mouth. And a lot of people now that breathe out of their mouth, they have like this receded jaw, they have puffed up teeth. And that's also, which a lot of dentists are going to talk about, one of the biggest causes of tooth decay in cavities is mouth breathing. People are breathing through their mouths. And this guy did study himself where he kept his mouth shut for a month and slept
just breathe through his nose, and he's going to do the opposite. His nose shut, spread, and just breathe through his mouth. And he quantified all the effects from cognitively, felt, monitored, his heart rate, everything biometrically, and found, crazy things, benefits of breathing through your nose, and to chewing stuff with your teeth, like meat, and how it affects both in the jaw. And
I was thinking I'm like, I'm gonna go back there one day and there's something I wrote a long time ago.
It was really interesting.
Genius, and I
So, how humans have evolved hundreds of years ago,
about 5 minutes.
and it was fucking wild.
No, and like I say, when you look at it in the bigger picture, nutrition is such a big part of what we do. I go back and look at some of the facts now that I've attained, some of the ways that we've changed our eating habits. I told you, pasta is good, but it's all processed. I don't like the rest of my body. When you eat our starch, it turns into a sugar, and then your body releases insulin to store that away. And so that was always a challenge for me. But now that I've kind of changed my diet, I've started to lose a lot of that sloppy fat weight coming outside. And again, this is all part of the testosterone regimen as well. But it's totally weight easier. I feel better. Any issues that come up tend to heal faster and quicker across the board. And listen, also, I find a great doctor. I've got a great doctor here in Florida. He's a super guy. He's really involved with my day-to-day activities. I see him every 3 months. Go back and talk about where I'm at now, where I was at then. And like I said, here's an absolute game changer. I'm talking about eating a great, quality of life without having to worry about all these pains that are associated with being sick. I never thought, first of all, I'm going to be 60. But this long, I'm going to care of myself. But I think, at the end of the day, I got a lot of people come up to me and say, damn, you are 60, you look great for 60, you look 40. Like I say, 20 years off looking older, I'm happy about that. Quality of life, I love to be outdoors. I still go to the gym, I'm still involved. I like to, do simple things, wash my car, cut my grass, clean my pool. Without the normal everyday aches and pains that some of the people this process becomes the better human being.
Wait, let's start just one videos on TikTok.
On stage, I was
And there's so much more like raw food.
Oh, yeah.
So much cheaper. Oh, yeah. To get like raw, unprocessed, healthy food that's really more.
It's just better for you. I mean, listen, we ran into a couple one night. They're incentivized to get people healthy. Sure, socialized medicine. Absolutely. Well, gluten. Listen, you can't cook with gluten. Like, I met some guys who were from Italy. Me and Don were out one night having dinner. And my sister-in-law, he pointed out my stomach when he goes, hey, you're gluten intolerant. My stomach was sticking out. I'm just full. He's like, no. Your stomach doesn't pop out like that because you're full. It popped out like that because you're gluten intolerant. And I was like, whatever, you're not about it. So, sure enough, about 2 years later, I was asking the doctor about it. He goes, we can do a test on you. Probably gluten intolerant, which a lot of people are. Sure enough, gluten intolerant. So having this conversation, and one goes, hey, if I can chime in, I hear you guys talking. Gluten is illegal here. We can't use that. It's illegal. So I said, what? I said,
Wow, that sounds crazy.
oh, yeah. Well, I said, so when I asked this, what else do you
fucking spaghetti all over pasta?
Whatever.
I mean, all over Italy.
Bingo. But she said what they do is they use egg yolk instead of gluten. She goes, now, the problem is that the egg yolk is more expensive than gluten. She says, that's why we don't use it. And that's why America does use it, because you guys have such an unbelievable marketplace here that people just eat that and don't give it any consideration. Absolutely. So I think at the end of the day, when you start taking into consideration what you're eating, if you really don't become a student of what it is, there's now a company out there that if you have certain conditions when you eat certain foods, they'll be able to tell you what foods not to eat. I'm like, hey, if I was suffering from these things, that would be the first thing I would want to know. My secretary, her son would eat certain types of food that had seeds on top of the buns, and those seeds would get into the fold of the stomach. Now, back up, when McDonald's first came out, there was no problem with that. So what's in those seeds today? That if they got into a fold of your intestines, you're infected. Possibly you have to make sure that part of your intestines cut out. So I think when you start looking again at the food, what you're eating, how your digestive system works, what's going on, is going to determine, hey, whether I'm going to have a great life as I get older or I'm not. And I try to really moderate, like there's certain foods that just inflame my joints on my arms. There's just some foods I just can't eat that have whatever chemical is in there. It just bothers me to my end. So I've gone back to my basically steak, potatoes, maybe a green bean. I found out recently what a blessing magnesium is and how it affects your body. It actually helps you sleep. I was like, what? So I've got back on a regimen of magnesium now. So your body doesn't produce that. You need to have that, brought in through eating. So they make it in a vitamin type capsule. And I've been taking that. Again, there's some great, actually sleeping harder. Feeling more rested at the end of the day.
Yeah, rest is sleep is a huge thing. And sleep is also a big part of testosterone.
Absolutely.
The more sleep you have, the higher testosterone. And when you don't get enough sleep, it pumps you up like that.
It's funny, man. I'm getting off track here, but talking to friends of mine about sleep deprivation. These guys working overseas who operations guys. He had come in contact with Taliban leaders. And so I made a joke to them, hey, water. And they all start laughing like, dude, we don't do that anymore. There's no more water. How long ago was that? Probably 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So I laughed. I said, well, let me ask you, these dudes, bro, Taliban leadership, they live hard. These guys, they didn't care they were in jail. They still look mean. No looks on their face like, please help me out. We're like, as soon as I get out of here, I'm starting to start killing Americans. And so you're watching these guys as they how hard they work. So I said, let me ask you, you're going to get a guy like that talk. He said, who's sleep deprivation? I said, so I don't understand. He said, well, come here. So he brings you back to a room. What they do is they have a small 10 by 10 room. There's a metal bed and a metal toilet. In the corners are these speakers that are buried in the wall. And that's what I do is I play the sound of 10,000 rabbits being slaughtered for 3 days. That's maximum volume. And he goes, they will tell me anything I want to know. They actually tell me things I didn't even ask about. Because because we've gone to 5 days and actually killed somebody. So you can't sleep is that important. You need good sleep and good rest. So again, that's going to be essential for having good health as well. So I started looking at that real hard, and especially when taking testosterone, having a hard time sleeping. But when I wake up at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm not tired. It's not like I wake up, I need to go back to bed. I could actually start my day and get to work, and make things happen early. And sometimes I do that. I'll just get up and get on my computer and start doing some work in the morning.
I forget who it was. One of the guys are like expecting blowjobs at any minute. And just like the face they were sitting there like they knew when they're getting excited. Everyone's stressing out. Exactly. There's a lot of great head energy. That was all it's not good or bad. I'm just saying, like, fuck, man. Sexual, very sexual. Laughing, drinking, spending money. I mean, if you trophy wives and like, he said after having to listen to like Barney, and we put like the blast of Barney and something for days and days and days. Somebody asked you before having to experience, would you rather be castrated or listen to with no painkillers? Or listen to Barney and Rothschild after doing it? I would rather be castrated. No fucking painkillers.
If it's over with in a certain period of time.
Yes. It's crazy. Stuff would be who was paid $80 million to develop these cancers. It is right here in Sarasota. That's one of the key guys that was in charge of developing like the strippers, they were like strippers.
Too, they still haven't brought those guys up on in trials yet. All the guys committed the 9/11 atrocities. They're all still in Guantanamo Bay.
Right, yes, they are.
I
don't know what the latest is on that, but
the prostitutes basically just drive up, up front, they go in.
that trial has been delayed
for 20 years now. I'm like, not that I think you deserve a speedy trial. I just thought it was interesting that we hadn't gone to trial.
It is weird, right?
It just kind of lends itself to some of the other things we've discussed in the past. With, is this a real event? I just watched this. What's the guy's name who killed him?
This is not.
There's 2 guys.
Red guy. shot him in the face.
Yeah.
I forget what his name is. I just watched the podcast, and he was basically walking us through the whole when they went into that building. Like the modern they were like walking up the front. They were walking up the stairs to the top level, right? And he saw Bin Laden. He said that one of his wives,
I drove this car in New
right?
She was like, we drove this nice neighborhood.
He shot it, and they're asking about like the photos of Bin Laden, right? Like the photos online. You can find photos of him. And the guy is interviewing him. So those photos are legit. That's the guy. What's his name? Robert O'Neill.
Robert O'Neill.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert O'Neill.
He goes, oh no. He goes, I shot him in the eyeball. I shot him right to the eye 3 times from 6 feet away with a 40 caliber, I forget what type of bullet it was. It was a high powered fucking rifle. Sure. So he shot him 3 times. His face from his nose up was completely deep. He goes, I shot him from 6 feet away with a fucking massive round. Sure. He goes, his face was unrecognizable. When we were taking the photos to send them back to the Pentagon, or send them back to the commanders or whatever, he was holding Bin Laden's head together, to hold his head together with both hands while they poured water on top of his head. To get off all the blood and get off all the blood and stuff because it was unrecognizable after they shot his face. Yeah. Like, why did they do it? I mean, photos of his fucking head.
Well, listen, man, this whole thing is even more complicated than that. Even though that Robert O'Neill says he did it, there was a book that came out, and the guy named Matthew Bissonette, he's also a SEAL, said he killed Bin Laden.
Really?
So, yeah. So there's a whole interesting thing about this. Not only that, did they supposedly, when this is more read off in the tangent, but supposedly Bin Laden's still alive. He's in Iran. The Iranians at the time, after President Obama came out and said they killed him, called him and said, "This is the Iranians calling Obama and saying, hey, you guys didn't kill him, you got him right here. You better pay us $500 gazillion, or we're going to release this information. You're going to be president again." So, and there was this large, massive amount of money. I want to say it was like 500 million or some unbelievable amount of money. They went to the Iranians that the Obama government sent over there, which I questioned initially. But then one of the stories came out that when they found out they had killed Bin Laden, they dumped his body out of a helicopter over the water. Well, this I heard off the helicopter. The SEALs going back up there, got him on the. Now, what happened?
Proper burial for him.
Well, they say that, but that's not how you bury a Muslim. For sure, that's not how you bury a Muslim. It's a daylight burial. They have to be buried the same in a direction. I think to the west, which points to their religion and their church, which just there's a whole other process to it. But when he talked about this, the first thing you do, they did this with Saddam Hussein. Now listen, they took Saddam Hussein from his side, they brought him over, they hung him by the neck.
Right, we saw him getting executed.
Saw him get him executed. No question.
Autopsy.
But they do a DNA scrape on him also,
Right.
to confirm if that's who this was. They did not do that with Bin Laden. It's very weird. So
I've asked many people, even CIA people, John J. I've never heard convincing a reasonable explanation.
unless it wasn't him. Unless it wasn't. So they said, why is there two SEALs that claim you killed him?
I've never heard about this.
Oh yeah, well, like I said, he actually Matthew Bissonette came out with a book. He used a different name as kind of like a
Did you claim he was on the same team that went in with?
Oh yeah,
with,
oh yeah. He's a SEAL. This guy's a true SEAL. The whole
so
nine
he was
yards.
with O'Neill.
Yeah.
Have they ever asked O'Neill about this guy?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. There's another SEAL program that's on YouTube, and they brought these guys in, and they were talking about this. I said, listen, bring these guys in. Bring Bissonette in and O'Neill. Let's find out where they were at in the building. Where were you at in the stack? The stack being, the guys standing in line before you make it into the building. So, I mean, if you can tell us where you were at in the building, that's going to tell us where you shot Bin Laden. So, but they won't bring these two guys together, and I keep egging them on. Bring these guys on the show and ask them where they were. We won't have to guess anymore, because I promise you, we're going to find out exactly where they were in the stats. So, and at that point, we'll be able to find out who actually killed him. But it, when just before Trump got out of office, there was this whole leak from the CIA about this guy who was living in Saudi Arabia. He was living with royalty. He's an American. He's a Falconeer. Falconeer, he's real big over in Saudi Arabia. And he came out and was one of these guys who was saying, "Oh, there's a lot more going on here."
Falcons fly around.
That's it. That's it. Well, listen, that's a big business over there. Really? Oh man, I went over there 1 year
To Saudi Arabia?
to Saudi, and we were dealing with the prince, and so we were selling them guns. And they came out. There must have been 40 or 50 people out in the middle of the desert, and they let this little animal go. And it took off across the sand, and about a minute later, they let this falcon go, and the falcon swooped down and got it. And these 40 people all started clapping their hands. And I'm looking around like, hey, should we be clapping? Didn't clap anyway. Yay! I don't understand what the hell I'm looking at. They said, hey, listen, Prince wants to see the guns. So I got the guns together, brought them over to him. But when you fire these things, they have a tendency to rock you back a little. Able to stuck my hand up behind the shoulder wouldn't rock me back. And I touched him when he shot the gun. And 2 guys broke out of line. He screamed something like that. And the handler that was here, don't you ever touch again. Those guys will kill you. Don't you ever put your hands on him again. Prince. I'll have to go back and look now. There's 2 of them were there. He was like 500 Prince. He was breastfed from King Fossil's wife, and it was a whole story. Even when we finished up that day, we had gone back to what's that good salmon? It was, I don't know all the details on it now. But we went back to the facility after a while, and I was sitting there, I crossed my legs, I was sitting at the end. Chocolate over there is majorly expensive because there's no place to get chocolate from it. So I was eating this chocolate, and I crossed my legs, and 2 of the commanding officers that were both Iraqis, or excuse me, Saudis, had a fit because they were showing me the bottom of my shoe. And they were down there, bitching at me about, and I'm like, I don't understand what you're saying. They're like, put your foot down, I don't see the bottom of your shoe. So there were some things I was learning there that were kind of odd, that they do from a cultural perspective. But again, trying to look at the overall, that day took some hand. Even when we were there, the females had just were able to start driving cars. And the Muslim Brotherhood was going around shooting the girls who were driving cars. So it was a period of time, alternative country. But it was interesting again to see what the take is on this whole Bin Laden thing, which of the SEALs and what the story is. Odd, these SEALs typically don't come out and talk about the operation. So under the smoke screen, they were trying to convince they killed this guy. At the end of the day, why they didn't do a DNA scrape on him is above and beyond me. It just adds to the whole story. But then it doesn't sound real. Why would the government do that? I don't know about that. I don't know if you really do have a thing yeah. It just goes on and on and on and on with all types of fight and
The thing about it is whole topic, when you start about stuff that's not like official and stuff that's like really devastating. The problem is there's so many conspiracies. Oh yeah. There's so many conspiracies that we don't know, especially when it comes to our government and CIA, like talk about like MK Ultra. But the stuff that Kennedy talked about, and all of the fucking crazy shit, the Iran Contra, and all the people that were murdered. Conspiracies are real, sure. So conspiracy theories have the stigma, and conspiracy theories, and that only benefits the people who commit the conspiracy.
Yeah, rock on, baby. That's exactly right.
Only benefits.
It does. And it confuses the issue because it makes you go, well, wait a minute, why would these people lie to us about certain things? I mean, like the whole, Bin Laden. There were some oddities with the actual. I just came up in a conversation with one of the guys here. The tail rotor of a helicopter was left unburned. And what happened was it crashed coming in, landing in the okay, so it crashed, and the tail rotor got broke off on the other side of the fence, so it didn't catch fire. One of the guys said, what's really odd about this is that the actual blades on the tail rotor fan to keep the helicopter from spinning were not damaged. And I said, is that odd? He goes, dude, they're moving. Everything's back there is moving. I've never seen a tail rotor survive a crash ever until I saw this. So again, it was one of those weird moments where you're like, well, hold on a second. He didn't know about the two different SEALs that claimed to kill him. They didn't know about some of the other things that were not necessarily true or were not true about killing bin Laden. And so it was, when you start asking him, well, do you think that they did this? And he was like, no, why would they do that? When you're bringing up the tail rotor and telling me how it wasn't damaged, I said, do you think it was just laid there? And he's like, I'm just telling you that it's unusual. Out of all the helicopter crashes I've investigated, I've never seen a tail rotor that wasn't damaged, ever. So he goes, this thing was actually coming in for a landing, and I guess the problem was there was a concrete structure, it was like a fence around the property. And as they were landing, the down push of the air came back up the sides and then back over down the chopper again, and it lost its ability to stay covered. And so it didn't crash, and all the SEALs were killed. But they ended up having to burn that vehicle up because it was a stealth. Yeah, I believe it was some sort of stealth chopper that they were indicating that they needed to burn up. So they did. And but again, you look at it, so it's even like you say, you look at 9/11, you look at all these conspiracies or the things that took place, the UFO crash in Brazil, and you start talking to guys there. Well, there was something that happened, but nobody can confirm what it was. And so you're left kind of to make your own decision as to what your belief revolves around those particular incidents. I've always been a conspiracy guy. Obviously, when the story doesn't match to what the conversation is, there's a problem. What was J.S. Snow's Well, I'll tell you what, not only was he a secret society guy, but one of the reasons across the board, it was definitely not the internal groups that were protecting the U.S. were not satisfied with Kennedy because Kennedy was trying to share information with all the rest of the world. According to the story, that they actually had a name for him. I can't think of the name. The Secret Service by his name. I think it's called Spencer. And they said, hey, this document was actually burned in the fire. Somebody pulled it out. And it said, in this was talk from a terrestrial group in the government that said, hey, Spencer is not cooperating. Spencer's starting to ask too many questions about our objectives and what we're doing. If he gets any closer, we're going to need to paint him red. And the Russians use that terminology as to kill somebody. So when you see this on the paper, you're like, well, wait a minute. If Kennedy was truly killed for this reason, then there's a bigger part of the whole assassination plot. So I started to, that's kind of what made me go back to Kennedy's assassination. And there's just some oddities about it with the Secret Service card that's behind him. And when they show you the investigation, they make it look like the Secret Service was just an entity that was possessing the president, when in fact, I think they had an active role in his death. Well, I look at kind of like look at it. I personally, I don't like getting into this. I don't know if you've watched all of the things. Yeah, oh yeah. Unbelievable. There's no evidence to prove. I mean, there's the stack of evidence to show how it was an inside job by the CIA compared to the stack of evidence to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald as a lone shooter alone it's astounding. I mean, even here's one of the things I look at in this process. I came across a guy who was this guy's a professional expert shooter. He's the one that proved that you could shoot a man with a katana, that's like a kill Kennedy. You can use off 3 shots in 6 seconds to hit your target. And I talked to this, super cool. And I said, so let me ask this, how do you get involved in the investigation? He goes, well, because I started my own investigation because the paper that covered me when I did this in outside of D.C. didn't tell them it took me 6 times to do it. So I had to set it up 6 different times. So listen, there's no way that this was done by a lone shooter from the top of the room. So he said, I'm going to show you something. And this was it was a video. It's online. You can find it. It's a Secret Service guy. They land the car in Dallas, and the two Secret Service agents run out to get on the back of the car that Kennedy's killed in. And a third Secret Service officer who's in the follow vehicle tells them to get off the back of the car. And when they get off the back of the car, you can tell they weren't briefed on why they're not going to be on the back of the car. Because they put their hands up and they're like, what's going on? Why am I not on the back of this car? So then if you read the warrant report talks about the Warren Commission talks about Lee Harvey Oswald, or not Lee Harvey Oswald, but the Secret Service going in. They said, hey, listen, we're taking the president's body back to D.C. After he dies.
They brought him, first they brought him to the hospital there in Dallas.
Correct. Well, because he died, and obviously the massive head injury that he had, he wasn't going to survive that. So the Secret Service went and said, hey, you need to package the president up, we're taking him out of here. And the surgeon said to him, the doctor said, hey, he's not leaving Dallas, there's a murder done, there's going to be an investigation. And the Secret Service pulled his jacket away from his pistol and looked at the doctor and said, package his body up and take him with us. One of the other X-ray technicians came back, this is also in the Warren Commission report, and talks about how another Secret Service agent, he goes, now I'm 21, this Secret Service agent came in to me and handed us some brass, some lead objects, and wanted him to take a picture with Kennedy's brain and have these fragments be in the photograph. And the guy that came back and said, listen, I'm 21, this is the Secret Service telling me what to do, because I didn't question that, I just went back to did it. Bingo. So, anyway, so it was a different time period. Nobody thought about still there was even collusion going on. Kennedy was killed by somebody else. Like, oh, he was killed by the Russians. Oh, he was killed by the Italians. He was killed by whomever. But the interesting thing was, as I started to go back and review the footage, the Secret Service car that the follows behind the president is literally 2 feet from the back of the car when the shooting takes place. You would have heard those shots go over your head. And there's three agents in the very front of the car who are looking straight ahead, and there's 2 that are riding on the back of the car, the follow cars. And their heads turned back towards the shooting where the book depository was. But the other 3 have sunglasses on and they're staring at Kennedy intently. And it's just odd because you don't really realize how close the car is. So if they would have taken the first shot, that bullet would have gone right over the top of their car. The cracking sound of that bullet moving at the speed of sound or faster than makes a cracking noise. They would have heard that go over their heads, and there would have been more going on with them at that point in time than it would have been if they didn't hear the shot at all.
So the bullet that went into his head and blew off the back of his skull, where did that enter? Did that go up through his neck? Or where did it enter?
Well, they're saying it came from behind him.
Right, the official report says it came from behind him, but it's clear the back of his skull.
Sure.
Which means it came from the front. But then he also got shot in the neck, right? Because he goes like that.
Right. That was the first shot. First shot, they said through the back of his neck, threw him, through the front seat in the front, hit Governor Connolly in the back, go down the front, hit him in the wrist and stopped him in his wrist. Right. And the weird thing was the bullet was pristine. There was no marks on the bullet, which is really bizarre to have to go through 2 people and not have any marks on the flat back. What's that? The one that finished pristine bullet? It's actually on the gurney.
The magic bullet.
The magic bullet.
It was the magic bullet was in his wrist, right? The magic bullet was placed there. The one that went in his wrist, they had to pull that out, right?
No, that's what I say. They didn't pull it.
They never kept that.
What they did was they brought it in on the gurney, laying there next to it. So again, that was kind of those weird things that nobody questioned. I mean, the government wasn't capable of being this cynical. So I don't think anybody's like, oh, I'll just pass these bodies. We were trying to show how a bullet could actually do that. Oh, there you go, right there. I mean, come on, look at that. I passed you 2 bodies, broke his wrist, and see, here's the drawing below.
So the one that blew the back of his skull off, that one came up through like the scar or something. No.
Well, they say from behind. Now, if it was the grassy knoll shot,
it blew the back of his skull off.
Right. Now, keep in mind, too, man, your head, like a watermelon, water doesn't compress. That's why guys' heads blow up when you shoot them with a gun, a high-powered rifle. Same thing as you shoot a watermelon. Water doesn't compress, so your head's going to pop. And when you see he initially gets shot, Jackie Kennedy is sitting next to him, and she jumps up out of her seat and grabs something that's on the trunk of the car. That's part of the skull. So, which is kind of weird in itself. Well, why would you run out and grab that? Of course, I don't know what people do when you hit like that. Anything's possible. But immediately, you see the Secret Service show up, and he jumps on the car and tells the guy to get out of there. I just think there's too many weird things that the Secret Service do one commission that point to those guys, and they try to stay off the radar. They try not to show their car. They try not to have any information. They try to, and one of the agents that was initially going to be sued, he's threatening to sue this guy who did the testing on the and he's telling this guy, this is from the Secret Service, hey, bring me to court. I want you to bring me to court. The truth will come out when we do this. And so he's never gone to this.
Great. They were doing that.
What's crazy is no matter how much you put in there, you fit in your mouth. You're only getting as close as 15. You're never actually getting close.
Hospital brought him to
Every guy did the 20, and I was like,
around in the court, and she talked about how much it was not there.
it's like getting like healing out. You know, brain. Just let me 5 hours still there and 5
But then, miraculously, after DC, they had his fucking brain, and he raised his brain. His brain weighed more than the average brain weighs in half.
And now that's his fucking head got wrong. Here's the creepy part: is they still don't know where brains at today. So again, it's just those little moments like that. They go like, "Hey, what's really going on?" You know, 9/11. Go back to Pearl Harbor. Go back to all these major events that take place in the world. There's always some sort of dark information that kind of falls in there as well. I don't know. You know, is this the World Bank talking? Is this the like 6 or 7 families that are really running the world? The joke was that I heard that I mean, is it? You know what I'm saying? So when you take into consideration all the things that are going on around the world, it's all paranormal. It comes down to some sort of UFO-based information, about running the planet, doing all these crazy things to, bring down the population, but it just never seems to go away. And like I said, when you look at today, you got 20 different shows that are on right now that deal with Bigfoot and classified documents and Fear in the Woods, Beyond the Unknown, all these different shows, and each show shows you a little bit of something. And it's like I say, if you watch them long enough, you start to see this. Wait a minute, why is this going on? And again, listen. Why are we having this conversation today? It's so interesting. It's so amazing. There's an awakening that's going on around the world. And I think the people that wake up and kind of see some of the things that are going on now are looking at them much more intently than they were just 10 years ago.
Well, Mike, thank you for doing this. I definitely have more questions and I've answered them. Got to get back in soon.
Yeah, let's do it again. I appreciate you having me on the show again. And like I said, we'll do an update sometime in the near future.
Oh, yeah. You're the official concrete UFO correspondent.
I appreciate you, man.
All right. Thank you, everybody. And good night.
Take care.
I started doing comedy. I was doing comedy already, but that's like a job I would do like kind of infrequently. But yeah, when I needed money, I would take it. And so you could just call any Yellow Pages, any of those places at the time, and be like, hey, you need a driver? I've done it before. They'll be like, sure. Most of them will be like, sure. Can you start tonight? So this guy, I called somebody, I told him, hey, looking for drivers. I have experience, bro. Because, the way he does it is you hang out at his house, this guy's apartment, and wait for jobs to come in. Or else they don't. So I go to this guy's apartment, not far from anyway, it's just a couch, a TV, and money, no trophies, and everything.
So teach me how not to lose all my money.
And he goes, all right, so you got a gig, take these 2 girls, one's
Or that we're
an
already
Asian girl, one's my cousin.
So first of all, everybody knows
Okay,
this
so
stuff,
the Asian girl shows up.
and it's a long time. And the market's been going up since 2010. I used to buy houses for $40,000 or $600,000, drop houses. So now, what's happening? This is a forced recession now, because the unemployment rates were low. Everything was going beautiful, and then they had to be like, well, you know what? I bought a house for $60,000 in 2010, and now it's worth $600,000, and the inflation supposedly stays 8%. But I don't know anything that told me that 8% a year. Gas is up 150%. Houses like I predicted, went up double what I thought they were going to do because the supply chain is low and they gave away trillions of dollars. Where's that money going to go? It's going to go back on the street, right? So now they have to force a recession to slow things down, right? So when you look, the one thing that hurt the real estate the most that's going to hurt it badly, and it's not even going to be that bad, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's the interest rates are going up. Everybody's looking what's extremely obvious, right? So what they don't understand is that's not going to control the housing market. If a 2x4 costs $8 and a permit to build a house costs $30,000, and a lot is $200,000, how's it going to drop the value? And what they're not telling you is the hedge fund own 30 to 40% of the single family homes. So why would they?
Is that how many? Is that how much they really own?
Like BlackRock and shit, Blackstone.
Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of them. I've sold thousands of houses to investors who eventually sold them to hedge funds. So it's like this. Here's how it works. Supply and demand, right? Rents have skyrocketed. Florida is the third most populated state in the United States. People come here every single day, right? It's hot. We don't have any state income tax. People want to be here. Luxury Airbnb, $700 to $1,000 a night. The money is still flowing, but they shut the faucets off. So the next way they're going to lower the values of the homes. Watch out. When you sell something, you're going to have an appraisal review. The banks are like, oh my God, they're going up too fast. So what they do is the appraisers put the brakes on. But I'm going to tell you how to defeat all that. That's irrelevant.
I saw on Instagram, I saw a meme that said, it's a meme on like a hip hop meme page, which validates it, in my opinion. That said that, sorry, I apologize in advance. My brain is like human soft serve today because I got really fucked up last night at the hockey game.
Tough game.
I'm not really a big hockey fan. I just kind of got into it.
Love it.
It's so much fun.
It's incredible.
It's like going to a fight. Like, there's a little bit of hockey.
It's like going to a soccer game without a fight.
Yeah, it's fucking cool. I really like it. Super high energy. So yeah. Anyways, that meme that I saw, it said that Florida is now the most expensive state to live in.
Well, that's not true. Not California, New York City. But regardless of that, the hedge funds are licking their chops because they're waiting to see the sheep up. Like just this week, I bought 3 houses, and in the past 3, 4, 5 months previous to this, I wasn't buying them. I was just developing my book. So now what's happening is CNN, the Communist News Network, they're out there scaring you, just like they did with COVID. They're trying to make you nervous so you could like panic. So when people are in panic mode, they just make poor choices. Okay. So when it's like this. Let me give you an example. Pretend you're at a poker table or you're at a blackjack table, and you start with $100,000 in chips, right? And you got $1 million in chips in front of you. How much have you made? Or how much have you made?
If I started out with 100, now I got $1 million. I made 900.
You made 0 because you haven't cashed in yet. You understand? You didn't go to the cashier. So if you don't sell your house, you're not losing. You're not making. But it's people's perception. What people perceive to be real is real, right? But the houses will drop due to the fact that most people who buy houses get conventional or FHA or VA loans, right? But what they're not taking into consideration is the hedge funds buy houses to rent them because the rents are astronomically high. Plus, the houses go up in value and they depreciate the assets, and it's better for them on their taxes. So owning an asset is really a liability because you're depreciating it while it's going up in value. You realize your money when you sell it, but you never sell it because you're always borrowing against it. So it's just like a cash register that sits there accumulating wealth, right? The regular person is taking a beating because they don't know the system, they don't know the game. This is basically their nest egg is implanted in this house. So the rates have gone up just this year about double. Like January 1st, the interest rates were 3%. Now they're 6 and change. So these people gotten loans being over 5%, they're in jeopardy of fortune. But how you beat?
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I'm retarded today.
No problem. So let's say
you get a loan and your interest rate's over 5%, you're in jeopardy.
Right, due to the fact that your payment has escalated in price. You know what I mean? And like if you go right now and you look up amortization schedule,
Right.
and you put up 500,000, 30-year loan 3% compared to 30-year loan 6%. Look how much more money you're paying for that debt, right? So these people, their houses will drop, and then if they bought a house for 600,000 and they put 10% down, so that means they owe 540, right? In 6 months, the house is worth 500. So now they lost their down payment, plus they lost 40 grand. If they sell it, they lose. Then they got to pay realtor fees and closing costs. So they're already upside. So we have to try to figure out how to control their assets. You make money in real estate, control it. Like lease options, purchase with let's pretend that you have a mortgage of 500. I come to you. All right, look, you owe 500. Your house is worth 480. Why don't you just deed the house in my name? I'll give you a couple $1,000. So basically, the mortgage is in your name. I'm the new owner. You understand how that works? Because I'm buying it subject to your mortgage. Then I call your bank. Hey, guess what? Surprise! I bought this property. It owes this. It's worth less. Maybe me and you can make a deal where I could just buy this house for you. So I can buy the note. So this is what's going to wind up happening. And you have to remember, from 2009 to 2012, short sales, foreclosure, this was an everyday thing. Okay? So people are just coming back. And this is what's going to happen again. We just got to try to figure out how we can control the assets so we can do with them. Due to the fact that the rents are extremely high. So, pretty sure a lot of investors out there, you know the term hard money, you get a hard money loan.
Yeah.
Then you buy a house for $200,000, you put 10, 15, 20% down, they'll charge you 2, 3 points, 12%, 10%. So these are loans that are usually 1 or 2 year balloons. And these are taken by investors who are going to renovate the property and resell. So a lot of these lenders now, they're going to be on the hook because a lot of these people are not going to want to finish the projects. So those people are going to be in jeopardy. The banks, whoever lent these people the money, private individual, whoever it is. So the way to make money on this is you go to the guy who has a hard money loan. Hey, real quick, what do you want on this? Public information. We'll just look it up. All right, I owe 150. Okay, it was worth 300 after repair. Now it's worth 200, 250, whatever the number may be. So those people are in jeopardy of losing money. So what you do?
So these people that got hard money loans,
they bought the property to renovate it due to the fact that the properties were escalating 2 to 3% a month. Right. They're thinking no matter what, the longer I take, the more I make. Right? So now if it takes a little fall, those people are going to be nervous because they don't live here. Most of these times, they lend you based on the asset, not on your credit situation. And most of these houses are owned in limited liability corporations. And if the lender doesn't make you sign a personal guarantee, you could just give the property back and it doesn't really affect you. So you need to get a contract to purchase it and negotiate with the lender. So let's say a lender, let me give you how you negotiate. Let's say you owe $200,000 at 12% 1 year. You call the lender, hey, guess what? The guy that you lent the money to, I think he's having difficulties. He's going to pay you. I want to purchase this asset. Why don't you give me a 5-year 3%, 4%? He's like, no, why would I do that? I'll just take it in foreclosure. Okay, so let me just put in a limited liability corporation, claim the bankruptcy, and you can't even contact me legally. So this is, now it's like when two rocks hit together, something's going to break. If 2 rams are hitting their heads together, one of them will fall, right? So the reasoning all this is happening is due to the interest rates. Because the higher the interest, the more the payment. The more the payment, the less people can afford. The less people can afford, the less the house is worth. So this is what's going to happen. But we're going to make millions of dollars during this next plan.
So the price of houses in the housing market is going to go down.
I think it's going to be nowhere near as 2007, 8, 9, 10. Nowhere near. Because I used to buy houses for $40,000 that the dirt today's worth $200,000. Right. So, and then you got to remember, back in those days, people were buying houses, just to cash out. They were never going to make the mortgage payments. Nowadays, the banking is very strict, and not only that, the hedge funds came in. So you have sophisticated money in the real estate. Prior to 2007, look how many assets, single-family assets, were owned by these institutions. Very few.
Yeah.
Now, there's multiple assets that are owned by these funds, so they're not going to dump all their assets because they're going to lose money. So they're going to look to buy more and jack up the rents.
So if you own a house, and that house that you own, that you live in, your family lives in, is the majority of your wealth and your net worth, and you want to make money during this time.
So here's what I would do. I would immediately try to get a line of credit. I would go to a bank and say, hey, look, my house is worth $600, $250. Give me an 80%. So basically, I want to take a line of credit
based on your equity.
Right. So how a line of credit works is you pay a payment while you're using it. So if you're not using that money, you don't have to make a payment. You understand that, correct? No. Okay, so a line of credit is like this. You got a $500,000 loan. Let's just say it's 6% interest only for round numbers.
Okay.
So you borrow $100,000.
Okay.
That's 6%. That's $500 a month you're paying for that $100,000.
That's just the interest.
Right, interest. But you could buy a house. Like I bought a house yesterday for $105,000 and sell it for $150 in a week. So the point is, you're making money with the money that you have. You're using your equity to create wealth.
Right.
So this is what you want to do immediately before the house is valued for cash, because everything is based on current value.
That makes a lot of sense.
So you want to go out there immediately, get a line of credit. You're only going to make money while you're using it. Well, obviously, you're not going to go out there and buy a car, get a new kitchen. Don't do that. Wait for when people's ribs are showing, where they need to liquidate, and then you go in there in a strong cash position. Because like I told you before, there's only three types of buyers. A buyer who pays cash closes the day the title is ready. You got a pretend buyer who needs exit strategies, inspection periods, and then you have the buyer that needs to call mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy is the appraiser and the bank. Yeah. But when you have cash on hand, you're going to go out there and get home.
So when you go out and you get a line of credit and your equity of your home, you have to have a piece of property to show the bank to get that line of credit for?
So basically, they're going to look at your house. They're going to do their first appraisal.
You have to show them, like, I want to buy this with the credit?
No. Once you have that HELOC, that home equity line of credit, that money, that's like a checkbook. Now you can go and buy whatever you want. You can go to Vegas. You can buy a car. You can buy whatever you want. It's your money sitting, but you're still going to get that 6%. Whatever. I'm not saying the rate. Obviously, the rate goes by your credit and by your.
So it's not based on mortgages. It's not based.
No, this is a mortgage, but it's a line of credit. It's similar to a 30-year, 15, 20-year amortized loan. But this is basically a short window. The point is, you want to control assets. Lease options is another way to control assets right now. So let me give you an example of what I mean. Let's say you own a house and you can't sell it because you want the moon and it needs a lot of work. And the more assets that come for sale, the more picky the buyer gets. Right now, the buyers are overpaying in the last year because it was a limited supply. And building houses took a long time because the trusses to put the roofs up would take long, the windows took long. So there was more buyers than real estate.
Same way right now, right?
Yeah, it's there, but there's more assets coming on the market, and there's been a lot of price drops because people are nervous and they want to realize their capital. But I still think it's a foolish move, because where are you going to go? Because you have to buy something else anyway. To make a long story short, to make money during this market, you need to control other assets. If you can control 50 assets and make $20,000 a piece, you just made $1 million. So you have to understand the value of assets, how you can control it. Listen, let's say you got a house that I think is worth $500 and you owe $450, right? I go to you can't sell it. It needs a roof, it needs windows, it needs a lot of work. I go to you, say, look, here's our mortgage. How much is your mortgage payment, your taxes and insurance, whatever? And you tell me, well, I owe $250. This nut is costing me $2,000. So here, I could give you $2,500 a month. I could give you down, and find this lease option. You can close it within these 24 months for this set price. And you also, this is very important. Don't forget this. You would like to do an assignable lease option. So I'm gonna tell you what that means. The option to purchase it is in my company name, my personal name, or whatever. But I can assign it to another buyer, so I don't have to close it. I could just sell my paper. You understand?
Yeah, you talked about this last time. It's so fucking complicated.
It's very simple. No, let's pretend. I'm gonna make it real simple. You see this bottle of water?
Yeah, but how do you find people that are gonna do this? It seems like a shady deal.
It's not. Listen, if you want to lease, listen. I'll lease option every property that I own.
Right, but if you walked up to me and you fucking said that shit to me, I'd be like, no fucking way.
Let me ask you, would you be willing to rent one of your properties that you wanted to rent?
Hell yeah.
It's the same exact thing. I'm leasing it with the option to purchase it. All that means is I'm going to rent your house, but you're letting me one day buy it from you. That's all it is.
I understand that.
So why do you think
that's bad? I just think that the way that you described it with like saying that you need to have a clause in that agreement saying you sell the paper, you
no. When I sell the paper, here's what that means. If I choose to put my mother in here, if I choose to put my father, my friend, a guy I just met at the club, he could take over my terms. Okay. He is now the new tenant.
Okay, I got you. I understand. And they're still going to get paid.
Well, how many people do Airbnb? And how many of those people houses to re-rent an Airbnb? Have you heard of that? Say that again? Okay. So let's pretend that you own a house.
You're going really fast, and my mind's going like half speed. No, you're fine. That's how you roll. I love it.
So let's pretend that you own a house in a desirable neighborhood. Right. And the rent is $10,000 a month. And I like to do Airbnb. That's my job. That's what you do. And I come to you and I say, listen, the rent here is $10,000. I will pay you $12,000, but I'm going to rent it. I'm going to be the guy on the hook. You're renting it to me, but I'm going to re-rent it.
Got it. That's like subleasing, right?
Exactly. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay. So a lot of people do that. Like I'm building 4 houses on the river right now.
So how do you approach people like that? You just hit them up on Airbnb, or you hit them up like you find houses that are already for rent?
Well, I don't hit up anybody. That's not my business. But I'm just saying people do that. I don't do that business. I only work with properties that I own or I want to own. I don't pimp other people's shit. That's not what I do. If I want it, I buy it.
Okay.
If I want it, I figure out how to control it.
Okay, so you want to own it.
But there's a lot of people who don't have the resources to own things, but if they want to make money, they have to try to figure out how to control it. This is why I'm telling you.
Okay,
controlling the asset is where you make money. $1 million, and you buy 5 houses at $200,000 a foot, right? That's $1 million, right? Okay, you sell them, you make 10,000 a piece. You just make 1,000, right? But if I could control 100 houses with 10,000 a piece, the same building, and make 20,000 a piece, I just made myself 20,000 times 100. How much is that? 2 million. Exactly. On 1 year. Right. So the name of the business is to control the real estate.
Right. Got it. And
so
you're saying,
and the reason I'm telling you this is because people are they're looking for exit strategies. This is the way to do it. You negotiate hard money lenders, you negotiate with people in trouble, you negotiate with homeowners. This is just phase 1 of multiple phases.
Okay, let's say, we got the hard money lenders, we got the homeowners, and we got, who else?
People who own land. Let's pretend you own a piece of land.
Hold on. Let's just use somebody with a house, for example. I want to buy your house. Am I looking for people who have their houses listed for sale? Or am I looking for people who are just random that walk to my neighborhood?
So how I do it, here's how I would do it. I would get a good real estate agent. Right. Look for houses on the market that have been there for a long period of time, and then they're dropping their prices continuously. Now let's see how much money they have. Let's see if they have back taxes. Let's see if there's code violations. We're trying to attack the runt of the river. The guy, like I'm telling you, he's in a situation where he needs money. Okay? So we need to, or we listen, like me.
We're preying on the weak.
Not only that, you need to be on the strong as well. If a guy were to come in right now,
of course, I'm with it.
Danny, if a guy came in right now today. I said, Brian, I want to do a deal with every single piece of real estate you own in the lease option or own it. I'll sell them everything I own because I'm going to set it up what I want. You understand? Because when I do a deal, I want you to be happy and I want to be happy. I want everybody to be happy because I never want, here, listen, I'm not a butcher. I'm not coming here to buy the cow and butcher it and dump it and I'm done. I mean, that's cool when there's a lot of supply, but if I want to continue to make money with you and forever, I'm going to figure out a way where both of us are extremely happy so we can continue to move forward. But to answer your question, every deal matters. Every deal makes sense. The only thing that changes is the numbers. How can I make money, you make money, and the guy I'm selling it to make money, and everybody's happy at the same time?
Okay, so walk me through. I found a house. So I found a house. A guy who's had a house listed for 6 months. He's been dropping his pants on the price for 6 months. Can't move it. It's been on the market for way too long. I got a hard money lender. I got a guy who's going to give me cash to buy the house. Now,
I don't want to deal with that. No, I'll tell you what. I want to buy that deal, but I don't need that hard money lender. You never need a hard money lender unless it's an absolute necessity. Let me tell you what I mean. You're the homeowner. I don't need a lender. For what? You're going to be my lender. You're the owner of the house. So even if you have a mortgage, I'm still going to figure out a way to get the deal done. So here's how I tell you, look, you own this house, you got to list it for $500, it's only worth $450, right? Here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to buy this house off you. How much money do you owe? Let's pretend you owe $300. I say you're selling it for $450. By the time you pay your real estate commissions, your closing costs, about 10%. So $450, $45,000, $405, let's just make it $4. You owe $3. You only have $100,000 here. It's all you have. Right. That's what you got after the sale. Here's what I'm going to do. I'll give you 20, and I owe you 80. And you're going to deed this property in my name. Okay? So your mortgage, tax, insurance is like $1,500 a month. If I can re-rent that for $3,000 a month, there's $1,500 equity. I'm going to give you that $1,500 so I pay it off. So now, so if I give you at zero interest now, so if I got to take $1,500 a month, which is $18,000 a year, so basically in 5 years, I'm going to pay that debt. You get it? So I'm gonna pay you that extra. I'm gonna pay your payments plus $1,500. So in 5 years from now, I paid you off, and I still got that debt. And that debt, the original mortgage has gone down because I'm paying your payment. You understand? So I'm controlling your asset. But meanwhile, while I'm buying that property, I'm trying to sell it to my tenant or some other investor, where I can get more money.
Got it.
So now I control that asset, and I'm making double my money.
Got it. So you're basically like you're renting to own the house.
Right, but not only that, but not on this situation. On this situation, he deeded the property to me. Now I'm the current owner. The liability is in his name. Right. Of course, because now I own this property, I'm obviously going to make the payment because now I have something at risk. But when I'm doing the lease option, I'm looking for equity. So then I'm in the property with the option to purchase at any given minute that we agree to. So now I'm looking for another guy who has very little credit and who has cash that has a hard time finding an asset to live. So I said, look, I got this assignable lease option. I put $20,000 down, give me $40. Always be upfront with everybody. The number one thing in life, there's 4 rules to life, right? Number 1, never waste your time with something you can't know, right? Number 2, hire a great accountant because you're fucking doing it. Number 3, you want to have fun. And number 4, live in your window. Live in your lane. If you're making 100 G's a year, you ain't buying no Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? You got to live in your lane. But you have to understand the rules of life. So make sure that what you're doing makes benefits everyone. As long as you're benefiting everyone, everybody's happy, you walk down the street and you're giving everybody a high five on what's good. Everybody could benefit, but right now, you have to how you can control the real estate. This is because look, if you buy a house for $500,000 and you ain't got no money, and you're getting FHA loans, and you're paying 6.2%, the interest is going to be killing you. Not to mention your taxes, your insurance. your refrigerator breaks, your roof is shot, you're going to lose this house.
What do you say to people who still haven't fucking bought houses? Kids who just like
wait,
just wait, huh?
wait about a year.
I just talked to a friend of mine who, I mean, he's still paying off his college loan, and he was thinking about buying a house 2 years ago, and now he's watching what's happening with interest rates, housing market going up, and he just feels like he was left behind. And I'm like, bro,
Well, yeah, he missed his boat.
Tent City.
But listen to this, there's multiple boats though. Never, like I'm telling you, what I'm telling you right now, this lease option, we could do that. But it depends. What's his financial position? How much is his rent? Is it cheaper to own than rent? You know what I mean? You have to use all that in consideration. But listen, when I talk real estate, I never think about the guy who's living in the house because that doesn't make us any money. You understand? The average homeowner is cool because that's going to be the end user. But at the end of the day, that's not the guy I'm looking for. Does that make sense to you? I'm gonna make money at one time, which is cool. But in reality, that's not my job. My job is not to buy a property, fix it, and retail. That was my job years ago. That's a slow boat. You don't want slow boats. The way to make money.
You want to take the fucking jet ski.
Yeah, you want to take the fast train. You know what I mean? You want to be on that fast boat to get the hell out of here. Get your bread and bounce. And you know, if you could control good assets in neighborhoods that are going up, or if you're on the river, you're somewhere where you know it's gonna go pop, it's gonna blow up. Yeah, then you want to sit. But if you're just gonna retail it, yeah, dump it, get a realtor. Don't do the work yourself. It's not worth it because you got to deal with headaches. Time is so valuable that you don't have time to waste on a person that's going to buy your house to live. Because those are the pickiest people on earth.
Who do you want to sell your house to?
You want to sell your house to another investor. You want to deal with somebody who knows what's going on. Yeah, dealing with a homeowner person who's going to live there is like you ever go to a restaurant and somebody always wants the meal, bring it back, wants something for free?
Yeah. Like
this is the people that you're dealing with.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to do with that client.
No, fuck that. No,
it's not worth it.
Right. No, I just what you're saying.
It's better to wholesale it, get your money in the end.
Wholesale it. Get your money.
Get your money. And if you want to sit on the asset because you think the value's going to go up and you think the rents are going to go up and you like multifamily, by all means, get the property so you can do it. And watch it continue to come.
So you see this whole recession as a big opportunity?
Of course. Look, Bitcoin's collapsing, Ethereum's collapsing.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah, of course. But because what is that backed by in reality? Remember the last time we talked about Bitcoin? I told you I got lucky I don't want to talk about it because in my mind that's trash. But I invest in multiple things because I get bored. B, I like to have my money in different avenues. And C, I just like to see what's going on.
Do you sports gamble?
No,
You don't?
I do not gamble.
Can you gamble?
100%. That's the worst thing you can do.
I think I heard someone Dave Portnoy said that Warren Buffett is washed up, and the way to make real money in a time like this is by day trading and gambling.
Well, I don't know because Warren Buffett is probably 100 times his net worth. Warren Buffett's 92 years old, and his company's probably Warren Buffett's probably worth $70 billion. And he's the most conservative investor. I don't see how that guy could ever be like that.
Yeah. What is his investing strategy? Isn't he the guy who said that for like the average person to get rich over time without like being in business is just investing in the S&P 500 over a long period of time?
Well, one thing that he did, I remember when he invested in cigarette companies, or this cigarette company cost a penny to make, you sell it for multiple dollars, and the clients stick with you forever. So the point of the matter is, a guy like Warren Buffett, he's always going to make money. He's conservative, lives in the same house, drives the same car. His money keeps growing, and he's not looking to be a flashy thing. You know, him and Charlie Munger, his partner, was 98 years old. But these people live a different lifestyle. Me, I invest in stocks here and there, but it's boring because I can't control it. If I can't control it, I don't want it. It makes no. It's cool long term, yeah, blah blah blah. But if you want to leave your kids money and this, that, and the third, that's great. But if you want to make your own money and you want to be on the block and be your own master, if you want to master what you do, you need to figure out what you're good at and make money. And the reason, like I told you, I love real estate because there's multiple zeros. It's a necessity. It's a luxury, and it's probably one of the only things that can't be duplicated because they make fake cows, you know. fake meat,
Fake meat.
fake everything. People live in
Are they doing that
metaverses.
yet?
Of course we do that. Burger King was giving those guys have it to sell out.
Oh, that's the shit that Bill Gates invested in. What's it called? Beyond Meat.
Right.
No,
That took
aren't they kind of try to like actually create real meat with like fucking? They're gonna actually try to like in a lab create their engineer buy that real meat.
my time has so much value to me that I can't waste it on things I don't care. What I care about is having fun, making money, and just doing whatever the fuck. And real estate is, and right now, you're not. If you're sitting in a house and like, oh my God, I could have sold 500, who cares? If you're going to depend on your primary residence to make money, you're in the wrong place. You have to understand what the environment is and adapt. Because you can't fight it, you just have to work it.
So you bought 3 houses in the last month or like this week? 3 houses. Where do you find these houses?
So I know almost everyone up in Tampa. I know
You gotta say.
always call me with deals. Hey, I got this. Because they know I'll pull the trigger immediately. I don't got to go inside. Like this house I just bought, there's tenants living in there. You can't get inside. They don't pay the bill. The water bill is $3,800. So when you deal with a big problem, you make big money. Because people don't like to deal with headaches. Headaches makes the most money. So what I do is I buy it, dump it to the next guy, let him make a kid. As long as I can make my money, I love when people tell me, hey, Brian, I bought this house from you for $200 and I sold it for $270. Thank God.
Right.
Every day.
So you buy houses. You potentially would have a buyer for a house before you even buy it.
Yeah, of course. Because how I look at a deal is like this. If I'm buying it, if I want to pay this number, I already got 3 people in my mind that I would call and what I can get from them, and I pay below that. Because you never go broke making a profit. So you always want to leave a lot of meat on that bone. So what I do is I buy properties, I dump them, and the like stuff that I like, that's what I do.
How many houses do you own?
Probably about 60. But with land, apartments, but that's not my thing. Real estate, I own a lot of real estate. But it's not my thing. The reason I say it's not my thing, I listen to a lot of people's comments on what I say. Oh, why does he dump? It's better to do as a day trader. It's better to hold. Oh, okay, really? If you're working with a certain dollar amount and then you're going to go buy something for $2 million, how are you going to buy the next thing for $2 million? The next one for $5, the next one for $8, and this one for $500? Where are you getting this money? The banks ain't lending you.
You just look shit up as collateral.
So what you're saying is, you want me to cross-collateralize my other assets to purchase this one? So basically, let me ask you if you would do this. Let's pretend that you want to borrow $20 and you got $500 in the bank. Are you going to put that $500 to borrow $20? Are you going to let them sit on that $500 and you can't reuse it now? Hell no. Exactly. Same thing with real estate. Real estate is like this. It's going to go up to a certain amount. But what I like to buy is land with certain zonings because you look at the future. And I bought a trailer park in 2020 for $1 million. I listed it for $4.5. I got 3 buyers ready to go. And they want to do affordable housing. But the reason I don't go with them is because they want it to take so long. So, and then, the way to make money in the real estate, if you're going to sit on it, you have to build. Buy the piece of dirt, split the lot, build, sell, build, sell. Bring partners in. Always use other people's money.
Talk to a guy who used to buy a house, fucking add like square footage, 3 more bedrooms. No square footage, just add walls, make more bedrooms.
Yeah, because he's probably renting sectionals. Right. Basically he's taking 1,000 square foot 2-1 and making 2 closets and getting big checks. But is he pulling permits for this? Okay, so my point is, in life, if you take a shortcut, you're always going to screw. Especially nowadays. That right there is only good for rental income based on section. The sex standards are based on building value. But that's not what I do. That's like
but that's kind of what you're doing with land, right? So you buy a big chunk of land, section it up.
So let me give you an example. I just bought a piece of dirt on the river. Right? One of my buddies came in. They said, "Hey Brian, I got this river. Okay. Hey, I got this deal for $1 million. Okay, $1 million, not bad. We bought this dirt, and then there was another little lot. We paid $130, clean it, knock the houses down. By the end of the day, we're in the lots with the docks and everything for like maybe 1.4 for four lots. Those lots were 700 quick. Right now, that's 2.8, double our money. Just like you dump the money. So what you want to do is you want to get those. Let's say a house with a double lot. So in Tampa, you got an RS 50 with 50 feet frontage, 5,000 square feet. So most lots are 50 by 100. So if you got a house that's 100 by 100 with a house, you buy that, you split it, you split the lot, you sell the house, now you go. So you have to understand that. That's a little complex. I don't really want to talk about that. That makes sense to me. Well, that's what I do every single day. So I make money on the trash that I buy to come, and I use the money to facilitate my projects. I don't borrow money from the banks like I told you. The banks is the least place. That's the last place that I would go to. Because they don't want to lend. A bank does not want to lend you. The only way they'll lend you money is if you work at a fast food joint and this is your primary residence and you can't afford it. Because the government backs them up. The government wants regular people on house. I don't think you want people to throw equity. It's the because most people, most of their assets or most of their wealth is right. So that's the American dream. But what's happening is with this, what's happening now, I think that American dream might be. I'll tell you why. Because apartment buildings are being built everywhere. Look, in California, they're making it illegal to build single-family homes. Are they really? Yeah, they're saying it's like a racist thing. It's for like a rich people thing. Because you got 44 million people in the state that they pay you $2,000 a month to be a plumber. You're living in San Francisco on $20 million, and the guy next door sleeping in the tent. Yeah. So the point is, the American dream is changing because people are very flashy. They rather drive a Ferrari and live in an apartment than live in a house and drive a T-Rex. I know a couple guys. Well, of course I know hundreds of people. The point what I'm getting at is real estate, the smart money, the educated money is jumping in real estate. What about in cars? You make money in like. Of course, there's money in cars because you got chip shortage. So I got guys buying Escalades, F-350, sitting on waiting list. But I'm not going to sit on a waiting list for 9 months. I can sell it make 20 grand when I can use that time to buy 10 houses. Oh, you got guys that are like buying new, they're buying brand new cars. Yeah, G-Wagons, F-350s. And they're flipping them as soon as they get them. As soon as they get them. Wow. Same thing with the watches. Everything is shortage. But you have to understand, the second that the supply chain comes back, people are going to be liquidating their assets. Can you imagine going to the car dealer? Hey, you're $60,000 under. You're in the basement, 60 grand. What do you mean by that? Well, you're 100, we're 40. So you're going to see a lot of foreclosures, and you're going to see a lot of repos on cars probably in the next 2 years. Because people are paying over sticker for cars. Right. Yeah. I own car lots. I don't even buy cars. I don't care. I own a car lot. I bought it. I'm going to build 10 apartments. What about all your other type of like your assets, like your trading cards? Well, I told you, baseball cards where the money's at. People started laughing at me. Who was laughing at you? Some of the people who don't really know what they're talking about. You're talking about the commenters? Yeah, but here's the funny thing. Like, Lou Gehrig, 34 Gowdy. Babe Ruth, 33 Gowdy. Ty Cobb, T205, T206. Walter Johnson, Rogers 1. Those cards have tripled. Roberto Clemente, Willie Mays. Those cards. Are you selling any? No, I only sell the junk. Jordan rookies. Junk. That's to me, that's trash. LeBron, Durant, that's trash. Because that is. So let's pretend LeBron James has something happens where he gets in trouble. He goes to. I'm not saying that would ever happen, but let's just say it happens. Let's say Mike Trout picks his leg, never plays again. There's so many of these assets around. They have a value, but in reality, what's the true value? The true value is what it's worth in longevity. Mickey Mantle ain't doing that. He's in a grave. Will Chamberlain is dead. Bill Russell's not dead, but he's the king of basketball. He got 11 rings. These cards are going up in value by the day. But Will Chamberlain, you were afraid about Will Chamberlain spitting the guy's face. No, but I heard he had like 5,000 rings. Bro, yeah, I heard that too. That's why I called Milk Still, right? I heard the story. I forget who was telling me. One of the guys that played with him was telling a story on some YouTube video I watched. And they were getting in an elevator before a game, and
some civilian walks in the elevator, some random guy in the hotel, looks up at Will, and he goes, "Damn, how's the weather up there?" And Will just fucking spits in his face. Raining? Yeah.
Well, I met Will at a car show. He was a cool dude when I met him.
He was?
Yeah, most of these athletes are cool. It's just that people expect them to be something that they're not. And they don't want to be bothered by comments. Listen, you want me to go to you in Publix or you're eating with your girl? Like,
can you imagine LeBron James spitting in somebody's face? Bro, you fucking.
I don't think LeBron James communicates with us.
No, definitely doesn't.
He's probably the most loved and hated athletes in the history of the earth.
He really is.
A lot of people fucking hate him. Yeah, they're just haters. But look, back to the real issue. Because this is not making us money. If you want to invest in sports cards, but Danny, listen, if you want to invest in sports cards pre-1959, baseball, you want to buy Hall of Fame players. You don't want to buy the new gens. Like, I love Michael Jordan. I own a lot of his cards. There's, they're depressed because there's a lot of them. But at the same time, when you buy vintage, that's what it's just like art. It's always going to be.
Right, yeah.
When you got Picasso, stuff like that always goes up. You know what I'm saying? Van Gogh, stuff like that.
You ever bought any shit like that? And, super high dollar art?
I invested here and there. This is not my thing. I don't know.
There's this website called Masterworks, where it's like basically like a stock system for buying art. You can buy shares in like super expensive fine art, like Picasso.
So basically, what they do is they buy an asset for $1 million. They make 1,000 shares and they sell it for a certain dollar amount, and they own a certain percent, and then they manipulate it by buying people until the profit distributes. Same thing, they do that with baseball players.
Oh, do they?
Of course, they do that with all assets. They use a crowdfunding platform to purchase this asset, and it's like this. Let's pretend
a very interesting way to do it.
Let's say you want to own a Mickey Mantle 52 tops and a PSA 5 that's worth $300,000, and you don't have $300,000. You can get 10 guys to put 30. You can get 100 guys to put 3, and you control like an HOA, like a real estate. You control it. You're the one manipulating the process.
What do you think about dudes? Do you ever heard of that dude called Grant Cardone?
Of course, he's a master at
he's like a fucking hustler.
He's like a crook. Well, he's the kind of guy that'll buy a property and then borrow money for the down payment. But if it's working for him, hey, by all means, run and do it.
He also he buys these fucking big buildings, apartment buildings or hotels or whatever it is, with his internet audience. He gets them to all invest in it.
Of course.
So he does what we talked about just now with fucking,
So let's say this is a hotel that's worth $5 million. You get a contract to buy it for $5 million. There's at $6 million. You just made $1 million doing it. But see, look, that's definitely not what I'm looking to do. I never want to head it.
It's just a weird thing.
What I want to do is give people free information so they can get rich.
Yeah.
Listen, remember last time I put my phone number on the block? I must have had 700 to 1,000 phone.
Did you really?
Fuck yeah. So I want to thank everybody who called me, and I just love you guys, and I hope whatever information I give you helps you.
I think we have a little bit of a remnants of a week following our show.
Of course, real estate is the key to make money. What other business do you know that you can make millions of dollars and not have a place for education? And that's like you're like a YouTuber or something.
Yeah.
But think about it. In the real world, the world's crazy. People don't want to interact with people.
What do you think's going to happen with the NFT shit?
Well, the NFTs are taking a beating because in reality, where they back from. A friend of mine is making NFTs with the sports cards, and it's backed by the sports card in a vault. And eBay charges like 12 to 13%. So basically, they're just pimping the bully like I talked about. They're pimping the bully. They're taking your assets and you're selling. You're doing all the work, and they're making all the money. So a buddy of mine's making a new thing that's called Gem, right? He takes the card. So let's say this card is worth $1,000. You put it on his site, you sell it, you pay 3%, and it goes to the next guy. You understand? They hold it in the vault. You want it, they'll bring it right back to you. This is going to take over the whole sports money. Because if you go to a trading show, which is, you buy, that's right, for multiple years, go there and buy a trade, right? But you got to travel, you got to go here and there. But a regular collector, where are they buying? At these auction houses that charge a 20% fee, or eBay, where the seller has to pay 13%, so he's going to jack it up. So there's no free market. It's manipulated by these big conglomerates, these big monopolies.
Right. But is the stock market really that much incredible or more real than the crypto market? Like how
Well,
much
if you
more
look
real
at the
is?
stock market,
Sure, they're selling products, right? But that's I mean,
they're selling a piece of the business. When you buy a stock, you're purchasing a piece of the business. And when the Feds have the interest rates at like 0.5%, you're borrowing money, right? So you're paying more for the stock because the money's costing you very little. So now you're able to look. Netflix was at 700, it's like $1.70. Tesla was like about 1,100 in the beginning, it's like $700. Okay, Apple was like at 200, it's $1.30. Everything is dropped. Bro, Roblox was at 120, now it's 30. So if you look, everything's being devalued. Because, and then they're trying to blame it on inflation, but in reality, you're raising the interest rates. When you raise the interest rates, you have less buying power. So how many times in your life have you studied where the government basically tells we want a recession? That's what they're telling you.
right.
Why do you want a recession? You know why they want a recession? Let's say you're an average Joe in 2010 and you bought a house for $70,000 with a 3% FHA loan, right? The seller gave you a 6% concession. He paid your down payment, your closing costs. Your mortgage payment's $300. Your house is worth $600,000 now. You owe $50,000. You put nothing down. You never had $1,000 in your bank account. Now you got $500,000 in cash. If you sell it, you think you're going to be a liberal communist now? Hell no, you're going to be a conservative. So in order for the liberal communists to stay in party, they got to figure out a way to screw you. And this is the number one way to screw you. Destroy people's assets. It's not about inflation. They lied about inflation. Inflation is what the market will pay. If it's down $6 a gas and you're willing to pay it, hey, if everybody stops driving and look at what the tax is on it, you know what I mean? Yeah. Holy shit. So you have to understand reality. Reality is when you're looking at a market and they gave away $30 trillion. You don't, yeah, listen. Let me ask you another question. I'm not political because politics does not make me not at all. But if you got a student debt for 50 G's and you're going to wipe it out, I'm going to pay for it. Taxpayers pay for that. So if a high school dropout who's a plumber, why would he pay for a lawyer's school? How does that make sense? Can you answer that?
A high school dropout, he pays taxes just like everybody.
Well, my point is, let's just say you're a high school dropout and you worked as a plumber, now you own a plumbing company. You never took a loan, you never borrowed money from nobody, right? But this guy went to college to be a lawyer. He just don't pay his debts. So now this guy, the taxpayer, has to, if they wipe out student loans, that doesn't get wiped out. That becomes a new tax, right? Of course. When was the last time you seen something was free?
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
But regardless of that, the whole point is, if you want to make money in real estate, you have to figure out how to control the asset. This whole session that we just did is about controlling the asset. You have to understand a way to figure out how to control the
own real estate.
Own real estate, lease real estate, do like
sublease real estate.
Whatever you can do that you can control the sale or the buy, that's what puts you in power. Real estate is power.
Find a way to get some fat on the bone.
Any way you put this or you put this on the internet, any way you want. If you want right now, believe me. If you're in the market to buy a house you're gonna live in, try to wait a month or two, see what happens.
What about people who say, here's a question. What about people who say the market's topped out right now? I got all this fucking equity, this crazy housing boom has made me a millionaire in the past 2 years. Now I have all this fucking equity. I want to sell it and rent for a couple months and see what happens in the market, and then fucking buy a house on the water for a discount. Trying to time
that makes sense.
Trying to game the system, time the system to where the market sits. Hopefully the market crashes, and then I can take all my equity I got in my house in the peak and buy something for a discount when it crashes.
Let me just tell you this: if you're a married person, you make $500,000, you have to pay taxes on it. But if you make $1 million on your home, you have to pay taxes on that extra $500,000. So if you take a line of credit on that house, you have to pay taxes.
Oh, only $500,000. If it's $500,000 or less.
If you're married, if you're single, it's $250,000. So what
I lived there for 2 years too, right?
Listen, I'm definitely 100% not an accountant. I don't have time or the brain power for that. I just give my paperwork to my canvas, my cousin who runs my business, and we deal with the accountants. And at the end of the day, surprise, this is what your silent partner does. But the point of the game is this. me personally, if I could sell my asset and wait and figure out that maybe the market will bottom and I can buy something else, I would definitely do it. But at the same time, you have to understand the value of the dollar depreciates daily. So $1 million today is not $1 million 20 years ago.
Right.
You understand my point? So you have to figure out what works best for you. Like me, I'm not moving for anyone. What, I'm going to uproot my family and move to make a couple hundred G's? Why would I do that? Where am I going to go? I could build a brand new house, so what? It's not going to be where I live. If you don't like your place, dump it. Get your money, be out. If your goal is to keep moving up the ladder to create bigger debt, higher taxes, why not?
Some people try to climb the ladder by gaming system, like the market going up and down. Like I know a guy who does this. A friend of mine bought his boat. He bought this fucking 42-foot yellowfin boat with like 4 Mercuries on it. Bought it for cash from a guy in Boca Raton for like $600,000 a couple years ago. He's getting offers on it right now for like $900,000.
Right, so he's making a 50% profit. Time. You got to pay the store, you got to pay the insurance. You could buy a Mickey Mantle rookie for $600,000 and put it in your closet and sell it for more than $1 million. And it costs you zero to sit at.
What I'm saying is, climb the ladder like
that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
that's a beautiful thing. Everybody wants to create wealth, and if you could buy something and push it and make money, you know about it. By all means, do it.
But how fucking bad would that suck if you uprooted your family out of your house and sold it for a profit, thinking that the market's going to crash and never fucking crash? Meanwhile, now you're on the sideline watching the fucking thing go up.
So if you ever study real estate, even when the market goes up and down, the next time it goes up very high. The watermark always goes up. It always goes up. Because people remember paying extra for something. So it's like this. If I bought a shirt for $50, right? My mind is it's worth $50. If it's for sale for $20, $30, okay. But when it goes up, if it's $100, it's $100. That's because everything moves forward.
Yo, check that camera real quick.
In the real estate game, the only reason I wanted to come here today was to tell you all the people out there who have real estate, who want to buy real estate, if your property values drop, listen, I own a lot of real estate. You don't think I'm going to lose a lot of money? But I'm going to make new money. The new money I'm going to make is going to be way more than the money I'm going to make. And I'm not really losing money because I stole my assets. It's just the equity might drop, but just how much new money you start robbing other people. You know what I'm saying? When you're buying property for people, they're just getting nervous. People who get nervous, they're the ones who destroy the market.
For sell for a discount, right?
Yeah, why sell if you don't have to? You know, like I said, the government is forcing it. I have never in my life seen what a government has forced.
And you think they're forcing the recession to fucking depreciate, to get people's assets to lose value?
I just, well, you know, it's far-fetched, but I just think they're going to depreciate assets. The inflation is too low. The regular person doesn't make enough to sustain it. If a car costs 40 G's before this COVID, and now it's 70, and a house was 200, and now it's 350. And a gallon of gasoline was 2, and now it's 5. You know what I mean? There's only certain amount of money people can spend. But you have to understand this. Let me put it to you like this. Let's pretend that we were making a soup and there's 8 people at the party. The soup is going to be beautiful, right? But if you keep more people coming, we ain't got no more steak, we ain't got no more vegetable. We throw water in there to stretch the soup, right?
Yeah.
Now that soup tastes like dog shit. Yeah. Same thing with printing money. COVID, $1,400 for this guy. This guy gets $100,000 from this loan, that loan. Bro, those loans ain't gonna get paid.
Right.
Who's gonna pay them loans? Taxpayers. So now they want to slow it down.
It's definitely interesting, you know, the prospect of what you're doing. I've never heard anybody else talk about that shit that you talk about, as far as like getting your fucking elbow deep into this shit. As far as
listen, if you want to dive in, you got to dive in first. If you put toe in the water, you don't know. In the real estate game, like any game, the real estate
this is not something you can dabble in. You're fucking hands on.
But Danny, listen to me. Everybody needs to live somewhere. An apartment building, a garage, a house, a mansion, a yacht. Dwell is a necessity, right? So somebody will own it. The hedge funds are licking their chops. Oh my God, I can't wait for this to jump. He's got to jump. So you know so they can come in and sue you, and then the rents go up. Haven't you noticed the rents have gone up?
Yeah, I've seen that, and I've noticed, even in my neighborhood, a big fucking investment company in like Arizona just bought the house across the street from me.
They're buying the whole
Fucking crazy.
Get a little piece of the pie. Let me give you my phone number.
Scoot in a little bit.
I'm going to give my phone number.
Okay.
It's 813-857-410. Call me on anything. I don't want a penny.
Appreciate that. The audience needs you. The world needs you, man. And I appreciate you coming and dropping your knowledge today.
Bro, always 100%. Real quick, let me just add one more.
Yeah.
The lightning went down.
Why? Why do you think that?
When your back's against the wall, you've been there multiple times, there's some
teams come out of nowhere or what? Like,
they have a lot of weapons, a lot of like the Lightning, they got 5 more fingers.
that goalie's
They got
pretty good,
the
huh?
coach, Cooper, they got Vasilevsky, they got Kucherov, they got Hedman, and they got their captain. They're gonna win.
I want to ask you something. I know you said you're going to be a sports better, but I want you to give me the line for the next hockey. I'm gonna
series or the game?
No, just the next game, not the series. You just said they're winning this. They're winning the series. Right?
So I think the line on the next game is -160.
Colorado -160. What is that? What do you mean 160?
So
Okay, like so right now, I'm on my
basically,
bookie.
you have to bet $160 to win 100 if you think
Okay.
So on the backtrack, if you bet 100 on the Lightning, you will win 160.
Got it. Okay. So right now, the Lightning are +1.5 points.
Yeah.
AKA -170.
Okay, right. So it's close to what I said. So that means if you bet $100 on the Lightning, they'll pay you 170 on the Lightning. And that 1.5 means that the line is that they're going to win by minimum. So basically, it's like 2 goals because there is not a half a goal. So if they win by 1 goal, if you bet that line for Colorado, if you bet that they win 1.5, if they win by 1 goal, you lose. If they win by 2 goals or better, you lose.
Right. So they are +1.5, and the over/under is 6 points.
Yeah, so 6 goals.
So what would you do? If I wanted to parlay the over?
I told you the Lightning are going to win.
So money line, or do
I would take it all. I would parlay that whole thing. I would take the over on the 6. I would take the 1.5, and I would bet the Lightning.
The Lightning +1.5, or just the Lightning straight up to win?
I would take the Lightning
straight up.
And
money
I'd
line.
take that 1.5 because obviously.
Oh, you would take the 1.5.
Of course, because they're giving you a goal.
Yeah, but you win less money if you take the
1.5. Whatever. Listen, I used to gamble.
Okay, I'm betting it.
And you know what? When I used to gamble, I could never win. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if I'm up 10 grand, 20 grand, it's not changing my life. So eventually, I'm gonna lose.
True. That's why you don't gamble.
If I win 10 G's, I'm not even happy. Of course, I go for a little bit here and there, but it's really not fun for me. What is the fun of gambling?
It's a rush.
Because if I'm a fan, I'm gonna pay. If you tell me right now, Brian, give me 10 G's on the Lightning, I can do the second. I don't want no money. I want my team. I'm a sports fan. I'm not looking to make money on sports. I make money with sports cards.
How long have you been following hockey? Are you been following hockey?
Not really. Maybe
you know a lot about a lot of
maybe
sports.
20 years. But I've been following.
Not 20 years.
But I've been following baseball. I'm going to be 52 on July 5th. I've been watching baseball every day since I was born. And I've been watching college football and boxing. I love old boxing and old baseball. Baseball's not the same. It's very boring.
Why is it more boring?
Because they have a shift and pitchers only go 3 to 4 innings. It's just a complete different game. The baseball industry.
What the fuck is wrong? Why is every single year there's this crazy lockout in baseball? Where the players union, not lockout, but when the players union can't come to a deal with the owners.
Well, what's happening is this: when you play baseball, let's say you're on a rookie contract, you only make the minimum salary for like,
which is a couple $100,000.
like 600, maybe 500, and then you have 3 years of arbitration where you make a certain dollar amount the team offers you, and then the players, agent offers them, or they agree they got to go to court with a mediator, and then the team tells you how bad you are, and then the agent tells you how good you are, and then it bothers the player, gets in his head, and then you got 3 years. So basically, the owners have about 6 years of control before you become a free agent. But the Rays have proved that spending money is really not how to win. They've never won a championship, but they had the best record in the league last year. They had the best record in 2020 in the World Series. So money, see, when players make big money up free agency, what's happening is they're getting paid for past. So, so the owners, they come to the conclusion that it doesn't make sense.
You ever own an MLB team or a sports team?
Well, I don't have enough money for that because because money doesn't really pay for that. I make money for sport. I like to live modest, and I make for me to own a team that's not even feasible. So
And to like owning, some people are owning shit because it's like big.
well, I'm a sports car gym. I love that.
I'm like not even with you. Some people have the mentality. I want to own big, beautiful buildings inside because it's like solidifies my legacy.
Exactly. There's a lot of nice properties. I'll drive you by them. But that's just not my thing. My thing is real estate. If you're an electrician, you have your tools, right? So real estate is a tool for me to make money. I'm into real estate. I'm on the phone all day and night. But after I go home, I just don't really get the money to the next month.
Do you have any properties that you keep it whole that you just put rents on?
I used to own rent. I still have rent on. But I have property management here. The only reason I was selling is because you have to depreciate. It has more to do with taxes than it does with real estate. And it's an asset you can always leverage. Because you have to leverage to buy new assets. You can't keep buying and selling without money. So if you have assets, you can leverage them. Buying your credit stuff.
Okay, so it just works. It just works as like a tool for you.
Yeah, it's like this. It's like, how do you... So let's just say you buy 20 properties and they're $500 a piece. That's $10 million. For you to acquire that, you have to have money sitting there, right? But money sitting in a bank is losing money due to the fact of inflation. So you have to have your money working every day. Because if your money's not working every day, you're losing. Nothing stays still. Nothing. Right? It either goes up or down. It's a yo-yo, right? So you have to have your assets leveraged to make money.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Okay, so one more time. You said you think a month or two, something's going to happen in the housing market. You think it's going to have a correction, it's going to go up, down a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, I think the assets are definitely going to drop minimum 7 to 10%.
7 to 10%.
And the reason is they were way inflated to begin with. So remember, most people purchase based on mortgage rates. If the interest rates go up, the mortgage payment goes up. But in another way, the supply and demand, new construction will not drop because it costs so much money. You have to have insurance, you got to pay your employees, you have to buy your materials that are inflated, you got to pay for the bills, and plus you got to make a profit. So the new construction is going to stay strong.
The prices of new construction.
Yeah, of course, otherwise why do it? Look, I own a lot of dirt. I got a property I can build 112 units right now. I'm just trying to find a money. It just doesn't make sense. It's better for me to hold that dirt and sell it to someone else. And I'd much rather hold paper. Like I'll give them a mortgage and just collect interest.
Right.
Because I make money doing this. And God forbid they don't pay me, I will compensate. Exactly. But you're going to see a lot of change in the market. It's going to be fun. We'll do this again and then we'll see where we're at.
Cool. All right, everyone. You got Brian. What's your number again?
813-857.
Brian's available for you for any sort of real estate advice. This is investment advice. Hi.
No, I'm just
27 fucking calls. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, not too close.
Go get to work.
True. Something about him. We're gonna send waves at each other, so the marinade, you guys go first. Figure out some lines. How much if we get a school bus in here next time? Oh man, sorry, it's terrible. I feel like I'm gonna get really bad at this.
One of the main reasons I wanted to put you in here is not only because your work is incredible, but the cartels in Mexico, Central and South America are, you would know better than anybody, one of the most misunderstood topics. And being a journalist in Mexico covering the cartels has got to be one of the most dangerous jobs on earth.
Definitely. It really is.
What the hell is going on in Mexico?
Well, man, in Mexico, it's always something that's going on, and it's been crazy for some years now. But I think it's just in recent years, maybe just the last decade, things are really going on. Cartels are overpassing power. So they've been receiving so much support in the U.S. A lot of police officers, Mexican military are going to work with the cartel. So you can even guess what's that? Those guys are awfully equipped. Hard to find on. There's a lot of black power out there. It's crazy.
What made you want to cover all this stuff, document these things going on, and embed yourself with these cartels? What made you want to do this? It's kind of a dangerous thing to do. What is it that got you into it?
It is, man. I mean, I think what got me in was the fact I grew up in Ciudad Juarez. I was raised in Ciudad Juarez, and this was just a and back then, I grew up in the 90s. Everybody was talking about, America all of those guys. But they weren't talking as we're talking about. They're dangerous people, and they can be ruthless and violent. We're talking like you're talking about Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. Like everybody was like, wow, that was cool, man. He has 3 wives and same school to this kid to where I went to school with 2 of his kids. So it was some glamour around like all articles. But to me, it was really confusing. So I grew up in that, and then when I came like to maybe a secondary school, a middle school, I was so confused because then everybody started talking about how they were being violent, and my parents, they're sort of like wealthy in the city, so they've always lived in a rural neighborhood. And all of a sudden, like they started like expelling us. So before, we would have a neighborhood and all the and all the other guys were living the house next to me. So that all of a sudden they were like, okay, these guys, they're violent, and they're bad, and they're doing that shit. So they started so that shift made me confused. What is going on in my city? What's going on in my country? I grew up with those guys, I know some kids and now they're like sort of outcasts. And then when I started going out also in 2010, it was 18 to me that the whole violence broke loose. It's what it was, called the world. There's so many things. It was like 30 days. How many? 13. I remember when I was, every time I went out, I had a course like this. Every time I went out, but we would go back to the I was like, fuck, never another day. Like, I my friends here and so,
5 of your friends were killed in one place, one time?
Yeah, at a bar. I'm not sure if they confused them for someone else or it was another guy. So that was much crazy. I mean, I was supposed to be at the bar all night. Basically, all together. I woke up at 2 in the morning, getting all these calls from Edison, fires and young kids in the bar. So I was already writing for the so I shut up there and since then I started like wondering and then I realized that it doesn't really matter what happens to everyone, but the thing that matters is it's like, wow, he's moving these issues. He's really behind the whole thing. For sure. Come back. So I think
Is the CIA working with the cartels?
Short answer, yes.
They are.
Yeah. Not only the CIA, also, I guess every other agency in the U.S. Every three-letter agency in the U.S. Most of those guys like they're not. It's not like like smuggling drugs themselves, but it's like they're breaking deals. Not the drug trafficking issue has gotten so big that it is easily, it's very easy to instabilize into violence and all of that shit. And I know for a fact that some of these narratives, they don't even know they're being spread.
So what specifically is the U.S. involved in these cartels? Like you told me to watch that documentary on Amazon Prime, the last narc. That was the next DEA agent murdered by so a couple drug lords and there was a famous, very well known CIA, and that's the CIA who was about to DEA. What is their specific involvement and what is in it? What is the incentive? So
one of the supplying legal sanctions under the legal drug. I guess that's something that was over before. But there's a lot of collaboration out in the open. Talking about Maya Zambada, it's basically like the biggest natural Maya. He's started before in chapter 9. But he was like this guy. No one knows where it is. There's only one photo on the internet.
Really?
So no one has to. And that photo is like from the 80s or 90s.
He must be old.
But he's old now. He's old now. And so he's been around. He has his people. I was personally at a party it's a legend going around he's still controlling the whole fucking business. No one's really knows where it is, how to reach them. He seems too shadowy. The thing is, two or three of his sons were arrested in the U.S. in different 2013, one of his sons was arrested in Nevada, another one in that. And that family keeps doing both problems. Keeping out of trouble like they kept about life sentence. And these three kids of them knowing that the U.S. that they were trying to do organization last night. They're breaking dreams with us. They're in the U.S. One of them is actually free to go back and forth to Mexico. as a legal permanent president of the U.S. The other guy just got his sentence reduced, so I think he's going to go out next month from jail. And the other guy received, he got, I think he changed his whole identity and he had like legal status to stay in the U.S. at this time. And the light is still free. So when you see that, there has to be some involvement. It's not like they hire super fucking great lawyers that they can do whatever they want. It's because they're breaking deals.
Yeah, I had a really good friend who's actually a lawyer who represented some big drug lords. Mexico, they're definitely still on here. And the way he describes the whole war on drugs to me is this. He says, these guys who are hiring him to represent him, they'll fly him first class to Colombia, and they'll meet in, he'll be instructed to go to a lobby of a hotel, and they'll call him up. And these guys do not get in trouble. These guys stay out of jail, they stay out of trouble completely. The guys who get in trouble are like the low level con, like the guys who are captaining the boats or cargo or making shipments or moving shit around. Like it's the poor people who are like the foot soldiers are the ones that are in trouble and hustle.
Definitely, and that's it's called like the simplest collaboration, right? Now, talking about all the, I don't know if you know these operations that we don't know. Maybe that where it's basically the U.S. funding millions for the national security forces, right? They're basically funding and all of that stuff is working for the Mexico is structured up as well. And the U.S. has done nothing but just one step high and say, like, okay, we're just going to pay you and give you a lot of money and good luck with the fucking whole fucking town was killed by an elite group that was actually trained with the U.S. Navy. So they were initially they got like the best training, the best of the best in the world. And maybe
Oh, so these guys actually were like born in Mexico, moved to the U.S. and were recruited by the Army or the Marines.
They were officially trained by both countries, right? Like, so Mexico said, like, okay, I need these people trained because they're like Mexican top elite. So they trained them, and after training, they started with the Mexican military, jumping and going with the hotel with the reception. But they still got a lot of wings and contacts inside the Mexican government. So there was a time when the setbacks had a snitch. So the snitch was giving information to the U.S. about the movement of these guys, where these guys were shipping cargo. So they started like busting a lot of cargo from the setbacks. The thing is, the DEA called the Mexican army and said, like, hey, we got a snitch in this and we talk to him. There's a pretty good contact business called a setback. That group in the army really the information to the setbacks, like, so they're like, we got a snitch on your side, and I'm getting this information from the DEA. Not going and what they did is they did nothing to the backlash, so they did a big kill the whole talking about like the whole family, the whole fucking family was like 100. How long ago was it? I think it was in 2011 or something. Something like that. There's a Netflix show, a series called Somewhere, and it's about that. And that's another clue of the involvement in the US, right? Getting information and they're breaking deals with everything. Right now, here. I was a bit late. Even it's like I got a call from the guy who works with a organization and some other stuff. and he was getting in touch with him briefly, I don't know, something, you know, that shit.
Yeah.
And he was like, hey man, you know what? I really want out. I really need out from the cartel because things are getting crazier and crazier for me and my family.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you know someone in the U.S. government that wants to information and some shit I can stay with that if they can really take me to the whole fucking shit. And I'm like, dude, I don't know if I can do that. And that's pretty fucking tricky, you know. That's something I've never done. I don't know if it's really good that actually works with that. But good luck.
Because he wants out of the cartel and wants to touch with the
and we're talking about that happening a lot. And the U.S. playing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. I mean, I feel like even if you do that, it's still the cartel is still fine. What is it like? How do you embed yourself with these people, and how do you get them to trust you? Are you filming shit, or do you just like what do you document? How do you document it?
I have a lot of years working on this experience and learning the background. I have to punch in the head before that I thought I was going to die right there. And I learned
got kidnapped, right?
I got kidnapped, yeah. So we were brought in private. It's not even
Who works for the cartel?
I got kidnapped by the local police, man. And I got locked up in a warehouse by another so I learned it that way, but what I learned is to be completely honest and clear about my not taking down the guns, taking down myself, and also letting them know that some of my sources also are on the other side of the you know, have sources in the CIA, and that I'm not, and that I'm talking to them in the same way that I'm talking to these other partners. That I'm making them super clear that I don't believe in these guys. I understand that everything's a police and very good guys that do that. So that's how they feel comfortable and stop with me because I've never betrayed anyone. I've never had to call stop over for someone and say, it was a huge fucking boss, all the other drama. Every year's agent investigating it's not worth it. It's fucking brain. No one's going to fucking do it. I'm just there to get stories, to bring light into what's happening, trying to educate leaders in Mexico and the U.S. about what's going on and why these things and I think that's that and time gave me the access I had inside some many people are pretty scared to get and that is with my station. I'm not saying I'm not, but I don't know. I guess like to me, it's like there's an opportunity. These guys say like, "Hey man, I've been reading in the report, and somehow I feel like I trust you, but I can't trust you the way you protect your sources, the way you don't share like specific and information you have access to do, or you have access to yeah, it's okay to see the opportunity. Of course, if it's worth it, if I feel safe enough.
What do you think?
You have to know that the way social media is playing now is making everybody want to go what they do. You have car sellers, you One is LA, drug sellers, drug traffickers, dealers, and many are attracted by the fact that they and their work can be out there without actually no one really knowing who is who, and that's something that attracts them. I find that they want. If you look at the White House or see another cars, it's loaded with a lot of shit, a lot of cargo, a lot of guns, a lot of stuff. But they should send it. They're like, hey, dude, what
They want like it's like anonymous clout.
exactly. It's weird. I mean, it's weird. They're just like that. They want to show it. They want to feel important. Remember that by the time you are like dramatic and you have an epic video in your mind, actually, you have a song, someone singing, and that's what. That's what they feel they need. It's like, okay, I have my own
Do you think these guys are just spying like on Pablo Escobar?
I think so. Yeah, pretty much. Those guys pretty much think that they're going to be the next especially because most of them, they start early, so they start looking up to a chapel or to admire them. They call him it's an elevation in America. And that's you talk about the real bosses. If you see someone with a vaquero cap or who has a hat and the hanging from the mirror, you will know that those guys praise or work for this. So they want to be as young as they want to be that. They're super young, and of course, they last enough turn 30, 40 years into the cartel. That's what they start.
The life expectancy of somebody who starts working for the cartel at a young age must not be that high. Yeah, like even El Chapo, man, that's something I didn't realize about El Chapo that I learned from Scott Command. He was fucking slave butchering people at a super young age.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw a story I posted on Instagram. Recently was one of the youngest guys
And they have access to a wide range of credentials there from 73,000.
He's like what? Maybe 9 years old. I mean, the weapon he had on himself was bigger than him. He had like a huge, I don't know if it was like a what kind of weapon. He was huge. And you can watch his face. He's a kid. I of course, I boosted that and covered his eyes. So it was protected. He's a worker for the cartel, and he's like super young. Like, he really looks like. I mean,
He's on your Instagram?
It's amazing.
What we got right here?
I think it wasn't one of those stories. I don't know if you but yeah, man. I mean, he like if he was 12 years old.
This medication, they would fake go to work.
How old was it?
Just toddler.
Yeah. I know that.
You took that photo?
No, one of the guys working on. And so like look at the soldier. And then I posted that, and then I covered his face. And then another guy from another cartel fighting on Facebook. And he said like, poor kid, he's dead now.
He's dead already.
And then is he dead? He's like, no, but we're out. I mean, he's gonna die. No, he's a kid, you know. Can you put him alone? Just scare him and have him out. And he's like, no, it's all like that.
Dude, it's so fucked up. So scary.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
it's a different fucking world. How does a kid? Is it just like in the cartel, or is it just that way? It's just like you're poor and you live on the streets. It's hard to not.
You know, it's I know like the sort of like the story that he doesn't have enough level from that he knows what he's doing. But still keep pushing like the story. We had a birthday cake on his I think it was birthday or something like a kid. So they're just normalizing Mexico. It's not normalizing violence. Like, everything is getting to a level where a new incident that happens like younger kids. The first were like super scared and alarmed about that, right? They're like, fuck all that super loud. But then you have another news where a 9-year-old kid was shot dead or this and that. And it's like, oh no, it's not that. And that's happening a lot. And that's what is worrying me. You know, like it's like this is not normal. This is everything that fucking normal is happening. And to answer your question on how kids end up a lot of rural Mexico is it's super cool. There's very helpful. You will have to do a lot of shit to get used to feel like that. Education, roads, no worries at all. So that's a gap. And every gap that the government has, the medical is right? You need schools, you need big rooms. You need food, you need work. So that's why I say everything's a business. Because it's like, all right, what are they supposed to do, right? To starve hunger, to leave the parents to die at the town and go to the city to work. That's what people do. What are they supposed to do if the government is not taking care of that for anyone? You know, like, citizens like myself, no one is really taking care of that. There's only one group that is actually taking care of it. And what do they get in return? The loyalty of the so militaries come in, they start working, fighting for snakes and militaries coming.
Right. It's like, what am I going to do? Am I going to bust my ass and struggle and try to, whatever, work in fucking cornfield or do some other fucking manual labor for pennies, or do this, get a fucking gun and kill some people and make $10,000.
And it's not like, for my experience, it's not like they propose enticing them or like forcing them to work. They're just around all the time. But they are the only ones with the pizza, you know, with the bling and cigars and everything. So they're like, dude, I want to be like that. They have like 3,000 people trucks. And my neighbor is 50 years old, and he has already an ATV and pickup. So they're like, hey, dude, where do you get that pizza from? And I'm like, I don't know. They usually have a name, right? From Utilino, from Cholo, or from whatever. And they're like, dude, can you tell me if I can go to you? And it's like, so cool. And the guys are like, yeah, why not?
How did and why do you think El Chapo got busted? And how did he end up in prison? Do you think that he would be somebody who would remain fucking untouched like El Mayo?
The Chapo was never the boss.
He was never.
No, he was never. You know, most of the people don't know that the rescue of the Sinaloa cartel was not from Sinaloa. It was from that's where the Sinaloa cartel grew in Los Angeles. That's the cradle of the Sinaloa cartel. And Michael Zambada was one of the founders, along with Cuban and they both were immigrants living in America. And they started, the first thing you need to be a successful trafficker is a buyer. Right? You can have you want, but if you don't have a buyer, you have somebody that no money to make. So these two guys made a core network of buyers. And this will make money because they need to pay using no other the first time the Sinaloa cartel was some buyers.
What were they selling? Cocaine, weed?
Weed. Yeah, possibly. It was really the very beginning. But also like the first established connection to getting huge loads of cocaine. That was me.
Because that was like Roger Reed.
So that's the first thing, right? And he grew up in a very small town, Sinaloa. Someone gave him a job. Someone hired him first to wash the cars, clean the cars, and got like more involvement. But what he had was a huge fucking ego, huge fucking necessity to be recognized for the little Indio from the mountains. He wanted to do something. And I guess that serves its purpose. So it's like, oh, you want to be important, right? You want to be someone. So why are you the face of the company? Go out there, have the money, have everything you want. You're the fucking face. You know, run the cartel from behind. I'm talking about white collar people. Well, like, as soon as he's willing to put his fucking face out there, he wanted to make a fucking film, he wanted to make documentaries.
So what was he doing? What was his role at the peak of his involvement?
I guess he was like a manager for the whole thing. It's like if you had, I don't know, a store in this place, and I'm the real owner, I'm the one with the money, with the food for him. But I'm like, okay, I'm getting the money, the big bucks. You want to take care of it and be the face to the client. Yes, exactly. Just like the bottom of the for this store. And one his purpose stopped serving the real owner. Exactly, because he was too flashy. Every fucking guy knew his face, his whereabouts. Everybody knew his whole family. I have most of his family on my Instagram account, and they still have a lot of fucking money, man. They have Instagram accounts, and they're following and following them, yeah. And most of them are in the US. They don't even Spanish. He has a 2 or 3 old grandpa, and her gift for his birthday was I think it was a Raptor Ford or like a Raptor, but like the 2022 Ford Raptor or something like that. So he was just a manager with that kind of. And when he doesn't have that money stuff, how do you I think you need to be there for every deal. You need to have contacts and sources and keep everybody at home and playing their role. Don't kill that guy.
And he's doing that?
And he used to do that. Right now, he's not able to even talk to anyone. He only has 3 calls a month to get it. Basically, his granddaughter, one of his daughters also, and his mother. And he'll can only speak 15 help. He has only 15 minutes to speak to each other, both 3 persons. And his wife is trained. I had an exclusive interview with his coach on Instagram as well. Last week. He tells a lot of people about how his opportunity is. He's funny, he has good sense of humor, he's very respectful, and that he knows that the US wants to stop the cartel, you'll have to go against politicians. So that's an interesting.
I guess what politics? I guess the US politics?
US and Mexican politics. Like, that's how you stop it. That's fucking interesting. Never met, but I saw him his last arrested. He was arrested in Mexico City, and he was presented to the military base. Being held before being transported to Ciudad Juarez. Actually, I try to go into the prison of Ciudad Juarez to try to see someone not know who is he was not able to, and the guys who delivered food to them, they couldn't even look in the eye. They had to be looking somewhere else, and then
It's so crazy how, at least from my perspective, it seems like the media portrayed him as like the king in Baja, the number one jefe of the Sinaloa cartel.
It's also perfect. When you work in the news, and I'm telling you, because I work in the fucking news, it's super difficult to tell a story right because you need to write so many words and answering so many details that your article had to be reflecting how everything, right? So the easiest way is to show he's sort of like a happy because people knows his name, people knows who we're talking about.
Serves a purpose.
It's happened there. And I mean, I think sports are usually trying to say, shoot straight and say, okay, it was justified. Because how come if he was responsible for all these things, he's in jail? Not even to speak to anyone. How come he handled the ball? How come he's a temptation? He's never shoot so many kids that he was the coaching more. So it's like this. I mean, it's obviously not that team strategy. It's not fucking working. It's just a waste of the taxpayers' money. It's one of the there's pending on keeping those traffic blocked and paying agents to go into Mexico to transporting, expediting, and other things. And at the end, it doesn't really make nothing on
Why don't we, if America wanted to, they could easily take that right now. But how would they do that?
First of all, you stop the flow and however it is, by closing the accounts, seizing we're talking about these guys are laundering money in U.S. companies. He was a company. So you have to do up there all the remittances that go to Mexico and Mexico's out of that, saying like, wow, or people in the U.S. or people have never sent more money to their families in Mexico. 80% of the remittances of the remittance. It's the money in the U.S. And they say to support bring the families into the U.S. But that money ends up being in the smuggler's pocket. And that's a reality. And people don't grasp it because when they say like, oh, so they're not so poor because if they're paying $8,000 to get across the border legally, you can establish a business in Mexico with a grand business, right? A small restaurant. But it's not the money of the people in Mexico, that's money from the people. And that's payment for smugglers. That's not remittances, that's payments. Bringing illegals to the So, I mean, these work works like that. It's all on our nose, working under You know, like established companies, established money being given to but behind that, it's a whole fucking thing. That's where
So these cartels are also making money by attracting people across the border. So they're charging $8,000 a person.
This guy who works some order was telling me the rising rates
That's disgusting. You're a liar. Chicago's on the ground.
trailer like what we saw in California for 60 that's a shit ton of money.
Wild.
Yeah, man. I mean, so cartels, we have to understand that everything that is illegal, they're gonna buy it. They're gonna buy everything that
One of the things that Roger Rees was also telling me that George Ochoa, he was like, yeah, I know exactly where he is. I know where his house is. Like, it's right there right now. He's sitting there telling you, drinking a glass of whiskey, smoking a cigar. He's like, he has a horse race. I was like, how the fuck is he doing? Like, how is he? This guy is completely immune to everything after everything he's done, all the people he's killed. Like, he's completely just living free, riding his horses in Mexico.
That's what struck me also about songs of money, right? And I learned that one of his songs is free to go back and forth from the US. I called his lawyer. No, first, his lawyer called me. He called me to tell me that his client was sort of like angry at me about an article where I had his client so said that he was still working with the organization back. And the lawyer called me and he told me that his client was not happy about the story and that I should leave that out. And so dude, I'm pretty strong forces inside the organization and they know that your client is real. Taking decisions for that. And it's like, my friend's man, he's working, corn farm in Mexico, in Cahuarca, and I'm like, is he able to go back and forth then? And he's like, no, he's established, he's like in the US. But then, like 2 or 3 weeks later, he got involved into an accident with his wife in Cahuarca. Now, like, he wasn't really supposed to be in Mexico. He's like, no, fine. And I'm like, so he's able to go back and forth because he got into an accident in Mexico, in Cahuarca. So why would you
Man, I can't imagine if one of El Mayo's kids, lawyers, called me to don't publish this shit. I'm not gonna lie, I would be hesitant to publish.
I mean, it was already published, and second of all, I told him, like, all right, so if you have something to say, I can't publish your version what you say as a lawyer. And he's like, no, don't quote me. And then I'm like, okay, so then tell your client that he can openly talk to me and go on record, and I can definitely write a whole story about his version of things. And he's like, no, he's not talking. And I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? And then he basically hung up the phone and then sent me a text message. Like, this is what you should have. This is not how it works. I need to quote what you're telling me. I need to make it right. I can't say that because you're asking me to, right? So my phone is open, I'm going to find or tell me who am I going to have to do this.
So, explain the story how you got kidnapped.
I was starting to run, right? I started working in a local newspaper in Seattle. Not by chance, because I was already looking, but I was too young. I was in my first year of college, and I went into the local newspaper, the main local newspaper in Seattle, it's called the Rothschild. And I went basically to a 5-day job to be a reader. So I'm like, okay, work during the night, deliver the paper, being the first one to read it, and actually just like sneaking to the newsroom to start finding how this shit works and figure out if I really want to be a journalist or not. So I went there, and the editor of the paper got confused, and he thought I was there applying for a copy. So he came down from the stairs and told me, "Oh, you're here for the copy editor position?" Yes. He told me about. He put me in front of a computer. So like, okay, so that's your first job. And I'm not doing so I asked them, what should I do? How do I turn on this button in the team? And of course, after maybe 3 months, they learned that I made my decision. But I was already in, and I was already working and doing some good jobs. So I started without actually part of the business, right? So I started working, learning while I was working. And it was pretty cool to me. How old are you now? I'm 35. And so that was pretty cool to me. But at the same time, I have really a couple of tools. And I've never seen nothing like that. The first time, I was the first guy in Seattle in the whole country that we started to people 100% that amount of murders in the city, talking about 5 to 10 cartels that ruthless, talking about bazookas in the middle of a fucking gunshot, grenades. So it's full on war. We didn't know what to do. Not even like extreme stories had experienced that before. So I was in the battle camp learning a tool as a newspaper, and at the same time in the streets of the apartment. So in the middle of all that, I started publishing some investigations like how hotels were recruiting people and network back then. It was called Network and it was huge in Mexico. And they started recruiting people, young Sicarios, over network. And through this time, I'm getting a lot of attention to that from everywhere, from all the journalists, but also from soldiers in the cartel. So I had these guys who were important for the people. A lot of people writing something back and forth, and he gave me these papers. Working for the local police in Butter. She was a police officer. She was literally found talking federal police commander as well, and a lot of people. So she was embedded with the 3 of them. And so she was starting to she was getting pushed by all over those guys. She said information about each other. She gave me her name and her phone number, a lot of recordings we have in her how she was and of course she was a local police woman. And that with all these people, whatever call that I got to listen how she really others, that, I had the whole other story to run to the corner of the so it's a huge story. So to have wow. I know my stories are making the focus, right? That was that moment. I mean, usually when I have your dialogue, I'm like, oh, of course I get my name wrong. It's a full fucking investigation. And that was my mistake. After 2 or 3 nights, I left my girlfriend with my at the house. I was driving back to my parents' house. And two police officers and people just watching they started hitting my window get the fuck out of the car. And I was pretty sure they were taking a mistake. Like they're looking for someone else. It's fucking mess in the city. And I'm the only dude that's out and but I had my newspaper. So I went down for my car instead of taking I think they're mistaken. They're not mistaken. You know and I never understood. Like, the point I was like, why are these guys just competing? What did I do? And they're like, you know what you did? After a while of that, they took my car keys. So one of those guys jumped into my car, started driving, and I tied my hands and they put a foot on my back. So I was straight down, I was like, they started driving for like 10 minutes, and then I felt they were
It's tough though. It's tough to speak up at NBC. It's weird to be an author and see that you have
they stopped,
they
they untied me,
okay.
and it was like,
Okay, dude.
and give you a chance to run, just like fucking running. And you heard me that was kind of fucking shit and all that. So I said, like, mistake, or that I running, or some shit. So I'm not wrong. Are you stupid or what? I'm giving you a fucking chance to run, and you want to beat me. And you're like, no. So that's execute. Yeah, totally. Because he told me like they're gonna find you. You use this word when you to get back to your car and no va a comer. So they were up to me. And I don't remember being yelling or screaming. The commander told me, stop fucking yelling. And I was like, I'm not yelling, I'm just asking you. Have the money.
I actually tweeted that 6 years ago.
How much money? It was like, it's not down and you fucked up with the wrong person. And then another guy said, what is blue? And then they just used code numbers. But I sort of like understood that they were talking about that deal. That if we get money, and like we get units, and then we go off and then we have the deal with money. Because I think it was 10-5 on the radio thing. They used to have radio, like two-way radio communications to talk between the police. And I think 25 was referring to a male the deceased one, and 24 was deceased one, and stuff like that. So I remember that he said something like, why do we 19 first and then we 25? And I was like, shit, they're calling something then we so I was like, that's my turn. Yeah. Just let me know, keep my fucking car. Let me know how much I'm going to need. Because I knew I'm a dual citizen. Right? So I was like, I'm going to fucking run to the US, well, passing state there forever. And fuck that. And then they can fight into each other. And then they're going to say, like, you know what? Give me, I have two cars. That is why but the limit to withdraw from the ATM was so I bring back $600. That's the limit that I could get. I was walking.
So they let you
They let me leave.
just by yourself?
Yeah, I was walking there because they kept my wallet and kept my, you know, when I started walking, and I was like, just give me your mask. So instead of walking, instead of running, because in my head I was like, if they shoot me, it's gonna look different, and my colleagues at the newspaper, they're gonna investigate, and they're gonna know that I was not actually walking. Because I was fucking sure that was. So I started walking on this. Right now, we go. That's your car. Make sure you're not missing anything from your car. That's your wallet. Make sure you're not missing anything from your wallet. And that's it. All right. I started fucking typing. Then it was like maybe 3 minutes. They were gonna find me. They were gonna look for my visa, how and for everything like that. I haven't paid with my from Mexico. So I had no was where I was living.
That shit, we can talk about the phone action. 2 minutes, we could get a little more footage.
So yeah, that's how I left. I went home. I remember one thing. I had 2 phone calls. I had my personal phone and the phone call and some and they asked me to turn off the phones. So turning off the work phone. I was about to turn off my personal phone. My girlfriend called me to see and instead of turning off the phone, so she started both of them were listening to
Yeah, we did. We set up on that first platform that was sneaking behind. Cheap shit. We had like a line hanging over the back named cheap shit. You can't put your gun in check, big fucking sensor on it, so you can't hang the gun. Jake's favorite smoke is
so I remember I only packed
When you were straight to El Paso,
and I went straight to El Paso to the hotel.
So you get 25 bucks by concept.
I was crying. I was looking
So if you get Edward, you can sometimes just shoot each other at the same time when you're coming back from the job. There's still be the instrument, so I think you gotta live right
and I looked over to see the crowd. I'm just thinking about how many people would have happened to me that traumatic event. How they should have. But I couldn't just go there and the fact that I had to change my visa writing from writing security investigation to government support. It was just too much. And I remember I used to drink a lot of and then like 9 months later, sports of mine, for example, I went to he started working eventually. He started working with
That's true. Please talk about Canadian scores. All right, check it out. I did get that last, but I was not that far above her. And it was to me, Terminator 2 or Hackers over the swamp. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that That's
was
right.
what
Like 40 fucking times.
and
Like,
we
shit,
look
always
forward
shit
to
on
human
people.
rights
Really?
to the
What else? What else?
something
Yeah,
happened
be honest.
we had a file
She said there was somebody who was just on your phone rejecting her the whole time. Several comments. Schwarzenegger's son, he's White Lotus. Yeah, it's really funny. Out of nowhere, I don't know why, if this was like unscripted, but they're like, on a yacht, you're about to approach these girls, and out of nowhere, you go, swastika. Just for no reason, as they're walking, I was in bed, holding my stomach, laughing. Really? I don't remember that book. I remember that yacht. And listen, he goes back, and they're about to watch him go over the girls, and goes, swastika. And just, it was like, what the fuck? So the funniest thing to yell at, yeah, I'm interested to see what it's fun. So the girls turn on each other, wonderful together, finding out one of them's punk and the other two being like, oh, it's so awesome. Yeah, we think we get together. We talk it, but I don't know if we got time for one more. Let's do the ads in the parking lot.
So he knew about all this. He knew about you, so that means he must have known that you getting kidnapped and you planned for you to get executed.
Man, why yesterday when you're sweet.
That to never call me back. I was like, dude, I don't want to call this fucking place. Never asked him for you. Dude, fuck that. That's you. That's you. And he was like, are you happy? You can actually go back to whatever. It's like, I'm like, dude, it's not how it's working. I'm not in that world. Stop calling me. I'm telling you from today on, I don't know. I stopped calling. I'll consult you. Never. At all.
This is a guy that you know since
Since kids. He used to be my neighbor, and then we went to school together. So it was a very mixed feeling, right? Because at the same time, I was like, that's not who I am. But at the same time, I was like, wow, does that mean that I can go back to the city and feel safe again? And I started going. I moved back into I fucking love it.
really. What is it about Juarez that's so much better? What do you love about it?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, of course, I have family now, and so that's why we have a house in El Paso, but we rent an apartment in Juarez. But and of course, my family stays the longest time in Paso. We don't really spend much time in Juarez. But every time I can, I stay there. I just fucking love it. It's a dangerous animal.
So like the adrenaline rush being there?
I guess it's the mix of. I guess it's the mix of. I compare it to like imagine you are the owner of a fucking dangerous lion. It's a lion. You can kill you anytime. Fucking ever. You know it's not gonna kill you. So you're going there and you enjoy it. You know, like playing with a fucking killing animal that you know he's not gonna kill you, but he might. You know, and you know him so fucking up.
Have you ever heard of that theory? I've heard it talked many times before. So people talk about that there's supposedly a set time and place where everybody's gonna die.
Yeah.
Have you heard that talked about before? And it's like they try to attribute it to people who are just like do crazy daredevil stunts, like that guy Alex Holland who climbs the mountain with no gear or anything. He just has a bag of chalk in his hands and he climbs these giant like 100-foot cliffs. And they try to figure out why these people just do these incredibly death-defying feats with all the time, and they're still alive, and they seem to have no fear of it. How are you not afraid of dying?
No, the thing is, that's what I get a lot from people. They always assume that I'm not afraid. You know, like that I'm afraid when I go to these places. I am. I think most of my fucking life. I am afraid every time I have to go in bed. I'm afraid every time I get a call. All this shit.
You were born in it, so you understand it better than 99.9% of people.
I guess I'm more curious than afraid. You know? I mean, when the lawyer of my son called me, I knew that something because I was like, this is an honest really cool phone number. Not good news are coming from this show. I knew it. And so I had a choice. I had like I can either don't answer the call or answer it. If I answer the call, I'm gonna engage in a conversation that I might not want to hear. Be better or off. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, I'm so curious to know who it is and why. The call just got before getting here. That guy talking about, and I know his number and I have him registered in the codes as most of those sorts. And I know who he was. And I consider him. And I'm like, oh, I'm about to leave. I'm about to. There's my Uber drive to here. And I'm like, let's see what
Don't you? Do you feel like that you are these guys? Like you are the same. You and these guys that are in these that are working in the cartels, whether no matter what level they might be at. I feel like that you guys are like the same. It's just that you took one different turn at one point. You guys are still like everything about you is the same. Like you could easily have been him, and he could have easily been you.
more than that, I feel like I'm the same as every other fucking human in the world. I think
It's true.
That's my advantage. We are all a grace game. There's no bad guy.
Right.
There's fully bad. There's that good guy that is fully good. When you see someone that is put complete 100% bad, there's something wrong about that. It's like there's something off. There's something that it's not right and it's not completely the same as if you feel that one guy is so fucking just 100% a good person. There has to be something super fucking awesome. Because that doesn't exist, and I know that fucking fact. There is no black and white.
Right.
We are all a fucking grayscale. Some of us are more on the darker side of that grayscale. Some of us more on the wider like scale. But we are, and then that's how I feel about everyone, every single fucking human. I guess they
See the humanity in these people
Yeah.
that no one else does.
And I think they perceive that, and they treat them as I would treat everybody fucking else. The president, U.S. soldier, my friend, like they're not my friends, so I don't talk to them like, hey, amigo,
Right.
I'm talking like with respect, respecting they're fucking human, and that I'm not especially afraid of them for any particular reason. That's what they do for fucking living. The adults, that's what they chose, and I have nothing to do with that. Right? I'm not pushing them or asking them. I'm just taking them for what they are. It's like, okay, that wasn't fucking good. I'm not judging them. And by showing fear, you're judging something. You're judging that you're addicted, you're violent, you are bad guy. And I'm the good guy, so I'm the one afraid. And by not having or showing the fear you have, it's like equals. It's like, I mean, I can be bad too, man, and you can be good too. But I don't care about that. Let's talk business. Let's talk what you want to talk about.
Not frustrate the shit out of you, like the main news organizations, especially on TV, talk about everything because they put everything black and white. That's the narrative. You got to paint one. This news organization said black. This news organization paints it white, and they all try to just like jet everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because I'm part of shit, like I
right. That's what I'm saying. It must be so frustrating.
I work for news outlets, and every time I pitch something, it's not interesting. And every time I know that I'm going to pitch something that is interesting, it's because it's oversimplistic, right? I mean, being more active on my social accounts and my Instagram to talk about how I really feel about issues, how am I really finding these particular issues that people are stuck, right? Because I mean, one thing is to put up news where you say, "Oh, Chapo was the biggest trafficker in the world," etc. But when I go on my Instagram or my Twitter, and say like, "Well, he's not really the boss," and try to explain what's behind the scenes. I try to have I don't know, like live streams every month, talk about that. like talk about like the latest news and try to go more in depth about all this stuff. That's why I guess I come to shows like the videos like the other channel, trying to set the record straight, right? Because the news are not supposed to be. I mean, they are supposed to, but they're not.
So does the process work where you're pitching stories to just like your contacts in the media, like you have different relationships with different like publications like Vice or Business Insider, and you kind of come up with stories, or do they ever reach out to you and ask you to do reporting?
Both. I guess at the beginning it was more of me preaching a lot.
Okay.
I used to had like a record of preaching, and I was like, okay, how many stories did I preach on this week? And I was pitching about 200 stories a month. So I was pitching.
Wow.
And getting 10% of those approved.
How the fuck do you find 200 stories?
So there's a lot of fucking stories all over Latin America happening at the same time. So it's just a matter of being aware how you look at the same news that everybody's reporting on and find what's not. And as a freelancer, you have to be way better than your staffers. Not better in the sense of better journalists, but with a different perspective than their staffers. Something their staffers are not tapping, right? Because otherwise, those are like, nah, like I already having these guys. They have to bring something new, something different about that story. And it's about how you read the world. And I think I've always had that look into the world in a different manner. So for people, and it's just a matter of how I see it and how I see stories and how I see people. And so I used to pitch like 15 fucking stories about, of course, some of the editors were fed up with my pitching. They were like, fuck, this is too many fucking stories.
Really?
So I had to come up with different outlets, right? And okay, I'm not gonna pitch 50 stories to 50 Insider and 50 to Dubai and 50. I'm gonna find 20 different news outlets and pitch every story that for you to inspire. I know that Vice has a certain style, so it's not a certain type of stories and business that is different. The daily news, TV, Netflix shows. So I just started like to care for everyone. I'm a fucking workaholic.
Do they ever like fuck with your stories at all? Like editors like, try to get you to change stuff and make it like sway it, like make it weird.
I used to, somewhere along the way, I lost my will to push to the right stuff. So
You mean willing to push back against?
To push back against some shit. But very recently, I discovered that will let's push back and say like, hey, I'm not liking that. I'm happy to say this because it's not necessarily true,
right?
Yeah, I have stuff like where I post most of the stuff that goes out from my team, right? Like that interview with Chaps Attorney. With the Chappers Attorney. I think the main thing was to paint a different picture about El Chapo, about Emma Coronel, his wife, and about how the attorney ended up being the attorney of the fucking most notorious drug cartel boss, and about how he felt that the U.S. needs to go against politicians and protest the law of the border. But when I pitched that, didn't ring editors. They actually did something more simplistic, right? We wanted to talk about the role of women in the narco world. And I could speak to understand that. The role of women in the narco world. How women are stepping in and involved in certain places. More high up about the organization, which is pretty cool. But to me, it was like a waste of time talking about that. So yeah,
they want to fit.
Yeah,
they wanted to fit into certain things that they think work for them.
And I think it's cool. I mean, that's their job. I mean, like most of my editors were really respectable people, really respectable journalists. But I'd say that some stories are not very. And instead of like sending them straight to the trash bin, I started a substance. post most of those stories that don't really make it or didn't make it like the way I was receiving it, either going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's the goal, right? Is to be a completely independent, publishing your own shit. Because I can think about any of the most notable journalists or reporters that I actually think are interesting or pay attention to. They're completely independent. They're not for a fucking Business Insider or something for Vice. You know what I mean? These guys are completely doing road in a sense.
Which is fucking hard on the financial side of it. You know?
Yeah.
You need to fucking work a lot to make it reasonable. And the thing is, the whole thing about how payments go, because they pay you 30 days later after publication, and you have to submit an invoice and pay your taxes, and sometimes they're late on
Talking about
payment.
Substack, or talking about the publication? Oh, yeah.
So it's you have to be mastermind of the account to have your accounts on check and not face money gaps. You know? So at the beginning when I started freelancing like 10 years ago, I faced a lot of fucking money gaps. My money flow was not well organized. And sometimes I was like, what the fuck? I have zero fucking money for the whole month. That's fucking crazy. And then I started like working on setting better prices for my stories, saying no to publications that want to work and being more smart about invoicing. Like having a fucking whole thing as well. This is the day that I should invoice, so I'm getting paid up to the next month. Right? So I need to put more stories to the next month to make up. So
it's a hard thing to balance when you just want to like go do the fun shit.
Yeah,
I just want to be creative and do cool shit. I don't want to fucking worry about
totally, because you're tied up and on with talking with these people, trying to set up meetings, traveling and other shit, and then after that, you're still gonna have to go to all the financial stuff, getting paid, invoices, taxes, all that shit. So it's a lot of
grind,
work. Yeah, man. So it's a lot of fucking work.
When did fentanyl first come on the scene in Mexico? I mean, I know it's been going on for at least since 2015, but over the last 2 years especially, I feel like the fentanyl thing, the opioid and the overdose of fentanyl have been just skyrocketing.
The thing is, the crazy fucking thing is, fentanyl, it's a story in the US. It's not a story in Mexico. Because fentanyl is not saying in Mexico. No one is doing fentanyl in Mexico. No one is consuming fentanyl in Mexico. If you go to any city, like Ciudad Juarez, Culiacán, or Monterrey, or whichever city you go, Cancun or whatever, and try to get a pill, okay, you're not going to get anything.
You can't find it, not even in Monterrey. Dude, funny story about Monterrey. I have a bunch of Mexican friends, and they taught me, I used to know Spanish like very well. Like I could speak it, I could hold a conversation, like somewhat at least. And I would try to convince, like I'd bet my buddies, but I bet you I could convince them I'm Mexican. And I would get little tips, like how can I convince this dude I'm Mexican? He goes, just say soy de Monterrey. All the white Mexicans are from Monterrey.
Of course, yeah. You could easily play that out. It's fun. Yeah, so yeah, I mean it's impossible to get pills because the same criminal organizations have it right? You can't sell fentanyl in Mexico. It's all export.
Well, the fentanyl in the U.S. is like hidden though, right? Like it's not, you're not actually buying fentanyl. People are trying to buy other shit that's cut with fentanyl.
Yes, exactly. But there's two ways fentanyl is getting into the U.S. One, it's pure fentanyl, where they ship pure fentanyl so people in the U.S. can cut their own shit.
They're manufacturing.
Well, no, they're manufacturing. Well, they're getting it from China.
Well, they're manufacturing like the pills. And shit.
Exactly, yeah. And the other is the actual pills or heroin or laced with fentanyl.
Here's one thing I don't fucking get. There's no way people are intentionally cutting coke with fentanyl.
I don't think so.
Because it's the complete polar opposite drugs. If you're selling your coke and you're giving people coke with fentanyl, I mean, you're not going to keep your clients for very long.
No, I don't think so. At some point, I was convinced that was a myth, that coke mixed with fentanyl, because I found no. But then I found proof in the U.S. U.S. law enforcement started sending results from analysis, drug tests, where coke was being mixed with fentanyl. But I think, and I'm guessing, that has to be unintentional.
Yeah, exactly. I read an article and I saw a guy was basically, I guess he was just going around doing coke in different cities or asking coke or testing coke from different cities. And I think what the analysis was is the people who are buying like shit from the street, like the shitty stuff from like low level drug dealers who are selling. You have low level drug dealers who are selling cheap shit to poor people, and these guys are selling coke and heroin to the same people, and they're cutting it on the same fucking table. So they're accidentally getting a little bit of fentanyl in the coke. But the people who are like the rich people who are buying it from high level people who don't mix, these guys are selling heroin. They're just selling coke. You're not going to get it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I think is happening. There's no fucking. It wouldn't really make sense to cut your coke with fentanyl, right?
Right.
But I mean, on my own experience, I've never found someone who was actually telling me like we're cutting coke with fentanyl. I have never. And then there's this craziest story about weed laced with fentanyl.
Weed laced with fentanyl, right?
And it's like how and why? You know? I don't know. It's it might be happening. Not that I'm aware of. So I keep reading stories, but it's all from sketchy news outlets that they're putting out these super fucking.
So the people in the U.S. that are dying, the large majority of people who are dying from fentanyl, what is it? How is that? Are they intentionally taking fentanyl, or is it just
the vast majority? It's intentional overdose of taking something that is laced. Usually, these fucking fake
Percocets?
The fake glucose.
Yeah.
Those that shit. I went to a laboratory in Iowa of fake Percocets, and it's. I mean, it's crazy how that shit is, how the manufacturing is creating small companies. I was in one of those biggest labs 2 years ago in Mexico, and the thing used to be very big. It was a huge lab in the outskirts of Culiacan. So it was like outdoors. Huge fucking barrels of purpose and shit. And they would do huge fucking matches like paste, but they would turn into fresh but then apparently these year ordered the whole fucking industry to make smaller labs all over the city. More labs, smaller. So if they will get busted, they would just find a lab and use that
small amount? Right.
So I went there last year to one of the new labs, and they don't even know what they're fucking getting. Right? They just got a Chinese chemist straight from China to teach them how to fucking cook pills, fentanyl, because everything in college was coming straight from China.
So who's sending the Chinese chemist?
The Chinese clients, which I'm pretty sure about that.
And who's paying this fucking chemist? The cartel's paying it.
Both cartels, Sinaloa and Cartel Jalisco, are paying like the same group in China. And these Chinese campaigns come here, both Mexico, and they teach both on different places and different dates and everything. But it's the same guys that are showing how to do this shit. And it's crazy. So I went into one of these labs, and
is this one of the labs you went to?
Yeah, exactly. That's the lab I was last year.
Wow.
And that's one of the Sinaloa chemists that was recently shown by this Chinese chemist on how to cook this meal.
So this was a Chinese guy?
No, that was a Mexican guy, but he learned straight from this Chinese guy. He told me how. He basically said it's like the Chinese came here, and he was like, "I'm gonna be here for 3 months, and you're just gonna watch how we do shit every single time that we do batch. We're just gonna watch." And after 3 months, we're gonna do a test. You're gonna make a test for me. And if you're ready, and if you ship that ship to the U.S. to yourselves, customers are happy with it and everything. Otherwise, so that's how that guy learned how to make pills. Like, okay, after 3 months, and he said, like, okay, you're flying solo. I started cooking. He just watched and watched and watched. I made a whole batch. We shipped it over, and the shit was good. They have a test that I show in the video how they test it for quality. And apparently they use a foil paper, aluminum paper, and then they put it here. They start burning the paper, and the peel slides. That means it's a good quality. And if the steel gets stuck, that means it's a shitty batch.
Now, is this because the fentanyl is cheaper than what they used to use?
Yeah, I mean,
What do they used to use? Opium?
yeah, they used to do
Heroin.
but fentanyl. It's not that it's cheaper, but it's you have to use less of it to make it like super fucking strong. They have added to the city every festival with as well. So they give me PLT
Right. That's got to be a crazy thing. Making a giant batch of those things. Like, dude, if you could just put a little bit too much fentanyl.
One of these helpers, one of the helpers of these, he's
Screen it.
He's testing the PR for quality.
Oh, is this what he said when you in the slot?
So he got all the guy in the yellow.
No, we're good.
That guy in the yellow thing. He was just out of the hospital because they fucked up with a pack of fentanyl. What they do is when I was there and they were gonna throw the fentanyl into the mix, they asked me to go as far as I could from them, and I was wearing a fucking mask, like a color mask, not like that. You know, like a face mask for COVID or whatever. It was like these gas masks.
Like, yeah.
And they were like, "Can you get away as far?" And they closed the windows. They sealed everything. They were we poured the powder, and you nailed some of this shit. You fucking. The guy in yellow was still shaking because he was just out of the hospital because he fucked up and he nailed. Like basically, he threw too fast powder, so the dust came off. You know, he lifted some dust. He nailed that. 7 days in coma.
Oh my god.
And that was the day that he was just out. So he was like, when they put the fucking fentanyl into the mix, they opened it like super slowly, and he was like super fucking scared. And then they started mixing the shit like this. The only thing that they didn't let me record was the pressing. They were like super sketchy about the machine, about the pressing. I was like, that's in fucking Amazon. It's super cheap and easy to find. Why? It's like, I don't know, man. My boss told me specifically, you're not going to record they allowed me to record the whole fucking precursor, the whole fucking thing, the whole apps and everything.
So all of the actual raw fentanyl, all of it, 100% comes from China.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes it comes from Germany, but coming from China. So it went out from China, stuck in Germany to some organization in Germany, and that was shipped over to Mexico coast called Monterrey.
Now, has anyone ever tried to figure out who specifically in China they're getting it from?
I mean, I'm getting a lot of stuff from them. But most of them are saying triads, and then you keep sending names for triads and stuff. But then I'm talking with a guy that he used to be like I don't know if there's something like an undercover working for some U.S. step organization in China. He was recently blacklisted, so he had to go out from China. He's living in Thailand because he was looking into that shit. And he told me that it's the government, the Chinese government. It's like it's the Chinese Communist Party that it's allowing this shipments.
So is this like, I guess the big conspiratorial question, is this like for China trying to get revenge for the opium war that happened between opium. The British like sold tons of opium to China like way back in the day, and like really fucked up China.
I don't know if it's revenge, but honestly, it looks like it seems like a conspiracy theory. You know, like when I talk about that, everybody's like, well, that sounds a little bit of a conspiracy theory, but also sort of like racist, right? And I'm not trying to be either both. I'm trying to be very objective for what I've seen with my own eyes and reported with my own sources. And
If you were China, and wouldn't that be a great way to attack your opponent?
That's the only way they're fucking the power in the West. That's their only end in the West, right? Mexico's having these new diplomatic relations with China, commercial relations with China. China is opening more to Mexico financially, economically. We have more diplomatic relationship with China than before with this new government. China is sending different people to three governments like Nicaragua, who socialist, blacklisted Venezuela. Their moves everywhere is fucking, and that includes Mexico. The relationship between Mexico and the US is never been really, yeah, and it's awful. It's never been that bad. Not even during the Trump administration, that was pretty hard on immigration in Mexico. I mean, this time around, with this administration, that relationship is going to sound super fucking great. In every single issue, but specifically on security. Cooperation between both countries, it's shitty. I can't say it's not for the best, maybe for Mexico. I understand what the Mexican administration is trying to do. I just gain tendency and say, like, okay, my issues, I'm going to take care of my issues, and you take care of yours, because your head has not helped very much. Right? Funding the fucking drug cartel, shipping drugs in exchange for fighting the guerrillas back then, and all that shit. It's not working for us. For Mexico. I understand that, but at the same time, you have to keep certain promises and relationships, especially because we're so tied together. And these administrations closing, they just closed this special union in Mexico, handled by the DEA, that has been going for forever. And that was the union that captured the chapel.
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds of Liberty Mutual. Where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need.
I can fucking pay. The VA had forever, for years, had a operational claim installed in Mexico, and the Mexican government just asked them to take like
West. Guys,
DEA
is it
came out of
history
Mexico.
podcast? Serious. Let's talk presidents.
So they had to. It's pretty hard for them, act against the US. The US arrested
Just wait. Let's talk Washington.
All parties in Mexico, and Mexico had to go in and
Adams, Jackson,
Van
Buren,
Harris. Mexico got in full-on government to say
Tyler.
we need to just die. Same players. She's like the guy
Taylor.
arrested for
Pierce. Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Hayes,
Folks,
Garfield,
unprecedented. Listen.
Cleveland, Harrison,
That's the
Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt,
China's watching
Taft, Wilson,
They're like, oh, we're fighting with the US, so let's be friends.
Dude,
Coolidge,
that's fucking serious. So essentially, the entire Mexican government is controlled by the cartels.
Hoover,
Yes. I think right now it's really hard.
How much influence do they have on the very top, like the president? Like how much influence is there?
I think a lot. More than everybody. I'm not saying that it's like all the presidents what to do, but they definitely have to pressure. taking out foreign people into serving strategic places. Like let's say the Mexican government's trying to open a new oil
Studied for that all night. After a half hour, it was pretty good.
so that guys will go and kill her
You guys pray.
shoot his whole fucking kill him.
Adams, are you seriously gonna try? I can kill him.
Stuff like
Here's a good teaser trivia. And don't look it up.
to hand them contracts
The quiz question. Who is Johnson? Who is Johnson's vice president?
apartment complex. They're making a lot of money. Really good money. Contracts of construction specifically for roads that we
Was it your mother?
they're like, we need these roads. And the people were like, oh, this is fucking
That's a history podcast. Yeah.
it's pressure fucking government on the so you feel like you have to do that.
Jones
And that we're gonna get
So they own the construction company that's building the roads. So they're somehow getting a percentage or extorting them somehow.
I give a good percentage of the whole construction in Mexico is handled by
famous picture of him on the plane. That was he called right before that.
it's crazy, man. That's I mean, it's the possible point where it's really hard to say
So sorry.
that
He said
the government
I never met you.
So what do you do? Like, what do you? Like, how do you feel about it? How does the U.S. handle that? Like, especially when not only is it a fucking narco state, but when you have China siphoning fentanyl through there, it's like a proxy or just like a Trojan horse to get fentanyl in the United States, which is fucking up young people, killing a lot of fucking people.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a fucking question I make myself like every time. But I guess the U.S. does better to attention to
There's a kind of something in that word technical something.
They stay away from it. It's better for that.
Unlike Ukraine.
I know that's because they're a war, full of war, right? That's actually a war. It's not a threat, a serious threat or something like that.
Right. What would it be if the U.S. had $1 billion weapons?
Exactly.
Would it be a war?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Who knows? But how would Afghanistan put them in the war?
It's great, like 1776, the year the British
Honduras,
all
Guatemala,
that insane shit. It's
Mexico,
crazy that
Salvador,
they kept
Panama,
expecting the Armenian fleet.
Cuba.
But they hung in there.
Every single one of those,
It's not like they were like,
every
we're
single
faking
one of those
America. That's
has
coming later.
had a lot of
They had no
immigration
fucking idea.
to the U.S. trying to help.
So he's
And
as
all
good
of
as
these
they
countries
were,
are
basically.
doing
It's not like you
that.
picture him on this horse like talking.
And it's becoming like it's backlash.
You know, like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech, join a whole army. There's 3 guys in here, and the rest are like, what is it? They're all shitty.
Yeah, like basically the U.S. trying to help us country. Help is backlash.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Is anyone else talking about this thing about how all of stuff's coming from China? Is any like someone reporting on that mainstream? I haven't seen that anywhere. Until I really started
It looks very concerning. The image that that narrative for editors even though
he's the one who said that they wanted him to be Adam, wanted him to be Your Majesty or Your Excellency. They went by his excellency, and he said, Mr. President. No, Jeff was the first Mr. President. You ever watched it?
there's no definitive proof, obviously, that that's their intention. But if it was their intention, that's what they would do, right?
Because of course, I mean, you're an editor, you need proof, right? And you will need a proof of your Chinese government.
Mr. President. Maybe he did, but he went and said the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands. And back then, that kind of, he was like, how I meant
have a proof.
Yeah, it's like he'd rather just have terrible fail.
these
It keeps the German folk as much as it just was
and
like,
why is it
this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started being criticized. Really? Because when he was a general, we
but
never really,
in Mexico and
outside of big news, this guy's the fucking.
By the way, president, like to talk about that word for a second, what a president is, like just an overall president.
fucking drugs to every single one.
What I love about presidents
But
is
fentanyl
their
is how
is that it's a
to
human being, it's a
Fentanyl's
person.
not shit to the world.
And to me, like it's like like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean? Like they don't teach the Bible as a religious subject. They teach it as like what it's done for history and what the stories are about. You know, that kind of thing. I look at the U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the word by itself, like your president is nothing. It's not. You're not a leader.
That goes everywhere.
You're not a ruler. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means. Is that there's a whole group of people
Amount of coke gone down
that are
as like the
running
amount
the
of money
government
and,
by the people's will, and you
the
preside.
volume of
You
cocaine
just
being
happen to
trafficked
be
has
there. It's
gone
like in
down.
the Senate, whenever they show people in the Senate speaking, they always say Mr. President
The U.S.
or over as, and they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president. It's literally the president of the Senate, but it's whoever takes the chair that day. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title.
They even arrested this guy who was like a chopper.
It's chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like. That's what I like about how they framed it.
When did they send through? Because he had just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's get this going. Let's get this started. There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to king himself.
So they're getting all the big bosses and the organizations
to glasses on. And so maybe it's because of this
Maybe it's so long that they wanted to talk
he
about
took
public
out
drugs.
his glasses and he said, like,
COVID
I
definitely
fear I can see
skyrocketed.
for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment.
And it's the same. It's the same.
Like the thing was like he was
As
hoping
violent.
he
Have you
missed.
been to Colombia?
It's like, I
Is it the
fear
same? What's the main difference
see
between like the cartels in Colombia and cartels in Mexico?
I think Colombia is. I think Mexico
like you
is
keep the
Colombia.
whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? They're like, George,
Meaning it's more.
Colombia got so many drug trafficking problems. So fucking Pablo Escobar, he used to be like a businessman.
he didn't know that he was
president.
giving away the keys to later nuclear war America. He thought we were the dumb fucking like what?
Also,
Like if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first Louisiana might be like using one term.
But they say that
Adams. Okay, Adams is one of my favorite of those guys. I like that makes fun of us. I like Adams from the show. It's great. I read his biography. I listened to it. As a president,
the far
he wasn't a great president. Not at all. It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did very important and gutsy things. And he was also the only one of those guys who was not great. He was a poor farmer. He was his education, changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience, where he was, at a decent farm, but not much. But he made his brain work. And he excelled in
Gorilla. You said it the proper way.
Yeah. Gorilla. Exactly. So all of these gorilla groups, I mean, they're not. They're traffickers. These guys, we're not. Mexico's
I'm not judging any of them, but he was of limited use. Because he was intrigued by America.
I don't know if you've read these.
He never would have shed any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested. He had a huge brain. So he lended when he felt like he was also full of shit, he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy, and that's all about a biography. He saw
government doing certain actions. And you look at guys, and you look at what's happening in Mexico, it's like, dude, we're in the final fucking phase of these guys becoming an artist or mixed insurgency. It's like a drug trafficking slash insurgency group operating in Mexico. They're not only that's why I usually used to call them cartels or drug cartels, and it's more like organized. They're wearing military vests with military dress. They have armed groups, which is one of the requirements of the insurgency. You have leadership, and then you have a circle of armed groups. So he's the only guy alive outside you have he's kind of careful. He tells a story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy. He befriended and the guy had a woman. He wanted to marry a maiden, but he didn't have a position. And he didn't have his own home yet. So people today, and his father didn't want to control the logistics, but it was that he asked Benjamin to give his wife into his house so that they could marry, and he said sure. And he said she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to partake of her sexually, and she spurred my romances, so I threw her out, and that was the end of their marriage. And there was something he was real upset.
One of the articles that we wrote about the problems with getting guns, dealing with the gun manufacturers in the U.S. There was some sort of law that had to be passed to sort of restrict the amount of guns being trafficked. Like the NRA had something going on. The NRA had some sort of thing going on with gun manufacturers where they were able to illegally ship guns into Mexico.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Mexico is almost
By the way, you want a drink?
Yeah.
I'll say this earlier. It's whiskey. It's actually not bad. Pretty good. It's like single malt whiskey.
So it's really hard to
make it strain-wise.
He would just go like,
to get a gun, right? The legal one.
He would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth and he had his life
But
in
if you
Monticello.
try to get a gun illegally, you have a, like,
The point of it was just a
Get
dog
fucked up and talk about narcos.
that's why I'm here. Not to drink water and talk
Yeah,
about
for real. Should have offered it earlier.
But he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this
Wow,
shit started.
So yeah, I mean, and again, only the bad guys are having guns.
Also, what Adams did
The other
is
one
did the Constitution of
if I want
Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
they say there is a way
It's
to
like the most liberal document in the world, because Adams was like, he's like, I'm going to get everything that I couldn't get done.
and if you get approved,
The
it's just going to
American
be like a
Constitution
small
of doing
thing.
this, and
And
there's
these
stuff
guys
in there
are
about
pushing
Jews
it.
having rights. There's even some about gay people. Like he was into like gay rights of Jews.
And it's like, what am I going to do
Pretty
with
gay.
a fucking
That video you sent me of those kids and shit soldiers wearing out 50 caliber
He's a
snipers.
Jewish rights except
what the fuck are you gonna do? Is the Mexican government allowing you to use gun against all those fucking things, right? So that's one side, and the other side, Mexico is pushing along to most U.S. gun manufacturers, trying to blame them for the whole shit that's going on in Mexico. So the Mexican government was saying, you are as responsible as the criminal for what is happening to Mexico, because you know that you have to get better the people that is selling guns.
So he started arresting journalists.
The U.S.
Started
government
well, because he got the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that knew back then it was the Democrat and Jefferson.
I honestly think that's a political stance from the
It's always been like different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people, the people who are like, get this right, we gotta sell our good ideas and convince people we're right.
Wow,
But then
he's
the
the
other guys
only
were
one
like,
stepping up.
we just gotta take over. We just need to win. And nerds lose that.
Which I
Adams
don't
was
do
the
anything that's going to
first.
do something. Like,
Are the U.S. manufacturers selling directly to the cartels?
no, directly. Well, not like that. Not like they're shipping shit tons of guns directly to cartels and shit.
They're getting like massive fucking ship, lots of guns to organizations or companies in Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Not only in Mexico, but also in the U.S. because they are allowed to, right? But if they were to really vet who's getting the guns, especially very specific shit, a shit ton of fucking AKs, a shit ton of fucking AR-15s, a shit ton of 50 calls. That should be enough to raise the alarm and say, like, okay, let's have a look at who's buying all this shit from us, right?
Maybe we should look. I mean,
And when
check their fucking ID or something or found.
because when you look, and I had looked at fucking lists and said like, okay, so this is supposed to be a company that is selling guns out of whatever. Then you go, it's a small house, Paso, it's peaceful country, from a single fucking guy who's sitting outside the store. And just sitting like that, and selling guns to everyone.
They would have to do the least amount of work possible to actually do any sort of research to find out if this is like a 500 square foot shack.
Easy.
And no, they're probably, it's like a fucking $1 billion gun order.
It's like, when I met that guy, he's a Mexican guy, he's called Luis. And I was like, so here's the, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the guns, company? So yeah, he's like, what is your house? He's like, yeah, man, I'm allowed. And I'm like, so you have a permit? He's like, yeah, I just need to send the list of buyers to the ATF every month. And I'm like, dude, but what if I come here and ask you to get 0 AKs, 550 calls? Are you allowed to? So that, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, as long as you give me your IDs. And I'm like, dude, but are you aware that most of those fucking guns are going to end up in Mexico? He's like, dude, I have clients from whatever. I don't ask them. I just give me your ID, and I send it to ATF, and there's an issue. ATF will reach out to me and say, like, hey, someone bought this. And I asked him, like, has it happened? He's like, yeah. And then what happened? Nothing. I mean, I'm just selling guns. Let's see, but I understand what you're saying, but still.
So how long, I mean, the question is how long until fucking they start buying nukes for the U.S.?
I don't even
Do you think cartels ever buy nukes?
no, but I don't think they need to, man. I think they have more than fucking enough to get it all on their knees. I mean, it's super fucking...
Even small nukes.
Yeah.
Like, we'll take out your state. We'll take out your city. You know, it's up with us.
They don't fucking need to. That's the thing. They can't take the whole fucking city they want. Only by the amount of people. Look at what happened when they tried to capture El Chapo's son. They got Mexican government went full fucking on with a lot of fucking army, guys, helicopters, everything, tanks, like on what? To capture one guy. That was his desire. And when they got him, he just made a call. And hundreds of fucking soldiers came out from nowhere. From fucking sewers, from houses around, and they made it parallel the whole fucking city. They started killing people. They went into the Mexican security prisons to 300 of fucking people, and armed all of them. All of them like started getting and go against the army. They went into the army base and army base. They went there and tied a lot of grenades and landmines to the gas lines where the families of the soldiers were living. They're like, okay, man, if you don't let our guy go, we're going to blow the whole fucking military base. It's parallel the whole fucking city, and that happened in like 3 hours. They had to let that guy go. So they set him free. And they just, so if they want, a couple of times in Chile with that usual kind of house, but yeah,
God damn, bro, that is so crazy. Where is El Chapo's son now?
in Culiacan, he's living in the outskirts of Culiacan. So of course, if I knew what I would be getting myself $5 million.
You knew where?
Yeah, because that's the
That's the $5 million question.
yeah, that's the yeah. That's
What if you had the opportunity to like go what if they were like, we gotta fucking put a bag over your head, we gotta set you up and throw you in the fucking bottom of a truck?
It be the first time I went to a place like that, like all like the shit in my head. I mean, like, places like that.
Even the places where they had to like really blindfold you and take you there by yourself.
Yeah, we don't be the first time.
Yeah, but you just said that you would take the $5 million. So what was that?
No. Hey, if you're watching yours, I'm not taking the $5 million. I'm taking your interview.
He definitely watches this podcast. What was the story? There was a story about you were in a safe house or somewhere, and there was they ordered tacos.
So that's the time where I was I went to meet one of the Vatican guys. Got arrested, and he's accused of killing Kiki Castillo. Although most of my sources said that it was not Castillo. That's the story of Narcos. I'll go there last night.
Yeah. So this guy, how do you say his name again? El Caro Quintero. So he's still running around and he's still pretty active.
He was in jail for several years.
After the, he got busted after the Kiki.
Exactly. Murder, and then he was in jail, and then he was set free for Seattle. The judge said submitted a motion. The judge was like, Kiki Camarena was not a federal official person in Mexico, because that's where he got some years. He was not operating as a federal, he was undercover, he was in the US, so he was like a citizen. He was a regular citizen, a foreign citizen in Mexico, and he worked for the DEA. He worked for the DEA. Under the Mexican law, he was not officially a federal agent in Mexico, or a Mexican federal agent.
That's what he needed, that status to stay undercover.
Exactly. So he just basically built a foreigner in Mexico, and he served that time for that crime. Right? They set him free. 2 hours later, he's like, "Oh shit, no, my bad. We didn't back."
Dolly Madison, that was like really like.
And there are no really show that footage or you're doing him, he's like nonchalant, smiling, laughing at things, very matter of fact, answering the question, fuck you, he seemed young back then. What year was that? It was 87?
Exactly. And there was a recent interview. He was he was a Mexican journalist.
Yeah, Madison gets weird. People like, dude, you're
like, really close. He's saying like, I'm just fun. You do what I did, so I take it. And I was not involved in anything. I never even knew that.
So Jefferson was to shut the fuck up.
So that, we're getting a little bit off track. That audio of what is the audio of torturing this baby?
Take some of the flag and see everybody was called Jefferson.
Is that audio available to the public? So no one's ever heard it.
I described the audio by
Hector. So Hector. So do they have the actual full audio version of that when they make a documentary? Like they didn't even have it. Okay. They just had like people send it.
Exactly. Yes. And so yeah. Anyways, I went to visit like a source of mine, and they can get me
Fort McHenry, Starks Bagel Banner Lunch,
talk with
Battle
other
of New
questions
Orleans.
that
We smashed them out in New Orleans with what's his name? Jackson. Yeah. And Jackson, they were fighting
So I went there, and I was staying in Nogales, and he called me to meet him up in a place called Cabot. 2 hours from Nogales. But it was like 11 p.m. They called me and said, like, hey,
So, all of a sudden, America, that's our first war. That's
so
now
and
America's
close
back
fucking
because
nice.
England was just
All
taking
3
contracts
fucking
from
saying all
England,
that.
which is a
So
partnership outside
and
of
of course,
like,
we got like
Baltimore, wherever. It's just our heaving fucking
back,
fireball.
so
And
going
then,
2 hours
for no
later.
reason, like, we're
Stayed there for
the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket. And that's because it's all from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park a
It was
ship
like 4
and
times.
set houses on fire for fucking fun. So all the people that lived in that town
Went back for 5
found
fucking nights.
they founded Hudson, and they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they would drag a whale
And then on
up
the
the
5th
Hudson
night,
River,
we showed up
and
in
they
this
would
beautiful
slaughter it
Tacoma.
and then send it down the river. It's a great way to send
He was
whale meat and whale down to here, New York City.
white
And
guy.
that established a
Sort
hub
of
in
like
New York,
father.
in Upper New York City, Hudson.
He's American?
Yeah, he is American, but I mean, well, he's a Mexican, so he's a U.S. citizen. But he happened to be white.
Hudson became a place for
Seriously,
Green
on our
eyes,
to bring their
basically. And we started talking, and I had an interview with him.
and have their slaughtered and brought down here. Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much
And then he told me,
things
well,
like just
so
English
you want to
running
go and
the
move
ship.
to the warehouse?
And fireballs changes. And they finally needed it to stop.
Give me another call. We started driving, I knew exactly where we were because I had fucking driven that road 5 times. So I knew every single bound, every single turn, right? So we were we went to a small town called
They signed treaty after 2 years.
between where I was
Just off the grass. Yeah, we declared war.
Yeah.
They came over.
Not, I don't know exactly where, but
Up
we
to
were
the
somewhere
Capitol.
deep
So
into
it's like
the
double. That doesn't
and then
matter.
he showed me like these small
Of course. But
and
I always
he
needed
was
to
like, that's the warehouse. So I entered
because they
the
got over
house,
here, they all died.
and there was nothing, just like an old man
Yeah,
having
you
a
got fucked up. It was hard. And they were like, this week, we can't
Where's
afford
the,
to
you
fight
have no
this.
drugs here?
We're
Like,
fighting the
and I was
French
like, it's
troops
fucking full.
that brings us to Monroe.
Where? On the
Monroe
roof?
is kind of the
And it was like, open the warehouse. So these guys started like shooting the road, started like shooting the
Monroe
road.
Doctrine, which is neutrality.
And then
We got the Americans.
the
They don't fuck with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain. Was going to go back and take us. So that was all the sorts of all our problems was these other fucking European countries getting involved in every war. So he was the first guy to go. Yeah, we're never going to go get involved. That's kind of what they're saying was that's like the most Latin policies of any of the founding fathers. It was like American neutrality in Europe. You have your wars, stay the fuck out. Obviously, last years. Added Florida, Monroe got Florida from the Spanish. So the reason that happened was
so we recorded the whole fucking thing. It was for show all the
Florida, and Monroe was sending the guy out to film force.
Yes, that was
But
the
it was taking 8 days to say leave Florida.
filmed the whole
Trying
fucking
to
thing. I don't smoke weed.
a price.
But
The
the 2 guys
don't
that I
want
was
Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owners. We can't afford to buy it. I
they
can't
both
justify
do
it in Congress.
they're from the youth.
And Jackson was
And they
right
were
back
like,
and saying, I'm just going to
These
take it.
fucking weed smells good.
I'm just
And I
going to
told
take
him,
it
like, hey, my
militarily.
guy said,
I'm going to
weed
attack.
smells good. It's like, yeah, have it. So we
Monroe said,
grabbed
no.
a bunch of fucking weed.
You may
Thought
not
we,
be
that's all yours.
No
So
way.
these guys started like rolling, smoking, and we're like having fun, and we're like, that's cool. And it's like, is it a cool man? I'm like, no, I'm smoking.
And then
Like,
he
oh,
showed up
yeah,
in DC. Was like, right, those are
It's
good.
DEA.
exactly. So yeah, we're just like waiting for them to finish their fucking filming, and I was just having a productive and sad talking. And then he had got a call with his radio. They usually
just did shit without permission, and then showed up and said, right, this president was going to plan all along. Yes, it was the plan all along.
and he started like,
Whatever, I got that, but this is interesting because Monroe was the first
sort of. Can you guys please give me your IDs? I'm like,
Real issue because it was the
just give me your IDs.
So,
All right,
is there
so I'm in my
Cameraman, you look, is speaking Spanish.
yeah, I have to tell like, hey guys, we need to handle it. Like, why? And I'm like, not really sure. Let's just play by his rules and see what happens.
John
Like,
Quincy
okay,
John
give me
Quincy
the passport.
Secretary of State.
I handed over the passport to my cousin. And he's like, hey, why? And I'm like, yeah, I was born in Florida. I have to do it. He's like, so why? Doesn't have a
He was a statesman. John Quincy has a fucking fascinating guy. His biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries. So we know a lot about those guys. But
I'm trusting you. So the first guy who's gonna go out tonight is gonna be you. So he happens to me right now. He's gonna be you. So I'm not gonna go after those guys. I'm just gonna be you. I'm gonna get into fucking mess. Although they're gonna get what they deserve, but I'm gonna go after you because you're gonna be. And for your source, it was for Luis House. And after Luis, the guy, that's my source. And I was like, but what happened? He was like, I have 3 things to do. And they are homeboy of Federal. And they already crossed the second. The third ring of security is just like you. So if you see them here, get in the car that we're gonna engage into a shootout. And that means that they're following you. I'm gonna assume that they're following you. I'm like, dude, and you didn't even have my phone, and you know, we're not on. It's off.
Jackson,
whatever. So let's pray for them to stop the last. We stayed there. I was fucking shooting myself. Because he didn't even talk to me. He was just sitting there. Small talking and laughing and having a beer. I was running was like, sorry.
This guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings. Jackson's fucking dickhead.
Oh, they were coming to eat some tacos to the sport. No lady that sells tacos in the corner. He fucking puts a different place to go for tacos.
It's Uber Eats.
So yeah, he was like, no, they're eating tacos, so you're good. That was fucking.
He was Trump. Imagine if Trump like dueled as much as Jackson died.
I was in
12 bullets in his body.
I stayed in Puerto Vallarta in Sayulita, and I read a couple articles saying that those areas, including places like Cancun, are really highly sought after tourists for the cartels, or not for the cartels, but maybe for like the smaller drug gangs that they want to sell to the tourists. Are those areas, those places like Cancun and Puerto Vallarta, are those places becoming more and more dangerous?
You're not only dealing with street dealing, which is a lot of fucking buying drugs and makes a lot of money. They overcharge every single fucking bag of cocaine. But also, most of their reports, if you look at the names, a lot of people, it's a lot of fucking mafia. We're talking mafia from Korea, Korea, Italy, Russia, mostly those four places.
They own a lot of real estate in those tourist
Because they're laundering from their own laundering money, but also it's private crime, it's public business. So right now you will see a lot of fucking small boats getting there and going down. So they're shipping a lot of drugs out from Mexico
the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was in Massachusetts, I think. So you're saying
I'm making a big buck.
he got not
So
only in trouble, they gave
Mexican
those slaves
cartels
asked him to represent
are
them as their lawyer because they were
trying,
all
well, not
Newark,
trying,
Virginia
they're
slave
looking to break
masters
the
who were waiting
biggest
for
deal,
their Haitian
right?
slaves
To
that
make
they
the
were waiting
biggest
for.
part. Not only asking them
But he found wages
for
with it. It wasn't
what
like
they
a
call
slavery
uso de suelo,
trial.
which
It was,
is
you guys don't have
charging
a receipt.
you for
Trial.
operating
It was like,
the
you ain't
church.
got to pay for it, go fuck
Within
yourselves.
the
So they were free. But
whatever
he done, he was in the middle of a big
Hey,
passion argument. He
because
was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the whole Congress around him because they loved him. People loved the guy. He was great. And as the first president or
Prostitutes, cocaine.
So the Mexican cartels are like, well, we don't want just a piece of this business. We want the end. And they start like fighting, killing, and the whole fucking dynamics. They're becoming dangerous places, not because they're toxic terrorists,
look at all these guys, I evaluate them as characters.
Tourists are just like fire.
They all did awful things.
And when you heard that they killed a
Let me know about fucking bombs, you know, fucking weddings.
all of them were targeted. They were targeted.
Jackson was a crazy, but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his
got shot.
What
is the story behind that?
The story is like, I don't know if you actually laugh or cry, because I mean, fucking monkey, right? First of all, why would you have monkeys completely tactical dressed?
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Bro, those things are fucking can be ruthless in the wild.
Really? I mean, I know I had a friend that had one, but I was so fucking scared.
Bro, I've seen videos of those things that rip people's scalps off and shit, their faces off.
I mean, I was completely
balls off. That's what they do, man.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if they were actually using him like a weapon, you know, like attacking people or whatever, or they just kind of cool. He was properly dressed, right? He had his tactical badge and the camo flip shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, he was all dressed up.
What was going on? Why did he get shot?
He was apparently he was the head of one of the guys from La Familia Michoacán.
English guy. I read his biography of him. They wrote account of an English.
So apparently what happened is that a couple of members of the Familia Michoacán went to the police station, state police station, to shoot the police officers. So they started into a gunfight. They started chasing them. They went into they tried to hide in one of their banks. That's the state. And one of the bosses had a spider. But I'm not sure about that, because there's that photo of that monkey laying on the side of a man, allegedly his owner. But there's another photo, I think it was not as popular as that one. There was another photo where he was actually on top of it.
Oh, really?
So I don't know.
On top of his owner. Wait, go up, scroll up. This one with the red circle. Yeah, click that one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a good one.
Presidents never traveled. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact.
So he was just essentially a pet of one.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if this shoot out they kill him or they actually execute him.
No, he was not. He didn't make mistakes. I looked it up.
So fucking.
Bro, execute a monkey.
Yeah, man.
What if they put like a fucking suicide vest on him?
If slaves are available,
Have the monkey like run out.
And now he has his own song. They call it a song that tells the story of and now despite it, he has his own someone composed saying that it was not time to go, and that he left a legacy.
But then that one with him in the clouds and the cross. Yeah, that one.
Jackson was very honest.
Wow.
He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went like there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over slaves took over Fort and just said we just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever. And so he
So the Russian mafia is just specifically there, just basically because they're there to control stuff that they're trying to ship back to Russia. Or they're just trying to make money on. There's like small Russian gangs that are in there selling drugs.
Both. I mean, the open both. There was a reason for that.
Jackson went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them.
It was not Russian, it was Romanian. Yeah, also, it's the Russians and the Romanian. He was recently arrested in Cancun. Because Pluto assassin was Pluto. And everybody knew that he controlled hotels, goons, operator, street truck selling, sex trafficking, and was laundering money. So, I mean, it was pretty fucking true because he even got his photos and video public meeting he had with Mexico's security.
He was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them, and it was kind of like, even you know that's, you know.
So that's the kind of to ask for more protection and support and offering
when I was like 19 and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston, and there was a pinball machine we really liked playing in this one club. We were playing pinball against each other, and then when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his sword, and he just put his hand over my hand.
A lot of call centers also laundering money and making a lot of fucking costs. U.S.
Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. Jackson was the first president to go like
U.S. car manufacturers based in have manufacturing plants set up in Mexico, like GM and like Ford. They manufacture a shitload of cars in Mexico. Are those controlled by the cartel at all?
No, not really. But how the fuck
they like away from the cars?
I think it's just not a huge fight. I think it's more a product.
I thought that it should just be folks have their money used to trade.
So I think the U.S. bank at the time, I think the United States was up for
I guess what they do is the 90
he just happened to be president and veto.
Yeah, and it wasn't the thing you don't veto. You can't veto it now. You veto now. So then the next guy after him is his vice president, Van Buren. He takes over.
Because that's what it is. Different from what they do with my own company.
That's the way it goes. They're cool guys. America is been cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people they are. The nerds who get things. But the cowboys get the credit. And then nerds get fucked. Everything got fucked. This nigga was Van Buren.
And what part of Mexico is border?
He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was a little fucking
especially I think he was one of
So
those
the mining operation.
And this who has the
because Jackson
who has the
or whatever they like let's get this going.
He's from New York. He was legend is that he was one of the first people to have.
I mean, they're
They're in on it. Yeah, they're partners with China.
Well, they're given protection to the Chinese company.
So his thing was okay.
And
Nice.
That's where people say the full K comes from. Because it was like his thing was you okay with the check mark. It was like,
Whoa, dude.
that's. I mean, I've been working the fucking floor to figure it out because I've still in a lot of sources and papers. Tons of fucking sources. But I pitched it like a year ago. They said yes, and I'm still working on it. Slowly but surely. But yeah, that company.
This is the biggest This is one of the big mining operations in Mexico.
It's the biggest in Mexico and one of the biggest in Mexico.
And it's owned by China in partnership with Sinaloa cartel.
Well, it's right now it's only the contract for exploration. Right? To explore how much lithium is or whatever, but there are studies already proved that it's as big as possible lithium. So it's just setting up. They say on paper, they say they're just setting up and exploring.
But they could very easily be hard.
But when you go there and talk to the residents of the area, local residents, very small towns from the outside, they are actually now working on setting up the whole fucking plan. So I'm like, but aren't they're just exploring? I'm like, no, we're setting up. We have contracts to work on construction. We're setting up. So
Yeah.
right? Mexico is threatening to nationalize all of it.
No parties, so you got nothing done.
But still,
I barely got out of high school. You gotta explain.
so that means that the whole lithium will belong to Mexico. So there will be a permit for you to China for whoever to exploit and do the job, but the actual mineral is Mexico. Got it. So that's what they're trying to do. The Mexican government is threatening companies to do that. And of course, it's making a lot of money. So, but for the time being, they handed the contract of exploration to a China company. Under a subsidiary, under a smaller company, partner company, that they insist instead of do it it's called Bacanora. So that's supposed to be the Mexican company. But on the web page, it's the owner of Bacanora who is this company that is so there's an interesting thing going on there. And when I spoke with some of the scenarios they were like, I was like, how's that playing out with you guys? Because we're not that sort of territory. And they told me, no, we were quite hard to so they're protecting the area. That means they are threatening kidnapping from families that they want to sell their land they own to their citizens. The same prices to the Chinese company. So if the Chinese company wants to pay them $1 for a mile of land or whatever, and they want to sell, then this is not
so if one of them is Jefferson, one of them is from Boston.
and it's, I mean, it's under the radar, of course, because on paper, it's still, and then in the news, it's still on exploration. We're not even sure.
Oh my God! Where else is this company in China getting these somewhere? Something like Tesla, the biggest supplier.
I think it's Bolivia.
Just to see if the Mexicans will shoot first.
I don't know.
Finally, they did.
And they're getting from a lot of places.
China is falling into Mexico.
And Mexico, I mean, they're the biggest. They have Tesla by default. They have Elon Musk, the biggest fucking. Because the biggest fucking business
richest guy in the world.
Because they have lithium, they're going to fucking future cars. Ford is just like making a lot of fucking. I think every car making it.
Every car. Somebody said that. Somebody's riding it. Said that 75% cars in the US.
So I mean, they control one of the biggest ports, the biggest lithium deposit in Mexico, going back to America. Are there any Teslas in Mexico? Yeah, people drive Teslas. Yeah.
Somebody showed me a video yesterday of in California. There was like fucking a line around 2 blocks, wrapped around 2 blocks twice, waiting in line to get the charge.
That was a Tesla. That's an old video from 2018 2019.
Oh, is it?
It was like, yeah, it was called something like the Tesla. There was no electricity. Something happened that people tends to have to go into that specific place.
It's crazy. I think the only thing I worry about with cars is that in Florida we get a lot of fucking hurricanes. And we need power for multiple days on end. At least once or twice a year. So I think that's the one reason. I think that one little thing, is like it makes me fearful of it. But like think about it. It's weird when you compare it to all the benefits. The benefits way outweigh.
I'm just really thinking about it. Those fucking benefits not really benefits. I mean, supposedly the benefit is for environment, right? They're not going to be so what are you going to do with all this fucking battery? What are you doing with your phone? What do you do with it?
So the Habsburg family,
it's waste, but it's going to be there for fucking years. Contaminating
they just
What do
environment,
they
right?
do? Bury it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, many of us, just the cameras, whatever, the batteries, many of us just fucking throw it in the tank. And that's contaminating a lot, right? If you do it properly, you go on to a deposit, right? To remove the battery. But what are they?
Well, Elon's whole thing is like we're eventually it's inevitable that we're going to run out of fossil fuels at one point. So we might as well start now. We're going to run out of fossil fuels. But he said that the batteries, the lithium that we're using to make batteries is not the best option. We might eventually have to move past that and figure out how to get it he talks about
I don't know, but honestly, with the lithium, it's like, okay, the batteries are going to start hiding up in your fucking backyard every time they didn't work, right? Contaminating maybe more than the fucking gas car. And the other thing is like the mining for lithium, it's called open mining, which is the worst fucking thing that ever happened. It's not underground. They just blow up into fucking mine. And the mining opens, closed, under. And that shit contaminates stuff. Underground mining is exploding. Open mining is like 100% growth. So to get in order to get lithium, it's open mining. What kind of damage is
the open lithium mining do? The atmosphere?
I think the atmosphere. The whole in order to get to the also are very harmful to the environment. I think kind of like this is also emissions. So I think when we talk about lithium, I think just that as a trend, like school cars and but not necessarily better.
Yeah, I went for a while in the solar center, and I think we're looking at getting one of the diesel cars.
Yeah.
Environment.
I mean,
Electric diesel.
The diesel, yeah. I mean, it's crazy, but I think what are the solutions? What would it be to actually have maybe lithium-driven public transportation? Like instead of using a fucking car, you're using railroad or a fucking bus, and then we're using a collective fucking car, right? We're using a bus, we're using a train, shit like that, and that's electric, and that's not making emissions. So using batteries, but not a single 2 or 3 batteries for home,
Right.
and less traffic.
Yeah, I mean, there's already less of a situation where people have been
now there's so much territory enslaved.
Exactly. And that too, yeah. But actually, I mean, it's helping, right?
Yeah. And I'm sure even, especially in your industry, journalism and publishing and stuff like that, I'm sure 99% of fucking reporters, journalists are working straight from home.
That's pretty cool. That's
Yeah.
that's a big push for the environment, right? Stay fucking home. Move.
Yeah.
Do you ever think about
The idea in the future, this whole America, Mexico, China thing turned into like what's going on right now with Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. Do you think that could ever fucking happen?
like a sort of like a war?
Sort of how like Ukraine is just like this proxy area that the U.S. is using, to push against Russia. To fight against Russia. And it's like this middle ground. It's like this turf are using to wage war between the U.S. and Russia. You know, it's Russia's main border between the rest of the EU, the rest of Europe. And half of Ukraine is divided, half is pro-Russia, half is pro-EU. And it's just, from what I'm like understanding from this, it seems like it's almost the same thing with China and the U.S. and Mexico kind of just being that fucking middle ground. Where they're exploiting Mexico to fucking hurt the U.S. And I'm sure it goes the other way as well. But like, it seems like it's kind of the same thing.
It might be, man. I mean, I don't know if a proper like high intensity war is what happened in Ukraine. Maybe like a long term war, right? Have Muslim all that stuff. What I'm not sure of is if I'm sure that China is using Mexico as a proxy, and I think that's going to be happening in terms for the years. But I'm not sure that the U.S. can use. I think the U.S. is going to go Taiwan.
Yeah. There's a deal where you have to defend Taiwan.
So I think Taiwan's going to be going more. I think Taiwan is more going to be observed to be.
I think I've heard people say that it's basically
I think that's what that shit.
we're legally obligated to fucking hurt them in the middle of whatever. Keep them safe. So maybe Mexico just becomes like leverage or something for China. So weird geopolitical violence.
And it's especially for the middle ground countries, right? In Mexico,
Especially
like
middle
we're
ground.
not fucking with anyone. Why are you guys fighting? Because I mean, fentanyl is like kind of indirectly hurting Mexico as well. I mean, we're not having an issue on people using it, but it's being cool in Mexico. It's being shipped over from Mexico. That means there are news. The U.S. is pressuring Mexico to go and fight a fucking undeclared war on the cities. That's affecting us. Everybody who lives there. I mean,
Well, what do you think it would take to get Mexico out of the state that it's in? Like, what would it theoretically take to fucking get rid of these cartels? And without the U.S., I'm saying like independent of the U.S., like, what would it really take to fucking turn Mexico into a sovereign country that is not fucking corrupt and overrun by all these criminals?
I think it will take a lot of fucking people to lose a lot of them. So I think that would change the situation. Not necessarily like, okay, let's take all the money. I'm talking about like if you buy drugs, if you actually work.
Other countries have to do that.
Fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of ways that could maybe prevent some of this.
The Netherlands are?
It's the biggest sport right now.
He signed.
Drugs
This is where it all starts to look up. Every single one of these guys over there have legalized it. It's just
but I think that's why we're using that court to get
So Taylor was all
That's why it's
the
convenient.
compromise of 1850, which
corruption in that court.
some shit about one slave state, one man, or they get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking
So yeah, I guess
Taylor died,
So
we'll have
it's
to
the fucking goddamn fucking churches, Christian churches that are fighting with keeping drugs illegal, that are fueling all these fucking deaths, you know?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's that and that conservative thinking that drugs are necessarily bad. I mean,
Crazy. If you just legalize all drugs, like,
that's
100% go down.
exactly, and I know what some people believe that so everybody's going to use it, but that's going to be a way different, easier problem to solve. It's not
Right.
going to be expecting to be a healthy,
Right.
it's not going to be a security.
You're fighting only the people who are abusing stuff and getting addicted, and you're not fucking fighting tons of criminal organizations who are straight up fucking slaughtering people.
You'll definitely need years and years of education helping addicts and shit, right? But it's going to be a different fucking fight than
He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife.
Right, murdering innocent monkeys. Fight 'em. Yeah, there's a country, I forget what country it is, but they have a special program there where heroin's legalized, and if you're a heroin addict, you can actually go and get like supervised doses of heroin from a doctor, and where you're not on the street fucking suffering, like using dirty people and stuff like that.
I mean, the whole fucking world is got to a ridiculous point of hypocrisy. The governments are against these helpers that they go and deliver food to addicts and streets, and they go hard against them, and they arrest them and visit them in jail. I was like, look, those guys are trying to stop every single thing we did to build this nation and this slave problem. Every single thing we tried to do was like, and that's the same thinking where I don't know what happened in this is throughout the interstate. When you think about that, and it's like it's
Talking about the parade, the 4th of July parade.
And what I'm telling you is like that guy was posting videos online. He was had like millions of listeners on Spotify, whatever. He was a rapper.
The shooter kid?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was a rapper. He was a fucking
You
rapper.
gotta find this, bro.
Yeah, he was a fucking rapper. He had like millions of listeners. And he was talking about like massive shootouts. Posted videos of how he was gonna go and shoot like people. Like he was all that, right? And he said like, okay, the US is looking all over our fucking phones or apps or have all of the fucking information. We can't get a guy that's openly saying that he's gonna fucking kill people. It's like talking about like reproduction rights, right? They are on the apps everywhere.
Tracking their periods.
Right.
Yeah, my wife just fucking deleted that app off her phone.
Because they're there. They're sneaking up on those fucking apps, but they can't fucking sneak up on a guy openly talking to millions of people.
This kid really a rapper?
Awake.
Dude, I saw something when he put, wow, he really did have a Spotify. Awake the rapper. I saw some sort of post where he said that he was a product, he was part of MK Ultra. The CIA's fucking mind control.
I mean, that's a screenshot. Like, all of this photos are
This video wearing the smiley face?
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing in this video? We watch it. You find the video and watch it? Just click on, if you click on the picture, you can pull up the video. Yeah. Pull up the article. Yeah, okay. Don't put this on the screen though. I don't want to have to get
I can't remember what the name of the email account.
See, this is the problem too. We're fucking talking about it on the podcast and like giving this guy more attention. This is exactly what he wanted. Yeah, but it is a problem though, because we have, I mean, the fucking, all of the surveillance that the fucking NSA does on
Yeah, they're surveilling
phones, and the way that the government regulates Facebook and controls social media and tries to track people's information.
So they're tracking people, women trying to get help reproductive services. They're not tracking those fucking right? So we are all thinking wrong. We are so fucking hypocritical.
How is that going to fucking affect Texas, that abortion? I heard that it's going to be like day one, you find out you're pregnant. It's completely illegal to have an abortion.
I'm not sure, but that's what I'm hearing too. I don't know, man. I mean,
that's your state.
Well, yeah, and that's fucking honestly, I'm fed up with that. Free workers, a ton of immigrants that started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit.
And dialogue, how is Tarzan getting done?
Uneducated,
What do you
literally.
Just show up with all fucking face tattoos and neck tattoos, no give
No, for sure. I mean, for real. That's what's going on. I mean, I'm not. I think the whole debate between the gone from if we should be able to do or not able to do, it doesn't really matter. Because if you look in to Mexico, right, you just say like, let's prohibit everyone from having a gun. That's not happening in Mexico, but still, there's a lot of fucking people getting killed in Mexico, right? I mean, how did it work for Mexico to be so strict, right? But the other way around is also. What I'm trying to say is like it doesn't really matter. It's a wrong debate. It's a wrong conversation. It doesn't really matter. It has no effect into what's happening in the US. But they're also taking out anything that's if it's legal, you're going to get it as well. They're manufacturing huge amounts in the South. They're just trying to play fiddle with the guys. With guys.
Yeah, the guys like that.
Every 6 months. I don't know if it has ever crossed your mind doing some shit like that, right? And in most of us that grew up, I don't know, you always got bullied under school, you always got that time. You never something has happened.
So now we're at James Buchanan.
Something worse. And it's not. Those guys aren't like, oh, they're going to it's easier for them. But it's harder in Mexico. But we're still having 30 people fucking killed a day. There's different problems with lives going as well. If you want something, you're going to get it. If it's illegal, it's going to cost you more. If it's legal, it's going to cost you less.
He was suing.
If you want to kill someone and have a bomb and make a massive shootout, but probably it's not how easy it is to make it.
He's not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object.
He also, another part of the problem is the fact that the media and politicians in the U.S. they just use it to give them power. Don't give a fuck whether it's not just a matter of giving them more votes or something like that.
No, again, I'm not one of these guys that's all have weapons or whatever. I don't own
You don't like weapons at all? That's interesting coming from a guy.
Yeah, I've been around too much to like.
Yeah.
I'm not against them, but I'm not super fucking fan. But at the same time, I think like, if you make them harder to get, what you're going to do is you're always going to create a black market. A couple of people that's going to make tons of fucking money. You don't want a black market. That's not my option.
That's a great
contribution, whatever.
It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness
We don't waste our pockets. We put more people in there to make these pockets of the
when he was coming here, there was
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
there was
Like the difference between Mexico and America is in Mexico, the violence stems from an industry, right? A black market industry. It's like life or death, like trying to put food on the table and greed. Like greed, like making more money and turf, ego, businesses, and stuff like that. Control and here, like you point out school shootings, even though it probably adds up to way fewer deaths than the deaths from almost like it's from like things are too big, and you have people who are just isolated and fucking ostracized from their fucking groups or their school groups, whatever it is. They have fucked up parents, and just like the culture here in general is so much different than there. It's like it's almost too big.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been talking with a lot of people in
gave all of the
things like this to
police and all those guys that they had the day off. They said go home, and he went and got police.
And in other countries like the big countries like Russia and China who exploit that to work with like Russia propaganda.
So if somebody was trying something that would just go like this or elbow him or whatever. But the appearance,
at least in history, throughout history, and you have things like we're talking about with China and
that's what it took to
fentanyl,
get
allegedly, that's what they're
that happened. Everyone was like, I
trying
don't
to
know if he's never
manipulate
going
the
to
weaknesses
I believe
for
he
that
would never be president. He wasn't even on the ballot.
I mean, and again, the media it's not helping, right? Because every single one of those
A lot of people,
they always
big
need
people, I mean, like
some
whoever now,
manifesto or a
thing
video
saying,
or
don't
something.
take
They want to
office.
suck
Your
your
presidency, your victory is
they keep
hollow.
getting their
It's
knees
not
all
real. Not
over
even
the
just
fucking
people from the
news
South.
and
Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately.
nowhere you go, there's casualties when they go out and want to show a lot of people for nothing. Because
First thing out of his mouth is,
that's gonna keep them gonna keep them from doing that.
yes, we will chase down and bring you back to slaves when they come up here.
yeah, it's more of a public suicide than it's like I'm gonna commit suicide and shit.
Yeah, it's like the kid that's calling for attention by harming, I don't know, the cat,
Yeah.
cat or his pet, whatever.
Yeah.
It's fucking calling. I don't know, man. It's a hard thing to have. But I'm pretty sure that guns are not going to be.
Yeah, no, I agree. Bro, thank you for coming all the way from Mexico and doing this. I think we're almost at like 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes like that. Bro, it's been awesome. Tell people watching and listening where they can find out more of you, find more of your work, Substack, everything, all quality.
Sure, man. If you go to my website, lchadawr.com, you'll find my YouTube channel.
It's crazy.
But every time I find interesting clips when I'm with cartels or with U.S. officials, I get them involved in also with the voice
Just send it, just let it sound like whatever they want. We have our free flags here. Take their chances down there. You're killing.
So every time I do something like that, I will post it on YouTube. Also, you'll find there every single one of my stories. And you go there, it says one that's my subject. More of like the raw information, it's like confidential, and I try to think confidential, like post the raw stuff. Raw interviews, raw audio interviews,
It's just like
raw article without being properly
Spell check.
spell check and like all that shit or yeah, more like that.
Stuff that you can get out. I like that better because it's more raw. You can get it out. When people are being more raw and trying to just get stuff out rather than sitting on it for too long, I enjoy that shit more. Because I used to like be the same way. I used to like create like a lot of like documentary style stuff and spend months on one project. And when I transition to doing this stuff, it's more authentic because you can basically just write to it. You can fucking like me, like fumbling through my words, trying to learn as I go. But you're able to put out a lot more content.
Yeah, exactly.
I enjoy that shit more.
And sometimes in the news you can't post like names, like who's controlling Sonora, who's controlling Chihuahua, and like it's fun, right? But I do feel fun. I'm just post over because I'm using the part of both Chihuahua and also like the nation photos, like more detailed information, but it's not really news. But you will just do that's where to go, and of course my sometimes it'll be also embedding information and sharing like that.
Your Instagram's awesome, bro. You're super active.
I'm super active. I'm super active on Instagram. I have one thing.
Cool, man. Well, I will link it all in the description. And thanks again.
Thank you, man. It was really fun. Thanks for listening.
Yep. Goodbye, world.
You're sitting there watching it like, I gotta pretend to like this. It's fucking Hamilton. And then they shot him. He was like, thank God. Jesus Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson. So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached. Was he impeached? Oh yeah, first guy to be impeached. Yeah. Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be a great guy. Yeah. Well, he's one of the reasons.
There you go. Thanks for doing this, man. I appreciate you coming down.
Absolutely.
They were the he was like, don't
See you wild successful.
He was like, so,
Not down, man. Thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. Your story is fascinating, and I think it's incomprehensible for people to understand what you went through at such a young age, at the age of 16. For people who don't know, why don't you just give me a brief background on what happened? I was arrested at the age of 16 for a murder rape that I missed. Ultimately, I was wrongfully convicted of that. So I had my wrongful conviction happened at the age of 17, caused by coerced false confession, misconduct, fraud,
Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit, but it doesn't accomplish it. I don't know why. Very corrupt, fucked up guy. I don't know who knows. It's all shit because of that. But they impeached him and failed to get rid of him. I know nothing else about it, but fucking amazing guy, great guy. Amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool. I mean, he did so much, this guy. I'm trying to help the South. He was pretty good. Well, and he was first of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. He wasn't like an activist. He was against just for not having
what you've been through and how common that this is.
That guy, you're like, you had a slave. Why's this guy making me feel
So
uncomfortable?
what was the story of the girl who was, I think she moved from Colombia to New York? Yeah, and she was in a high school with you?
Yeah, that's right.
So Grant made the guy his partner. And they started
I
a little
understood that she was
business together,
living
and then
a very
the guy
sheltered life.
gave him that
So
he gave that guy, here you go, work with the slaves, and he out there with them working. While he was like financially ruined, he freed his slaves and set them himself. I'm not sure, he might have had more than that.
How old was he?
Story I just told you that I think his slaves.
15 years old. You guys were friends in high school.
He had one slave and he freed him and set himself. And he gave him he had started with his father.
As a freshman, he wanted to start with more. That was his technique. So 2 years
He was in the army and he went one of his first
How did you guys interact at all?
was
Like,
near San Francisco,
just like
Millennium,
passing by, you met her a couple times.
He was the only one
Yeah,
there.
it was alright. Like you said, she just had back coincidence. So like she said, she happened to be she was a freshman.
And somebody
like I said, I read this book twice. One time was I passed a note to her on behalf of a male classmate who was kind of nervous. And that was really so the day she went missing in 1989. Yeah, November 15th. So the day she went missing, where were you at? What was going on? What was that story like? It was just like any other day in terms of the school day. Well, I had a friend named Jason, and he was nearby where I lived at, and we had developed a rather innovative way of playing one-on-one in wiffle ball. And so I played wiffle ball with him that day, and had dinner at his house, and around, I would say around 8 or 9 o'clock, I left his house on my bike, and I drove down the hill about less than 10 minutes away, and that's what I was doing. And I think that day when she left her house and she went to like a popular hangout area in the woods in mid-afternoon, I believe it was. Yeah, so let me get some backstory. So Angela was in a photography class, and the teacher had assigned a class, including her to teach. So after school, she walked back to her house with her older sister. The teacher had assigned like a buddy system, some protection to students at the male students. And so she went back to the house, her sister went to the bathroom, she came back out, and Angela was she left out of the so she went to the park to take pictures of the male student played hooky on the assignment, so he never showed up. So she was taking pictures of herself with a pack between Hillcrest and well, this Hillcrest condominium, there's the Hillcrest school, and then the condominium, and there's like this woods, and the cabin path links the two. So she went down on the path, which is not that far away from this wooded area called, which is called the Foot. And that wasn't very far from the park. So she's on this path because the woods, taking pictures, and she comes across Stephen Cunningham, which is a drug addict from high, and he's already attached to this guy was crack. That is correct. How old was he at the time of the crime? He was 29. So he met two guys on a train that like wanted to write your autobiography. So it's like, so then about a week later, he meets up with Mark Twain, who's like his best friend. And Mark Twain said, so he attacked her. Obviously, he murdered her. And he said, I'm doing that for these guys. At what point did she get reported missing? And how long after that did they discover the body? Yeah, I think she got reported missing later. Like early evening, that late afternoon, early evening, she got reported missing. You know, these people are out. There's a local case so Twain, or his related Clemens, travels to, I think he went to see Sherman, he went to see, I need to see somebody who trust, listen to, so he went to visit Sherman. Yeah, found the body, and said, please give it to the, so Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give more to them. That's all. So he wrote his autobiography, and then Gatorade bottle comes in later. So her, yeah. I'll get into. I know what you're getting. Okay. Yeah. He kept rolling in the fact, and so so the grammar to be kind of split. On one hand, he said the wound on the top of the head that's killed is because he also says well, either that or strangulation. Okay, so you can't really determine which of those two things actually is what caused the death. But both of them occurred. We're gonna get to the answer about it after. Okay, and so. The people investigating this is just the local police department. It's just the local Pittsburgh police department. Yeah, so there have been very few murders.
Yes, he's buried in Grant's tomb on the
not a common thing.
And when he died,
No. So in the course of the peace investigation, they interview a lot of students from high school. And some of the students wind up telling the police that they might want to because they want to casket was carried by quarter and south. Somebody could never get away with wearing Confederate uniform on these. Well, I don't want to be older than me, my first year. So I let me hold on a minute. Yeah, he was fucking awesome when Lisa ended. He was very like, I mean, it was unconditional struggle. So he was like, you guys are gonna. So my first year in the high school, the kids were like a year older than me. I skipped the first year. Start like he couldn't fucking destroy this house. He was very chill. I think Custer stole the fucking sword. He hated Custer. I think Custer stole these swords. I grew up the next grade, but I had my own. I went to Wisconsin, and Custer was and they wanted to after school. Grant was obviously up front. Custer fucking rode ahead. I was like a popular after school. Custer was whatever. I would just like to say Custer. He was pretty fucking. I don't know much about it. He fucked up Jim's story. What you do? Ride bikes, Jim was the football, all types of things. It was all kind of basketball, all kind of work. That was after school. In school, that was I was kind of quiet there too. And I wanted to go to public school for high school, not private school, because I really wanted to go to school. This is like I purposely went to exam. But this is where shit, like it goes from we have it slavery to just right back into just racism. Not slavery, but just having law against the subjugation, just everything became a thing of possession as before. And to my surprise, I don't find the kids that I'm playing with in the neighborhood. These are all kids that are avoid now. I'm not a sick kid. So, I was definitely picked on for so I'm very so much so that I had to go to Sunday school. But I knew that if I went to Sunday school where they passed, I was going to be stuck with those kids again next year. And so I decided not to. Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like. So I get now I'm with kids. Now I'm with kids my own age. So things do get better some faster. But then at the same time, these are still different kids. I was not in any of the classes with the kids. The greatest thing that he did kids same age as me, but other kids. I still didn't quite fit in. I wouldn't say I was a destroyed. Still didn't quite fully fit in. So I was very relatively quiet. So what is investigation? Police interview industry. So I'm going to but I'm going to get it. Gerald Foreman takes the oath of office at this time. And he left. Before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff. It was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter. And he's just he's cold. He's crying. In the speech, this video of his see, you have to try to find the whole thing. There's clips that you can find on YouTube, but I actually ordered from C-SPAN. How did you originally find out about it? DVD of the I found out originally through reading they're all the follow-up article on his family standing behind him, and he just tells them, look, don't. He's encouraging. This is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to encourage, I don't want to discourage you from taking from being in public service. He was afraid of the whole city kind of shut down in a way. What has happened? Yes, he was right. He said, don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling. And he said it for any mistakes that we made in all of everything that's happened. There were town hall person in this administration. Updates on investigation. Safety tips, that kind of thing. So everybody was talking. Left richer than what they got here. He made it first, so he offended everybody that was there. And then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autograph from his diary when Teddy's wife and mother. Well, how are you being emotional? What were you doing? Died of cholera or whatever
same night he was going from room 1 room to the
No,
other.
I cried. I mean, many people. It affected me. I don't think I was that. In a way, I don't think I was that different than the rest of the people in the city. I mean, a lot of people emotional, a lot of
He
people
said,
cried,
so he read it to his staff.
went to
That's how he felt.
multiple rape sessions. I mean, that was kind of commonplace. So much so that there was 3 mental health services
So he's trying to say, no, so he's like, no, don't be discouraged. Never be petty.
Shut everybody up.
Don't
We have these
hate
two
your
reasons
enemies,
that just
because
laid
that's
out
when
why
you
I'm
start
on
to
the
destroy
police.
yourself.
And
He
then
started,
there's
he
a third
gets really
thing, which is
introspective about everything that happened.
peace
Talking
with
about it.
police. They got a
He says it's
psychological
horrible. He goes,
in my police. They
he
tried
says,
for more experience.
they'll never write a book about my mother,
Give us his
but she
profile,
was a
what
saint.
type of person she was.
Oh man, and I think of her like one of
And
his brothers
so I
had
had the misfortune of
tuberculosis.
matching his
They
profile.
had no
And
money,
his
so she
profile
moved
said,
to
well,
Arizona where the air was
likely
better.
somebody that
And
likely
she
someone
was a
that
nurse.
knew her.
She
She's a
nurse
learner,
on the people's
but
faith
likely somebody in
for
high school.
money. Her
Well,
son
that
lived in
fits me.
Arizona.
So
And he talks
technically,
lemon farmer, but
so
failing lemon
for
farmer.
the next 6 weeks,
Switchman on a streetcar. He just talks about his
half the
parents
time was
and what they did for him and all that changes. And he just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you it is at the height of American experience.
So
Destroyed
before
from that
I
height,
was
which is the
teenager,
worst thing
the
that can happen
career
to
that
a person is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels, this is what this looks like. And here's all I can say. And they went and they left incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history. The end of Vietnam. Yes. That was he was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
Well, I met him for the first time after I was. Oh, wow. So I met him at so I never had any so here's what it is. The police became aware of it.
There was a guy named Frank.
What I feel about. When I was in my teenage years, then I switched and I wanted to be what the idea of wanting to be a cop before that was something part of inside myself. So I was vulnerable. Jeff is junior detective helper tactics. They would say to him, kids won't trust freely on us. What they really are.
Very serious, and he would just come and he'd
Stop
watch you.
in from time.
And if he liked you, he'd get me ready to come.
Any questions?
He got me on the show, so he liked me. He got me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to the Letterman's office in Manhattan, and I asked him things. He wrote,
They asked me,
Nixon
well,
has one big article,
what route do you think
that Gannon co-wrote.
from house to the park?
And he
So I
told
just
me
thought
that
about, well,
when you
I
get
know
a
what her house
exit,
is. I know where the park is. This
he
is the
says,
most
same thing
logical
we got.
route that she
Kennedy's
would
got
take.
same.
You know, and then
Same thing we got. Yeah, he says it's the same machine. They took it up.
another thing would be they just told me her keys were missing. And
He
then
said
they
they
asked
just
me to
couldn't
speculate, well, what kind of keys do you have?
We said that with that Watergate.
But
He said Watergate
separate
was
from
something that
that,
happened all the time. She said,
it's
not like
a perception,
it's how things are done. It's the same for the president.
So
President
he asked me, what kind of keys?
it was,
So I'm thinking,
so
well,
that's
she's an immigrant,
story. That was
probably a
Nixon's
I love
story. He
New York.
didn't say it in public because the same as he
So they're
could
just
see it.
asking me this, they're asking, they're using the word, okay, what do you think? And and as far as I'm concerned, I'm just having a normal conversation. My speculations and my psychological games, and in addition to that, it's other things that the claim that one of the people trying to is pretending to be my friend. And the other one is the dead side. Keeping me off balance. And in time, I began to look at the properties pretending to be friends as a positive role model in lieu of the father. So that goes on for about 6 weeks. And in the course of that, there's little details about that one time they brought me to the crime scene and they was telling me 3 different
was pretty
at the crime scene, these three different scenes at the overall crime scene where different things happened.
The scene where she was first attacked, and she was dragged.
Correct. Yeah. There's a scene where she was first attacked, the area where she was raped. There's another area where she was dragged. So he tells me this, and then he's just asking me to then confirm it. And then later on, until I'm at the police station after that, and then the detective lieutenant came up front, he asked me to draw a map of the area where you think that could happen. Because she's told me earlier where you think that could happen. So I'm just regurgitating what you're saying. And when I was at the crime scene, the detective said to me, her body was found here, and he almost, this is what he was building off of. He says, well, her body was found over here, and there was leaves on top of it. It was almost like somebody was trying to, as a contrast. On one hand, she's been attacked rather than raped, but on the other hand, after that, there's an attempt to try to protect her body from the elements like putting leaves on top of it. So he tells me that at the scene, and then we're at the police station later with this map thing, and then I'm just repeating stuff that they're saying. That's what I'm saying. This is a microcosm of the many interactions.
Now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good.
So they wind up taking a blood sample from me, and they said that they were going to send it to DNA testing.
I don't know what I need to.
One way that I can
know what I need to
rule it out. So I
super easy after I answer your questions like how
then
much do I sweat and how dry is my
they
skin?
tell me that there's some new information coming from this file, and they want to share that. That's been allowed me to be more helpful. First, though, I'm going to take it as a holiday. So the next day, rather than report to the high school, instead
I'll tell you what, I used to like manscaping. I remember
where I
Manscaped had all the I love Manscaping. So sucks like
and instead they drove me to the town of Putnam County. So it's 40 minutes away by car. So there's 3 cops that come in from but the bad cop and the lieutenant, they're in one car, they put me in a car by myself.
based on your feedback. So it's truly no risk.
And throughout this process, they periodically like friends. No, I'm not restraining this point. No, and they're periodically reading the rights. But I'm a 16-year-old. I don't understand what you're saying. And every time they read anything you say can or will be used against you before the law, I think to myself, my mind goes like a single. In court, you're talking. Not going to court. And that was all further up to it.
So make sure you're ready for anything.
Or anyone that comes your way. Might take my help. So make sure you're ready for if you're able. So they drove me to Bristol, 40 cars, which now means I'm not able to leave on my own. That's Hawthorne. It's 4 days for my mother and grandmother. They think that I'm in school. So they're all around me. They have no idea. They have no clue.
Do they have any idea of working with the police fire?
No, they don't. My mother knew that I interacted with the police officer, and she didn't want me to interact with them. Right, so I didn't tell her. I mean, look, I'm at 16, and that's the age where kids are push back on the authority of their parents and try to get independence. And we're all smarter than our parents anyway. And they didn't do anything. Telling me, what could possibly happen. So that was kind of like the dynamic. They knew that my mother didn't want to interact with them, but I'm 16, so I'm allowed to check out the full line products at So I get to the place, and since I'm living there, I don't know where I'm at. I'm totally dependent upon the police. So there's a Putnam County Sheriff. There's the polygraph is a Putnam County Sheriff's arrest. And he never identified identifies himself as Rothschild. And so we go to the reading area, and he gives me a 4-page brochure which explains how the polygraph works. But it had a lot of big words in it, so I didn't understand. Then I figured, well, what does it matter? I'm here to help the police. Let's just get on with it. They don't give me anything to do the entire time I'm there. Then from there, they bring me to another small area where the polygraph is used. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'll check out. Change your water? Yeah, please.
May 9th, Glasgow, Scotland.
Yeah, it's brand. Perfect. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. So it gives me countless cups of coffee. It seems fairly clear the purpose of giving me the coffee is to get me nervous. And then he attaches some holographic machines to it. And he launches into his third degree attack. So he invades my personal space, he raises his voice at me, he asks me the same questions over and over. And as you know, I'm not used to talking to adult males because I mentioned my father was such a father, right? And I just spent uncles or the male family, so I'm really not used to communicating with an adult male, much less somebody who's angry, high, and ferocious manner. So each hour that goes by, my fears increase and he keeps us up for like 6.5 to 7 hours. Towards the end, yeah, it's a really long time. All I'm attached to this machine. And so he winds up saying, and I guess he was exasperated at that point. Look, that's the end. What do you mean? You just told me through the polygraph test result what you did. I just want you to hurry to confirm this. And when he said that to me, that really shot my at that point, the officer was pretending to be my friend. He told me about what happened and he says, he tells me that the other officers are going to harm me, he's closing them off, he can't do so, I have to help myself. Then he says, just tell them if they want here, go home afterwards, not going to be arrested, and that being young, naive, and frightened. Not thinking about the long term. Instead, he was concerned I was in traffic light, but I didn't know where I was. I was quite large. I was so I just
also, I would like to get us that's what I was thinking. I would like for him to bring us. That'd be nice. Gus, that's his rap thing. What do you got?
Trip at the state Wednesday, May 4th at 7 p.m. That would be fun.
A gateway bot. At that time, gateway bottles were really glass. There's no way that gateway bottles.
We're about to go do something. Could change our lives for the future.
And then in addition, like shattered glass, shards of glass. Just doesn't make sense.
At what point was this the point that you finally realized that you were getting swindled by the cops?
No, this happens 3 years. Let me tell you about that.
So I mean, you're going through all this interrogation, you hook up to a polygraph, and you're saying that the amount of fear that you have is insurmountable. What is that fear of?
I thought it was fear of my safety. I thought that they might kill me there. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where I'm at. I'm in a place where I don't know where I'm at, and I have these adults that are pressuring me, that are putting pressure on me.
So at this point, you obviously have lost trust in them, right?
Yes, I have. Definitely, I've lost trust in them. Yes.
To which, up to that point, you trusted them. Like, they were helping you. Right. Yes. Yes. And then again, the cops just turning my last hope, my last best hope is friend. Right. Tells me they're going to harm me. He's telling me that they're going to harm me and he can't stop them any longer. So that fear, it was suppressed by this objective, this outside factor. And again, it's not all just it's external also. And the way that he's in my face when I'm being questioned, I'm in the chair. He's just counting man, and like he's within a couple of feet of my face, and he's raised his voice. He's asking me the same questions. It's all of those things in totality. So after that, after I gave this confession, I'm crying, then I'm given something afterwards. Right. And then it's time to go back to the police station. They take me back to the police station and we're going to share some pizza. And that's when they put me in the handcuffs. And I said, well, why are you putting me in there? She just told me that I'm not going to be arrested. So the detective said, oh, this is just so I didn't question that. So they put me in the car. I just handcuffed me. And to the police station. And the cop was pretending to be my friend. They're disappointed, but the bad guy, he's staying there. But I'm interrupted by this uniform. And so we winds up eventually figuring so I looked at this other detective and I said, what is he doing? I've got ink all over my fingers. I'm over here trying to eat pizza and I've got ink on my fingers. And he says, oh, he has a right to do that. And I said, well, what do you mean he has a right to do that? And I was told that I wasn't going to be arrested. And that's when he said to me, oh, you are being charged. That, and I remember being angry. I remember also being dumbfounded and stunned. And I couldn't, I didn't know what was happening. Just there was no steel, coal, oil. During all of this, it's like they were grooming me to be their perfect suspect. Like, do you think from the onset that they were trying to frame you, or do you think that did they believe that you could have been the actual murderer? Or do you think they knew from the onset that we just need to find somebody to kill? I think that they just, from the outset, they just thought that it was first, the whole false confession. There was no videotaping, recording, science confession. Just not sure. So when they come to court, crazy. I agree. And when you came to court, they left the threat false promise out of their testimony. The reasons I think that it was not a good thing for us because when the DNA didn't match the DNA before I go to trial, the result of the DNA test results come in from the FBI. The DNA doesn't match. And rather than acknowledge the mistake, we continue to prosecute full speed ahead. So in his letter to the asking them to prosecute, it's the lieutenant, the police lieutenant. Lieutenant Tumolo. So he writes a letter to the FBI asking them to expedite the DNA test. His accounting right, yeah, at that time. Yes. So he says to them in his letter that the test results, are either going to confirm my guilt or else it's going to exonerate me. But when the results don't match me, the case had gone. He said after the fact, after I was exonerated, he says that he claims that he had concerns and he went to prosecution, but that was all he did.
this child tribes that touched the child, just attorney, the attorney general, he grew up in the he just sat back and let everything happen. That's one aspect of why. Another aspect of it is that when the DNA they tested the semen. That's right. Yes, they tested the semen and matched semen, and then that's what the medical examiner says. He comes up with this day he says that he remembered and he forgot. He forgot to get medical evidence. He said, showed the physician had that such that. So that opens the door to the prosecutor to argue. Aha, this is how the DNA doesn't match you, and yet, you still murder the church. How could they possibly have a medical evidence? Is considered medical evidence that she's sexually active. Well, he claims that he saw perforations of her hymen on the medical side. That's what yeah, it would have. But not only that, but if there was a consensual sex, and then I murdered and raped her after that, that means that there would have been something for these two people. Right. Not one. Right. Okay. So taking it a step further, he mentions how they do it by names. He claims at but he didn't try to prove that he never had a DNA test performed to prove that he never quote him as a witness. He just made the unsupported argument. What I'm trying to get to is in that context when they're trying to support this consensual sex theory, the police would back into the field and interview 17 officers. All the police place in the structure. The police purposely did not document the organization. So that's why it's complicated that over to military. So I'm also speaking to the issue of whether or not I think it's terror. That's what they just did. Additionally, wasn't there pubic sound on her after the marriage? Yes, there was. There was pubic hairs found on her body that would be and mongoloid and so again, the prosecutor argues by he says, "Oh, this must have come from the Vietnamese medical examiner." So I've learned since then that pubic hair, it goes pubic and yes, So he's just saying the word hairs, but he's referring to both. He's not saying he's saying heads. He would have said pubic hairs. You're right. That's really crazy. Yeah, body. We got another issue. Right. So he just says hairs to try to encompass everything. But the hair expert, I learned later, the hair expert on that's an explanation. Get me the hair from the medical examiner. Right. Let me do the actual comparison. Right. But he was never given anything of the, he was never provided with anything else. And one more thing on the police level. Not content with having forced confession, but they tried to help the prosecutor get around the DNA also. So they fabricated the statement. What I mean is they claim that I told that I didn't know the perpetrator ejaculated. And that word was not in my vocabulary as a 16-year-old. And that, when you look at the police reports, that statement in their write-up of the confession, that statement doesn't appear in their early write-ups about the confession. Only appears in after the DNA investigation. So it seems to me that they came up with that. So there's a DNA test result and all this stuff that takes before the trial that I just mentioned. So in terms of the trial itself, I couldn't afford it, so we had the versus county. So the public defender I had assigned to me was Peter he supposedly was the best. So he essentially didn't defend it. He rarely met with me. He would meet with me. I tried to explain that I was innocent of radiation on. He was always shutting me up. Every time we talked, he didn't care. He never interviewed my alibi. I told him I was going to go to law. He never interviewed a close witness my alibi. He never explains to the jury the significance of the match. He never used that to challenge the confession and argue that the confession is coerced and false. Speaking of the confession, sometimes he's arguing to the jury that the confession didn't happen. Other times he's arguing that it happened but that it was coerced. Still other times he's saying that it happened but it was false. So by adopting this pro-mother to the wall approach, he had to have been standing there with no credibility at all. And it was time to cross-examine his sentences. It obviously would have been important to attack his credibility because he's the one that came up with this consensual sex. But instead, he stood up in open court with a big smile on his face and in the head of himself. Back today, I said to him, "You're going to be pleased to know that I don't have a single question." And the last thing is that I wanted to testify at the trial so that I could put the threat and false promise on the record. So when you defend the case where there's a false confession, you have to answer that confession. You have to extend that confession. You have to disprove that confession. And you bring it all together. He didn't do anything to testify. That was it. So all those things, I got a terrible defense. There were a couple of other irregularities about the trial. You would ask me, do you think the lawyer was just incompetent, or do you think that he was working with the other side? I kind of feel he was working with the other side because, some of these mistakes, even at the surgery of Rothschild, to do that. When I met with defense lawyers in Westchester, I went to them. Often asked them, when I mentioned this meeting, they're quite surprised when they thought he was so he's still practicing today. No, he retired. So here's your other irregularities on the trial. So firstly, polygraph results, they're not investigative report. It's not scientific. That didn't intelligence so it's not scientific. And the whole premise of polygraph is that somebody theory is that if somebody lies, you'll get nervous. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to report. So because of that, polygraph tests are not so despite that general rule, this judge comes up with his backdoor rule where he says that because the confession happened while I was attached to the polygraph, the rest of the polygraph is really while helping my attorney question about the methods that we used to arrive at. So that was one of the second thing, just go upstairs. The jury has to see that told us to the jury has to see the and that's important because can't do it inside. The jury has to see and that's when the judge said that the evidence including left on court and that apparently the janitors thought that it was garbage. And so they threw it out, and that the bra is not available anymore. And he substituted a photo in which he said he could almost see the bra in the photo. He substituted that from the actual bra. And, right. He refused to declare a mistrial. He refused to strike any testimony. And the last thing is that on the third day of the jury deliberation, we got to know the we don't, if they can't come up with a verdict, everybody be questionable. And the judge said yes. So I've learned since then that at that point, he's 11-1 for it. One goes out but he said they were all freshmen. He also said that when the second that the pressure actually that nobody wanted to be there. So based on that, it's supposed to be all these guys. I guess it's not his last visit served in the Civil War. Felt like I was kind of in the first guy to master that. Yeah, they're still so let's get to Teddy. I guess he's the only guy that honestly is important to say about McKinley. He started in 1898 the Spanish Empire was falling in Cuba, so Cuba he did one time, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, Major Meade, like we gotta go. Fuck that. So we sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded more Spain. So that's what Maine a lot of shit comes from. McKinley created a situation where the White House was very to the dignity. It's exciting stuff. Yeah, my mother was in the court.
And it's a 10-week war. Yeah, the U.S. fucks them up.
When they read that,
and there's the annexed Puerto Rico and the Philippines also annexed.
I was 15. Well, that was what I was thinking. I went back and come back to court after that. Yeah, so I remember the day of the well, my mother so did they believe that you were the murderer at that point? No, they didn't.
He's got to stay in bed. He'll probably die.
So we went on the day of the sentencing. I begged the judge to return the verdict. And the judge probably actually told me on the record, he said, maybe you are innocent. But he didn't. You would think that he would overturn the conviction, right? But instead he took what he could have done by reversing any number of procedural rulings that he was the first guy they did like evidence going out of the because he had this crazy big team in his classes. But instead he took the easy way out and did the funny version of him that he liked. So I had been charged as an adult and tried because they're thinking about the fact that they're caricaturized means that I was given every sentence to a men's match. And he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he liked being in charge. He liked being number two. So, like, they asked him to run New York City Police Department. And he came with the mission. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two. But he ran everything. That number two position. Being number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, and I don't know this, I'm not educated, I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the leasing act. Because New York City, or leasing it's equivalent in New York City. In New York City, you had a family of cops where you had to pay somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in uniform. I mean, cops used to sleep like in alleys. And they didn't do it. So listen, Jesus, God Almighty. So listen, I got a kid named
New York City, and so they were all quite old. So Teddy said, "There's an age restriction, you can't be old." He said, "You have to be in shape."
That's horrible. That's horrible. I'm from Florida. What is going on with you guys? So, this is horrible. It's horrible. Woo!
My eyes are about to start watering.
Mine are watering. Did it hit your eyes? Did you get your eyes? That's the worst when you get your eyes, though. My eyes were burning for like 2 days after I did it in public face. Woo! Don't get it mixed up. That's really wet right here, bud. Some people are telling me that you are happy. Is that true? I think for every one of those guys who's saying you should have me on here more. So even Bubba said that. Personally? Yes. Oh, no, who is it? Oh, he's supposed to hit up Colby. Did you hit him up? Yeah, he did. Yeah. Okay, good. I hope it's going to work out. It sounds like it's going to be, I don't know. I didn't really ask. Are you going to go back on it or not back? Are you going to Has he called you at all? No. I'm sure. I heard you with Diaco that day. How was it that one day when we called you live from his studio? I had to call you. How? What do you mean? Well, like, you made a whole video about it, right? Like, you weren't expecting us to call you. You were live on his radio show. I called you yesterday. Yeah, I saw the screenshot popped up on my YouTube page, but I haven't watched it. Yeah, I mean, it's just me sitting there. Basically, I explained Bubba's situation for people that don't know who he was and who he is and the whole thing. And then I said, I went on the show. There was an issue. I got a call. And then I said, and then Danny went on the show. And then I said, they just called me. And then I said, I'll play the video. And I played the video. Well, I'm sitting there going, okay, we're going back. Like 38 minutes. Yeah. I mean, 8 minutes was me explaining who he is. What was I supposed to say? What did you say about her? What was I supposed to say? I gave him. I didn't do it. I mean, you're right. You must have not known. Oh, Bubba had no idea. He had no clue. Well, so he never told him in the first place. No. The guy said, I don't want him on the show again. Right, and you tell him. And Bubba just went, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And said, I'm going to have him on again. Great. Okay. You think he's going to like that? I don't think. You think he's really like straight up bitch boy like that? Or do you think like they fund him? Do you think he's really they got him by the balls like that? Listen, prior to, so here's what I didn't say. I don't think prior to that second episode, I had done the first episode. Bubba asked me to, we went out back, we talked for a while. Then he called me several times and he asked me, look, would you consider coming on the podcast? Would you consider helping me with YouTube? And then we'll cut up the videos and I'll give you half of the revenue from all the YouTube that comes in. And I'll bring you on the show. You'll be a regular. I'll come on Tuesdays and Thursdays and I'll give you this much money. And he was pushing hard. Like, I don't know. Let me think about it. I'm not sure. Because I got Jess all the time saying, I don't trust this guy. I'm telling you. She's like, he's sleazy. There's something wrong with him. He's burnt every bridge he's ever fucking had if you look into him. So I'm like, I know, but what's the big deal? It's going to pay me. It'll help me. I can start a channel because I don't really have a channel yet. I can start a channel. It'll help me kind of garner subscribers. And so I had this whole conversation. And then I was like, I don't know, just, let me think about it. Let me see. I went on the show the next day. That whole thing happened, right? And then as I but as soon as I got home, I got the text from Bubba. Hey, sorry, bro, it doesn't look like it's going to work out. Really? And he was like, yeah, it's not going to work out. And I go, I have a feeling it has something to do with the Diacos. Yeah, bro, it does have something to do with the Diacos. I don't want to get into it. Good luck. Like, that's it. Like, this is a guy who's blowing up my text for a week. Diaco said, boom. He said, yes, sir. And didn't even ask why. Like, let's say there was somebody who said, let's say I was like, hey, Danny, I'm going to have. I'm gonna have. They'll beep it out. I'm gonna have so and so on my program, right? And you said, and I said, yeah, Danny, I'm gonna have him on my. Yeah, he's gonna come. It's cool. We're gonna do like a 2-hour thing. And Danny would say, yeah, bro, I really don't want you to do that. If I were to say, okay, yeah, that's cool, but you know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't say, okay, Danny, you're right. You said so. That's good. And never ask why. Unless it basically works for you. Like if you just said, I said no, and it's no. Okay, man, yeah, bro, right, cool. That's the relationship we would have to have. For me to not say why.
I'll think about it, Danny. We'll talk about it, but why? You need to have a good reason. Now, if you had a good reason, okay. But Bubba never asked. He never asked. He just said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like, to me, I don't know about you, but that says something about our relationship.
Yeah.
You know, that one person's 100% in control.
That's weird.
You didn't even get the question.
That's so weird. I just find it hard. I just don't see it. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It makes total sense, but I just don't see the dynamic. I don't see him answering to somebody like that as far as content. Like, why would they fucking choke him out and stifle any sort of possibility for success by having you on there just because of some personal fucking petty shit like that?
It's absolutely petty. Like, and, you know, this is the thing too. Like I said, if I had been given instructions like, "Hey, bro, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that," but it was never like that. It was like, "Okay, you're sitting down here, you know, we're gonna, you know, okay, you ever seen a show? Not really. Not recently. Not in 25 years."
Diaco is like the Peter Thiel of Tampa.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Woo!
The nice segue.
Did you watch that
Oh
documentary?
yeah.
I wish I
I've watched that before.
Oh, have you?
I didn't realize I had watched it before. I had watched it, I want to say, a couple of years ago, because all of that was very familiar to me. How old was the documentary?
2017.
Okay, so I have watched it. When I was watching it, I was like, oh, wait, didn't this person buy this? Oh, wait, wasn't he? I knew I'd seen, as I was watching it, like, I know I've seen this before for some reason. But yeah, and I knew the whole thing as I was watching it. So I definitely saw it before. I just didn't know how long ago.
What was your take on the whole documentary?
I mean, I know
It was called, by the way, it's called Nobody Speak.
right.
I wish I would have seen that before I talked to Bubba.
Well, I know your take is, you know, that there's these billionaires behind the scenes that are helping, or that are basically stifling free press, right? Yeah. So that's, but you mean, or do you mean just the Hulk Hogan thing?
No. I'm talking about the whole overarching thing of it, not just the Hulk Hogan. The Hulk Hogan thing is great. I'm a great part of it because it kind of sets it up, and it kind of is a great kind of like clickbaity thing for the documentary. Like, right. It makes sense to draw more attention to it. Right? And it's kind of a catalyst which sets it off. But like the overarching theme of these crazy overlord billionaires who are trying to control the free press.
I like that, doesn't he? He's got great. It's like what was the BoJack? The dark something of credit card fraud. Yeah, I mean some of them are just like. Anyway, yeah, I mean, what do I think? You know, it's funny because to me that's something that, like, you have, you know, special interest groups, right? Like stuff that do that all the time for laws, and it's not illegal. Like what they did wasn't illegal, but they also bought that one guy whose paper. It was a small local town newspaper. It wasn't massive. He didn't change. He didn't.
No, I think that was the biggest newspaper in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I guess that's not like it's massive. And even so, you didn't buy them all.
That guy's name was Sheldon Adelson,
right?
The richest man in Vegas. He was the richest casino owner in Vegas. He just died.
And they're back to printing whatever they want.
But he was trying to hide the fact that he bought that newspaper, right?
Yeah.
He did not want anybody to know that.
Yeah, he did a horrible job. Like, I'm gonna have my son-in-law is going to your son, like, obviously we know that you're involved. You have all the money. Yeah, your son-in-law runs some whatever he ran for him, I'm sure.
The Peter Thiel Gawker thing is Peter Thiel didn't hide from that at all. Yeah.
He came out like the next day.
Yeah,
that's right. No,
I like that.
What did he do?
That's kind of gangster. I like the way Peter Thiel did it because fuck Gawker. I mean, Gawker was kind of just like they were just like grenade throwers. You know what I mean? They weren't really like doing any meaningful journalism. They were just doing like tabloid grenade throwing.
They had come out with some stuff before everybody else came because they required less. They were less. There was less scrutiny in their underwrite or in their journalism. Like they didn't require all these different people to verify the story. So they heard about something, they said, "Sounds credible, run with it." As opposed to someone like the New York Times is like, we need two different sources. We need someone inside the administration. Like they're not running with just anything. Gawker was running, and on a few occasions, it was a story. Like, oh my God, we blew it first. Yeah, because you have no standards. Right. You know, so yeah, they didn't knocking out Gawker wasn't a big. And Gawker, look, as far as your you know, you having a right to privacy, like you do have a right to privacy. Like you're in someone's house and they're videoing you, and then they sell the video. Like, I'm not in public, bro. Like, you need my permission to video me and sell it. Like, you just do that. I get it if we're in public and you're videoing me. Like, we're in public. Everybody can see this. We're in public. You can video me and sell it. That's news. Mm-hmm. But yes, this dude's in his house and banging his wife. Like, it's a whole nother fucking. Yeah, it's a whole weird issue. And the crazy part is, hey, Bubba only had to pay him $5,000. Yeah. How weird is that? The whole thing, you know what I really liked about it? You know, the thing about the documentary is they were really kind of dumb. Some parts of it were pretty dumb. Like, the people they were interviewing were talking about how the lawsuit was structured with Hulk's legal team versus Gawker. And the people that were interviewing people that worked at Gawker, and they were like, knew something was really, really fishy and not right when they removed one of the charges for psychological distress, right, or mental distress. They removed it because Gawker's insurance policy for lawsuits would no longer cover them if that was not part of the lawsuit. So this was really weird. Like, that's not normal. Of course that's normal in a lawsuit, because now you don't want the person you're suing to have money. That's the point. All lawsuits, especially those kind of civil suits, the point of those lawsuits is to fucking run them out of money. Right. Because you're not going to win. I think what they were saying was, the way I understood it was, if they did win, the insurance company would pay the verdict. If they removed the insurance company, then Gawker's owners were liable. They could bankrupt the company and they could go after the owners. That's not what I got from it. What I got from it was that they had a corporate insurance policy that covered the expense of the lawsuits like that. So you mean the lawyers and the if they won, and the suit if they or the verdict. I don't know about the verdict. I don't know how that. I don't know. Even if they did win, I think even if Gawker did win, I don't think they would have any sort of loss. Because they weren't countersuing, right? They were just defending themselves. They weren't. Yeah, I think they were just defending. So their insurance policy was just going to cover their legal fees for their lawyers. Yeah. And if they remove that part of the lawsuit, then now their insurance company has an out. They don't have to cover their expenses anymore. See, I was thinking that if they lost, our insurance company would pay whatever the damages were. Like, if it was $100 million, then now the insurance company has to pay. I'm sure there's a cap, like $20 million. It would have, right? It would have. So to say, hey, I want to have them removed so that they cannot contribute because we want to make sure the person gone. Right? Like, that's the way I took it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was personal. It was personal. I don't want your insurance to bail you out. I want to make sure I bankrupt you. Right, but still, you have a way better chance of winning. So if you don't remove that piece of the lawsuit, and they have insurance now covering their expenses, you're going to go for a bigger pot of money, but you have a smaller chance of winning because they have unlimited funds now. But for their lawyers to fight you. If you remove that little piece of it, now they have. Like, how much is he going to pay out of his pocket versus out of an insurance policy? No, you're right. The insurance policy is probably because especially if they're liable for if they lose. Like, if we're doing a bunch of money lose, we're going to get hit for $100 million. Right, exactly. So now they changes their whole way of thinking, and they're fucking on their heels now. They're paying out of their own pocket. So you're gonna win a smaller amount of money, but you're gonna have a way greater chance of winning that lawsuit because they have less amounts of defense. But either way, you got $115 million if you got it. Probably when it all shook out, probably got right. Yeah, and then he turned around and he sued Cox Media.
That was the bigger one.
Yeah. Then he sued
He got like 70 at a Cox.
and he sued somebody else and got like 40. He got another 110. Like
Who else?
I forget the second one. He sued Cox Media and then another company, like I don't know who he said, like Warner or ABC or CBS or something, someone else. He sued them too. Bam, they paid him too. So he's got, like, that's probably one of the best things that ever happened to him.
That was a big trade.
Yeah, that was a big chunk of,
What a life. What a roller coaster of a life. He went straight from his divorce, where he was like ready to kill himself and blow his brains out, to that.
Yeah.
And the FBI sting, it was at the Sand Pearl, they had the FBI sting get set up.
Yeah, that's a mess. This dude's some of these guys who live these lives are just like the average guy. Maybe he goes to college, maybe just gets some kind of a technical degree, or maybe he just gets into some kind of a field and he kind of stays in that field and he does okay, or does really well, whatever. He goes on, he meets a girl, they get married, they have 2 kids, and he teaches soccer, and it's just like a regular life, and they go on vacation. Like that guy listening to someone like Hulk Hogan, Bubba's life, or it's like bizarre. They're like, what? You did what? Like that. Like 99% of people kind of follow that. Like high school, I got a job, I married a girl that I'm in love with, I had kids, so they hear someone like, or even that guy I just told you, the guy we were talking about earlier that I wanted to have on the program, the guy, Johnny Walker. Oh, like you listen to this guy's life and you're like, this is bizarre. Like everything about this guy's life is insane. I mean, he's done things that I would have done. And I'll do some crazy shit. It's just like, wow. It's like, how did you think that was acceptable or was going to work? And then it did work. Same thing with like Hulk Hogan. Like I'm gonna be a wrestler like this. How did you come up with that? And how did you think you could make money with that? And how did you think? Or even Bubba. I kind of like this, and I talked about this, and I got on the radio, buddy had a radio show, and I got on the radio show. And it's like, how did that work out? Like some of these guys' lives are just fucking insane.
It was bizarre.
Oh, at one point, yeah.
Did you listen to him back then?
Oh, of course.
In your head too, right?
Here's what's funny. I never mentioned this. And I was thinking about it the other day. I was driving down Fowler one time. This was when I was maybe 20, 21 years old, and there was like I don't know, it was like a huge SUV, and there was a hot chick who was walking out of like a 7-Eleven or something with some food, and there was this big fat guy pumping gas into this huge SUV, and I think it was like when the Escalade first came out or something, when they were really big, and one of my buddies like, bro, that's Bubba the Love Sponge. I was like, no, they look at the chick. You know that's him. He's a ton of money. They're like, look at that shit. Look at him. I was like, he was dating these women that were phenomenal looking, and he was porn stars. Yeah, it's overweight. He's driving this amazing car, and it was like. And then, of course, I did listen to him. He was always the whole shock.
I didn't realize it, but on the documentary, they said he burned the Quran.
He threatened it.
Oh, he threatened to
They'd ask him not to do it. Yeah, he ran
the sheriff. The CIA.
The CIA had to go through somebody to get to Bubba in order to say this is a national security issue. Like,
that's how big of a fucking deal.
Yeah. Oh, and then one time I guess they killed a pig or something. They put him on trial. Yeah. What was the other one that he did? He ran for sheriff. One time he ran for sheriff for like Polk or something like that. I forget which county, but yeah, he probably. Yeah, I want to say he had. Yeah, he did. Yeah, so that it was Bubba the Love Sponge or something like that.
He got it legally changed, right? Legally Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yeah, because when the I think it's because when it was on the ballot, he wanted it to say Bubba the Love Sponge. Like nobody's gonna know who his real name. Yeah, nobody's gonna know that. This is insane. What's wrong with you guys?
Close your eyes.
Let's talk about.
What's wrong with you guys?
Sometimes you need a little something extra to get you going.
You need a jar than the car.
Driving long distance. Yeah, that documentary was good. Right? But it was like weird though. Towards the end, they kept talking about like, the media doesn't lie.
Oh,
For the press,
some of it.
Why would you say such terrible things
They-
on CNN? Like
they
CNN
held-
is truthful.
They held the media out like they were just above reproach and they didn't have an agenda. And
Right.
it was just like,
Right.
come on, man, stop.
Yeah, that part of it kind of lost me.
Yeah, they and then they played the music. There was music in the background when they were giving their little speech about how clean and righteous they were. It's just like,
How righteous the media is.
Stop it, bro. You
They
had
were
me
showing
up until
Brian-
this.
They were showing Brian Stelter. Like, Brian Stelter's the poster child for truth in media.
It was bad. It was ridiculous. And it's so funny too because they were really hammering. Trump was president then, so obviously
And they were
hammering away at him. Hammering.
Oh, they were shitting on Trump.
Yeah. Just keep out of here. Supporting Trump.
He's a weird dude, though. Have you seen the way he walks? He has a very weird gait to the work there when he walks.
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. The problem is with all of those guys, Bozak I'm talking about. Like, you're gonna like Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, like CEO, like Musk. They're all
awkward.
Yeah, it's like they're on the spectrum of autism. You know, they're somewhere on that spectrum. You know, there's like you saw how he talked. Teal,
Very odd. He might be the weirdest out of all.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But I wasn't really aware of that. He's not so much in the spotlight as the other guys are.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize it until I saw that video. When he started talking and trying to explain something, I'm like, oh, wow. Something missing. So, and he just not, he apparently holds friends. Like, I mean,
well, imagine if you were him. Imagine if you were him. You're a billionaire. You had done all this, and some fucking fly-by-night Gawker website says, Matt Cox, yeah, big deal. Matt Cox is gay. So Matt Cox is totally gay. That was the headline.
Yeah. Is he gay now?
Yeah,
he is. Right. Okay, so
and you hadn't told anyone. Like it was a secret thing. Only his family and his close friends.
Right.
And then they did that. That would kind of like.
It does. It feels like it's an invasion. It feels like it's an invasion of my privacy.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's a big thing to out for the first time. So like, put you on public spotlight for that.
Yeah, I agree.
I can understand how he held it.
I can, but I can't imagine spending the tens or $20 or $30 million that he spent backing all of these guys. Yeah, I guess it's nothing. Pocket change.
$4 million is like $200 grand is like $20.
Yeah, you say that, but rich people don't like to lose money. Like they didn't get rich because you're okay with losing money. Like, you know, nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to lose.
Yeah, a little like more risk. Yeah, or more.
Yeah, risk aversion. Work. Anyways, it was definitely good.
That was like sketch of Teddy.
I just did a podcast with a guy named Bear.
Put that together, Teddy and Bear.
Who was a former member of Anonymous.
Oh,
you know Anonymous, the guys who what they put a mask on their face and they talk about shit. Yeah, the politicians and stuff.
Yeah.
He wrote a whole thing about Peter Thiel. He's like studied a lot about Peter Thiel. And he talked about like how his company Palantir is like this facial recognition company. They have AI software that tracks you by your face, by your retinas and stuff like that. And their biggest contract was with InQtel, the CIA's investment arm. Right. So
it said that in the documentary.
Right. And this guy, Barrett Brown, did this like whole crazy deep dive on it and how there's this thing called dark enlightenment that he wrote about. Okay. I don't know. Very, very like dark shit. He says that he's basically and he's actually can't come to the U.S. right now. He went to prison for 4 years. He went to prison for 4 years for 2 years. He got fucked by the FBI. The FBI fucked him for 4 years because he wrote for. I think he was a journalist for.
Imagine what Teal's gonna do.
What is Glenn Greenwald's? What is Glenn Greenwald's publication called? He wrote for that magazine and or that website, and he got in trouble because he leaked information on an anonymous thread, an anonymous forum. About some of the information for the employees of a company called HB which is another intelligence contractor. So, like, like in the military-industrial complex, they would contract private military companies, send them overseas. This is a company that gets contracted by the government for intelligence, similar to Palantir, HB Gary. They were like somehow contracted or something, and they were trying to out those people because he outed some people who worked for HB Gary. The FBI sent him to prison. He got fucked for 4 years. He originally got sentenced to 105 years, but he's out after 4 years in Texas.
Some kind of what they hit him with some kind of espionage.
Something like that.
Espionage.
Can you pull up Barrett Brown's?
Like, well, I'm wondering what's the charge.
Yeah, what's the charge? We're gonna find out right now. We got Barrett Brown.
Gotta be espionage. Espionage is like when
charges.
Spy steal stuff, right? So it's got to be something. Yeah, it's something to do with like national security or something.
Oh, okay. So the FBI did his mom's house, and then they charged his mom because his mom hid one of his laptops. They charged his mom with obstruction of justice. Yep. And then he went on his YouTube channel and he said something about, I know this FBI agent who's looking spying on me right now and tapping my phone lines. If he ever comes around me again, his whole family will, you know what? Yeah, that's
how you threaten the life of an FBI.
Exactly.
So he got threatened
on
a
YouTube.
federal officer, obstruction of justice.
That's what they originally nailed him.
That was funny.
900,000 to Stratford in restitution. What is Stratford? Stratford's another one of those intelligence agencies.
So instead of using the NSA, they just outsource it to some other company, like a private
like Palantir or HB Gary.
But what, he can get around not spying on Americans, right? We can't do it.
Right. Exactly.
It's like
it's
like they'll hire like Blackwater to go and kidnap some guy in another country and then show up on American soil and then call the DEA, hey, where's the airport? We have to look for him. Really? They come and grab the guy and give him a check for $250,000 and take him away.
So this guy was saying that everyone thinks Elon Musk is this big shining star that's going to save the world who buys Twitter. Let me tell you something. No way Elon Musk is not sitting in Peter Thiel's lap, and Peter Thiel is fucking side by side with him when he's trying to buy Twitter. And Peter Thiel's the guy who owns Palantir and he's trying to control the fucking world with all this dark conspiracy shit, basically saying if Elon does buy Twitter, it's basically Peter Thiel owns Twitter, and we're fucked.
So what is this? This was like a Zoom?
Yeah. He's in England right now. And I think he got arrested again for saying he had this sign.
Mom again?
No, pull up Barrett Brown arrest in England. He was in the middle of a riot or one of those like BLM type riots, and he was holding a giant wooden sign that spray painted said "Kill Cops."
This guy can't learn. Listen, no offense, man.
Dude, he's got some sort of like complex where he just wants to fucking stir shit up. He wants to throw grenades.
I love these guys who are like, yeah, I think there should be no government. Really? So the other countries that have governments and armies are just going to roll in here and nobody's going to stop them. Well, we've got our guns to stop.
That's funny. Like he wrote.
Yeah. That honestly, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea.
Not a great idea.
Not a good. No.
Especially after just that's him right there. Go to the picture of him wearing the tie.
You would think, especially after just doing time in the Fed. Yeah. Like, did he do the 4 years in the Fed?
Yeah, he did. He's an interesting fella. Looks like he's 16.
He does.
In that picture, that was like right when he got out, I think. Right before he went in, maybe. But if he came back on U.S. soil, he'd get fucked. That's why.
Oh yeah, listen, if they want to get you, they're gonna find something. Everybody's doing something.
Yeah, but I can get him in January.
No. Well, I don't know. I mean, basically, South Carolina. They grab them and they send them over.
Well, they still haven't even extradited Julian Assange, have they?
But yeah, but he's in.
That's I don't know.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Julian Assange is in an embassy, it's in the UK embassy. I think. They're trying to extradite him.
So he's in the United Kingdom embassy in the United Kingdom.
You might need to verify that.
I thought they got him. Julian Assange.
It's the latest on Julian Assange.
I can't say Julian Assange.
This guy also was close to Assange. He got married with Julian Assange. And
Listen, I'm just saying.
Peter's watching.
Yeah. I mean, I'm all for free press, but you know, you got a kid. You know, start passing some of this stuff by your wife.
Julian Assange.
I think he's locked up.
Yeah, he's in an embassy. Locked up in an embassy, I think. Where is Julian Assange right
No,
now?
it says he's confined in Belmarsh Category A prison
In London.
and he's probably fighting extradition.
Well, that's 2019. Where is Julian Assange now in 2022? There he is.
What's a Class A prison? Like a D prison? A good one? Just Class A prison. I don't know what a class like. What that would
So type in where is Julian Assange in 2022.
It sounds like it would be a nice prison.
There it is. Now,
Like
there
a
you go.
4-star prison.
Assange has been confined since
2019.
Okay.
So he's
Well, that's in the UK though. I was halfway right. Oh yeah, they're trying hard.
And he's fighting. You know, so one of the problems with extraditing, I've known a couple guys that have been extradited from the UK, is that one, you have to basically go to them and say, look, here's the evidence. Like, we've indicted this person. He's a U.S. citizen, or he's let's say that you have dual citizenship, or you're one of your citizens in some cases. So he broke the law in the United States. We want to extradite him. Here's the evidence, and we'd like him to come over here and have to face prosecution. The problem is that a lot of times they'll say, okay, well that makes sense. Like your evidence was pretty strong. We get it. You did indict it. Sounds like he may have done this. We'll send him over there. The problem is most of the times when it goes awry is when the U.S. comes and says something like, we want to extradite him. And, you know, if he's found guilty, you know, we're going to execute him. They're like, yeah, we're not sending one of our citizens to your country to be executed. So then it's like, okay, well, then we'll take that off the table. Okay, yeah, but if he's found guilty, then he has to get what? Life? Yeah. Yes. So life, based on the evidence that you guys have, we wouldn't give him life for that. So we're also not going to send him. Damn it. Okay, so you have to start negotiating with them because they're like, our laws are so strict. And I knew one guy that he had actually come over here. He was trying to tell us it wasn't stop it. It's a scam. Like,
I love how you do that. Stop it.
Yeah, it's no, you don't understand. We do this. Okay, the moment you start billing people more than they're supposed to be billed for years, and you guys made an extra $500,000 or $1 million. Yeah, but they saw what the bill stop. Don't try that shit. Like you were billing them the extra $12. You billed them for 5 years, 100,000 people. You guys made X amount of dollars. It was a scam. So, but once it all collapsed, this guy took off. He went to England because he had dual citizenship. So he goes to England. A couple of years later, he brings like one of his kids into the embassy to get like you have to give them like you have to sign something in the embassy so that they could also be an American. And he went in, and when he went in, they said, "Hey, by the way, you have a warrant from the United States." What? He said he kind of knew it might have happened, but nobody's ever said anything. It's been years. So
they grab him, they let him right back out, and when they let him back out, like he was in custody because he had to call in once a week. Like their custody and our custody were way different. So he was like, I was confined to my house and work and grocery shopping and going, bringing my kids to school. Yeah, exactly. It was ridiculous. I was like, you're free. He's like, I know, but they call it vacation. But once a week I had to call. I'm like, but you weren't allowed to leave like England. He's like, well, you could have called. Like what? It's like, well, it's the whatever, it's the, they all signed the treaty, right? Whatever the European Union is, like, basically they're states, right? So anyway, the point is that when they got in front of the judge and they started arguing, they were like, okay, well, these are fraud charges, and we agree you've got some evidence. And they were like, yeah, and this is very serious. He could get 30 years for this, and they were going on, and immediately his lawyer stepped in and went, Your Honor, this is fraud charges for $1 million. They want to give him 30. And the judge was like, yeah, we're not saying that. Who cares? You're going to give him 30 years. Like, into China. Like, it backfired on him right away. Like, the U.S. was like, yeah, well, this is serious. Like, and they thought that meant, they go, oh, this is serious. You got to go. Instead, they went, oh, no, we're not going to citizens to get 30 years for something that over here, if he was found guilty, he'd get 18 months. 9 of which he'd be able to do in his living room on an ankle monitor. Like, no way. So they had to negotiate like 24 months. And then he flew over there. He flew over to the U.S. went in for 24 months to the low, met me. That's right. So I mean, it's not always, you have to have a, and it has to be a comparable charge. Like, if they don't have a comparable charge over there, they're like, he did what? He did this and this and this. And they're like, well, it's not illegal over here. Like, a lot of countries don't have conspiracy charges. They're like, no, you don't understand. He did this and this and this, and it's conspiracy. Yeah, but he didn't rob the bank. Yes, but he was in the room when they talked about the bank, and he helped plan it. But he didn't go in the bank. He didn't drive the getaway car. He didn't give weapons. He was just in the room talking, saying, oh, yeah, you got to watch out for this. Right. Yeah, it's conspiracy. Yeah, we don't. That's not a thing. Like, you could be in the store. You can even have a battle. Planning, like, too much. This is not he didn't pay anything. He didn't make any money just because he was there. Like, to us, you might as well walked in. What would happen to these people? In China, they just take them all out back and shoot them in the head. Yeah. Did you see Bozak we did a video. These 2 bank employees had, this was in the Bank of China. Well, not the Bank of China, it was the bank in China. They basically were the vault managers, and they took cash on hand. They took some cash. One of them took some cash, went and gambled on the lottery. The problem was he won. He took like $200,000 and he won like $350,000. I'm sure I have the number wrong, but it wasn't that much. But because he won, he was like, how much did he win? He took like $200,000 and he won like $350,000. So he paid like $150,000 and he was able to put the money back. So then he thought, but this time he went and talked to the other vault manager and said, look, I say we trade. Like, I already blew that money. We went through that in a year. So let's take, with your help, nobody even knows the money's gone because you're giving the the money. And they were like, okay. So then they also involved these 2 guards. Because we're going to come in here one night, we're going to move the money, we're going to buy a lot of tickets, and we're going to scrape them off. And they literally talk about how they scrape them off until their fingers were. And it was these 2 guys, like, I can't say their names, like Tim Kong and I don't know. So, but the fact is that the second time they did not win. I mean like that. Like they took out like a couple million and they had won back like 40,000. And so what did they do? Like, they instead of saying, no, let's get out of China, this is going back. No. So it was just off. We need to try this again. I got the road tickets. They get more money. Now there's so much money missing. Like, the bank employees are like, listen, there was a big stack of cash a week ago, and there's a lot left. Now they were spinning and saying, well, sometimes it happens. They saw we were here when they took this, and I think other banks did. Like, they were trying to do it, but people were getting wise.
And so eventually they employees are complaining, and then they call the authorities. The authorities come in. Both these guys take off. They get caught right away. They're tried, convicted, and both of them are taken out back and shot for fraud.
Well,
This is
that's
fraud.
That's stealing. That's a little different fraud, right?
Well, I'm okay.
So you robbed the bank, essentially.
In a very nice way. Like you walk, it's not like they held him up. Like they walked out with.
It wasn't an armed robbery.
Like a breach. It wasn't like you shot him in the hand.
It was like grand theft.
Right, and not just that. Like this is like paper money in China. Like you guys can just run some more paper money and fix it, right? Like, I mean, this is not that big of a deal. Like, you know, the other two guys got like 3 years. The other two, one of the two guards got like 3 years or something. Like literally for just in the other way. They got like 3 or 4 years in like an internment camp where they go through re-education or something. Like, I didn't do anything. Like, oh, and by the way, that's how it needs to be. Oh my god. Oh my god. So listen, you know what's really,
You know, Shane agrees.
you know what's really fucked up?
I don't know if that's how it should be, but I mean, I bet you a lot less people be doing fucked up shit when you're like, hey, fucking Timmy over there got shot, got capped in the head. All he did was walk out with a couple more real nicely.
Yeah, they can exactly. That's rough.
Yeah, it is rough.
Like it didn't even hurt anybody's feelings. Like they didn't come in with guns and zip tie everybody and stuff. Like they walked out with them in briefcases.
White collar criminal.
Yeah.
Non-violent.
That's kind of color. But look, here's where it really, you know why they should have been shot in the head? They put the money in the lottery. Like, yeah, that was the stupidity alone.
Right.
That tells you the mentality.
They deserve it.
idiots. The
Could
problem,
have put it on roulette or something.
the big problem was the guy won the first time.
Yeah.
Like
that
if he
might be
lost
the
the first time,
Yeah. Now he's trying to scramble 200 grand.
you know what's funny? This is how China is. They said that when one guy took off on the run, he took like a cab ride, like something miles or 100 miles, way outside of his district. Then he bought some kind of a decent vehicle with cash. Then he went to a nice hotel and rented the hotel something with cash. The person who rented the hotel room told the police. This guy came in, he got a ton of cash. I think something's wrong. The guy who sold him the car said, this guy bought a car from me, all very suspicious. The guy, the cab driver said, I just dropped this guy off here at this place. Very weird. Paid me in cash, over 50 or 100 miles of my cash. Very strange. Like everybody called the authorities. Like everybody told on you. That was like, yeah, they're smart. They're all snitching. The whole country's terrified. I wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
That's the kind of country that.
Oh my God.
I mean, what are the crime levels?
There's no crime. There's almost no crime.
And then the,
I mean,
the
if
process works. No?
It does. Yeah, if there is a crime, it only happens once.
And how many people are in China? Law-abiding citizens. Maybe you can find that, Jordan.
Is it like 3 billion or 2 billion?
Look, if you have to blow a couple fraudsters' brains out, and to prove a point, 1.4 billion. 1 point, what I say, 3?
And
1.302 are law-abiding citizens. How many lives are you saving? Like, look at all the violence and murders and deaths we have in America every day. How many? I mean, there's got to be. There's got to be thousands of people shooting up schools, little children, and.
I mean,
years in the camp.
Listen,
maybe if we were a little bit stricter and had a little bit more, we enforce a little bit more discipline on our citizens.
Oh my God!
We wouldn't have all these fucked up problems in our country.
Well,
they want to lock them up for the money.
You do understand that we have 1% of our entire population is incarcerated. 1%. Here's the largest.
That's what I'm saying. Don't lock them up.
I mean, I'm sure like people with DUIs, kill them. Not DUI. Maybe people with fist fights, kill them.
people that
Stealing
parts.
drugs.
Oh, by the way, you know drugs. You know drugs.
Oh yeah, that was like
No,
yeah.
drugs should be legalized.
No,
Drugs should be legal.
no, kill them.
No, we have to
Kill them.
We need to legalize all
Just like China. Listen, don't worry.
Sorry, not guns. We need to we need to legalize guns, and we need to legalize all drugs. But if you go and shoot somebody and kill somebody,
These guys didn't kill anybody. They took some money.
or if you rob a bank, you're done. Or if you commit credit card fraud or mortgage fraud, you're dead. Off with your head.
I disagree. What's the next topic for the on the agenda?
How would the country? Don't you think China's winning though as a country?
Yes.
They're definitely winning.
Well,
Look, they have rules for people who use social media. If you're under 18, you can't scroll on TikTok and Instagram past 10 o'clock. After that, it's all educational content. Like they want to educate their populace.
I think China has some issues. Major issues. You know, like, well, I think like right now they keep talking about listen, like Bozak and I go back and forth on this all the time. They're going to invade Taiwan. They're going to invade. I'm like, yes, they are. Yes, they are. No, their economy is starting to implode. They're having major problems. You don't start a war in the middle of when you're. Well, yes, I do think that the United
more like Russia.
I do think that the United States would probably. I mean, Biden has repeatedly said that he would back up, Taiwan. Like, I think it's very. Listen, he's a decrepit old man. He's falling apart, but he is sending over tons of weapons and money to the Ukrainians.
Billions and billions.
Right. Like he probably would back up. Like, you can't let China invade Taiwan. Plus, the Taiwanese, they know they've been coming forever. Like, would China be able to take it? Probably. But honestly, it's going to be one hell of a bloodbath. Like, this whole little tiny country is set up for an invasion. Like, it's vicious. Like, I mean, they've got everything in mind. They've got tons of anti-aircraft weapons. They've been being trained by the United States this entire time.
Who has these?
Taiwanese.
Have they really?
Yeah, and they've got two. There's only twice a year when they could really kind of launch an invasion. Would China ultimately overpower them? Yes, probably. But then again, China has the same kind of problem with Russia. Like, they don't have really their standing army. There's a ton of corruption. Their standing army. They don't really have like the U.S. where they have like career military going to stay forever. Like, most guys are conscripted for 2 years. They get back out. They're not trained very well. Their pilots aren't super trained. They don't spend a lot of time in the air. They don't have the ability to move all of their forces like. They don't have like the troop transports. But then again, Taiwan's not that far. So it's also their whole economy is a real problem right now. Like, they're about to be in one of the biggest bankruptcies in their life. So if I understand it right,
I don't know anything about economics.
Well, if I understand it right, and I might get a little bit off lead, what they did was like 90% of their society is farming. It's rural, right? Rural. They're like rural. Sorry. Yes, it's rural. You said rural. So it's like they're like farmers. So a lot of people, most people in China, like, they're born on a farm or in a small town. They never really leave that place. They kind of die in that small town. Well, because China's trying to grow. China change. You look here and no doubt. It gets around more. So and they have access to he has access to the internet. So he's more world. So all he uses the internet for is sports betting. So what the Chinese did, like in the 2008 financial crisis, like during that time period, that what they started doing was they started supplementing developers to start building more and more residential communities near like the cities, and the government was backing mortgages, so people in these little towns could move to the city, so the whole place could become more industrialized, right? So now these people are coming to the cities. Well, they start filling up the cities, and that's why you have these mega cities, right? But you understand that most of those cities
are in between. Some of these cities are 40 up to 44%, like 45% vacant. Like they're calling them ghost cities and ghost towns. Like you go in these towns and like there's just all these houses that are just empty.
How is that possible with almost 2 billion people?
Well, because the people are still the farm. They pay some money to this massive construction company to build them a house. But one of the things the construction company was doing, and then they would get a mortgage that was subsidized by the government, and then they could move there, but there were supposed to be jobs. There's no jobs. So what's happening is there's all these places getting built and never being sold, but the people are putting money down. So unlike in the United States, they were taking a lot of these down payments and using it to build things. So and then it's about 5 or 6 years ago.
You're going too fast. The government's taking the down payments.
No. This is the company. It's a massive construction.
They were taking the down payments.
Yes, a developer. So got it. It's a construction. So what happens is about 5 or 6 years ago, I can never say the Chinese leader's name. The president of China, Powell, whatever. Anyway, okay. So basically, years ago said, look, we're not going to keep subsidizing this. He basically a few years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago, he said, we're not going to keep backing this up. We're not going to keep giving you money for the mortgages and do all this. Because they knew these sluggish cities didn't get there. Nobody's there. And there's no jobs. So these guys aren't coming. So they started taking in foreign investors to keep building. So this company keeps doing this. And what ended up happening is, I think it was last quarter, which was a few months ago, that for the first time ever, they missed their quarterly interest payment to their overseas investors.
Who are their overseas investors?
I don't know if it's but that was the first time. And that means that now the second investment, or second one's coming due, they're saying they're going to miss that. They said at that point, most likely there's going to be some kind of a forced bankruptcy, and they said it will be the largest bankruptcy in China history. The other problem is all of these bullet trains that they were building in China, it's the same thing. Investors and the Chinese government has dumped a ton of money into these things, and although they're amazing, nobody's, first of all, COVID was an issue, but nobody's taking the trains. And now the other issue is the trains aren't taking the places that happen to live in there. So you've got a high ticket train that nobody's paying for. They're 20 or 30% of what they should have been, and the foreign investors and the Chinese investors are pissed off. Like, there's just now starting to have major problems. So your whole economy's on the verge of really starting to have a recession. You don't start making, like, you've got a problem. If things go bad, look, China only didn't go under in what, 91 when Russia broke, when the Soviet Union broke apart. They didn't go under because in Tiananmen Square, when they were holding their these large demonstrations where they were saying we want to be a democracy, the Chinese actually fired on their own people. Most of the countries that broke away from the Soviet Union, they wouldn't. The military wouldn't fire on them when they were saying, "Look, clear out the square, get all these people that are protesting, get rid of them." Like the Russians wouldn't fire on them. Like they're like, "Look, I'm sorry, but these are." I understand that they want to be their own country, but fire on these people. They're Russians. Like it'd be like the U.S. military. Right, like, do you really think, no matter how big the riot is, do you think that the government, that our soldiers would show up knowing what's happening and they say, listen, we want you to start mowing down these people that are holding signs? Like, they'd be like, no, yeah, CIA. Well, I'm not going to CIA. I don't know about that, but I just know that I think that basically the American soldiers think like,
Bustamante asked him,
He's not going to mow anybody down. I'm sure we kill American citizens. No. Calling him. Let's call him. Call him up. Let's call him Bustamante right now. No way.
becomes vice president, he gets in trouble. And so he has to give his speech.
I am calling him. You got kids. You just said call him. I mean, I thought about it. You should call him. I'll call him. Yeah. Listen, he's not. He's not. You know what he said? You know what he was interesting? You know how everyone's really worried about like the nuclear button with Russia? Like Russia sending nukes and the U.S. sending nukes back and forth, nuclear holocaust and all that stuff. Well, the process of firing off a nuke in Russia is completely different than in the United States. The president has all that power. Right? Like Trump could have made this decision. Like, okay, let's do it. He could do it. Yeah. Putin can't do that. Really? No. There's generals. There's a bunch of generals that each have their own. They each make the call themselves. Like he has to ask the general to do it, and the general, it's his decision. Putin alone can't make that decision.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So it has to go through a bunch of these.
I was just figuring Putin could say, boom, do it, fire him. No?
Okay.
That's something I'm
gonna send you a link to a video, Jordan. You can
I was gonna say I'm looking that up tomorrow.
You can post this. This is great. He went on Julian Dory's podcast.
Oh, yeah.
Just like you did.
Yeah. That's great. I'm going on again.
He has a bunch of really good.
I don't care.
So how do I send you this?
So Kennedy and Nixon.
It's on Instagram.
Debate on television.
Link. I'm gonna text it to you.
When Nixon and Kennedy's not the best.
Oh wait, can you pull up your texts? On probably can't pull them on the
You know what
computer.
I mean?
You'll find that.
Sometimes it looks like a
Yeah.
Oh,
that's pretty fucking intense.
He has been
Woo! It's Juneteenth.
I know.
Happy Juneteenth.
for sure. Yeah. Well, you lead.
How was your piss?
You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy.
For more Mr. Death.
Yeah.
For more bump of this stuff.
I mean, that's a handsome man with that head of
Sure,
hair.
yeah.
What a head.
Give me the chills.
No, somebody.
This is the Juneteenth Nat Cox edition. What are you doing? You texting?
I'm telling him that I did call him. It went through.
Did you
So I
text
hung
him?
up on him. No, I'm just telling him, hey, I was doing a podcast. Calling him, but we decided to-
Yeah, tell me they want to bother him.
Yeah.
Find it? Oh, come on.
Smell it?
You can do it.
Yeah.
Just look up Julian Dory
It really
on Instagram.
really makes me think of chlorine.
Yeah. JULIANDUDOREY on Instagram. It's like his.
Did you see? Hey, listen,
It is his second to last post.
Julian does amazing. What are they called? YouTube.
This is it right here.
stories?
The one that says crazy. Watch.
Yeah, he does great clips. Yeah, he's a good clip guy. He has great clips.
Motherfucker.
What?
You gotta be logged in to watch it. Log in? Yeah, you can go to his TikTok. Search TikTok Julian Dory.
Does he have a TikTok?
Oh yeah, he's big on TikTok. There you go. First link. That one.
There's a great documentary.
Give me volume.
That's about Robert Kennedy.
Refresh it.
He made his own brother Attorney General, which is insane. And it was like 20 when he made him Attorney General. And at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI. Guy who was the FBI. And he had to work under his kid, Kennedy. That was a lot of the tension about that. But anyway, history has been no, it hasn't. He was a kid. Well, he was a cross-dress. That's why people like some people. I don't know which version of this kind of thing it was, but yeah, more close.
It's crazy how fucking calm he is about talking about this stuff.
Yeah.
He's just so like calm
great.
and relaxed.
I'm worried about his hair. It's really puffy.
Oh, he looks like Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah. Julian has great
Color, man. He spends a lot of time in fucking little miniature movies.
Yeah. I have I
told you I started a Clips channel and
Oh yeah, I
and a
subscribed to it. I was your first subscriber. You're welcome.
and a TikTok one too, and like my kids, like it was down to like I was getting like 1,000 subs a month, and now it's up to like two and a half.
Yeah.
Like it's coming up. Like I'm almost.
What's happening? Your subscribers on your main channel are growing?
Jump. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Even my TikTok with my knockoff soft white underbelly. It's called Inside the Darkness. Remember, my TikTok already has like almost 3,000. I just started.
No way. Crazy. My TikToks are like
I mean, I got really. So I'm posting the interviews of these guys. Like I do like an hour or 30 minutes, whatever the interview is, and then I just take it and I cut it up. I'll find like some of these guys say crazy.
What is the name of your TikTok? I'll pull it up.
It's called Inside the Darkness.
Inside the Darkness TikTok.
Inside your darkness. Inside is the serious darkness. But
it's just like soft white underbelly.
You called it a discount soft white underbelly, which is accurate, but still it hurts.
Did it hurt really?
I started laughing immediately. That's perfect.
The fucking dollar store soft white underbelly.
Yeah. Oh, and listen, I got this kid named Gunner. He's running. But this is a soft white. This is
wow. You already got 3,000 followers.
So this is this one, but you know I have another one too, which is the other one I have is called Matthew Cox Crime. That thing's got like 22,000. What? Yeah, this kid started running it for me like 2 months ago. No, 6 or 8 weeks ago.
Go Matthew. Crime.
Still been.
There you go. There it is. Top one.
Yeah. So this is 23,000 followers.
Damn.
Yeah.
Are you making money on this? Can you make money on
No,
TikTok?
you can after 10,000 followers. You can monetize, but the kid Gunner was like, nah. He said, I've heard mixed things, and it's just you just don't make enough to make it worth it. He said, let's just keep going. And this is really boosted. This is doubled, almost tripled my subscribers per month.
On Instagram or on YouTube?
On YouTube.
What?
Yeah, because there's a button.
Just to see $1.
Yeah, there's a button for my YouTube. There's a button somewhere over here.
Watch one of it. What's your most viewed one on here? Let's find out.
One of them's got like 6. No, one of them
37,000.
96,500.
No, one of them's got 600,000. 500, 600,000. Can you sort it?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, it's got.
This guy's got it. Look at his thumbnails with the
Right. He's amazing.
Look, that's me.
That's 192
on the very right. Click on that one. Yeah.
14.
Oh, this was from our first podcast.
Yeah, he cut up a bunch of them.
Look at that green curtain. This was 3 years ago. This guy's killing it. Hunter. Shout out to Hunter.
No, Gunner. Oh,
Gunner.
here, this look. That's the one. It's
Gunner.
It's got 561,000. Top right.
Oh, the top left. Okay. Wow.
561,000. That's one. But yeah, 23. Like this kid, listen, you know what it had when he started? I think about 6 weeks ago.
Gunner, hook me up.
He had 300.
Nice. He had what?
I had 300 followers.
How much are you paying him?
We'll talk about it.
He's not paying him.
What are you talking about?
I'm not paying Gunner.
What are you doing? What are you doing? We're talking.
Well, he's worth a fortune. Whatever you're paying.
Doing great. These are great.
That's badass.
This guy.
I need Gunner.
You do need Gunner.
Gunner.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you now.
Yeah,
Joe.
it's Gunner. But yeah, Gunner's worth. He's amazing. Bro, listen.
Hey, I was thinking I'm gonna.
4,000 I'm thinking I was gonna name my kid. I'm gonna name him Ripsaw.
We're not chainsaw.
Ripsaw.
Why Ripsaw?
I don't know. I've heard that name the other day. It's kind of pretty cool. Ripsaw Jones. Is that good?
Which one? I think you should talk to your wife. What else is on your agenda?
That's it. Man, over the weekend, I heard you on the radio 3 times. 3 fucking times.
Is that
serious? On ESPN radio. They must have the contract for Title Lock. I'm riding in the truck, I'm listening to like sports, and I hear this guy talking. I'm like, fucking Matt? And then I hear the Title Lock guy come on. I said, no shit. On ESPN radio
everywhere, bro. You were in the halfway house 2.5 years ago. Now you're
fucking
all
on ESPN.
Listen,
You know what? Honestly, I was riding thinking about, like, holy fucking sky, this is ESPN radio.
Listen, you know what's so funny is that I'll be doing a podcast about fraud, and guys are leaving comments saying, "Do you realize that all the commercials are from banks and mortgage companies on that they're advertising on my podcast?" Or
What a 360.
yeah, exactly. This is
What
on
a
Title Lock.
180.
Yeah. And I'm going to New York in like 2 weeks. I told you, I can't say for who, but I'm going there to be filmed for a thing for a
Big fancy production.
yeah, like a documentary type thing.
Fucking awesome.
Right? It was, you know, it always sounds better than it is. You know,
No, but the journey is you've come a long way, man. I've a long way.
A Matthew Cox come up.
Look, listen, and you know, listen, and every time I'll say right now, it was Danny's like bullshit saying, well, I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about, I'm on the phone with you. I'm thinking about doing it. I'd like to do some kind of maybe true crime. Can I talk to you? And he immediately scams me. Thank God he scammed me. He's like, well, you know, the best way for you to figure out whether people are interested or not is to come on my thing and come on my podcast and tell your story. And then I go and I do it, and it like blows up and changes everything. It's like, because even when he said it, I was thinking, he just wants me to come and tell us stuff. And I was like, I'll do it. He has answered a lot of questions. I mean, he's answered every question, taken all my calls, returned all my emails, texted me. I was like, he's done. He's really
And you're in the fucking halfway house, no less.
And so as soon as I get out, he says, hey, I haven't put anything up like 2 weeks. You got to come now. I answered your questions. You got to come. Like, he dropped all pretense of being a nice guy. Listen. I was like, okay. And I thought
that phone call was literally our podcast that day failed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
I mean, that guy rescheduled.
Yeah,
and I was like,
right
I need somebody. I was like,
can I come that night?
Call Matt Cox right now. And you came.
Yeah, because I figured this guy's going to stop dancing. Like, he's been really good at explaining things to me. And then I came and I did the thing, and it was great. And then I was like, hey, let's do a true crime podcast. He's like, but never. Still worked out. It still worked out. Yeah, no,
Look at you now.
Absolutely. No, good times. We'll see what happens. It seems. Listen, everybody know right now. Oh, the doctor said to say hi.
Oh, hey, doctor. Too bad this isn't live. We'd be a nice donation.
I'm telling you, right? Yeah, I'll explain the whole hunt, the whole gunner and the doctor and the whole.
Oh, he knows the doctor?
Oh, no, he's orchestrating all. Listen, this dude's doing all kinds of stuff for me.
What?
He's amazing. I can't tell you. I don't want to jinx it.
Can you tell me all?
Yes, of course. So, but like him, like I've got like 5 or 6 guys that are like in the know, and all of them are like, bro, you understand, like we were on the cusp of something really happening. Like all these things are about to happen, and I'm like, yeah, I felt like that for about 2 years. And they're like, well, it's close, and Jess, everybody's like, I'm telling you, like, like something's about to blow up. I'm like, oh, yeah, it would be nice.
Don't forget about your friends down here at Hat Rack.
I'll be shouting out every time I'll be on Joe Rogan. I gotta say hi to Danny.
Hell yeah.
Before I forget about it next month, one last shout out.
Good time. Hey, I mean, you can call
So
him.
what is the deal with him? What's the story with the Emperor? The last time we talked, you thought he got arrested.
I thought he got arrested, but he didn't.
For people who don't know, the Emperor, who's the Emperor?
I mean, Frank Amadeo.
Frank Amadeo. What's his condition?
He's a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. And he believes, since he was very young, he has believed that God is telling him he will be emperor of the world. Unfortunately, he's also a lawyer and extremely competent, and has tried to mount a coup in the Congo. There's a documentary about that called 9 Days in the Congo. He was convicted for stealing the federal government out of $180 million. But actually, and he eventually, literally, I got pictures of him with Bush. He was one of the financial backers of the NATO summit in Latvia. He owned several companies that were security companies that did security consulting and guarded food trucks and stuff in Afghanistan. So he had a ton of 40,000 employees. He had just a ton, like $500 million in revenue. He had a bunch of companies. So eventually, he gets in trouble with the government. According to him, really not even according to him, honestly, according to all the people, even the government, they drugged him, like he was drugged. They convinced him to plead guilty. What kind of drugs? MK Ultra type deal? No, like Thorazine, like ridiculous amounts of just he's drooling during his sentencing. He's completely out of it. Thorazine? What's it called? Thorazine. Yeah, it's like a downer. It's an antipsychotic. Is it like a Vicodin? It's on steroids. It's that. It's something you get. Is it kind of what's that? What's your favorite drug that you love? Fentanyl. It's like fentanyl. No, that's a painkiller. No. So anyway, he eventually pleads guilty, thinking he's going to get 3 years, and really, honestly, just drugged out of his mind. The government, he's awarded the state. Like basically, he's certifiably he has a guardian. Like he can't sign a piece. He's got they've got him. He's got a legal guardian. He's got rights on him. So he pleads guilty. He gets sentenced. They give him 22 years. I go to prison. I meet him. I'm in trouble. I got 26 years. He handled my case because he is a lawyer. Handled my case. He ends up filing 2255. He gets 7 years knocked off my sentence the first time, 5 years knocked off my sentence the second time. He eventually gets himself out of prison. Yes, he gets himself out of prison on COVID, so he's out. Yeah. And I found out why he's out on. Okay, so that's what they all call him. Like you get out. Oh, I got out on COVID. There's a technical his age and his health. It's dangerous for him to be in prison because COVID is rampant. So they let him out, put him on an ankle monitor, and he starts working while he works. Unfortunately, I believe there were 2 law firms that he was consolidating, and he started buying up other companies that were failing, or he was doing some kind of consulting for companies that were failing. Essentially, very similar to what he was doing before. It's my understanding, very limited understanding. But what ends up happening is his release gets violated. He goes back to jail. He's held in jail for, I want to say, 4 months. Never filed a reason why. Finally, they go in front of the government, in front of the judge. He finally forces the Justice Department to bring back in front of the judge and says, why did you violate me? Why am I in custody? They said, we heard that he was suspected of committing a crime. What crime? Where's the evidence? The judge said, look. Oh, and they also said, he left the jurisdiction without permission. So they said, great, where's the evidence? The judge said, you got 10 days. 10 days later, they still haven't provided it. The judge said, okay, you got 10 more days. Still, a month later, they still never were able to provide anything that they said they violated. The judge said, you gotta let him out. So they let him out.
And he got back out, and I thought he had re-violated because I knew someone who was in communication with him, and she had told me, I haven't heard from him in weeks, I think he may have been re-violated. Because they have it out for him. So, but I texted his attorney, and his attorney said, nope, still out, he's doing fine. You can call him if you want, or text him, or whatever. Here's his phone number and everything else like that. But I didn't. But if you want to,
Goes on your phone. Can you just know your number?
he doesn't know my number.
Okay,
Never called.
I'm gonna connect my phone to the speakers right now. Hello?
Like every Fox News day, my dad watches Fox with one goal. He's just trying to get one fact.
Oh, he texted me. Sorry, I can't
Trying to
talk.
retain one piece of
Too busy.
information that he can then relay
Too busy
to
taking over
whoever's
the world.
lucky enough to
What's I saying?
I would say that I'm doing a podcast right now, and we're discussing a story. And love to know would love for you to chime in.
Crazy shit, Frank Amadeo.
Hopefully we get him on here.
So what's going on with the economy right now?
I don't know. We had this conversation.
But you're the shark in the housing pool. You're supposed to know about the housing market.
I mean, my understanding is just that, but all I know is from listening to, people that I know that are real estate agents and listening to, since a few years, it's just like the amount of houses that are on the market. When there was like no house on the market, as soon as it came up, it sold. But now the inventory is like growing and growing and growing. In the last 3 months,
Everyone's trying to sell
selling.
because they think the market's insane.
Right. No, because they're paying so good. Well, I think it was a seller's market before, right? Where if you're a seller, but now I think that the buyers are just starting to dry up. And and look, everyone. And I think that it's just that because everything's so expensive because of inflation and everything's getting so expensive. Like if you thought, hey, I have all this extra money, I can go buy a house, I can spend a little bit more, I have more money on a down payment. Like none of that's possible. Like in the last 3 months,
The interest rates are so high, 6%. I think the average is 6% now.
Well, yeah, but it's not that they're doing that to try to slow the economy down. Like
So
they're trying to slow it down because it was growing so fast. They should have been doing that 2 years ago.
Why? No, I don't understand this shit at all. Why would they try to slow it down?
Because they know that there's a bubble that's going to happen. And it's going to pop and it's going to be a crash. So they're like, they don't want it to keep growing.
So why do you want to stop people from buying houses and thinking about it?
Well, you want to at least slow it down, not stop it. If they want to stop it, they make it 18%. They just want to slow it down. It's getting too much.
What happens if it keeps going at the same rate, at the same fast rate? I don't understand. I look at that. People, you're a bunch of homeowners, so that's not a bad thing.
Because eventually when the market crashes, because look, at this point, all the money that they've dumped into the economy, it's now starting to take effect, right? Like you're starting to have serious inflation. And this is serious. Like I buy TV today. They're $3 and 41, 42, 45 cents. I used to buy lean cuisine. Lean cuisine, love lean cuisine.
What kind?
Lasagna.
Don't have different flavors?
Yeah, but no, but I think there's one flavors.
Which one do you eat?
I eat it's I think it's turkey with
Pour this shit up.
apple spices. Is it
Turkey with apple spices?
Yeah.
Lean cuisine?
It's delicious.
I gotta see what the fuck this looks like.
You saw lean cuisine?
Yeah, like a
unbelievable meal. You know what
That's
they are
what Al
now?
Bundy would eat.
Listen, they were $3 and like 45 cents. They're now like $4.60.
Yeah, that's what you eat.
I love these things. Are you serious?
Oh my God. I made ribs tonight.
Where can I buy these for $3? It says $3 a
Walmart. You gotta shop
Walmart.
online,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
$3.14 at Walmart,
Oh,
bud.
listen, they're $4 and something at like $4.50, $4.60 at Publix. It's outrageous.
Yeah, Publix is highway robbery.
Yeah, but I mean, everything is shooting through the roof.
Yes. So why is the price? Are the prices of all this shit shooting through the roof? Why? Because the mortgages?
No.
Why?
Because they dump so much money into the economy.
The Fed Fed did. They dumped. When you say dumping money in time, you mean sending people the fucking Trump checks? The Trump checks? Right. All the checks. The Trump checks, and then of course Biden released them. Didn't Biden did Trump checks? Yeah, I think didn't Trump do two, and then didn't Biden do one? Plus all the PPP loans, plus all of it. Now we're going to pay you $600 a week to stay home. You know, all these people having money, right, cause inflation. Where they cause them to go out and buy more stuff, right. So they bought more stuff, so inventory goes down. So the guy who so then they go out and they produce they produce more stuff and they raise their prices because everyone's buying because they're buying. So what do we do to slow it down? We're not charging enough. We're running out of sodas. Charge more for sodas. It'll slow the process down. We'll make even more money for what we're doing anyway. But the government starts sending people all the money, and then the prices are still high. Right. And they're still buying, and then at some point it becomes. Well, how much shit are you gonna buy? $1,400. Like, because they're still buying. It doesn't matter. They also made car loans extremely. Remember car loans in the middle of the pandemic? They're like 0%, 1%. They're giving everybody a car. They lowered the guidelines for what you had to qualify, how much the down payment. Like anybody could get a car. I just got out of a halfway house and I got a car. You know, like you're getting like an 8 months credit. You're gonna give me like 100%. Like that's not good now. $735. Damn, Matt. Out of the halfway, I was just getting $750 something. But I still only had like 6 months worth of credit. Right. I got 6 months worth of credit and no job, and barely have a job at all. You got what? You got 3 years worth of credit now, and you still got $775. Yeah, but I'm kind of before I do anything. So. Anyways, the point is that at some point, all that money and all the things getting charged more and more and more, are getting more and more expensive. At some point, it just can't keep going, and they stop giving you free money. Right. So what's happening is everything is suddenly about to just say, like, first of all, house prices. That's a perfect example. What's up, world? You just watched a clip from one of our exclusive Patreon episodes. That's right, you can get weekly, pure, uncut content straight from the jungles of Colombia. If you want to watch the full episode, make sure you go to patreon.com/concrete video.
The cheeseburger is Jewish, that joke. Cheeseburger is whatever type of cheeseburger you thought it was. And you're a racist. That's it. I just get online, read opinions from people. There's like other news. This is the most divided this country has ever been. It's like the red states and the blue states. It's like, why? Because we tweet at each other.
What got you into these crazy marathon swims in Arctic waters?
A journey got me there. You definitely don't wake up one morning and say, I want to do the kind of thing that I'm doing. Obviously, I specialize in ultra extreme ice cream and stuff. So you eventually push the boundaries, especially my own, and eventually the boundaries of what is meant to be humanly possible. So taking it to the nth degree. And again, that's not something you decide to do. It's something that slowly evolves. I was just to backtrack a little bit. I think a wonderful part of my story is that at the age of 30 years old, 50, I would say 50, and everyone thinks in America I'm saying 50, but 30, 30. I've done nothing. I'm 48 years old now, and I was a couch potato, doing very little and running an advertising business back in South Africa, doing really well and enjoying life. And it was active, but then that kind of slid into the couch. And one day I just decided to make a change, and I took a client away and just enjoying my little swimming squad. I hadn't done any swimming for many, many years. Up until that point, I've always enjoyed the water, so we go in the pool. And then I managed to do a few lengths before I almost vomited because I put myself in the fast lane, and then ego kicks in and try and keep up with the guys who have been there for years. And just on number one, session one. And I stuck to it, and that just started an unbelievable process.
So where were you the first time you did one of these ultra marathons? Where was it? Was it in like freezing temperatures?
No. So if anyone's been to Cape Town and had a swim in our waters in Campspan and Clifton, they're really, really beautiful. I encourage everyone to come. The water is cold. I'm going to use the metric system, so we'll have a conversion to but the water is round about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, and is what you find, and that is quite chilly. So you are exposed to the cold water. If you ever want to get out the swimming pool and into the ocean, I don't wear any wetsuits or anything like that. It's purely sort of a brief or Speedo type costume, one cap and goggles. And so I started to be exposed to the cold quite a lot. And there's a small, back in the day, there's a small swimming community that used to be short distances in these conditions. And I sort of joined them and started to be exposed to the cold and then take them more. And eventually someone challenged me to do a swim from Robben Island to the beach. Now, Robben Island is where Nelson Mandela spent 18 of his 27 years incarcerated. And the swim from Robben Island to the beach at that stage, it's 7.5 kilometers, so that's at about 5 miles. And it's cold water, and it's quite scary water, to put it bluntly.
What coast is that off?
It's Little Bay, so it's right at the tip of Africa, right bottom, right at the bottom to the
Sharky place.
That is a sharky place. Yeah. So that's because that's where a lot of the psychology of what I do comes into. But just in the early days, if someone swam from Robben Island to the beach, and it made front page headlines. It was a big accomplishment. And I remember looking at these people who are doing it, and every now and then, maybe once a year, someone would do it, and they'd make the headlines, and I'd just be in awe. Yeah, insane. Crazy stuff. And eventually somebody said, leave it to you, not enjoying your swimming at the swimming pool. Watch tricep Robben Island as a challenge, and it was absolutely insane for me. But long story short, I ended up giving it a go after training for that and making it, and then starting to realize a little bit about myself, that what I thought was impossible for me or reserved for better humans was actually well within my grasp. And that set me on quite an interesting journey. So it was one part of the journey. The other part of the journey was I started to so much exposure to the element of cold, started to realize just how unbelievably powerful the element of cold is on the human body, but more importantly on the human mind. So we haven't as humans evolved well enough to handle cold, but we evolved exceptionally well to it. So if you throw yourself into cold water, your body and most importantly your mind is highly evolved and very powerful defense mechanisms to make sure you get out of that situation. So you get pain and panic and fear and hyperventilation. All this kind of happens in your head, and people when it's really cold, you often deny the ability of reaction of thought. Just wants you to get out of that water, because reality is if you stay in, you get out of protection, you're going to die. The water is going to cool you down to its temperature. That's just science. It's going to happen. And through repeated exposures, I started to realize just how overzealous this unbelievably powerful defense mechanism in my head was, trying to get me out long before I actually needed to. So there is an endpoint, I acknowledge that, there is an impossible. I'm just on the sidebar, I'm the inspirational speaker who's made a national career, not saying that anything is possible. I actually say there is actually possible. There is an endpoint, let's be real. But where your mind tells you the end point is not where it is. That's what I teach. We're not going to tell you that. And I started to figure all of this out, that there's a line that your mind wants you to go back to comfort, and that's to keep you alive, which is great to the survival of our species, as much as well overzealous.
And I'm sure that has to compromise for a major chunk of large degree of the human brain is probably designed to keep you away from danger.
Absolutely. And that is what we evolved to do, is to stay alive. And that makes complete sense, and it's obviously a very useful defense mechanism. But it holds us back. And it usually 99% of the time it happens subconsciously. So it's something that happens at the back of your brain. You hit an uncomfortable situation and you steer towards comfort. That's absolutely normal. Now, when you throw yourself into cold water, that what usually happens subconsciously comes bouncing to the front of your brain. And you actually notice it's like, hang on, it wants me out right now. I can't think of anything. So here's an example that Robin Island swim spoke about. Yeah. I did it the first time. It was my absolute Everest. I've now done it 122 times, so no one in the world has ever done it more than me. So it's become quite a routine now. In summer, when I've got more daylight hours, I go up to the island. I'm there by 6 in the morning. I swim maybe two and a bit hours to get to I'm in the office before 9 a.m. So it's routine. But I tell you that because on each and every single one of those crossings, which is now routine for me, I get negative. At some point, I start to look like it gets back into that support boat that's alongside me, rather than stay in the water and make it across to the beach. And I'm starting to become fascinated as to why this is. And here's something I know I'm going to make it to the beach, yet my mind is just telling me I'm looking for every under the sun to get me out. And you mentioned sharks. Cold water swimmer, I promise you, sometimes prays for a shark. Just let the support crew get thin, because then they will pull me out the water, and it won't be my fault that we failed, because it was a shock. You start to actively look for reasons why you can fail, not why you should stay and succeed. And once I started to figure all of this out, I started to realize just how it is what I'm experiencing in cold water. And the colder you get, the more brutal it becomes, or the more profound it becomes. It is happening in every life to every single one of us, especially in the corporate environment. It is absolutely quite profound. And the reason, I reckon, and I'm no scientist, but I figured this out through many swimming experiences, is that defense mechanism that is designed to keep us safe. The side effect is to keep us safe from running into a fire or running off a cliff, I suppose. The side effect is it's also designed to keep us safe from the emotional pain that comes from failure. So when we fail, there's a little bit of hurt, there's consequences, humiliation, there's all that go with it. So when we see an environment or a decision that we might take or a step we might take that could advance us, but it could also lead to failure because we don't know what's on the other side of the line, it's not in our lane, we naturally just gravitate back to staying in the lane. It's a very nice, steady performance perhaps, but it's just not excelling, not learning, not growing.
Jordan, can you pull up a map of that island? What was the name of the island?
Robin.
So Robin, R-O-B-B. Yeah, pull up a map. I want to see what that looks like. So off in the distance, that is mainland.
Yeah, we can't swim there. That's the further route, but we can swim to you get the shortest route is 7.5 kilometers. Okay. If you swim to Table Mountain, that's about 10 kilometers.
Now, I'm sure you've seen the video of Nick Fanning getting attacked by that great white shark in the middle of a freaking televised surf contest. Like, that is not, how does that, I mean, that is like one of the most terrifying things. That is like the epitome of my worst nightmare. And that place is called South Africa's infested with those sharks, and sea lions, seals, and stuff like that swimming everywhere. But you're surrounded by boats that are constantly watching for this stuff and looking out for sharks.
So firstly, my comment on the Nick Fanning situation, he wasn't attacked by the shark. The shark wanted to attack him, stuck in his leash or something. So I was checking him out just to see what he is. But sharks are not man-eaters. I think we all know this. And in the daylight, they're opportunistic predators, so they want to come and see what you are. So I get nice and close and on the rare occasion they take a bite and they take an arm and they kill you in the process and you are injured. So, and we call it a shark attack, which I totally understand. But 99.9% of the time they check you out and realize you know what they eat. And they go off. And I think in Nick's case came a bit too close to get stuck in his leash and just looking at the video and asking. But yes, so I'm not surrounded by boats, but generally if I'm doing an open water swim, I would have a support crew alongside. So there will be a boat and someone looking out for the wildlife.
But they have like a really tall tower so they can have like a nice aerial view.
Some of it does. So
you can't see much from one of those little rubber boats.
No, you take the chance, you do the maths, and you'll be okay. But to be honest, the shark that you spot is not the shark you swim. Right, we've got the great white is prolific in the waters I swim in. And that comes and it's going to take you, it comes from below and it reaches and it's made its mind up to go. So it's going to do it. It's been watching you longer than you've been watching it because you haven't seen it until it comes in.
What drew you to doing it? Was it more of like the adrenaline rush of doing this? Because it seems like kind of making a trek like that, it almost seems like the equivalent of skydiving.
Probably, skydiving is still on my bucket list. I've never had time to do it. So yes, there is an element of that. But I'm not a cowboy. My journey is, I was totally unsporty, as I said. I was sitting on the couch and I started to do these swims that I didn't realize that I could do, and I reserved in my head for other people. And it's the element of cold that fascinated me. The element of how that impacted me, and trying to go a little bit colder and a little bit further. And swimming with the sharks is just a side effect because they were there. Where I do my training and my swim. Does it add to it? It absolutely adds to it. It's a psychology. So swimming in cold, swimming is obviously a very extreme sport. When you're too tired, you're physically fatigued, you're salt water, you're mostly stung, and then you're just swimming with jellyfish and blue bottles and things. So it's extremely uncomfortable. Then you throw in the element of cold, which really impacts you mentally, and it puts you in defense mechanisms. Then you throw in the psychology that you're looking deep down into the being a person, you know what's down there. And even though you haven't seen it, it's probably sees you. And that just pings in your psychology as well, and your state of mind to continue in what is often a very difficult challenge. And all that put together makes open water swimming, certainly in my national reserves, a very, very, very tough sport, which makes you quite more resilient. You do it more. And if you manage to compartmentalize those fears, and I want to say it's irrationality because it's quite rational being scared of sharks, but you put it in a place in your head, and once you practice that enough, you start to be able to move with other stuff and move forward in other many parts.
How did you learn to control that part of your brain that's just cycling through those scenarios that are designed to get you out of that situation? Because I've been in a lot of those situations. I've spent a lot of time in the ocean, whether it be diving or sailing or surfing. Or I've been in like hairy situations that I really want to get out of. And I know what you're talking about. My mind has been there before. Spending hours and hours in the ocean like that, there must be some sort of evolution of your way of thinking, spending that much time in the water. How did you learn to control that?
Through repeated exposures, and I do a little bit of homework before, and you have a look at what the odds are. Is it likely that if I swim for that many hours in that boat, that I'm going to suffer? It's always highly, highly unlikely, but not impossible. It's that little thing as humans can't let go of, but chance. If you drive 2 miles down the road, you don't think, what are the odds of me getting killed? It's possible. I just want to do it. It's something you do every day. And I just, I put it in the same place, really. Maybe it's a little bit more extreme. So, let me tell you this story. So, I think I control it really well, and I do. I'm right up there with the top. However, when I'm swimming, you've got to find a very clear zone in your head, because sometimes in these long distances, it's 10, 12, 13, 14 hours swimming, non-stop in the cold, and you've got to go into a certain zone in your mind to be able to handle that, because you're not there to worry about sharks, you're there to worry about your body and yourself and making sure you can get to the other side. Sharks and everything else that stings you and scares you is byproduct. So I put it to this, every now and then my hand was such a jellyfish or a piece of kelp, and the reaction to that inside my body is a shock. That's when you realize you're just harboring it here, just slightly left of center. So it's not the brain anymore, it's just to the side, but it's still there. But I'm not aware of it while I'm swimming. I go into the zone and separate myself from it. I'm rushing back and you bump that.
Right. I know what you're talking about. What is the longest swim you've ever done?
At this point, it's the English Channel. So typically, just shoot across. But I do enough conditions and sort of short.
13 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours of
Non-stop.
non-stop.
Jesus, you don't have to drink water or anything like that. You just have to drink water, right?
So you got to support that, and you will stop and whenever you feed schedule. So every 50 minutes stop, and then fairly because the one thing you know about the English channel, I'm sure your listeners are familiar with carbo loading. You have to stay a little bit of carbs to fill the tank up. But an English channel swim in cold water, which turned out might actually extremely rough as well. There's no way you can carbo load enough to get your cross. At some stage, the tank needs to be really dry. You drink carb drinks all the way through, but you deplete more than you can possibly do. So you're going to hit the wall. But you do feed. You can feed and it's mostly liquid. So it's not like I swam 13 hours without stopping. A lot of people don't realize that you still need to drink, hydrate.
But you don't get out of the water.
No, you don't have to touch anything. So you start clear of the water, so your ankles must be outside the water, and then you swim into the really start to dive it, and then you swim
What do you wear?
Speedo, take ground here, Speedo, one suit, and not even allowed to wear any GPS watches, or you're not allowed to wear those expert music things in your ears, or anyone else.
Is there a benefit to only wearing? Oh, that's you right there. Is there a benefit to only wearing a Speedo and a swim cap, or would a wet hinder you at all?
Not hinder, the opposite. So there's no benefit to wearing a Speedo. It's the purest sign of sport. So a challenge like the English Channel, it's pretty much, as a crow flies, it's about 35 kilometers, but you're going to swim about 40, 41 self-propelled on the day. And that is obviously a huge challenge in itself. And anyone can get that level of fitness if you're dedicated enough for 40 hours. But the real challenge of that, and that Rob and I swim, and most of the cold water swims, the challenge is the cold. So the challenge is performing when your mind is feeling it that you're on your way out. And that's the real challenge. So if you put on a wetsuit, it takes up all that. Plus the wetsuit gives you buoyancy. So you sit a little high and it reduces the drag. And so the times increase a lot. So wetsuits are a huge help.
Did you start out just like sitting in cold tubs at all, or did you just dive right, jump straight into ultra marathon in ice cold water?
No, definitely started slowly. So as I said, in Cape Town, it's cold. So we start with a level of cold, right? And that triggered my passion of the mental process of choosing the cold. And once I'd done everything in and around Cape Town, I looked a little bit further to see where else I could swim. In fact, our first international trip for the cold was to Alaska. Island, not Island, where most of the locals do the swim around the island annually. I think it's about a 12-kilometer circumference, and the water's around about 12 degrees Celsius as well. Get my cheat sheet for Fahrenheit, and I think many of the locals did in wetsuits, so we went to see if we could do it in slowly but surely I worked my way to Siberia and ultimately
I think I heard somewhere that swimming is the most taxing type of cardio exercise you can do when your body is unable to sweat. You're unable to perspirate in the water, so it actually takes the most out of your body.
And I've never heard that, to be honest, because I think you do so. I don't know. Yeah. Well, that's why you have to hydrate. A lot of people think you can water, so you have to drink water. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Even though it's cold water, you are physically exerting quite hectically. So there's a difference. Especially when, if you take water that's absolutely flat like a mirror, swimming can do streamers. But you rarely get that. So generally there's even a small wind that whips the water up even a foot of chop, a foot of chop, and that totally changes it. Because now you're not just self-propelling, you have to burn, you use muscles to keep yourself stable as well, stabilized. You train all of that as well, so that's great.
Have you ever read David Goggins' book?
No, that's right.
it's called, I think it's his only book, or his latest book. I listened to the audio version. Basically tells the story of how he did Buds, Navy SEAL, the underwater demolition training course.
That's why someone recommended it to me.
It reminds me a lot of what you do. He talks about he failed twice because of fractures in his legs, he had splinter spider cracks in his leg bones, and he had to go back and do it. And he talks about how they have to like tread water for 30 minutes. And that must be a breeze for someone like you. I in my pool every once in a while. I'll try to doggy paddle for like 15 minutes. I'm really exhausted after doggy paddle. It takes the life out of me. Really, 100%.
It is very strenuous, but you can't train for it. Like anyone else, you can. And I'm very well trained. I'm a foot swimmer. I keep myself very swimming. And that takes away a lot of hours. Mostly really just got to get up and
when you're not, when you're like preparing for a long swim, do you like really go get into ice water? Is that like a daily ritual for you, or part of your daily routine?
If I could, I would, but it's not that practical. So I live in Africa, it's hot. We don't have a lot of ice water, we have cold water. When I've done, I've actually graduated to do stuff in real cold, 40 degrees Fahrenheit and below. And that's where things get hyper extreme. When I'm doing a challenge like that, then I will make sure I'm very fit and I will have lots of cold exposure as cold as I can find it. And then what I do is I go to our local fishery and they have lots of ice. And they fill up big tubs of filled with ice and water. We bring that water down to 0 degrees Celsius, so about 32 Fahrenheit. Just before water freezes at that point, I get into my speedo and I sit in that. And I'll do that not every day because it's quite a process to get permission and get that set up. But I do that a few times just I'll talk you through why I do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it before myself, like after getting into ice, but like I'll do it in the winter here. I will get into my pool and it gets to like maybe 60 degrees, the coldest. And before I get in, that is the most difficult mental aspect of it. It's just getting your body in there, like neck deep in a 60 degrees pool. It's pretty difficult. Like, explain how you get through that. And also, go ahead and explain it.
So it never gets easier. There's the bad news. It's always going to hurt. And there are a couple of tricks of the trade that I can share with you guys. But you just, listen, I'm literally, I know it sounds silly, but before I am exposed to real cold, the 60 degrees Fahrenheit, that's a degrees. For me, I'm very used to that. It still hurts. So you get the ice cream headache and all of the things that everyone else will. But, I'm so conditioned now to know that it's just temporary and it disappears and you can comfortable in 5 minutes and get through it. But when you start getting into the lower levels, it becomes really brutal. One of the reasons I do those ice baths is because there's quite a process that happens. I mentioned earlier, your mind is this defense mechanism, so you throw yourself in those that come together self-doubt and all that happens. And while that is happening in the head, your body starts implementing its own defense mechanism. And that is the blood rushes from the extremity to the center. And that's not just fingers and toes, that's arms and biceps and thighs, and all the blood rushes out of those muscles to sit in the center. You can live that arms and legs, you can live that heart. So all the blood rushes to keep your heart warm enough to keep supplying your brain. So you lose poor coordination and strength in your muscles because you've never lost oxygen to those muscles. And that is a process I need to understand and I need to figure out. So, for example, when I took a challenge in the to try to be the first in the world to do South of Antarctica. I would sit in there and I would have to compute that I'm going to be feeding all of this, because as you're sitting there, I started to get absolutely it's excruciating. And through that pain, I sort of actually calm myself and say, well, you'll be walking down the gangway of an ocean line or in Antarctica in 10 days, right? You're going to be diving into water that's as cold as what you're sitting in, and you're going to try and swim a mile distance. And how on earth are you going to overcome the massive instincts that are going to kick in, the hyperventilation, the pain, the fear that petrified this year and scared, and everything is going to just try and get you out? How are you going to not sprint the first 200 meters? I'm sure adrenaline and panic, and you'll not have enough energy to do 1,040 meters after. All of these things I'm going to try and visualize while I'm sitting in a horrible tub of ice. So that's why it's a really important part of the process. But I don't do it every day, and life wouldn't be worth living.
It's terrible. Have you noticed any sort of differences in like your health or anything like that? Like since you started doing this and spending more time in cold water, does it benefit you in everyday life at all?
So there's a massive global movement. I'm sure you're aware of the cold as well.
Oh yeah, everyone on my Instagram feed is showing off how to get in ice tubs.
Yeah, you know what? I look at those and I think I wish I'd love them to come and do a nice tub with me. Because so many people are sort of going left or center, and so it's filled up with water and throw some ice to cover the top layer, and they jump. It's probably brought down a few degrees, but it's you have to do a nice tub properly, because of course when you get in as a human, you need to warm that water out. You've got to keep adding ice, because if you're in the ocean, you've got to warm the ocean. So you asked about the health benefits. There's definitely health benefits to cold. I don't know, I'm sure there's been a little bit of that, all these things that are taken on good time. I'm certainly not criticizing, but I just don't know a lot about it. What I do, I don't think there's any health benefits, is about being pushing boundaries to
Certainly a mental health.
Yeah, so let me tell you about the process and why I think everybody comes back and thinks it's such a great process. And I'm not saying it isn't, but when the most dangerous part of any extreme cold swim is not why you swim, it's actually when you get out. And that is because there's a process called the after-drop. So now you've done your swim, you've gone through the pain in the beginning, through that pain, you feel good about yourself, you've sat in the water for a little bit, you've had the swim. You then get out and you feel great for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, that warm blood that's now sitting in your circuit to your heart starts to release and goes back to your extremities. So goes back to your fingers and toes and all that. And not very frigid, because they've had no blood in them and they've been exposed to the cold. So that warm blood that was in your core rapidly cools down and circulates back to your center core. After drop, so after swim, that core temperature just keeps coming down. Now, it's not that dangerous to most people doing sort of mild cold swim and enjoying it, but what we do to build this process, because if you drop one notch below, you can't control it. If you drop one notch below, you get things. That's how hypothermia is an absolute killer. Oh, that's what hypothermia is. That's right. And when you do a deep swim, at some point, presumably don't die, which usually like to make sure you don't. You then turn the corner, so you go back into and start shivering. And when you turn that corner and you start getting some wind back in the blood. That's a wild thing to suggest.
There's a lot easier ways to get the high.
I wouldn't know, so I'll stick to the cold. But I think when you feel that and you realize just how euphoric that feeling is, because when I do the cold swims, I always come out saying, that's it, finished. And I'm more intelligent than this, and not doing that again. And then suddenly I come out of that after-drop and I turn the corner and I'm like, wow, what's next? It's just endorphin release that just makes you feel fantastic. That's why it's treating depression, it's treating anxiety, and all these feel so good about yourself.
Yeah, there is no better feeling. I'm aware of the feeling just surfing in like really cold water for hours on end and then getting out and warming up and feeling that kind of like zero drag is. Yeah, it's like there's nothing holding you back. You just kind of like moving without driving.
So you got a good taste of it.
Yeah, and then but when I do it in the tub or like in the pool, I have to get out once like I start to feel the pins and needles in my head and in my face. It's different. When you're out in the ocean, like for me for surfing, it's like it's different because I'm not thinking about the elements. So I'm having so much fun. I'm doing something else. My mind is occupied and distracted. But when you're in the pool, it's like, well, you can hit the escape button just by moving 2 feet to the right or just climbing right out. It's like it's right there. So it's very more difficult. And it feels more painful.
You hit the nail on the head. It's distraction thing. I talk about it all the time. You're not distracted and you walk into really cold water. It's excruciating. That's all you think. And I learned this. There's a beach called Camp Stay around it. It's often really flat and just walking. But and then there's a set of waves that are kind of that dump in there that you really hurt you, even timing on. And every time I go swimming there and there are no waves, I find it excruciating hard to get in the water because there's pain. Every time the waves, suddenly I'm swimming I've forgotten all about them. And I started to feel like the pain's still there, but you just focused on something else. Right. Focused on not getting dumped by the waves. So what happened to that pain? What happened to all those negative emotions and sentiments and screaming? Right. It was fascinating to
When you swim through giant surf, do you swim under the waves or do you swim over them? Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't have a surfboard in it, so
right. Do you surf ever when you're out
there? Not at the moment. I used to as a youngster.
In Cape Town? Really? Why have you stopped?
Ran out of time, really.
Okay. Too busy
swimming.
Oh, swimming. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't have time to really rest. But it's a fantastic sport. Like I did it again the other day. I had a board. I was down to Luxembourg. Have you heard of False Bay? So False Bay is a body of water in Cape Town that is well known as one of the most dangerous places to swim. If you have what attacks have happened. Not as many, so I don't want to flare it up a little bit. That's known as a feeding ground for the white shark. And that's where I did my surfing. When I was a surfer, I did my surfing. But to the point, that's a 54-kilometer across body of water. So just swim right across it. And I, last year, because made it a goal to try and swim like 54 kilometers across the direction. So 5 people have done it before, but in a different direction. And then I tried to swim the other way around. And that's making not the Guinness World Record for the actual swim was a product of an amazing product of a failure. It's actually a few in my swimming career, I started small and then I tried something bigger and I succeeded, and I tried something bigger and I succeeded, and I tried bigger and bigger. I kept succeeding and succeeding and succeeding. And then all of a sudden I tried to swim, which was from Ireland to Scotland, across the North Channel, and took me in the back got something called SAT, which is swimming induced stimulation. And now we pull up the water and the mountain and basically drown it. I was doing this while I was swimming. And I've really drowned. So, but it was my own fault to a degree in that it did give you a little bit of how it works if you were just steer me. So when you go to do a swim like the North Channel, so that's also 35 kilometers across. It is 12 degrees Celsius.
Where is this North Channel?
That's between Ireland and Scotland. So you from
Ireland and Scotland.
So you swim just from Ireland to Scotland. And it's about 35 kilometers, but it's very cold water. There are no wetsuits and like that. And it's meant to be one of the toughest swims. I've done tougher, but this is a real tough one.
What makes it so tough? Just the distance?
The distance and the cold, yeah. And the currents that move in between those, they're massive. So you have to get your timing right on tides. So there's only a certain tidal cycle that you can actually humanly give it a go. And that you rely on people to help you. But I booked that with the guy who knows the channel and has expertise in taking swimmers across. He tells me maybe 2 years in advance the tide of swimming. Okay? And I've got 1 week. I've got to fly from South Africa to Ireland, where he's based. And I've got 1 week to make it across that body of water. And if the weather doesn't play ball in that 1 week, and that 1 week selected on tide, so tide varies. If the weather doesn't play ball for those 7 days, you go home. So it's like kind of like summiting Everest to if the weather is terrible and you're only 100 meters from the summit, it doesn't have 2 years in it because the tides are predicted, the weather's not. So the weather's will gamble. So you can tell me, I know exactly what tide's going to happen on between the 1st and the 7th of August, so that's your slot. So I arrived there, and then I've got to wait for a nice day to happen in that slot, and there is no nice day. But of course, Murphy's Law for me, there is no nice day. So there's days for coming to Ireland at great cost and trepidation and training to get yourself there, and but you might as well go home because the weather's not cool. But being me and being a little bit arrogant at the time, and had all these successes, and I was the guy who succeeded. Figures it out. And no matter what the ocean throws me out there, I'll figure it out and I'll get across. And I managed to convince the guys to give it to me the other go in a day. And they knew my reputation, so they were okay to do it. And it wasn't the roughest day in the world to me. So that's another thing I must just disclaim that the swimmer looks at it really differently. So what looks maybe quite benign to most people, as a swimmer you'll be looking at it and that's terrible to swimming. So even just a big rolling swells are okay. There's some people that really like that, but the swimmer looks like a chop in a washing machine, there's no uniformity to it, so you just cannot get into the water for 12, 14 hours. It's really hot. And I was out there in that kind of weather, and it was really cold water, so I think about, it was like probably about 50 degrees, but it's 12 degrees Celsius. And I was in the swim, and I was doing really well, and we were about 4 through, and all of a sudden, they stopped me and they had a scheduled feed, so on the half-hour mark, and they said, I need more food. And then we told them that more. And then it's, I need you to speed up, to slow down, because they trap you on the parrots, and you've got to get to certain points before the tide changes, otherwise you get washed out the ocean, so you have to cross, and you need to move to a pace. I remember thinking that's a little bit weird, because it's really hard, and thumbs up, I haven't changed it. So I tried to pull harder, and I just couldn't grip the water. It was just the most bizarre feeling. I'm trained to understand that. I'm trained to feel shit for a long time to perform under those conditions. So I was feeling shit as I expected to. And I just remember having to make and then they stopped me again, and there's no kind of gentle love on these boats. So there's no like, oh dear, won't you try and push a little harder? It's like, do you want to go to Scotland or back to fucking South Africa? You make a decision, give me more. And it kind of hits you, and I tried, but eventually all of a sudden I just went black, and my eyes went totally fuzzy, I couldn't see. And I took my goggles off, apparently I don't remember this part, and I swam away from the boat. And obviously the crew realised there's something properly wrong there, and they pulled me out. And I can't remember getting into the boat or any of that, but I remember suddenly being in the boat, and I must be swimming or what's going on, and what can only be described as rasping sound. So it sounded like it was inside the water. So I was drowning. I got this swimming-induced pulmonary sight. The whole series of things that we unpacked later, my lungs kind of allowed water to come in. Also, in the rough, I drank a lot of salt water, which also salt and upsets the balance and chemical makeup. So I was drowning. don't want to get me wrong. Just because the waves of smashing open and yeah, sorry, no, that's not how I do my lungs. That's how I do my stomach. But what I mean, to take it clear, but you've got a layer over your lungs which is permeable, so it doesn't allow water in. So you guys out. But when there's a chemical imbalance, the way I understand it, is if something goes wrong in your body, that gets disrupted and allows moisture to seep in. I'm taking in a lot of moisture, so I suppose I'm salt water and various other things like sleep and there's a lot of hypothermia and everything that's just not comfortable. And slowly it's driving me. So I was inches away from it. And that was, I can't remember why I started telling you the story. Well, that totally left of center. Anyway, that was a huge failure for me. That was a massive kiss in the pants. I was talking about the failure for and that didn't leave. I got the Coast Guard out. I got oxygen on my face and they saved my life. I went to hospital and their office
They got a helicopter out there?
No, they came out to me. We were about, I swam 20 kilometers, so we were 20 k's off the Irish coast, so that people keep them really and they carried oxygen, so they got it on my face, and then they suited me back to the harbour where there's an ambulance waiting and got me to Donaghadee Hospital, fun place. And the doctors didn't explain, because I was quite belligerent, tough on bulletproof, and now that the oxygen was in my brain, I could start to compute that I'd failed to swim. And I was brutally unhappy. But being me, being the guy who had never failed before, I didn't know how to process failure. I didn't know, I did what guys do, and what I think guys do is I swept it under the carpet. And instead of processing what actually went on there, what my role was in that, I pointed fingers at everything else, and I set a bigger goal. And that's why I was telling you the story, because that bigger goal was to try and swim across False Bay in South Africa in the furthest sharky way, which was, I knew was something that was going to really mess with my mind. That's why I wanted to take that on. And yeah, it took me 3 years to get to the False Bay start. And the reason it took me so long was purely because I did not manage that failure well. I took no accountability. I did not go introspective on it. I did not acknowledge my role in it. And for 3 years, I set the goal, I trained it, I spoke a big game, and everyone was waiting for me to do it right. But psychologically, in the back of my head, I was pretty fine at starting line.
So you still to this day, did you figure out what it was that caused that? Like what could you have done differently to avoid getting all that water in your lungs?
So there's nothing conclusive. However, I could have been less belligerent and taken the pain of not swimming my week and coming back the following year. Number one, still as hard to have swim on a day that the experts suggest I don't swim. I had to meet in a harbour at 3 a.m. in the pouring rain, in the freezing cold. And because I wasn't going to swim, but right at the last minute, they said, okay, you've badgered us enough. Well, it just wasn't totally prepared. So I'm going to have to spend, there's a lot. You think a swim, you just take your speedo and your cap and a towel. It's not how it works. You'll be swimming for, in this case, 12 to 14 hours in cold water. You need a lot on the boat to make sure that you're going to make it across. So I spent probably until like 10, 11 p.m. preparing, and then getting into bed, and then trying to work on my headspace, because it's very important that you're in the right mindset before you stand on that shore. And then you want to get a good night's sleep. And when you've only got 2 hours to sleep before your alarm clock goes off, what happens? You don't sleep, you're waiting for your alarm clock, and then off I went to, so there was a whole combination of stuff, plus there's some medications as well, which I don't tell a lot of people this, by the way, but I'll share it with you, is that I have a heart condition. So I have 3 stainless steel stents in my heart keeping me going, which was something that also impacted my psychology fairly recently. But I'm on medication for that, so that also impacts your psychology. Well,
do you think about it?
Yeah, I think about it every day. So I was at a training session at the tender age of 39, and I was at my normal training session, hectic time, and right at the end of the session, I was doing a cool down. So they do 20 laps just to like kind of bring your heart rate down. And I just had this unbelievable pain in my chest. And I could actually feel myself sweating in the water. I don't know what it was. I just thought
Training in the ocean or a pool?
No, in the pool with a coach and other people on Saturday mornings, and kind of a social vibe. And okay, but you train hard. And I remember thinking, well, I'm not going to stop because I was just working. I felt like air trapped or some pressure in my chest. I don't know what it was. And I carried on. I finished doing the swim, and then I climbed out, and I was sitting on the side of the pool, and people were chatting to me. Even though I'm dripping wet, I can still feel sweat coming through. So I think that's really bizarre and horrible feeling. And then the pain subsided, and it was fine. Didn't bother telling anyone. Got in my car, and I was driving home, and I just felt it just like a just right in the dead center. And it was sweaty, came down the arm, and I just realized there's some seriously, still not my heart. I'm super fit, super healthy, 39-year-old. It didn't make any sense. And I remember having to make a decision. I'm either going to pull over on the side of the road and die in my car, or I'm going to make it. So I decided I'm going to really push and get home. And long story short, I got home, and my wife at the time, I'm not divorced, I told her this was something weird happened. And she could see I looked a bit disheveled. And she forced me to go to the doctor, which I reluctantly didn't want to do, but thankfully I did. And through a whole sort of extended story there, they diagnosed that with these arteries that were about to block off.
So it was a heart attack.
I never had a heart attack. I had the full-on angina. So I had days, weeks before the full-on heart attack came. So the arteries were really closed. Then they put the stents in those arteries to open them up. And you asked me why that affects you like psychologically. It's a massive psychological. When you think you're bulletproof, when you're on the app and you're doing stuff that you've got all these plans, my swimming career just started, and I have plans to really push my limits, and your body says no. And everyone, and the doctors and all your family, they're like, well, you're glad you're still with us, but your swimming days over, now you just be a stay-at-home dad. And that just was so impactful to me personally. It was terrible. So besides the, I suppose, humiliation and the belittlement that comes with it. Also, now when I did go back to swimming training, like 2 days later, gently, every little niggle and little pain, still to this day, 9 years later, I still react differently. Because now I know I have a problem, and I know it could trigger at some stage. And I mean, I'm normal, the stents have fixed it, but it just impacts you. So you feel maybe far more vulnerable than I would before.
Did you have any sort of like history of this in your family, or did they say it was because of your lifestyle, or what did they say could have been the reason for it?
100% hereditary. Yeah, so my lifestyle's good. Never smoked. I enjoy beer, glass of wine, make no mistake. But I'm fit as a fiddle, active, and generally very healthy lifestyle. My dad had some problems. He's still with us, so he's fine. But he had heart disease, and I got that through that ride.
What do you have to do? Like, how long do you train for one of these swims?
Excuse me. Again, how long is a piece of string really? So you take something like the English Channel or the False Bay swim or the North Channel swim or one of these longer, cold marathon swims. There's a whole different training regime to trying, for example, to do a mile in ice water. Mm-hmm. And ice water is classified from 41 degrees and below.
So before you do a really long swim in really cold water, do you have to change your diet at all beforehand?
You need to put on weight. So the more weight you have, the more insulation you carry. It takes and it makes a huge difference.
And how do you put on weight? What kind of nutrients? What do you eat?
I'm not very scientific about it. I wish I was.
Like, is it more carbs, more fat?
Yeah, I eat more carbs, really. And I'm not necessarily a huge believer in carbs. It's just they're the most accessible and the easiest way to put on weight. I am, from what I do, I'm really not the right physique for it. You saw me now, maybe you disagree, but I'm generally not the right physique for cold water swimming. If you look at most cold water swimmers, they are very large. I'm not, and that means I'm at a greater disadvantage.
They have a lot of fat on them.
A lot of people have a lot of fat, yeah. that plays a huge role.
I mean, I'm sure it does. Fat is supposed to be one of the best sources of energy, and it's also, I mean, it's also very buoyant. So I imagine it just makes it way easier.
Buoyant and it's but from a cold perspective, it keeps the cold out for longer.
Right. Have you tried or experimented, like thought maybe about transitioning and getting more fat on you, or?
Yeah, so before a big swim, I often try and bulk up a little bit. You don't do the opposite, but it's sometimes a bit of a push and pull because you're doing so hard, so you're losing, and I lose weight really quickly. Now that I'm getting a bit older, it's getting a darn sight harder, but I've got to readjust to that. But I would be eating a lot and eating more, and just very hard to put. I was told to put on 6 or 8 kilograms before going to English Channel, and I think I was putting on 2 or 3.
Wow.
Yeah, I got
So like before you do a big swim like that, you would gorge on food, like a massive fatty steak or something.
I absolutely love food, so it's a great sport for me to justify. I do. For example, I'll go and do a 20-kilometer pool training set with horrible and brutal. It takes about 7 hours and laps backwards and forwards. And the thing that will get me to the end is the burger I'm going to eat afterwards.
Really?
Fantasize. And funnily enough, in fact, I went in great detail in my book about it on the English Channel. I got to a point where my nose got blocked because there's quite a lot of ship diesel and stuff in the water, and the salt impacts my sinuses. So my sinuses completely blocked. Plus the weather will be really foul, so I've got big waves. And now you've got to try and picture, you've been swimming, let's just say at this stage, for 10 hours, so you're tired, you're freezing cold, it's getting dark. And now you've been drinking liquids, but now you want to eat, like, I have like little marshmallows or a grape or a little piece of chocolate or something that you throw it up. And that gets thrown to me in the water in a Tupperware. So now, picture swimming, holding a Tupperware with one hand, taking a lid off and then having to pick stuff out with the other. Now, both your hands are above the water, right? So your legs are not treading water, but you've got waves coming over you, so you're trying to get high. The higher you get, the harder it is, the more energy. So when you've been swimming for 10 hours, it's just not great. Cramp kicks it. So what was happening, I'd take that Tupperware and I'd shove it all into my mouth. And it won't. But then just like dump it in. But now my mouth's full, my nose is blocked, now I can't breathe. So I'm going to have to spit it all out. So these are the things you can't train for, and you've got to get through. And so all of a sudden, I'm in a place where I can no longer eat any solids. I can still drink, but no solids. And solids were part of what I planned for 2 years on this particular swim. So I had 5 more hours to swim. No, okay, wait, it's 10. So I had like 3 more hours to swim, not knowing I had 3 more hours to swim. But I got through the last 3 or 4 hours of that swim fantasizing, because I couldn't eat, fantasizing about what I knew, because I'm cold and hungry. I knew I was in that boat. And if I made it, and I got back on that boat, because you don't then stay in France, you go back to England, I was going to eat absolutely everything on that boat. And true to form, I did make it. And I did get on that ship, and I remember, the English crew, I said to them, bring that roast chicken, bring that thing, I'm going to kill it. And he said, no, I'm going to bring you the vomit bucket. I said, no, don't worry, trust me, I do not need to vomit. Just bring me the food. So he brought me the food and the vomit bucket. Because he knew 5 minutes later I was vomiting like this storm.
Does that make it easier thinking about food at the end of having, like, does it give you some sort of like dopamine hit to keep you alive?
Each to their own, but you need to incentivize yourself. So whatever works for you. For me, that was part of it. Was actually fantasizing about what I can eat and how many calories I burnt on this, and I don't care anymore anyway. And so
Yo, dog, what is this bullshit?
For other big swims, long swims where you really, it's just you and the water. There's no one to talk to, no music to listen to, no nothing. You're just there by yourself. Yes, there's a support boat, but you can't talk to them unless you stop, and you don't want to stop. In cold water swimming, you don't want to stop. So you have to stop this food, but you drink and go, never longer than 30 seconds. Okay, so it's not like you can have a conversation. So you spend a lot of time in your own head. And when you're in your own head in cold water, all you feel is discomfort. All you feel is negativity. All you feel is your hunger. All you feel is the things you want and lack. Right? So if you get the better view, which is very easy to do because the element of cold again makes you this excuse magnet. That's true. You might understand that when you're in a hostile environment or uncomfortable environment, you want to get out of it. And if you get out of that uncomfortable environment, in my case, that's failure. So I start becoming an excuse magnet. How can I fail? It won't be my fault. Like I mentioned, that he's
Right,
the shark thing. So you start to all of this kind of snowballs. So my strategy, which is a very robust mental strategy, is to promise myself that I'll have no negative thoughts whatsoever. And when something horrible like I swim into a jellyfish or a blue bottle and it stings me and hurts, I need to laugh about it. Physically laugh out loud on it. And even though I'm cursing deep down, and just to keep those endorphins, keep those positive. And when you take a breath and a wave hits you, you gulp down another mouthful of disgusting seawater. Laugh about it. So yes, this is what you say, everybody. It's just a mental way that I keep myself tough in this one.
Do you ever look into or read about different types of breathing while you're swimming? For instance, I read that book called, I think it's called Breathe or Breath, all about breathing, and he talks about like endurance, breathing through your nose, basically gives you way more cardiac endurance, makes you go longer than breathing through your mouth. But it's hard in the water, knowing from surfing. And I try to focus on it when I'm surfing, like when I'm trying to like paddle like out through a really long line and there's big waves, trying to do it through my nose. And it's extremely difficult because you have water splash. Do you ever try to focus on that like swimming? It's impossible.
It's impossible. So you need to breathe through your mouth and out your nose. Right? That's kind of the accepted. And that's pretty much what I do. But I get such reaction to salt water, so often my nose is closed, I get sinus. So my breathing is really bad. But I do believe that the breathing plays a big role. But as you suggest, it's really possible to practice a certain breathing regime. I mean, there'll be ways of breathing in through a closed mouth and sucking like that. There's some for energy, some for calm, some for stress. There's lots of different breathing techniques that I've read about. None of them you can do in the water if you swim. Unless you stop and do it. That's not going to happen.
Unless you're maybe doing the backstroke. Have you ever done the backstroke when you're swimming? Never tried?
No.
Why not?
Listen, I don't like the backstroke.
No?
No, I'm very trained to do. You want to. Some people do breaststroke. It blows my mind. But
so you only do freestyle?
I do freestyle. That's the fastest. Generally, the mindset is to get across in the least amount of time. Backstroke is not efficient. Not for me.
But let's take a quick break. Let's do backstroke for 5 minutes.
So that's it. I'm talking about traditional backstroke. So one of my techniques is, so if I'm doing, I mean, we're talking about the English Channel a lot. I've done a lot more than the English Channel. Anyway, that's a nice point to reference. So when I'm feeding, some of the psychology I'm going to do probably about 22 feet. So in other words, I will stop me or hand me a drink bottle or something to eat or whatever. And I've got 50 seconds usually, maybe in the tops, to put down that before I need to get going. So I never tread water and consume. I get on my back and demonstrate on the podcast, but you kind of kick the breaststroke on your back while I'm drinking. So even in those 50 seconds, I've still moved maybe 20, 30 meters further towards my destination. So I do an element of that, but it's certainly not my preferred means of precaution.
Right. I would just like thinking about it. I would imagine people would switch it up just to that kind of distance, not do breaking for. How long did it was again? You break
50 seconds.
30 seconds. And 20 times.
Approximately every half an hour. So it took me 13 hours, so I did approximately 15
Didn't you say that you swam in Siberia, somewhere in Russia?
Yeah, that way. I'll tell you this story. It's quite interesting. So, through my journey, we've done all marathon. You get marathon swimming, which is your English Channel and Fosband and North Channel, and then you get ultra extreme cold. So through my journey, I'm tackling the elements of cold, utilizes the body and mind. I started to obviously get colder and colder, look for colder and colder water. And one day, coming back from a cold swim somewhere, we tried to be the first to swim around the southern tip of South America. And I want to tell you that story. It's actually interesting to write a book about. We came back and we were trying to, we get quite into this cold from myself and a couple of like-minded mates. And we had a look at where is the body in the book of recipe that tells you what a cold swim is, and then records different feats in the cold. Who's done the furthest and the hardest. So we went to the internet and tried to find like where you can find this, and it doesn't exist. There's no body or book of record that tells you what ice swim is and then records feats in the cold water. Because, as I described before, the cold is the challenge. It's not the distance. It's keeping your head in the game for the distance while the cold impacts you. And we were sitting in Cape Town, which is on the southern tip of Africa, and it was a really hot day. It's kind of like Tampa. And we decided, why don't we start the organization or the body and get people what you need to do a cold swim and then record different feats in the cold. And on that day, at least in my mind, the International Ice Swimming Association, so it's an association, yeah, so it's a formal association. It wasn't started by me, it was the idea of another gentleman. But I was a founding member of it. And together as a bunch of mates, we said, let's tell the world the following. If you want to say you've done an official ice swim, you have to commit to swimming a 1 mile distance, so 1,609 meters. You have to swim that 1 mile wearing only a Speedo costume, one cap and goggles, no wetsuit, no crease. You've got to have a plaster on you, got a cap, you'll take it off.
No watch or anything?
Take your watch off. No watch. You have to swim that 1 mile in your Speedo in an outdoor body of water, not indoors. And that body of water needs to be 5 degrees Celsius, which is 41 Fahrenheit or below. You can do 1 mile in the attire I've described and follow the rules that we set. You will be recognized by our organization, the International Ice Swimming Association, as having done official ice mile. You will give us a certificate, and red jacket and badge, cool stuff, and you will go on our book of records as having done this ice mile. And the gentleman who started it takes all the credit and did all the work to make it official, and then sent it off into the world to see if we get invites to anybody out there who actually wants to try this stupid stuff. Off it went, and probably about 3 weeks later, 3 of the founding members received an invitation to come and partake in an ice swimming event in a place called Tumin in Siberia. Tumin, T-Y...
You gotta pull up the map.
T-Y-U-M-E-N. Okay, Tumin. And they were holding an ice swimming event. They had come across the International Ice Swimming Association, and they wanted to use the good name of the association at their event. And if we were prepared to do that, they would then fly us over. We were allowed to come to the event, not to do a mile, to do like the 50 meter or 100 meter dash, maximum 400 meters. Okay. I haven't seen this match for a long time. I've got mixed memory.
That can't be it.
That looks like, that's something for a 2 minute winter.
Is this, are you swimming in a river or in the ocean?
No, so T-Y-U.
T-Y-U-N-E.
Try that.
Louisiana became
2 minutes.
separate nation.
Yeah.
The first president of
Now that's the
Louisiana.
So,
Now pull up like a map view of it.
Adams. Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys. I like Adams' fathers. I like Adams from the show.
that's from North Russia.
Okay, like the
I read his biography
northern Tibet.
as a president.
Yeah.
He was not a
Looks
great
cold.
president.
Yeah. So anyway,
It
when we sit
shows
in Africa,
everybody's
we
got these
get
different
this
kind of strengths. He
call
was
from
a
them to
great
say, we found your organization,
framer. He
we're
was
having
one of
this
the guys
ISIL event,
he
if you
did
want to,
many
we'll fly across if you let us put the organization's name to our event.
he was also
And we were like, hell yes, we went to South Korea. I couldn't believe that anyone wanted to pay for us to do anything. And
He's like one of the first Americans who had that
we're
experience.
unanimous that we're not going to Cape Town all the way to South Korea to swim a short distance, a 50 meter or 100 meter dash, which is what they were saying. We would have come there for a mile. And they weren't happy with that. But anyway, long story short,
They weren't happy with it.
no, they said, yes, not going to happen. So there was a lot of banter, and eventually we compromised on a 1 kilometer distance, 1,000 meters. And they said, okay, we can try that shot and get them in two places. We were a bit annoyed about that, and there was a lot of banter, and should we go, shouldn't we go? Eventually we said, of course we've got to go. We'll toughen them up a little bit and, just spread the word about our organization so Russians come on. And we arrived probably 10 days later without doing much more homework, and we escorted to the swimming pools in inverted commas. And I got off the bus and walked into the teeth of minus 27 Fahrenheit air temperature.
In the air.
The air temperature is minus 27. Dude, I don't know. I mean, I live in Africa. We just do not experience stuff like that. I knew without doubt that there was the biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life to arrive at. There were no pools, there was nothing, no water. It was just absolutely white, and everything was powder. I had 2 beanies on, 2 gloves in each hand, 5 layers of clothing, and I was absolutely unhappy. It was frostbite, it was just insanely cold. Yeah? And the idea of stripping into a speeder and jumping in water which doesn't exist, because it's ice. It was impossible, literally impossible. And they were eventually cutting through the ice with chainsaws to expose the people. And to add insult to injury, the local media was fascinated by these 3 men that now come from a distant land.
Crazy Africans
Who have invented the International Ice Swimming Association, and who have known that they can not swim a mile and only get to swim a kilometer. These guys, camera people, wouldn't leave us alone at all. Journalists. It was just unbelievable. And I'll never forget a very pivotal moment in my life. That in the story, and I include this in the book, was when we broke away from the cameras and the media. 3 of us that gone to Siberia from South Africa, we then sat in a little sauna that was provided at this event, in a wooden hut, and we barricaded the door closed from the inside. So sitting in a sauna, which is very hot, 5 layers of clothing, barricaded the door, and there was no of the usual testosterone kind of banter that we get off on. It was just wide eyes, and we could only think of like, how the hell do we get out of Dodge? I mean, this is just saying, you'll pay back the money, but fuck this, I'm out of here. And I honestly believed outside that door, if I took off one of my gloves, that my fingers would fall, because that's really. And it's a fascinating 24-hour mental journey that I went on inside there. From absolute certainty of the suicide, 24 hours later, standing on the edge of this pool of death that they'll cut out with a chainsaw, getting ready to swim a kilometer minus 27 Fahrenheit, minus 27. And yeah, it was absolutely excruciatingly brutal, but I survived it. We got it. All the frostbite to prove it to it. And taught me some unbelievable lessons.
How the hell did you swim that far? I mean, they weren't able to cut that distance out with the chainsaws?
I want to show you the videos.
You have videos?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well, on my computer.
They're online?
No. There's a lot of them in my keynote. I'll gladly share with you. Also, maybe you can cut it in.
Yeah, we'll have it.
I'll give you little snippets. It's quite amazing.
So they basically just cut this long strip, like a long swimming lane.
They've already mapped it out. Okay, so
you might be able to find pictures of it. If they've done it, if there are a lot of people have done it before. What's it called? Siberian swimming?
Yeah, so they
ice swimming?
They do it in more places
while I'm considering get the idea there a little bit. That's what they use for podcast business.
Oh, okay. So you even put the lane separator.
There you go.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that's real.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Can you full screen that?
I think it.
Here, watch that video right there. Video to your left. Oh. Holy shit.
A lot of this is people just doing the in and out.